utilizing an astonishing bug, awakening an extraordinary talent with a percentage-based lethal strike from the very beginning. What? You claim this talent is weak? But what if it could infinitely upgrade and evolve? Until achieving a 100% probability of slaying enemies? Chapter 1. The launch day of a game. Can I refresh my talent infinitely? Absolutely exhilarating. UGH.my head feels like it's splitting. What is this soft thing? Why does it smell so fragrant? Sun Yan abruptly opened his eyes, glancing down. Before him lay a woman clad in blue and white, sprawled across his upper body. He jolted, his mind instantly clearing. Am I still alive? No, wait, wasn't I trapped by that beast, huh? In a demon cave, drained of blood by the blood demon and left to die? As this thought crossed his mind, Sun Yan took in the surroundings of the bedroom. Wait a minute. Isn't this my home from 10 years ago? Could it be that he, Suu let out a soft groan as she sat up, gently rubbing her aching temples. Her exquisite face was filled with confusion. How did I suddenly faint while trying to wake this guy? But at that moment, she noticed Sun Yan staring blankly at her, waving a hand in front of his eyes. Hey, what are you thinking? You're not planning to skip class again, are you? Today, there's a free physical examination. Don't think just because you scored full marks in all 3 subjects and topped the grade, you can skip class to play games. Games have no future. Hearing this, Sun Yan's gaze deepened. Is that so? He recalled that in his previous life, a virtual online game called Divine Domain had emerged. In a brief period, it had swept the globe with unprecedented fervor. Yet what no one anticipated was that 3 years later, a horde of terrifying monsters would suddenly invade reality. In a bid to enable humanity to fend off these external threats, the consciousness of Blue Star integrated everything from the game Divine Domain into the real world. At that time, the power, levels, and talents of players, as well as divine equipment, skills, and items from the game, would all manifest in reality. And today, it appeared to be the launch day for Divine Domain, for he vaguely remembered being advised during a physical examination to visit a major hospital for a neurological checkup. As for the outcome, a malignant brain tumor with only 6 months to live, that it was during this half year that he had endured his nightmare, and now, having been granted a second chance at life. If he did not strive to change the regrets of his past life, what meaning would his rebirth hold? Then you go ahead and play. Who could possibly outplay you? Suyu huffed, interrupting Sun Yan's thoughts. In the next moment, she puffed up her cheeks, her expression a mix of annoyance and displeasure, yet devoid of any hatred towards him, as she stormed out, unable to outsmart him in exams or confront him in a fight. What could she do? She could only work hard in secret to eventually pin this guy down and thoroughly trample him. The kind of trampling where one steps down with their foot. Once the bedroom door was firmly shut, Sun Yan shifted his gaze to the clock on the wall. Only 2.5 minutes remained until the launch at 7. According to a certain staff member, in truth, there existed a monumental flaw during the launch of Divine Domain. Through special operations, one could refresh their talents infinitely. Although this astonishing bug would be patched 2 minutes after the launch, would anyone be able to exploit the loophole? Just in time. With this thought, Sun Yan dared not indulge in any delay. He rose from his bed and stepped into the virtual gaming pod he had painstakingly saved for over summer vacation. Divine Domain, activate. Though the game had not yet launched, during this interim, players could undergo real name verification. Soon, after completing facial recognition and passing the verification, the scene before Sun Yan transformed. Ultimately, the image settled upon a vast prairie as Sun Yan gazed at his hands and feet. If it weren't for his consciousness already entering the game, he wouldn't have been able to discern that this was merely a virtual body. 39S.38S. Sun Yan watched the countdown diminish, his anticipation for the authenticity of the previous lives form growing. But soon, verification would be at hand. 18S.17S. As the countdown to the launch drew nearer, Sun Yan rubbed his hands together in excitement. Only 2 minutes remained. During this time, would he be able to acquire a talent entirely different from his past life, and perhaps another fate? It's here. As the countdown reached 0, 3 blue orbs suddenly appeared before Sun Yan, each displaying the introduction of the talents they represented. The level talent heaviness increases maximum health by 3. The level talent perception monitors everything within 100 meters. Level talent shadow escape. After being attacked, there's a 10 chance to instantly teleport behind the enemy. This luck is simply astounding. A silver glimmer flashed in Sun Yan's eyes as he swiftly operated his hands before him. He first clicked confirm selection with his right hand. You must select your talent before proceeding with this operation. The moment this prompt appeared in the center of the screen, Sun Yan decisively clicked the exit game option with his other hand. Are you sure you want to exit the game? Yes, no. No. Just as he selected no, the 3 orbs before him began to shift. Indeed, it works. Sun Yan's eyes brightened. The level talent cooldown, not a waste of words. The level talent combo, not a waste of words. The level talent sprint, not a waste of words. Point 3 level talents? Sun Yan adjusted his mindset. His hands moved swiftly again. Point 3 level talents? Damn, bring it on. I'm on a roll. Talents flashed before Sun Yan's eyes as his hands grew ever more adept, his speed increasing with each passing moment. Until a purple orb. Sun Yan's pupils constricted, instinctively drawn to the talent description above the purple orb. Level talent Monster Hunter. Your attacks will deal an additional 60 damage to wild creatures. Just a fleeting glance. When he glanced at the time in the upper right corner, it was precisely 7 o'clock. Only 1 minute remained. Sun Yan hesitated for a moment. If not now, then when? He had the confidence to seize this opportunity to go all in is an act of wisdom. Let's do this, with his hands moving with practiced precision. The talent that countless players in his past life had yearned for vanished in an instant. Time ticked by second. In the blink of an eye, half a minute had passed. 26.25s. The countdown to the patching of the bug was gradually approaching. At this moment, Sun Yan's hand speed was so rapid it appeared to leave behind afterimages. 15s.14s. Time continued to dwindle, but suddenly, at that moment, a blinding flash of golden light burst forth. Chapter 2. Extraordinary Talent. Breaking the mold? Sun Yan instinctively narrowed his eyes, his hands momentarily slowing their movements. However, this slight delay allowed him to suddenly comprehend the situation, causing him to halt his subsequent actions. Golden Legend? Sun Yan focused his gaze. Super Talent. Percentage execution. Upgradable. Each of your basic attacks has a 0.01 chance to instantly eliminate your opponent, disregarding all defenses. Note, this talent possesses a stacking effect. If your basic attack fails to trigger the execution talent, your next basic attack will increase the execution probability by 0.01, continuing until you successfully eliminate your adversary. Ward, super talent, and it can be upgraded? Sun Yan was utterly bewildered. To understand, talents in the divine realm are categorized from low to high in levels. As for the notion of a super talent, he had never even heard of such a thing. In the divine realm, if one begins with a stroke of luck and acquires a level talent, their subsequent gaming experience will be quite pleasant. Should you be fortunate enough to obtain a level talent, you will become a coveted target for top-tier guilds who will go to great lengths to recruit you. As for level talents and even higher super talents, let us not even discuss their rarity. One only needs to look at the player rankings where the top 10 are all players with level talents to grasp their value. Yet, this talent of his is not only super, but also upgradable. More astonishingly, it allows for instant eliminations and accumulated probabilities. Most importantly, it disregards all defenses. If this is the case, with the current probability value, after a guaranteed 10,000 basic attacks, I could eliminate one opponent, if it can still be enhanced. How can ordinary players compete? Sun Yan's mind buzzed with possibilities. In a more modest sense, as long as he couldn't be defeated, he could single-handedly conquer all foes. Regardless of whether they had hundreds or billions of health points, all beings would be equal before him. On a grander scale, if this upgrade had no limitations, could he not elevate this probability to 100% execution chance? Just imagine, if he could truly enhance it to 100% instant elimination, setting aside the various guild wars and events that would become the stage for him to reap substantial rewards. Simply considering the impending invasion of demons 3 years hence. Who would be the invader then? With these thoughts, Sun Yan did not hesitate. The scene before him flickered. He surveyed the multitude of professions available and did not immediately choose the archer, his most proficient class in his previous life. Although the archer excelled in attack speed, movement speed, and damage, which suited him well, he was now aware of many future events and the sources of rare items. Among these was a unique accessory obtainable solely in the novice village. The ancient necklace, which grants the wearer an additional 10 health points. Its singular skill allows the maximum damage dealt by your basic attacks to be set to your maximum health, rendering it ineffective against players. If it were said that you dealt a staggering 10,000 damage in a single strike, then you could designate that instance of damage as your maximum health, thus bestowing upon yourself a vitality of 10,000. Sun Yan swiftly rummaged through his mind for recollections pertaining to this rare artifact. Should this item be coupled with his innate talents, then concerns regarding damage and health would be utterly alleviated. Control is the forte of mages, and as a fellow spellcasting class, priests can certainly acquire this skill without any conflict, albeit with diminished potency. As for attack speed, he had his own strategies in mind. Regarding the length of reach and accuracy, firstly, priests also engage in ranged attacks. Secondly, due to the inherently low damage output of priests. Their basic attacks are designed to automatically lock onto enemies, ensuring a 100% hit rate. The triggering condition for execution is a successful hit. Should it fail, the talent would be rendered useless, yet priests guarantee a perfect strike. Furthermore, many of the priest skills are predicated on restoring health based on a percentage of their own vitality. When combined with the necklace's capabilities, healing for 1,000,000 health points is hardly a mere fantasy. In the later stages, he would undoubtedly emerge as a versatile warrior. With control, attack speed, accuracy, healing, and range, what class could be more suited to the percentage execution talent than the priest? Contemplating this, Nian decisively locked in the priest class. Surely, he must create an exceptional character. Let me think. How about naming him Emperor? Yes, that sounds splendid. A single character of distinction. Player, Emperor Supreme Talent. Percentage execution, 1, level, 1 class. Priest health, 150 mana. 50/50 attack, 7 spell power, 5 attack speed, 0. 4 armor, 5 magic resistance, 2 movement speed, 2 physical penetration, 0 magic penetration, 0 free attribute points, 0 equipment. Novice staff skills. Not learned inventory. Empty novice quest. Defeat 10 storm rabbits. Completion reward. 5 free attribute points. Nian sought not to squander excessive time. He gazed at the quest panel and took his first step in this world of gaming. As he exited the novice village numbered 5178, he encountered a throng of storm rabbits. Storm rabbit, grade, ordinary health, 50 attack, 25 skills, none calculating the attack range. Nian swung his staff. A flash of azure light shimmered upon the staff. Whoosh! In the next moment, a tear-shaped blue energy orb materialized above the foremost storm rabbit, descending with force. 7. Talent not triggered. Execution probability 0. 0-1. Current execution probability 0-0-2. Continue. As Nian maneuvered and wielded his staff, he quickly regained the familiar sensations from his previous life. Defeated level 1 storm rabbit. Experience gained 10. Defeated level 1 storm rabbit. Experience gained 10. Soon, Nian had slain 10 storm rabbits. Congratulations, your level has risen to 2. Level up grants you 1 free attribute point. Completing the novice quest awards you 5 free attribute points. Gazing at the 6 free attribute points before him, Nian hesitated not for a moment and allocated them all to attack speed. While others sought balance, he pursued the pinnacle of extremes. Despite the validation from certain players in his previous life, which suggested that such a singular approach to attribute allocation would lead only to suffering in the mid to late game, he thought, what does your singular extremity have to do with my hexagonal perfection? Observing his attack speed soar from 0.4 to 0.46, he tested it against a few wild monsters and smiled with satisfaction. Congratulations, you have completed the novice quest. For more gameplay options, please visit the novice village for further information. Nian glanced over the new player prompt and focused on the talent section of his personal panel. Current execution probability 0. 58. Talent upgrade requirement. Slay 3 with no level requirement. Current progress 0-3. Slay, you say? Nian narrowed his eyes. In the realm of the divine, the early game is divided into 3 categories: the wild, dungeons, and the mightiest world. The latter 2 need not be considered, as even the weakest dungeon requires level 10 for entry. The wild, though lacking level restrictions, should not be underestimated. To his knowledge, there were 4 wild monsters just outside the novice village, each possessing a baseline health of 10,000. Such creatures, if hunted by a well-coordinated team of 10, all at level 8, would take no less than half an hour to subdue. However, I recall a post from my previous life that contained ample strategies for the wild, one of which is particularly suitable for me. With this thought, a glimmer sparked in Nian's eyes. The rock giant, among those 4 outside the novice village, boasted the highest health and damage, yet was the most cumbersome in movement. However, the rock giant's clumsiness only manifested in the first 3 minutes of battle. After 3 minutes, it would enter a berserk mode, gaining a 100 increase in speed and strength. Thus, as long as players with sufficient reach could utilize perfect positioning and kiting before the berserk onset, it was entirely possible to achieve a flawless solo victory within those 3 minutes. With this realization, there was no reason to hesitate. Resolute in his decision, Nian did not rush toward the territory of the rock giant. From a distance, he spotted the gleaming bald head of Blacksmith Lee. Approaching closer, before Nian could speak, Blacksmith Lee interjected, "Young man, looking to forge some equipment? Why not step inside and take a look?" I have quite a spacious place with plenty of gear. Hearing these words, Su Nian couldn't help but twitch his lips. I wish to customize a piece of equipment. Of the purple grade. Blacksmith Lee paused, somewhat taken aback. Purple grade? Here, we can only customize equipment up to blue grade, but as he trailed off, a prompt appeared before Su Nian. Hidden quest triggered. Would you like to learn more? A spark of excitement lit up in Su Nian's eyes. Equipment in the early game is divided into 4 grades: green, blue, purple, and red. If a player can acquire a piece of purple grade equipment in the early stages, their growth rate will undoubtedly soar. Thus, the hidden quest before him, accessible to all, had caused quite a stir upon its discovery in his previous life. However, Su Nian's purpose for coming this time was not to obtain purple grade equipment, but rather the ancient necklace. Indeed, this was the additional reward granted for achieving the first hidden quest completion across the entire server. Su Nian turned to the blacksmith Lee, feigning ignorance, and inquired, "But what?" Lee chuckled, replying, "If you can bring me 3 Lord's Hearts, crafting that purple grade equipment for you is certainly feasible." The blacksmith then presented a hidden quest: collect 3 Lord's Hearts. Will you accept? Without hesitation, Su Nian replied affirmatively, successfully accepting the hidden quest. He was tasked with acquiring 3 Lord's Hearts, with progress at 0. The Lord's Hearts sounded rather unfamiliar at first. However, these items were actually rare materials that dropped with a 25% chance from defeating the 4 monsters outside the novice village. Su Nian vaguely recalled that in his previous life, when the members of the Starry Rain Club first completed this hidden quest, and it was announced server-wide, the number of teams farming daily was simply incalculable. Wealthy players would hire others to farm for them, while those lacking funds would team up in small groups, waiting for their turn to farm. Reflecting on this chaotic experience from his past life made Su Nian increasingly frustrated. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Enough of that. Time to grind some monsters. After venting, Su Nian proceeded to the spawning ground of the Storm Rabbits. Of course, leveling up through monster grinding was secondary. Early on, defeating a few hundred small monsters could not compare to the experience gained from single-handedly vanquishing one. His current focus was on utilizing monster grinding to stack his execution probability. After all, with only 3 minutes, he needed to ensure a 3-fold execution rate for his peace of mind. Don't be misled into thinking a rate of 1 is easy to trigger. In a certain game he had played, a 95 probability yielded no hope whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Player, Emperor, Super Talent, Percentage Execution, 1, Level, 4 211,500, Class, Priest, Health, 350350. Mana, 150,150. Attack, 15. Magic Power, 8. Attack Speed, 0.5. Armor, 7. Magic Resistance, 5. Movement Speed, 2. Physical Penetration, 0. Magic Penetration, 0. Free Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Novice Staff. Skills, none learned. Inventory, empty. Ignoring the slightly improved stats before him, Su Nian shifted his gaze aside. Chapter 4. Server-wide announcement. Shocking the entire server. The world is in an uproar. Current execution probability, 311. Well, that will suffice for now. To his surprise, he had managed to trigger 2 executions within the hour. This probability seemed quite genuine, unlike certain other platforms. As he reflected, Su Nian also regained his stamina. After all, this was an ultra-realistic virtual online game, despite his physical body remaining still in reality. Yet after prolonged exertion in the game, a palpable sense of fatigue begins to settle in. Su Nian opened the map, recalling the memories of his past life in search of the location. The rocky cave, this must be it. After marking the position, he set off without delay. Leaving the designated safe zone of the novice village implied that players could attack one another, and upon death, they would drop equipment and experience points. Although he possessed nothing at the moment, it was prudent to remain cautious in any perilous environment. Before long, Su Nian arrived at his destination. It was a vast, open cave. To conquer the colossal rock beast within, one must first ascend the nearly 10-meter-high sheer cliff. This was merely the initial step. Upon expending his stamina to climb, the player would enter the vigilance zone of the rock beast. At that moment, relentless waves of earthen spikes would come rushing toward him. Without teamwork, the challenge of soloing would be daunting, to say the least. Now was the time to test his mettle. After regaining his composure, Su Nian fixed his gaze on the rocky wall, took a deep breath, and began to climb with hands and feet. For someone like Su Nian, who had traversed countless dungeons and navigated numerous treacherous terrains in his previous life, a distance of a mere several meters was trivial. Thus, in less than half a minute, he deftly reached the top of the cliff. Standing there, He surveyed the area below and immediately locked onto the central territory, a towering stone giant. Standing 5 or 6 meters tall, with massive, sturdy limbs composed entirely of rock. Rock Beast, level 15. Type, Class. Health, 3, 480, 034, 800. Attack, 235. Skills, Frenzy, Invulnerability. Rock Impale, Rock Shockwave, Rock Summon. Goodness, such an attack power would be devastating with even the slightest contact. Gazing at the information panel, Sun Yin could barely express his astonishment before a sudden rush of wind heralded the arrival of a barrage of earthen spikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dense flurry of spikes surged toward him at an alarming speed. Sun Yin's eyes sharpened, and his muscles tensed. In the split second before the onslaught of spikes struck him, he executed a series of precise movements, allowing each spike to narrowly graze past his body. A misstep of even half a step would have meant starting over. The spikes came in relentless waves, continuing for a full 5 seconds. During this interval, despite Sun Yin's exceptional skills, the density of the spikes caused a tear in his priest's robe. The speed of this new character felt somewhat sluggish, a stark contrast to the agility of his previous character, who had surpassed level 80. Casting a glance at the scratch on his sleeve, Sun Yin seized a brief moment while the rock beast prepared for its next volley of spikes to swiftly glide down the cliff. As soon as he touched the ground, the rock beast would cease its spike attack, and with the speed of the other skills at its disposal, he could easily anticipate and evade them flawlessly. A deep, thunderous roar erupted from the rock beast's maw. Just as Sun Yin landed, a new wave of earthen spikes began to coalesce on the beast's surface, racing toward him at breakneck speed. Goodness, is this even possible? Sun Yin quickly steadied his pace and calmed his mind. His eyes darted, keenly perceiving each incoming earth spike, as his body instinctively twisted with remarkable agility. This battle instinct, honed through countless life and death confrontations with alien races in a past life, was no trivial matter. In reality, should he encounter a master-level warrior, his current physical prowess would be insufficient. Yet within the confines of the game, he could only remark, "My dear friend, you still have much to practice." Before long, as Sun Yin evaded the final earth spike, he gazed at the colossal rock beast approaching at a sluggish pace. A crooked smile reminiscent of a mischievous dragon gracing his lips. "Your skills have been exhausted. Now it is my turn for some enjoyment." With this thought in mind, a flash of blue light illuminated his hands as the priest's staff materialized. 15. Talent not yet triggered. Kill probability 0. 01. Current kill probability 3. 12. Rock Beast. You possess quite the aura. I was beginning to think disaster was imminent. But your displayed values, they hardly seem worthy of even a gentle massage for me. As he pondered this disheartening reality, he did not forget to challenge the rock beast. Let the frustration linger. After all, fortune is my sustenance. Before the talent activates, you may bask in arrogance. But once it does, your fate becomes a precarious gamble. 17. 15. 15. Roar. The rock beast, observing the player who was fervently brandishing a staff and leaping about, sank down onto the ground, its wise head adorned with question marks. Is this player deranged? Instead of leveling up, they choose to challenge me? Do they think they can solo me with such meager damage? If you can indeed bring me down with such paltry damage, I shall instantly reward you with 34,000. Successfully triggered a 100 kill talent. Defeated the level 15 rock beast. Experience gained 1,540. Congratulations. You have leveled up to 5. Congratulations. You have leveled up to 6. Rock beast drops. Heart of the Lord 1. Battle boots, blue. 1. 5 free attribute points. Sun Yin grimaced. The loot this time is rather disappointing, isn't it? However, with the Heart of the Lord as a safety net, it's somewhat acceptable. Congratulations. You have achieved the unique first kill accomplishment on this server. The system is about to make a server-wide announcement. Would you like to hide it? Congratulations. You are the first player on this server to slay the rock beast. The system is about to make a server-wide announcement. Would you like to hide it? Without a moment of hesitation, Sun Yin replied, "No. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Player D for achieving the unique first kill accomplishment on this server. Special rewards. Random red gear 1. First kill, title, 1, 10 free attribute points. 100 gold. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Player D for becoming the first player on this server to slay the rock beast. Special rewards. 10 free attribute points. 1 random skill book, 100 gold." As these announcements reverberated through the divine realm, the world channel erupted into chaos. Chapter 5. Greatness in embracing all, but is there malice? The warrior's divine garb. Regarding my mere level 2, yet this esteemed figure has already achieved the first clear. Who might this affluent benefactor be? Perhaps the owner of a certain club? Ah, I too am the proprietor of a club. Why do I lack such prowess? Has this magnate awakened a celestial talent? Is the game truly so feeble? Come, let us engage. Are we still battling mere common monsters? Brothers, join my party, and I shall lead you in this endeavor. The World Channel may be abuzz with conversation, yet Sun Yin's thoughts were far removed from such trivialities. His entire focus was fixated upon the rewards. Free attribute points, 27. Inventory, Heart of the Lord, 1. Battle Boots, Blue, 1. Random Red Equipment, 1. First Kill Title, 1. Random Skill Book, 1. Gold, 200. First Kill Title Effect. Upon equipping, your attacks will inflict an additional 100 damage. Indeed, this title can easily rival a tiered talent. As for the Blue Battle Boots, equipment name, Battle Boots, Blue. Level 1. Effect 1. Health, 188. Effect 2. Movement Speed, 2. A quintessential level 1 boot, with a chance of dropping from high-level monsters. It is merely marginally superior to a green item with singular effects. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. Regardless, let us see what the red equipment may yield. Upon encountering the red equipment, it would be disingenuous to claim Sun Yin was not exhilarated. Just how rare is a piece of red equipment? This can be discerned from the previous life, where players reached level 30, yet the total number of red items in the entire server did not exceed 20. In a context where red items are so scarce, even the most inferior purple equipment could easily fetch a few thousand coins. In his past life, at what level did he acquire his first red item? Was it at 40 or perhaps 50? In any case, this was an exceptional windfall. Would you like to use the random red equipment? Yes. Sun Yin could scarcely contain his eagerness. He yearned to unveil its true form. Congratulations. You have acquired Bloodbath Battle Garb. Level 1. Can be forged and upgraded. Effect 1. Health, 1050. Effect 2. Mana, 565. Effect 3. Armor, 88. Effect 4. Magic Resistance, 85. Skill Effect. When the player's health drops below 10, they will gain 5 seconds of invulnerability, along with 12 universal lifesteal, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Indeed, the red equipment not only possesses unparalleled effects for its level, but also boasts unique skills akin to trinkets. Otherwise, why would it be so rare? These attributes and abilities are truly the hallmarks of a warrior's divine gear. Sun Yin licked his lips, pondering. However, for me at present, this is indeed a treasure of immense value. I shall equip it for now. Whether to keep or to discard can be decided later. After donning the Bloodbath Battle Garb along with the Battle Boots, Sun Yin did not forget to allocate all his free attribute points into attack speed. With everything arranged, Sun Yin was about to utilize the random skill book when, suddenly, a notification in the upper right corner caught his attention amidst the 99 friend requests. Is there room for greatness? Is this not the owner of the Xingyu Club? Sun Yin was no stranger to this individual. In his previous life, during Su Yu's hospitalization, he earned his livelihood by assisting this gold farming boss. Apart from being a youthful and charming figure, this boss frequently rewarded their efforts with additional incentives in the gold farming group. Thus, Sun Yin's impression of him in his past life was relatively positive. However, it is unfortunate that 3 years later, this very boss was betrayed by his most trusted subordinate over a precious artifact. Clearly, when the virtual realm of the game converges with reality, such occurrences become all too common. After all, while certain divine items may seem trivial within the game, their emergence in the real world can ignite fierce competition among countless formidable players. Yu Rong, the boss, privately messaged, "Greetings, esteemed player. I am the owner of the Xingyu Club. Are you interested in selling your gold and equipment? The benefits are exceptional. If intrigued, please accept my friend request." Sun Yin merely glanced at the message before accepting the friend request. In his previous life, even selling his house had not sufficed to cover the exorbitant medical expenses, leaving him to helplessly watch the girl who was filled with affection for him suffer and depart. Thus, he understood better than anyone the significance of wealth and power. "I have 200 gold coins. What is your offer?" As soon as Sun Yin sent this message, Yu Rong replied, "Our gold farming members value the coins at $20 each. If you're willing to sell, I can purchase 200 coins for $5,000. How's that sound?" Sun Yin raised an eyebrow. The boss seemed quite sincere. "All right, I will sell all of it." After Sun Yin transferred the 200 gold coins, Yu Rong successfully deposited $5,000 into his account. The transaction proceeded smoothly. However, Sun Yin politely declined the idea of selling his red equipment. The reason was simple. Despite the promising prospects of the game, which had attracted the attention of major clubs and fostered fierce competition. The game had only been active for 2 hours. The true value of red equipment remained unknown. Yu Rong did not push further. In her eyes, establishing a favorable impression with this prominent player, who had achieved the first kill in just 2 hours after the game launched, was already a triumph. Buying equipment and recruiting players would have to wait until they became more familiar with the game to avoid potential losses for both parties. Within the rocky cavern, Sun Yin dismissed the chat panel before surveying his surroundings. With an impassive expression, he remarked, "Gentlemen, is there any enjoyment in lurking about?" No sooner had Sun Yin spoken than 3 figures emerged from the nearby rock wall, revealing themselves. Their intentions appeared hostile. To his surprise, this esteemed player was indeed in the same novice village as them. This visit had not been in vain. The leader of the trio, a player named Brother Cohen, exclaimed in astonishment, "I am even more surprised that this is a solo endeavor by such a prominent player. If I am not mistaken, he must have chosen an extraordinary talent or acquired a powerful item." As he spoke, Cohen glanced at Sun Yin with a teasing expression and remarked, after a player's demise, "They typically drop at least 2 pieces of equipment, correct? And, esteemed sir, do you not possess a piece of rare gear?" Upon hearing this, Sun Yin narrowed his eyes. It was evident that, following the world announcement, some players had rushed to this unmistakable territory of the rock giant, hoping for a stroke of luck. Who would have thought that these 3 would encounter him? But what emboldened them? Was it the encouragement of Liang Jingru, or perhaps the backing of club? Stealing a glance at the time in the upper right corner, Sun Yin replied coolly, "Do you think you possess the capability to obtain my equipment?" No sooner had he spoken than the 3, descending from the rock face, provided their answer. "Of course, we lack that capability." Cohen halted approximately 10 meters from Sun Yin, spreading his hands and chuckling. "However, rest assured, several hundred players from our club have already arrived at Novice Village 5178. Perhaps they might." He decided to assert dominance. Noticing Sun Yin's silence, Cohen shifted his tone to one of seriousness. "However, our boss has just mentioned that if you are willing to join our Hao Yue club, all you need to do is surrender your rare gear and skill books. We guarantee you a salary of 1 million. Without waiting for Sun Yin's response, Cohen threatened, "Even if you wish to resist, do you truly believe that a single piece of rare gear can withstand the onslaught of hundreds? Or do you think your talents or the items in your possession can annihilate us all in an instant?" A confident smile graced Cohen's lips. "If not, it would be wise to comply. Of course, you could also opt to log out of the game, but outside the protection zone of the Novice Village. If any other players are within a 5-meter radius, or if you enter a combat state, your character will not simply vanish upon logging out." Thus, Cohen displayed a theatrical change of expression, extending a seemingly friendly hand towards Sun Yin. "Joining the Hao Yue Club is your only option at this juncture." As his words hung in the air, several players struggled to climb up the rock face. Upon witnessing the scene below, their eyes sparkled with excitement. One player shouted, "Manager Cohen, the group chat said that if we come to support and, if necessary, sacrifice ourselves, we would each receive $100. Enough chatter. Perform well, and there's a chicken leg in it for you." With that, several players tumbled down the rock face, swiftly encircling the central figure, Sun Yin. Satisfied with this development, Cohen smiled and inquired, "What are your thoughts? Join us. After all, this is merely a game, and who could possibly turn down money?" In response, Sun Yin coolly uttered 3 words, 2.5. "Very well. I shall grant you this time to contemplate. Are you attempting to stall?" Cohen chuckled at this. It was precisely to his advantage. If the other party was intent on fleeing, retaining them with their current numbers would indeed be a challenge. If fortune smiles upon them, encountering their comrades outside the rocky cave would be a favorable outcome. However, should they fail to meet anyone, their expedition would be in vain. Yet, observing the demeanor of this young man, it is likely he is tempted. After all, a salary of 1 million annually is quite an enticing proposition. Who would claim to be indifferent to such an allure? As for whether this youth might yield, one must ponder, is the million truly valid? Surely, no one could genuinely believe that fortune would bestow upon them a windfall without consequence. They would be left with nothing but despair. We are not novices. Now, with a mere quarter of an hour passing, at least dozens of their comrades should arrive. At that juncture, who would fear this young man as escape? Even if he possessed wings, he could not flee. Is this truly how a prominent figure from the Empire conducts themselves? They leave no room for retreat. As time ticked away, the number of followers behind Brother Cohen steadily increased. Upon closer inspection, the number of individuals surrounding Sun Yin reached a staggering 70 to 80. Each of these individuals had been teleported from various novice villages, randomly arriving near the rocky cave. Otherwise, The distance from the novice village to this location would require at least 7 to 8 minutes of travel. Brother Kuan, the time has come. A subordinate interjected. Oh. Brother Kuan scanned his surroundings, a triumphant smile gracing his face. He turned to Su Nian and remarked, since the time has arrived, then but suddenly, a massive shadow enveloped the center of the arena. An unseen pressure descended, silencing Brother Kuan's words. What is that? My goodness. Brother Kuan barely registered the gasps of astonishment when, in the next instant, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the rocky cave. The ground trembled thrice, and from above, a colossal rock beast descended, instantly obliterating Brother Kuan and his companions before they could even react. The rock beast dispatched the player known as Brother Kuan. The rock beast dispatched the player known as Water Abundance. The rock beast eliminated. Su Nian, who had prudently distanced himself several meters away, observed the surrounding players. Their eyes wide with shock, and jested, I was waiting for a respawn. May I inquire what you were waiting for? At this moment, the players were utterly stupefied by the terrifying numbers before them, stuttering even in their speech. Yes, what do we do now? 33,000 health points? This must be a lie. He can single-handedly tackle such a formidable foe? Run. Quickly flee. With a thunderous roar, the rock beast glared at Su Nian with blood-red eyes. It was this human. He had the audacity to eliminate it in a single strike. Such a humiliation was incomprehensible. As the crimson rage in the rock beast's eyes intensified, the ground of the cave quaked, and stones from the walls began to fall. Roar. The rocks trembled. The rock beast slammed its feet against the ground, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated rapidly from its center. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Nian seized the opportune moment. A nimble leap allowed him to evade the shockwave beneath him. His health dwindled to 33. The residual effects of the skill inflicted a minor amount of damage upon him. However, the other players surrounding him were not so fortunate. The rock giant ruthlessly annihilated player Kuan, and similarly dispatched another player who lamented her loss. A staggering 76 notifications flashed before Su Nian's eyes, signaling the complete obliteration of all players who had come to besiege him. None were spared. Roaring in fury, the rock giant, seeing that this despised human had not yet succumbed, unleashed its skills once more with reckless abandon. Rock summon. In an instant, 3 immense boulders, each several meters wide, materialized before him, hurtling towards Su Nian. Witnessing this, Su Nian dared not linger. He swiftly took to his heels, knowing that a wise man avoids immediate peril. The rock giant, further incensed, could only watch in frustration as Su Nian deftly maneuvered away, hampered by its own sluggish movements. Just as Su Nian escaped the lair, he chanced upon an all-too-familiar sight in the world chat. Chapter 7. A Man and a Woman in Solitude? In the novice village, Brother Kuan had just revived. Upon seeing his plummeting level, his temper flared, veins bulging in agitation. Who could have predicted such a swift respawn? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Resolutely, he began typing furiously in the world chat. Kuan, Emperor you mutt. Do you resemble a dog? Just wait until I catch you. You will not escape my wrath. Emperor, practice more if you're weak. If you can't handle defeat, perhaps you should refrain from playing. Kuan, I curse you. As the world chat erupted in chaos, Su Nian, having evaded his pursuers, found a relatively concealed spot to hide. The reason for his caution was simple. Just as he departed from his lair, he encountered a few players intent on eliminating him. Upon seeing the leader's staggering health of over 1,000, they fled without uttering a word. With such a group around, it was clear he could not hunt effectively at that moment. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 10 in the morning. It would not be until 3 months later that he would understand the gravity of the situation when the girl suddenly fainted and was hospitalized. By then, it was too late. Her condition had worsened, and they missed the optimal window for surgery. Even if surgery were to be performed at that time, the chances of success were slim. Furthermore, they could not afford the exorbitant costs, resorting instead to selling their home for conservative treatment before seeking further options. In this life, he vowed she would not bear such burdens alone. Recalling the words spoken by Su Yu before her departure in his previous life, Su Nian's resolve grew ever more steadfast. There would be time to hunt again in the afternoon. With his current attack speed, could he not slay at least once within the hour? Resolute in his decision, Su Nian chose to exit the game. The next moment, a dazzling light enveloped his vision. As the game hatch automatically opened, Su Nian blinked awake to find herself in her bedroom, catching sight of a shadowy figure of a dog. What are you doing? Su Yu's delicate body trembled as she swiftly concealed several banknotes in her grasp before daring to turn around. I'll be leaving once I've finished taking whatever this is. I have class to attend by. With that, Su Yu intended to make a hasty exit, but at that moment, a strong hand suddenly grasped her arm. Ah! Su Yu exclaimed in surprise. Due to one foot being off the ground, the unexpected force, compounded by inertia, sent her slender form stumbling backward until her back pressed firmly against someone else. It was only then that her footing stabilized slightly. Just as Su Yu sought to catch her breath, a man's voice pierced the air with a questioning tone. At that moment, a faint blush spread across the exquisite features of the young girl, her gracefully arched brows quivering slightly, and her delicate lips pressed tightly together. As she drew closer, the unique fragrance emanating from her enveloped Su Nian, causing a momentary daze and quickening his heartbeat. Feeling someone's hurried breath nearby, Su Yu's beautiful eyes widened in alarm. Alone together in a room, what should they do? They had only just come of age. Was it too soon? Hey, what are you thinking? Su Nian waved a hand in front of the girl, teasingly. What's this? My slightest action renders you speechless? Su Yu pouted and retorted, who has lost in thought. Just seeing the defiant expression on her face, Su Nian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. In his previous life, she had always been a little proud and stubborn, while his own rather wooden demeanor led to their eventual estrangement. But in this life, he would relish the challenge of seeing if this proud little girl could withstand him. After all, he was entirely capable of managing it. Since the school suggested a comprehensive examination, Su Nian observed the handful of bills Su Yu clutched tightly, his tone growing serious. Why did you only bring this paltry sum? Why didn't you ask me for more? Su Yu waved her hand dismissively. This is just a simple check. No need to waste so much money. Su Nian's expression shifted abruptly to one of sternness. I have the funds. A thorough examination is essential. And next time, don't hide anything from me. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback and retorted impatiently. How much money would a comprehensive check waste? Are you out of your mind? Do you want us to be unable to afford drinks next month? Before she could finish her sentence, Su Nian displayed the bank information on his phone before her, abruptly silencing her. 5,000? Su Yu gawked at the balance displayed on the screen, then glanced at Su Nian, who wore a broad smile. She swallowed hard and hurried to the window to draw the curtains. I'm telling you, we absolutely cannot stop. Stop. Su Nian interjected, rolling his eyes. What are you thinking? This 5,000 is what I earned from gaming with the lady boss. Su Yu slightly furrowed her pristine brows. Earned from gaming? While she did not dispute Su Nian's gaming prowess, she also acknowledged that in this era, some individuals could indeed earn a modest sum through gaming. However, earning 5,000 in merely 2 hours. Wait, the focus doesn't seem to lie solely on the money. Su Yu suddenly realized, her enchanting eyes fixated intently on Su Nian's. With hands on her hips, she lamented, a female boss? Have you taken up a role as a gaming companion? Does she have her eye on you? If not, why would she so generously bestow such a sum? And she's a wealthy woman? After all, only affluent ladies would be attracted to a vibrant and handsome young man like Su Nian. The mere thought left Su Yu feeling rather unsettled. Chapter 8. Has Su Yu confessed? A familiar gaze. Observing Su Yu's disheartened demeanor, Su Nian couldn't help but twitch his lips. What are you thinking? Upon meeting the girl's inquisitive gaze, he decided to be forthright, recounting how he earned gold coins from his first game and subsequently sold them to the female boss. Is it really just that? Su Yu tilted her head, still a bit skeptical, yet her heart was already convinced to a significant extent. Oh, are you envious, little you? Su Nian teased. Who is envious? I'm just a tad curious. Su Yu huffed lightly, turning her head away, oblivious to how her earlier behavior might suggest otherwise to someone watching. Su Nian's eyes sparkled as he jested. Oh, just a curiosity? Nothing more? Su Yu raised her fist. Grinning, less chatter. I went to the hospital for a checkup. Will you accompany me? At this, Su Nian restrained the impulse to pinch her rosy cheeks and rummage through his wardrobe for an outfit, changing right before Su Yu's eyes. Seeing this, Su Yu quickly turned her back, blushing as she asked, is it really that lucrative to play games? Absolutely, Su Nian replied nonchalantly. Su Yu rubbed her hands together, eagerly asking, then will you teach me? Su Nian raised an eyebrow. What, no more school? Su Yu flashed a bright smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Where's the future in school? Once dressed, Su Nian approached Su Yu, playfully tapping her head. Shall I buy you a virtual capsule? Perhaps not. How would he know how to play? They exited the community. Under Su Yu's insistence, the two opted to walk to Hangzhou Hospital rather than taking a taxi. After approximately 5 minutes of walking, suddenly, oh, Su Nian, is that you? Hearing the voice, Su Nian turned to see the large characters of Hao Yue Club in the distance. And standing at the entrance was a young man with yellow hair. Upon recognizing him, Su Nian narrowed his eyes, retrieving memories of this individual. Hao Ge? Who would have thought that the benevolent Su Nian remembers me? As he approached, Hao Ge grinned. But don't call me bro. You're my bro instead. After all, if it weren't for our fight back then, I wouldn't have been expelled from school, nor would I be here as a gold farmer. With a teasing smile, Hauge added, had I not become a gold farmer, I wouldn't have awakened my extraordinary talent and landed this job that pays 5,000 a month. Merely playing games. Hauge patted Sun Yin's shoulder with a heavy hand, his tone dripping with sarcasm. You are now my great benefactor. I shall call you Su de Shanran, if that does not offend you. The self-satisfaction and mockery in his eyes were evident to any discerning observer. Previously, they had attended the same school, where he often squandered his time either skipping classes to play video games or engaging in brawls. He had openly pursued Su Yu without a hint of shame. When faced with his incessant harassment, Sun Yin had issued a stern warning. The outcome? They had ended up in a fight, resulting in Hauge being expelled for his numerous misdeeds, including the harassment of female classmates. It is safe to say that even without Sun Yin's intervention, his expulsion was merely a matter of time. Now, witnessing Hauge's smug expression as he turned to Su Yu, it was clear what he intended to convey. You once looked down on me. Now, you are unworthy of my attention. To Sun Yin, he was merely a fool. While others might be oblivious, he was well aware of what the Haoyue Club truly represented. This fool had unwittingly signed a contract that could seal his fate. In the future, when he finds himself weeping and lamenting, Sun Yin recalled that he had previously purchased a virtual pod, surely not merely for playing Shinyu, right? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Hauge, and he remarked with a sinister smile, my in-game name is the same as my real name. Should Su de Shanran encounter me in the game, I suggest you steer clear. With that final taunt, Hauge turned on his heel, leaving with an air of nonchalance. It was a gratifying slap in the face for Sun Yin, merely an ant in the grand scheme of things. At that moment, Su Yu murmured behind them, is that person throwing money around? Did you catch what he said? Sun Yin shook his head, responding with a hint of pity, just a pitiful creature. A monthly salary of 5,000? Do you have any idea how much a rookie player's base salary can range from when signed for a year? Between 1.2 million and 5 million. If the player's talent is exceptionally rare and beneficial to the club, that base price could easily double. This fool has likely signed for 5 years at a minimum. How utterly tragic. The accounts of past and present shall be settled in due time. Just as they departed, a young man with a stylish center-part haircut and handsome features emerged from the club. Upon seeing him, Hauge immediately transformed into a sycophant, approaching with exaggerated deference. Kuin Ge, do you have business outside? Kuin Ge merely cast a casual glance at Hauge and inquired, those two just now, are they your friends? Hauge waved his hand dismissively. Not relevant, just two insignificant ants. All right then, Kuin Ge, see you in the game. At that moment, Hauge felt a strange déjà vu in Kuin Ge's gaze, reminiscent of the one who had single-handedly outmatched dozens from their club. It was as if everything was under control, and that look was akin to one directed at a fool. Ah, this time, it seems we are not the only ones with designs on you. There is no escape for you now. The flowers bloom in two, each on its own branch. Not long after, the two individuals arrived at Hangzhou People's Hospital. Subsequently, they proceeded to the neurology department, where, following the advice of the school's medical personnel, they underwent approximately 4 or 5 examinations. While waiting for the results, Sun Yin could distinctly sense the tension, anxiety, and unease emanating from the young lady beside him. He took the initiative to grasp her delicate, cool hand, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry. With me by your side, what is there to fear? However, no sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man clad in a white coat emerged from the office. May I ask who is the family member of Su Yu? Upon noticing the two young individuals seated outside, the doctor quickly adjusted his tone. Ahem, please, both of you, come in. Sun Yin gently tugged at Su Yu's hand, and together they entered the office. Observing Su Yu's heightened anxiety, he turned to the seated doctor and inquired, Doctor, may I ask about my sister's examination results? The middle-aged physician, upon hearing this, first gathered the various test results into a bag. He then approached Sun Yin, smiling as he reassured him. Do not worry, child. Your sister merely has a few minor issues. As he spoke, he patted Sun Yin's shoulder, a flicker of compassion evident in his eyes, understanding the unspoken sentiment. Sun Yin gratefully accepted the bag from the doctor. Was he not already aware of Su Yu's condition? The doctor's choice of words and his decision to allow the patient's family member to accompany them into the office were clearly attempts to shield the patient from the crushing weight of despair. What minor issues then, doctor? Su Yu lifted her head, her curiosity piqued. In response, the doctor endeavored to maintain a light tone. You need not fear the small problems in your head, my dear. As long as you undergo surgery within the next 2 months, there should be no significant concerns. Sun Yin nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, doctor. The physician regarded the departing young couple with a complex gaze. Throughout their journey, no matter how Su Nian tried to comfort her, Su Yu remained silent, her head bowed, her expression occasionally drifting into a daze. Watching her, with her eyes slightly red, as she changed her shoes and headed toward her bedroom. He quickly reached out to grasp her slender, delicate arm, offering consolation. The doctor said that surgery will resolve it. It must be benign, so do not be afraid. At his words, Su Yu lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, and softly proposed. If it is benign, can we not treat it with medication instead? I do not wish to undergo surgery. She was not naive, despite the doctor's attempt at reassurance. Her inherently sensitive nature made it impossible for her to overlook the gravity of the situation. The mere fact that there was an issue in her brain, coupled with the necessity of surgery, was enough to signal the seriousness of her condition. This simply cannot be allowed. Sun Yan exclaimed, growing anxious. But we do not have the money, Su Yu replied, once again lowering her head. Though she endeavored to hold back her tears, they fell unrelentingly, one by one. Leave this to me, all right? He enveloped the silently sobbing girl in his embrace, holding her tightly as if to prevent her from slipping away. Upon hearing these words, the girl shook her head repeatedly in Sun Yan's embrace, desperately seeking to break free, but to no avail. The exorbitant cost of the surgery was all too evident. Hospital fees, medical expenses. Before her stood a young man with a promising future. Yet, the future that awaited her seemed only destined to burden him. Was this illness truly as simple as it appeared? In that moment, Su Yu trembled all over. Suddenly, a warm touch pressed firmly against her lips, and her mind, once clouded with negativity, turned blank in an instant. After what felt like an eternity, Sun Yan gently lifted his hand to caress the girl's delicate face. His voice soft and tender. Since the departure of my parents, you have been my caretaker. So now, grant me an opportunity, will you? Although Su Yu's beautiful eyes were already brimming with tears, upon hearing his words, her vision blurred once more. She rubbed her small face against the boy's chest, wiping away her tears, and then, with a flushed face, stammered, Why, you haven't eaten, have you? I'll go prepare something for you. All right, Sun Yan replied with a smile, willingly releasing the now-warmed Su Yu from his embrace. Observing her panicked escape, he smacked his lips in thought. Before long, after they had finished lunch, the time had already reached 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Sun Yan prepared to return to the virtual chamber, aiming to level up his talent and obtain the ancient necklace today. Initially, Sun Yan intended for the girl to take a 2-month leave from school. After all, her condition could not withstand excessive strain, nor could she overexert her mind. Yet, she was adamant about continuing her studies. Eventually, after she repeatedly assured him that attending school was merely a pastime and that she would take care of her health, Sun Yan reluctantly agreed. He was curious to see what treasures the next half-day would unveil. Stepping into the virtual chamber, he cast aside any distracting thoughts. Player, Emperor, Super Talent, Percentage Execution, 1. Level, 6, 250-2000. Class, Priest. Health, 1,600-1,600. Mana, 865. Attack, 23. Magic Power, 10. Attack Speed, 0-90. Movement Speed, 25. Armor, 98. Magic Resistance, 93. Physical Penetration, 0. Magic Penetration, 0. Free Attribute Points, 0. Equipment, Novice Staff, Bloodbath Armor, Battle Boots, Blue. Skills, not learned. Inventory, Lord's Heart, First Kill, Title. Random Skill Book. Quickly scanning the overachieving data panel, Sun Yan felt a swell of satisfaction as he swiftly opened the game map. His identity had become widely known, and with the watchful eyes of the Haoyue Club upon him, venturing to another novice village to grind became his only option. He simply hoped not to be randomly teleported to some bizarre location. Are you sure you want to go to Novice Village number 1588? Confirmed. Sun Yan did not hesitate. In the next moment, his vision blurred. What? What the heck? Chapter 10, I have already finished one. And you are still here? Am I blind? Sun Yan blinked, confirming that he was indeed awake. He glanced around, only to be greeted by an enveloping darkness, so dense that he couldn't see his own hand in front of him. The silence was almost suffocating. What was happening? Could it be that he had triggered some sort of mechanism and found himself trapped within a teleportation wall? Muttering to himself, Sun Yan swiftly regained his composure. Instinctively, he attempted to open the map, only to find that it was unresponsive. His expression morphed into one of bewilderment. Wasn't the map supposed to be disabled only in certain designated instances? Wait a moment. Sun Yan crouched down and touched the ground. Was this stone bricks? He knocked on it, Although it had some thickness, it felt hollow beneath. Was there another layer below? With this thought in mind, he pressed his palm against the ground and began to move cautiously in one direction. Before long, he felt the cool surface of a wall. Again, he tapped it. This time it was solid. Although it was evident that he was within some kind of structure, and for the moment, he was not in any imminent danger. The question remained, what sort of bizarre architecture was this? Not a ray of sunlight penetrated this place. Was it a dungeon? Did such a thing exist within a novice village? In a state of confusion, Nian continued to explore along the wall. Suddenly, he heard a click. It seemed he had activated some sort of switch. Instantly, blinding lights illuminated the walls in a systematic manner. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was in a rectangular passageway constructed entirely of sturdy stone. Every few meters along the walls, there were dragon heads, their mouths agape, each holding a luminous orb. The sudden influx of light was somewhat uncomfortable for Nian's eyes, causing him to squint instinctively. Nevertheless, he quickly noticed a large red exclamation mark at the end of the corridor. Furrowing his brow, he squinted as he approached the ominous symbol. As he drew near, a series of words materialized before him, causing his pupils to contract in shock. Welcome to the land of treasures. Could it really be this place? Nian found it hard to believe. This was extraordinary luck. He recalled that this was a hidden dungeon, discovered by a fortunate player in the novice village, which was typically accessed by players only upon reaching level 20. According to an insider, the land of treasures, as the name suggests, contained treasures on every level. The deeper one delved, the more abundant and extraordinary the treasures became. However, the prerequisite for obtaining these treasures was that players had to successfully navigate through each level. In a previous life, a certain guild had even gone to great lengths, spending a considerable fortune to gather over 100 players, each possessing at least one purple item and levels between 7 and 9, just to barely reach the 6th underground level. Yet, the treasures found in that 6th level alone had yielded a red item and several top-tier artifacts for the guild. The additional rewards were simply countless. As for how many layers exist within this treasure land, the answer remains a mystery. Upon contemplating this, Nian felt a surge of excitement. If what the informant claimed holds true, then the players from the previous life, who eagerly rushed into the main city, were utterly oblivious to the myriad of opportunities they had missed. Yet, the veracity of this information must be personally ascertained. With a determined gesture, Nian reached for the switch before him. A slight exertion, and the stone door creaked open. Hidden dungeon prompt. Only through unity can one acquire boundless treasures. Disregarding the inscription, Nian descended to the first underground level. The first sight that met his eyes was a few skeletal soldiers in the center of the passage, leading to a treasure chest at the end. Quite simple indeed. There truly was treasure. Raising an eyebrow, Nian began to examine the information regarding the skeletal soldiers. Skeletal soldier, 5. Grade, elite. Health, 500. Attack, 35. Skill, lunge. Such feeble opponents hardly warranted any discourse. Summoning his priest staff, he unleashed a strike at the skeletal soldiers. 36. Talent not triggered. Execution probability 0. 01. The skeletal soldiers stirred, their hollow eye sockets igniting with a crimson glow as they lunged towards Nian with alarming speed. They were surprisingly swift. Sonales Greystal maneuvers reservist. In a mere 2 minutes, with an average of eliminating one skeletal soldier every 10 seconds without sustaining any damage, he successfully cleared the first underground level. TSK. Facing such instinctive minor foes in the early stages, my skills seem rather disproportionately overpowering. Stretching his back, Nian mused, have you all not yet finished? A typical scenario where I've already smoked an entire cigarette while you're still at it. Quite pathetic. Reaching the treasure chest at the end of the passage, it gradually opened, revealing a completion prompt before his eyes. Congratulations on successfully clearing the treasure land. First level rewards. 50 gold coins, war helmet, purple, X1, level 2 skill X2. Nian. Goodness, a purple item for clearing the first level? Truly, the treasure land lives up to its reputation. The drop rates are exceptionally high. Let us quickly assess the attributes. War helmet, purple level, 5. Effect 1, restores 6 health per second. Effect 2, evasion rate 3. Effect 3, attack 35. Goodness, health restoration per second. If my health reaches 1,000,000 in the future, wouldn't that mean recovering tens of thousands every second? After the initial thrill, Nian decisively equipped the helmet. Next, he turned his attention to the 2 skills he had obtained. Rain of arrows. The archer's normal attack has a 5 chance to trigger rain of arrows, dealing area damage. Level skill. Charge. A charge punch will deal an additional 20 damage to the target. Level skill. One skill for an archer, another for a martial artist. Su Nian's lips twitched. Not a single one suited him. The two should find time to visit the marketplace and sell their wares. All right. Su Nian suddenly recalled that he still had an unused random skill book. This item possesses the chance to unlock advanced skills. How formidable are these advanced skills? Do not inquire. After all, he had never encountered them in his previous life. He does not seek the highest tier of skills. A usable one would suffice. And he prays for divine favor. With that, Su Nian clasped his hands in prayer. Jesus. You offer your hands in prayer to Jesus? Chapter 11. First acquisition of an item. The time to invest in life has arrived. Congratulations, you have obtained Frost Spell. Frost Spell, upon activation. Your next basic attack will transform into an ice shard, inflicting a 3-second immobilization on the target. Advanced skill. An advanced skill, no less. And it is of the control type? Su Nian was instantly elated. Has Jesus manifested? Although the limitations of such skills are evident, they must rely on basic attacks for optimal activation. Let's not forget, he initially chose the priest class precisely for its guaranteed hit rate. As for why priests can learn mage skills, this is one of the game's design elements. Any class can acquire skills from others. However, due to the nature of skills not belonging to one's primary class, there is a significant disparity in their effectiveness. Thus, it would be unlikely for others to learn this skill, preferring instead to sell it. Would you like to learn Frost Spell? Yes. Su Nian did not hesitate. Learning successful. Skill, Frost Spell Advanced. Level, 1. Mana cost, 200. Cooldown, 15 seconds. A mere 15 seconds for a level 1 cooldown. If it were to rise to several levels, Su Nian could hardly contain his anticipation. To upgrade skills, one must acquire skill points. Currently, the only way for him to obtain skill points, aside from completing relevant tasks in the novice village to unlock them, is to exchange experience points. Indeed, skill points can be exchanged for experience. However, this mechanic is only available in the early stages of the game. In his previous life, as the game progressed to its later stages, players gradually recalled this feature, using a small amount of experience to gain skill points. Undoubtedly, this mechanic is immensely beneficial for Su Nian. After all, he is currently capable of soloing monsters. Will he lack experience in the future? With this thought, his excitement grew. Now that he has acquired a skill, let us see what awaits in the second level. Even if Su Nian cannot defeat the minor creatures of the second layer, he can rely on his abilities and skills to retreat unscathed. Soon, as the stone door creaked open, he swiftly darted inside. Upon reaching the second underground layer, the space here was considerably larger than the first. Correspondingly, the wild creatures here were also formidable. Venomous Spider, level 6. Classification, Elite. Health, 650. Attack, 50. Skills, Venom Web. It seems this will pose quite a challenge. Su Nian gazed intently at the menacing visage of the venomous spider, which intermittently oozed a noxious green liquid, and his expression abruptly turned grave. If it were just one or two, he could manage. However, what loomed before him was a veritable horde of 7 venomous spiders. It was time to engage. Hisses. This time, before Su Nian could make a move, the venomous spiders, having noticed this intruder, initiated their web-spinning attack. Fortunately, Su Nian was already prepared. The moment he sensed their gaze shift towards him, he swiftly maneuvered to create distance, searching for an opportunity to strike. Thud, 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 as several webs missed their target. The spider's eyes glowed an even more sinister shade of green, and they lunged towards Su Nian with determination. 65, 62, 59, his innate talent had yet to be triggered. In mere moments, the leading spider, leveraging its advantage from the web at the tunnel's apex, closed in on Su Nian. You're not foolish. As the thought crossed his mind, Su Nian decisively unleashed his skill. 80 ice spikes descended, and seizing the moment while the venomous spider was immobilized, he unleashed a flurry of basic attacks, dismantling the webs above him. Meanwhile, the other spiders stealthily approached. Hisses. Multiple webs were released simultaneously. At such a close range, they seemed to coalesce into a vast net. Descending upon Su Nian. Damn, this is troublesome. Su Nian surged forward, executing a roll just in time to evade the web's grasp. Nevertheless, his arm was still grazed by the web. Health at 22, health at 22, the mere brush of the continuous poison inflicted nearly 200 points of damage within 5 seconds. For him, at this moment, it was destined to be a fierce battle. 10 minutes later, skill triggered. Frost Spell. Exhausting the last remnants of his mana, the final ice spike struck down. and Sun Yin swiftly followed up with several basic attacks to eliminate the last of the venomous spiders. At last, it was over. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. After this grueling 10-minute skirmish, although he had successfully cleared the second level, he was left with an empty mana pool and just over 500 health points. Let us see what treasures this level holds. Approaching the treasure chest, the familiar prompt reappeared, but this time the rewards were strikingly different. Congratulations on successfully clearing the treasure domain. Rewards for the underground second level. Random item 1. 200 gold coins. 10 free attribute points. A random item? Sun Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was it time for him to gamble on his fate once more? It's important to note that items come in various tiers. Even the most basic items could rival the value of a purple-grade equipment. In his past life, the worth of those extraordinary items could far exceed that of red-grade gear, comparable to ancient divine armaments. This chance I'm all in. Should I open the random item? Open. Congratulations, you have obtained Double Mask. Sun Yin. What on earth is this? After wearing it, can I change the name? Multiple names? What is this thing? Suddenly, his pupils contracted. If memory serves, the game setting for red name value only considers the player, not the real name verification, correct? If that is the case, the red name value I gain from my alternate account's actions should not concern my main account, right? Sun Yin suddenly felt that the item in his hand had become more appealing. Killing players would indeed grant red name value. If this value is low, it merely affects the drop rate of loot and the probability of obtaining equipment of higher levels. Completing more quests would dissipate the red name value. However, if this value becomes high, that could lead to significant trouble. In his previous life, he encountered a player over level 90 who, due to an excessively high red name value, not only lost dozens of levels upon death, but also ended up with only a pair of shorts left as his equipment. A truly tragic fate. Whether it is useful or not, he could find a hapless soul to experiment on later. As for now, what name should I give my alternate account? Sun Yin fell into deep contemplation. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck him. Chapter 12. A lucky fool and a skilled player? Let us call it the Conqueror of the Moon. Confirmed. Notification. This username already exists. Please try a different one. Ah, as expected, it won't work? Sun Yin raised an eyebrow, not overly surprised. He had initially intended to test if there were any loopholes in this item that would allow him to adopt a duplicate name, engaging in some mischief. Since he could not achieve a duplicate name, he decided on the Butcher of the World. Yes, this name suits my alternate account perfectly. Let's see if it works. Sun Yin clicked confirm once more. Are you sure you want to change this username? Notification. Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. Wow. How can such a remarkable name go unclaimed? Confirm. Sun Yin decisively locked down this username. Username successfully created. Upon witnessing this, Sun Yin donned the mask with a ghostly pattern on his face. The next moment, the character above his head, originally displaying an imperial character, instantly transformed into the Butcher of the World. Excellent. Satisfied, Sun Yin surveyed his surroundings. Given his current abilities, he was certainly incapable of clearing the third level. Therefore, to be prudent, he resolved to find the exit and remember the location of this hidden dungeon, planning to return when his strength was sufficient. With determined resolve, Sun Yin did not hesitate. He stepped into the cave and proceeded along the only path available. After walking approximately 200 meters, he reached the end of the cave and beheld a tightly shut stone door. Operating the switch beside it, the stone door gradually creaked open, allowing the blinding sunlight outside to illuminate the entire cavern. Upon witnessing this scene, Sun Yin eagerly peeked outside, curious to discover the location of this hidden script. However, his inquiry brought about a startling revelation. Goodness! Sun Yin's eyes widened, his mouth twitching as he muttered. How could anyone possibly find such a place in my previous life? Could that person possess some sort of X-ray vision? Or were they, like himself, randomly teleported here? It was no wonder Sun Yin was contemplating such possibilities at this moment. Behold this towering mountain, soaring to a height of 1,000 meters, whose benevolent abode could possibly be constructed at such an elevation, halfway up this steep slope. Is this truly reasonable? Given this location, had it not been for that fortuitous soul from a past life who stumbled upon this place, it is likely that no one would have discovered it even in the later stages of the game. After a moment of internal lamentation, Sun Yin realized that the map could now be accessed. Upon inspection, he noted that the distance to the rock cave was an astonishing several dozen kilometers away. With a resigned sigh, he marked his current position on the map before opting to exit the game. Indeed, since logging out would transport him directly to the novice village upon re-entry, why exert the effort to traverse on foot? Moreover, with his new identity, He harbored no fear of being targeted by others, which might hinder his progress. As Sun Yin's figure vanished, the stone door slowly began to close behind him. The next moment, he logged back in. Current kill probability, 428. Gazing at the kill probability in the talent section, Sun Yin felt quite pleased. Fortunately, he had not triggered a kill in the treasure area. Now, it was time to confront the rock golem. He initiated his fervent grind mode. Moments later, I will. Inside the rock cave, Sun Yin was mercilessly toying with the enraged rock golem before him. Unbeknownst to him, a slender figure on the nearby rock wall was watching this scene with astonishment. Could it be? He is actually soloing? How is this possible? The handsome, fair face of Ho Xiaoyu was etched with disbelief. He had merely been grinding monsters nearby when he fortuitously encountered this individual heading towards the rock cave. Driven by curiosity, he approached for a closer look. Yet, upon witnessing this, he was utterly taken aback. In the arena, the figure's movements appeared effortless, consistently evading the golem's attacks by mere millimeters, followed by flawless counterattacks. It seemed as though every strike and every skill was meticulously calculated by this individual. Such prowess was terrifying. Hastily, Ho Xiaoyu recorded a few seconds of what he had witnessed and shared it in a group chat named the Gale Wind Club, tagging all members. Thanks to his alert, numerous individuals in the group immediately noticed the video and clicked to view it out of curiosity. Mehr Moments later, the previously calm chat erupted into lively discussion. Is this for real? The game has barely launched, and someone is already scripting? Is there no integrity left in this trade? Is there no law? Use your brain for once. Do you really think this first virtual MMORPG is akin to a computer game? The person in the video is likely a professional player. This is beyond what a mere professional can achieve, even though pro players possess superior game intuition. Do you truly believe he could adapt to such extreme maneuvers in just a few short hours since the launch? Exactly. Did you not notice? His movements seem to have become muscle memory. Even I could not achieve this within 1 or 2 years. Everyone fell silent. Within a single day, the emergence of an exceptionally probable awakened talent or an individual possessing an extraordinary artifact from the Empire's elite was already astonishing. And now, another figure who could single-handedly annihilate all foes merely through adept positioning has appeared. Truly, a fortuitous monster, perhaps a master of skills? Hao Chi Yun Tian, brother. Should I attempt to recruit this individual into our club? Hao Chi Yun Tian, with your abilities? The odds of you defeating him are far greater than successfully recruiting him. Such a prominent figure, I shall personally approach. Hao Xiaoyu clenched his fists tightly. Hao Chi Yun Tian, by the way, you must possess equipment. While he is distracted by his scoring, utilizing your talent to assassinate him should not be difficult, right? Just hand over the equipment afterward, my dear brother. Hao Xiaoyu. Even if I could escape successfully afterward, are you not concerned he might target our club in the future? Hao Chi Yun Tian, who said you belong to our club? If you don't say it, I don't say it, and no one in the group says it. What do you know? Hao Xiaoyu bit his silver teeth, his eyes slightly reddened. Why is it that everyone seems to target me in this manner? Chapter 13. I want this big shot. Instant kill? Ever since my mother passed away, even though the club was established by her during her lifetime, my father has always prioritized this so-called biological son raised outside. What am I then? What was my mother to him? Perhaps I was mistaken from the very beginning. How could I forcibly integrate into a family that was never truly mine? Hao Chi Yun Tian, why the silence? Are you afraid? You truly are just as cowardly as that woman. Upon seeing these words, I thought, cowardly? I can accomplish nothing? If that is the case, I shall surpass you in the field you excel in and adore the most. Hao Xiaoyu fixed his gaze upon the figure in the arena, his eyes now particularly cold and resolute. The first step to surpassing you shall commence with a strike against you. With a thought, he vanished from his position. Simultaneously, in the arena, roar. The rock beast, having seen its skill dodged yet again by this wretched human, was utterly frustrated. Blast it, hit already. It's unjust that 3 minutes ago, I couldn't use my berserk skill, right? Just wait. I have 28 seconds left. The rock beast, successfully triggering 100% kill talent, possessing a first kill title effect damage 2. Defeated a level 15 rock beast, gaining 1750 experience points. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 7. The rock beast dropped loot. But suddenly, before Sun Yin could check what had dropped, a chill ran down his spine. In the next moment, health points 50. Health points 48. Was someone attacking from behind? Sun Yin swiftly turned around, the blue light on his priest's staff flashing. Triggering skill, Frost Spell, 88. As an ice spike struck the assailant, Sun Yin recognized the identity of the attacker. Player nickname, Hao Xiaoyu. Level 4. Health, 412500. Blue amount, 100,200 only at level 4? What audacity is this? How is this even possible? At that very moment, Hao Xiaoyu gazed at the information displayed above the person before him, his face a mask of panic. This person being at level 7 is one thing, but to possess a staggering 1750 health points? Moreover, if he recalled correctly, was he just eliminated in an instant? How could this be a mere game? Sun Yin flashed a smile, saying, "Since you wish to kill me, I shall not grant you the opportunity to utter your last words." No sooner had he spoken than he seized the moment while Hao Xiaoyu was momentarily incapacitated. 7980 his talent had not activated. With 2 swift attacks, Hao Xiaoyu's health plummeted by half. At that instant, it would be a lie for Hao Xiaoyu to claim he felt no regret. Anger surged within him. He had hit a wall. Even if he attempted to flee, how could his speed compare to Sun Yin, who was equipped with speed-enhancing battle boots? In no more than 5 seconds, the message appeared. You have slain the player. Hao Xiaoyu. Player drop. 200 experience. Assassin's dagger. Green. This felt oddly familiar. Wait. Suddenly, he recalled something, his expression turning to one of shock. Good heavens, did I just single-handedly defeat a future godly assassin? Hao Xiaoyu seemed somewhat familiar. But who could have imagined that this individual would one day single-handedly rout a formidable alien army? In any case, possessing top-tier awareness from his past life, Sun Yin was acutely aware of just how outrageous the strength of this legendary assassin would be. However, that was the future. No matter how extraordinary you may become, in the present, you are in Sun Yin's hands. Casting aside the distractions in his mind, the rock giant dropped. 100 gold coins, 10 free attribute points, level 2 skills. A helmet, blue. Battle boots, blue. 2 level skills? The items dropped this time are quite impressive. Sun Yin quickly clicked to view the details. Upon inspecting, he exclaimed in surprise. One was a swordsman skill, and the other was unexpectedly healing. Upon use, it restores health to a designated target, recovering 20 of the user's maximum health level. Sun Yin decisively chose to learn it. Learning successful. Skill. Healing level. Level 1 require blue amount. 120 cooldown. 35 not bad at all. After feeling satisfied, Sun Yin looked at the 2 blue items. He already possessed a purple helmet and had no need for it. The dropped battle boots were inferior to what he already wore. He organized his items and noted he currently had 2 blue items, 2 level skills, 1 level skill, and 350 gold coins. Listing them on the auction house seemed too tedious, requiring a trip to the novice village's shop. Instead, he thought of asking Boss Xingyu. With that in mind, Sun Yin displayed all the items he intended to sell to his friend, Nida. Nida, big shot, what is this? Me. If you want these items, I'll give them to you. I'm too lazy to list them in the marketplace at the same time. She was so astonished that her eyes went wide, her breath quickening, and the 2 ample bundles on her chest swayed up and down. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? How long has it been since the server opened? Has the esteemed player already begun to acquire blue equipment and skills? Just 2 hours ago, she hired a dozen individuals to farm elite monsters, yet they only yielded 2 pieces of green gear. Currently, she has only just learned a single skill. Yet this esteemed player manages to obtain 2 blue items and 3 skills. Moreover, one of those skills is of a low tier, and she possesses over 300 gold coins? Truly, what appears as mere refuse to the elite is a treasure in our eyes. Please, esteemed player, I humbly request your items. As long as you have enough to spare, I am more than willing to take them all. Chapter 14. Please don't strike. Do you require any trinkets? Sun Yin, I comprehend your intention, yet your words sound rather peculiar. Forgive me, esteemed player. My previous expression may have been inappropriate. In any case, do feel free to make your offer. Upon witnessing this, Sun Yin calculated the value of the blue gear and the tiered skills. Although in the mid to late game, they are worth little, as the saying goes. A swift step leads to many quick steps. With this thought, Sun Yin tentatively proposed a price. How about a total of 12,000? These items hold little value for her. Thus, she decided to sell them at a lower price for sustainability. Deal. Please don't have any regrets. Sun Yin, what would I regret? I am the one worried about your potential regret. Indeed, the club owner possesses considerable wealth. Soon, after the transaction was completed, roar. At last, I have donned blue equipment. In a certain novice village, a white-haired lowly gazed at the 2 pieces of blue gear in her backpack, dancing with excitement. However, as she moved, her ample assets swayed, drawing the attention of nearby players. The white-haired lowly, realizing this, quickly clasped her hands to her chest and glared at the onlookers. Baring her teeth, what are you staring at? Never seen a woman before? With that, She swiftly dashed into a nearby alley and reopened her friends list. Esteemed player, do you wish to team up? The price is negotiable. She understood the principle of acting swiftly. Moreover, the fact that this esteemed player actively sought her out to sell items indicated a good relationship with gold. Thus, she thought it wise to invest a little money so both parties could benefit. Currently, I am not available. We can discuss it later. Then please contact me as soon as you are free. Nian, oh my. When I said later, I meant after I acquire a necklace to significantly boost my combat power. What is this female boss thinking? Is she truly a bit dim-witted? Or perhaps a little mischievous? After casually closing the chat interface, she locked onto a nearby monster spawn point and headed straight there. Rock monster. Level 5, quality, ordinary, health, 215, attack, 15, skill, hardened. Such high-level monsters with low stats. For novice players, not only is it easy to defeat, but the experience gained is substantial. It is undoubtedly an exceptional experience monster. However, for Nian, it merely serves as a tool to harvest the probability of slaying. The blue light flashed from the staff in his hand. 79. 80. Talent not triggered. Slaying probability 001. Talent not triggered. At present, Nian has invested all his free attribute points into attack speed, which has now reached a fairly impressive level. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, with diligent effort today, he should be able to gather 3 Lord S hearts. Even with the worst luck, he could certainly achieve this by grinding for another day tomorrow. Filled with aspirations, Nian's hands moved incessantly. Yet at that moment, crack. The sound of a twig snapping echoed strangely from behind him, but there were clearly no small monsters behind him. Nian's gaze sharpened, and instinctively, he took a swift step to the right while turning partially backward. Not having the chance to discern the identity of the intruder, he delivered a basic attack. 82. Talent not triggered. Hey, please don't hit me. The voice was laced with panic and a hint of plea. Upon seeing the newcomer, Nian narrowed his eyes slightly. You again? The visitor was none other than the one he had ruthlessly eliminated earlier. Ho Xiaoyu, a future master assassin with exceptional gaming talent. Big shot, I was just passing by, said Ho Xiaoyu, glancing at the rock monster behind Nian. Wah, not only did I lose my gear and level, but even the prime farming spot I found has been claimed. Nian shot a sidelong glance at Ho Xiaoyu, tossing an inconsequential green dagger from his backpack on the ground, and said coolly, unless you wish to die again, don't disturb me. Having said that, he paid no heed to Ho Xiaoyu behind him. Ho Xiaoyu paused, slightly taken aback by the dagger at his feet. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly picked it up and bowed. Thank you so much, big shot. Ho Xiaoyu has gifted you 50 gold coins. Please check your account. Nian raised an eyebrow. This kid is rather sensible. Wait. The sudden voice caused Ho Xiaoyu's body to stiffen. Nian turned his head slightly and said nonchalantly, you cannot receive gold coins without giving something in return. Join my party, and at least I'll help you level up twice. Tu Jin Tianxia invites you to join the party. Do you agree? Ho Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. A big shot actually wanted to bring him along? After clicking to join, Ho Xiaoyu rushed to Nian's side. Exhilarated, big shot. Let me help you fight. Nian waved his hand to stop him. No need. Just watch from the side. Ho Xiaoyu obediently stood behind him. Experience points 67. Experience points 70. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 4. Ho Xiaoyu was astonished. The speed of leveling up was akin to riding a rocket. During the time Nian was grinding monsters, Ho Xiaoyu remained quietly behind him, not interrupting. It wasn't until the first wave of 8 wild monsters had been entirely vanquished, leaving a minute's wait for the new wave to spawn, that Ho Xiaoyu finally mustered the courage to cautiously ask, big shot, do you need any trinkets? As soon as the words escaped his lips, he immediately regretted them. Ho Xiaoyu, oh Ho Xiaoyu, you must strive to surpass that individual through your own efforts in this domain. Yet, having tasted a modicum of success, you now wish to take shortcuts? Is this how you honor yourself? How might the esteemed one perceive your words? Have you truly repaid the kindness bestowed upon you by the Great One? Nian turned his head. Oh, I lack no supporters, but I could certainly use a few benefactors. Would you care to try? Ho Xiaoyu exclaimed. Ahem, esteemed one, at present. I hold stakes in 3 companies and a club. Do you think I qualify? Ugh, what was I just thinking? A sudden, server-wide announcement reverberated throughout. Chapter 15, Level Leaderboard. A bountiful harvest of talent upgrades. Server-wide announcement. The game has been live for 6 hours, and the level leaderboard is now open. More rankings will be unveiled shortly. Players are encouraged to stay tuned. Server-wide announcement. In 24 hours, the top 1,000 players on the level leaderboard will receive rewards from a system. The higher the rank, the more generous the rewards. Players should remain vigilant. The unexpected server-wide announcement caused most players to pause their activities, particularly upon seeing the enticing phrase generous rewards. Many players hastily clicked to view the newly unveiled level leaderboard. Wow, esteemed one, you actually ranked second on the leaderboard. But the first place is him? Ho Xiaoyu's voice was tinged with disbelief. Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. He recalled that in his previous life, the highest level reached was merely 8, and currently, the highest was only 6. Who could possibly exceed his level? Sun Yan quickly accessed the leaderboard. Upon viewing it, what? First place, Emperor, level 7. Second place, Slaughter the World, level 7. Third place, Grandfather, level 6. Fourth place, Cold River Snow, level 6. Fifth place, Moonlit Conquest, level 6. Sixth place, One Kidney Can Last an Hour, level 6. Sun Yan was bewildered. What was happening? His two alternate identities held the first and second positions? Did this duality of personas yield such an effect? Did this imply that, come the leaderboard rewards in 24 hours, he could claim 2 prizes? It was crucial to note that not only did the level leaderboard offer ranking rewards, but future server-wide power rankings, including class power rankings and equipment rankings, would similarly bestow rewards. The rewards were becoming increasingly outrageous. He recalled the first-place reward from the previous life S-level leaderboard. What was it again? It had been quite some time, and he couldn't quite remember the myriad of rewards. However, he distinctly recalled there being some sort of skill. With this thought, Sun Yan felt invigorated. In this life, aside from the 2 striking figures at the top of the leaderboard, the remaining players bore a striking resemblance to those from his previous life. They included true masters who rose through their own prowess, wealthy individuals who hired others to level up, and extraordinarily fortunate players who ascended by sheer luck. In summary, not a single one among the top 100 was to be taken lightly. At that moment, Ho Xiaoyu, scratching his head, concluded his thoughts. He decisively clicked to exit the current team. Yet, the next second, an invitation appeared. Slaughter the World invites you to join the team. Do you accept? Ho Xiaoyu hesitated. Esteemed one, this. Sun Yan shot him a sideways glance. As she noticed his gaze, Ho Xiaoyu had no choice but to obediently click to join the team. He then shifted the topic, saying, however, I feel somewhat guilty about delaying your leveling up. How about we add each other on WeChat, and I could transfer you 10,000. Sun Yan was taken aback. What are you even saying? 10,000 right off the bat? Are you trying to buy someone's life? It feels like moral coercion. She waved her hand and replied, adding on WeChat is fine, but there's no need for a transfer. We can settle that later when I have time to help you level up. Ho Xiaoyu's face brightened. Great. In the blink of an eye, 7 hours had passed. With a thought, he checked his player stats. Player, Emperor Talent, Percentage Execution 2, Level 9, 18, 996. 000, Class, Priest Health, 21, 802, 180 Mana, 11, 501. 150 Attack, 75 Magic Power, 25 Attack Speed, 158 Movement Speed, 55 Armor, 112 Magic Resistance, 108 Physical Penetration, 0 Magic Penetration, 0 Free Attribute Points, 0 Equipment. Novice Staff, War Helmet, Purple, Bloodbath Armor, Red, Swift Pants, Blue, Battle Boots, Blue, Skills, Frost Spell 1, Healing Spell 1 Title, First Kill Bag, Dual Masks, Lord's Heart X3, for 120 gold. Heavy Helmet, Purple, Blue Gear X6, Skill Level 5, Skill Level 2. He breathed a sigh of relief. The moment had finally arrived. Sun Yan gazed at the nearby blacksmith shop, filled with anticipation. Over the past 7 hours, he had attempted 8 kills, 2 of which ended within the first 3 minutes without achieving an execution, forcing him to flee. Therefore, he successfully executed 6 kills in total. But fortunately, those 6 yielded 2 Lord's Hearts, along with the skills and equipment in his bag. Overall, the rewards were quite substantial. Notably, after successfully killing 3 times and upgrading his super talent, his initial execution probability had increased from 0.01 to 0.1, although the cumulative probability remained unchanged. He had a premonition that perhaps upon upgrading his talent again, the cumulative probability would improve. Just look at the upcoming upgrade requirements to understand. Talent upgrade requirement, kill 1. 000 elite monsters, level requirement, above 10, current progress, 01000. Well, this is a task to be taken slowly. At least it wasn't a matter of killing 1,000 minor monsters. Sun Yan had no significant complaints about this. If he could acquire a large area damage skill, that number wouldn't be particularly daunting. Even without the skill, dedicating a day or 2 could suffice. The only challenge was finding level 10 elite monsters. in the novice village. The highest level was only 9. Hey, the young man is back. Care to step in? Wang the blacksmith greeted Sun Yin with a smile upon his arrival. Sun Yin revealed the 3 lords' hearts in his hand, stating calmly, "No need to enter. I'm here to submit a hidden quest." Wang the blacksmith was taken aback. What? What did you say? The first hidden quest in the entire server. Did you manage to complete it in just a day? What are you thinking? Sun Yan furuit herbereis. Huh? All right. Wang the blacksmith hurriedly extended his hand to take the 3 lords' hearts, asking, "What piece of purple gear do you desire?" "I shall procure it for you." Glancing at her data panel without hesitation, Sun Yin replied, "Let us go with a weapon." "No problem." Suddenly, Sun Yin's gaze sharpened, swiftly darting towards a certain direction behind her. Is there a rat? Could it possibly be him again? Intriguing. Chapter 16, Golden Staff, Necklace Acquired. Shall you go first? My brother? Sun Yin paid no mind to the 2 rats lurking behind her, for his purple gear had arrived. Kid here. He took the staff that Wang the blacksmith handed over, and a line of information floated before his eyes. Golden Staff, purple, level 1, effect 1, attack 60. Effect 2, magic power 40. Effect 3, attack range 3. Increased attack range? Not bad. After equipping it, a series of system prompts simultaneously appeared before him. Congratulations. You are the first player in the entire server to complete the blacksmith's hidden quest. The system will soon issue a server-wide announcement. Do you wish to conceal this? No. Just as Sun Yin rejected the concealment, a line of system prompts materialized in the view of every player. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player D for becoming the first in the server to complete the blacksmith's hidden quest. Special rewards. Ancient Necklace X1, 200 gold coins. 20 free attribute points. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player D for becoming the first in the server to complete the blacksmith's hidden quest. Special rewards. Sun Yin gazed at the ancient necklace that had appeared in his inventory, a smile creeping up the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it is. Ancient necklace accessory. Level 1. Effect 1. Increases additional health by 10. Skill effect. You can set the damage dealt by your normal attacks to your maximum health, ineffective against players. Without hesitation, Sun Yin chose to equip it. In the next moment, his health surged from 2180 to 2398. Do not underestimate the mere increase of over 200 health points. Just imagine, when his health reaches tens of thousands or more in the future, how substantial the additional health gained will be. Several thousand? Tens of thousands? Or even more? Moreover, the current ancient necklace is only at level 1. Once it is forged and upgraded in the future, it will grant even more additional health. It may even yield other effects. With this treasure in hand, can solo play not be as simple as having hands to wield? Just as Sun Yin was preparing to take the next step, the players witnessing this server-wide announcement became increasingly agitated. Goodness, I thought the top-tier player was already outrageous enough with their level and ability to solo, but who would have guessed their luck would be this extraordinary? This is a joke, right? There is actually a hidden quest in the novice village? If I had known, I would have tested each one of them. I feel like I've missed out on a fortune. Oh, my brothers, I'm at the blacksmith's, and there really is a hidden quest. One that everyone can trigger, granting purple gear upon completion. Brothers, does the top-tier player have accessories available? One may exchange Erica Nuts, the biochemical mother body upstairs. Do not trust the esteemed emperor. My goodness, brother, how did you know? The information within the world channel cascades like a waterfall, obscuring the multitude engaged in discussion. After utilizing the 20 acquired attribute points, his attack speed surged from mere 158 to 178. With the threshold of reaching a value of 2 tantalizingly close. After closing the attribute panel, Sun Yin surveyed his surroundings. Noticing a throng of players hastening towards the blacksmith shop, he swiftly set forth in the direction beyond the novice village. While most players were engrossed in searching for hidden quests, he seized the opportunity to activate the necklace skill, dramatically enhancing his capabilities. However, before that, he needed to deal with the rats in the sewer. Until they were thoroughly eradicated, the rodents would persistently pursue him. Just as Sun Yin took his leave, a short distance from the blacksmith shop, a chubby figure with 2 branches adorning his head alerted his companion. Look, he has gone. Hearing this, Gaogu promptly shut the chat window and turned to gaze in the direction Sun Yin had departed, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, exclaiming, Is he actually leaving the novice village? Isn't that akin to courting death? Come, let us follow. The chubby one hesitated. Gaogu, do you really think we could take him on? He is capable of soloing. In plain terms, he meant that if he could handle it alone, then dealing with the 2 of them will be child's play. Gaogu, irritated, smacked the chubby one on the head and retorted, I said to follow means we must engage. I've already contacted Kuan-gu, who is gathering reinforcements. And I've heard the boss from headquarters will be joining as well. If we succeed, we will certainly reap the rewards, understand? At this point, Gao Gu shifted his tone. By the way, Kuan Gu mentioned that if the Emperor attempts to flee, we can intervene to buy time for the main force. Of course, you'll be the first to engage. Me? The chubby one asked. Gao Gu, casting a glance at Sun Yin's receding figure, glared at him. No more nonsense. Just follow my lead. Oh, all right. The two rose quietly and stealthily followed. Unbeknownst to them, every movement was under Sun Yin's control. Although his speed was swift, it was just sufficient for them to keep him in sight, ensuring they were not left behind. After approximately 10 minutes, outside the novice village in a dense forest. Hiss! Gao Gu, why has he come to this place? Could it be their hidden premium spawn points here? The chubby one whispered, fixated on their target several meters ahead. Who knows? Gao Gu concealed himself behind a tree, observing that their target remained oblivious to their presence. Thus, he dared to peek out. Kuan Gu said they would be arriving soon, so keep your eyes peeled. The area was thick with trees, and apart from the rustling leaves stirred by the wind, it was eerily quiet. Consequently, the two spoke cautiously, and even their footsteps were light as feathers, fearful of alerting Sun Yin with any sound. Suddenly, the chubby boy gasped in surprise. He blinked and looked around, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Hao Gu, where is he? How could he vanish in the blink of an eye? Hao Gu furrowed his brow and whispered, we must have been discovered. Fear not, he is certainly still nearby. Our allies are on their way, so being exposed now is of no consequence. Let's pursue. To prevent the target from exiting the game, they hurriedly took off in pursuit to close the distance. However, before they could run more than a few steps, a cold, detached voice suddenly resonated from behind them. May I inquire whom you're searching for? Startled, Hao Gu and the chubby boy froze, feeling a chill run down their spines. Chapter 17. The Battle of the Radiant Moon. The cold river snow unveiled. Is Sun Yin in danger? Hao Gu and the chubby boy promptly halted, turning to look back. To their astonishment, they did not see the figure they had anticipated, the Emperor, but rather the notorious player known as Slaughter all under heaven. Hao Gu's pupils constricted. How could this formidable figure, ranked second on the leaderboard, possibly be here? Yet upon seeing who it was, both boys sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't the Emperor, that was all that mattered. Esteemed player, we have come to this place in search of someone. If you have no issue, we shall take our leave. With that, Hao Gu attempted to turn away. Oh, is that so? Just then, with a flick of Sun Yin's staff, a flash of blue light erupted. In an instant, Hao Gu's health plummeted by a third. What do you mean by this? Hao Gu spun around, fury igniting within him as he glared at Slaughter all under heaven. Our Radiant Moon Club members are on their way. If you know what, that's good for you. You'll leave at once. Do you truly believe that a player ranked second can withstand the might of our several hundred players? Furthermore, we have 2 players among us who are ranked in the top 10. How terrifying that sounds. Sun Yin shrugged, a mocking smile gracing his lips. But I harbor no ill intentions. I simply find you unpleasant and am merely indulging my whims. After all, you are the ones who came to capture me. Who should I torment? What? You claim Slaughter all under heaven is despicable and shameless? What concern is that of the Empress? Hearing this, Hao Gu's brows twitched with fury. Goodness, when did he ever provoke this formidable player? Had they crossed paths before? Surely not. This was troublesome. He would surely face a scolding from Brother Cohen. What did it mean to simply find someone unpleasant? Enough of this. Hao Ji's temper flared, and he turned to the chubby boy, barking, charge at him. As long as we can delay until Brother Cohen arrives, no one shall escape. The chubby boy stammered, me? Stop dawdling. Go. Hao Gu kicked the chubby boy in the rear. Simultaneously, a faint crimson aura enveloped Hao Ji's body. The level-up talent, Frenzy, was activated. Under the influence of Frenzy, he would gain a 30 damage immunity and a 200-point boost to his attack power, lasting for 5 minutes. Seeking death, Hao Ji's eyes turned a fierce shade of crimson, brimming with murderous intent as he gazed upon Slaughter all under heaven. Before he could take his first step, suddenly, a skill was activated. Frost Spell, 251, 212, 203. The player, known as Slaughtering the World, had vanquished the chubby fellow. Haw ye. Wait, I was merely one position behind. Where did the chubby one go? In the blink of an eye, he vanished? Goodness, what manner of beast is this? Moreover, you mean to tell me that this damage value was dealt by a basic attack? Not to mention the chubby one. I myself couldn't withstand such power. Witnessing this scene, Hao Gu was instantly awakened. As Slaughtering the World approached step by step, he hastily retreated a couple of paces, waving his hands. Wait a moment. Good sir, we have matters to discuss. Could you refrain from striking? Sun Yin merely advanced, silent and unyielding. Observing this, Hao Ge was thoroughly alarmed. If Brother Cohen were here, it would be a different story. He could easily handle this. But the issue is, given this person's explosive damage, could he possibly endure until Brother Cohen arrives? By the time Brother Cohen gets here, the meal would be cold. Thus, in order to avoid falling out of the top 300 on the leaderboard, he had no choice but to plead, "Brother, not a big shot." As he spoke, Hao Ge retrieved equipment from his backpack and placed it on the ground, his tone filled with sincerity. "I will give you all my gear. Just spare my life. Will you? As long as I don't drop a level. Anything can be negotiated. I owe you a favor." This action nearly amused Su Nian. "Pray tell, how much is your favor worth when it comes to green gear?" With a flash of blue light from the staff in his hand, Su Nian remarked, "Since you have laid out offerings for yourself, allow me to assist you as well." 212. 209. Slaughtering the world, I curse you. Before Hao Ge could finish his sentence, he was abruptly silenced, vanishing with a resounding thud. "You have slain the player, Hao Ge. Player dropped. Experience 500. Red name value 1. Su Nian glanced at the items on the ground. One blue item, one green item, and a novice gear? And I am left with but a pair of shorts? The corner of Su Nian's eye twitched as he collected the blue and green items into his backpack, casually kicking the novice gear to a nearby tree. He then turned to survey a certain area behind him. "Are they here?" A smirk crept across Su Nian's lips as he jested. "The grand performance I prepared for you is just beginning. I hope it brings me great delight." As he spoke, he removed the mask from his face. About half a minute later, a cacophony of footsteps resounded. A grand procession of individuals arrived at the very spot where Su Nian had recently appeared. Among them, leading the charge, was Brother Cohen, accompanied by a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, tall and handsome, exuding an air of refinement and approachability. The woman, with her long, snow-white hair, seemed barely of age, her exquisite features cold and aloof, emanating an aura that discouraged any advances. At that moment, Brother Cohen turned to the man behind him, whispering, "Boss, this is the location that Hao Ge mentioned." He claimed that he was intercepted by someone called Slaughtering the World, while the whereabouts of the Emperor remain unknown. Slaughtering the World? Upon hearing the words of Hao Yue Zhanjing, he slightly furrowed his brows. The second on the leaderboard? Cohen nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Furthermore, at this point, Cohen cast a sidelong glance at the novice longsword lying quietly beneath a nearby tree, his tone becoming grave. "Hao Ge just informed me that he was eliminated by that Slaughtering the World with merely 3 basic attacks. I believe this matter is rather peculiar. How could both the Emperor and Slaughtering the World appear simultaneously in a novice village? And what a coincidence that they both found their way into this forest." Thus, Cohen suggested, "Boss, I think we should not take this lightly." Hao Yue Zhanjing shot Cohen a sidelong glance, causing the latter to abruptly cease his speech. He then turned to the side, addressing Han Jing Shui in a soft voice, "Let us take action." In response, Han Jing Shui merely nodded slightly. In the next moment, her once pitch-black pupils transformed into a dazzling array of colors, as if countless hues were swirling within. Coupled with her frigid visage, she exuded a unique allure. Found a target. Chapter 18. Surrounded by a multitude. Do you think me a fool? Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Nian gazed at the sudden burst of white light appearing on his chest, raising an eyebrow. Marked am I? He recalled only one individual from his previous life. That would be Han Jing Shui, possessing the extraordinary talent known as the Eye of Breaking Illusions, the future core of the team and the foremost ice mage. The Eye of Breaking Illusions can lock onto enemies within a kilometer radius and randomly reveal a weakness on them. Any attack directed at this weakness would inflict 5-fold damage. What makes this talent particularly formidable is not merely the fact that each weakness refreshes every half minute, but that Han Jing Shui can simultaneously lock onto dozens, if not more, of enemies, causing them all to display weaknesses. It was precisely with her, the core of the team, that the Hao Yue Guild clinched the championship in the first guild war held in the game of his previous life. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and immensely talented, this was Su Nian's impression of her. Alas, it was regrettable what transpired later. With a sigh of resignation, he relied once again on his memories from his past life and ventured deeper into the forest. Since that Hao Yue boss was aware that he was the only one of his kind within a kilometer, it was inevitable that he would bring others along. His movements needed to be swift. The preparations for the grand gift must not be delayed. Moments later, in the depths of the forest, Han Jing Shui raised her delicate hand, pointing towards a massive ancient tree, towering several times larger than the surrounding foliage, its girth wide enough for dozens to embrace. "He is right up there," she cautioned. Upon hearing this, the group instinctively looked up, spotting Sun Yin's figure standing atop the lowest branch of the colossal tree, though he was still several meters above the ground. Gazing at the username hovering above Sun Yin's head, Hao Yue Zhangjing took the initiative to approach, wearing a gentle expression. Greetings, Emperor. I am the owner of the Hao Yue Club. I come with a sincere invitation for you to join our esteemed club. Sun Yin, looking down at the crowd below, sensed the unabashed disdain in their eyes as they regarded Hao Yue Zhangjing, and he coldly retorted, Join your club? Upon uttering these words, Sun Yin cast a glance at Hanjing Shui, and the expression on Hao Yue Zhangjing's face visibly froze. After swiftly suppressing the gloom in his eyes, he said with a gentle demeanor, How could that be? We are a reputable club, and contracts are not merely one-sided. If you are uncertain, you can certainly seek the assistance of a lawyer to review it. At this point, the leader of the Moonlit Conquest adopted a serious expression and earnestly added, As long as you are willing to join our club, we can certainly negotiate a monthly salary of 1 million. This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. 1 million a month? Such a figure was utterly unimaginable for them. Mere gold farmers. If this big shot did not join, wouldn't that be a complete lapse in judgment? However, in the next moment, Sun Yin snapped, Stop pretending with me. You want me to join your so-called club? Fine. Why don't you just kill me here? And I'll join you for free. Sun Yin shrugged, marking this as the first time since his rebirth that he had resorted to such foul language. He was not typically one to speak in such a manner, yet the hypocritical expression on the leader's face incited his ire. The reason was simple. This very person had been the architect of his demise in his previous life. After all, who could have anticipated that an accidental awakening of a hidden contract mage would lead to the betrayal of humanity and the enslavement of his own kin as fodder for monsters? In the future, he would even collaborate with invaders to slaughter innocent townsfolk to augment his own power. Though all of this transpired in his past life, he had countless ways to thwart it. Yet, one as hypocritical heart remains unchanged. The expression of the leader of the Moonlit Conquest shifted, barely containing his fury as he stated, Let's discuss this rationally. I did not come here seeking a quarrel. I simply admire your prowess as the first to achieve a kill and the top-ranked player. If possible, I hope we can meet offline. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin nearly burst out laughing in disbelief. Do you genuinely think I am foolish? The group you brought is nearly as large as a party. What's the deal? Are you their tour guide for a day in the forest? A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Some among them were curiously exploring the trees, while others opened the world channel, hoping to avoid losing their hard 100 coins through laughter. The leader's expression darkened further as he narrowed his eyes and said, There are indeed formidable wild creatures in the forest. I brought my people as a precaution. Sun Yin chuckled lightly, glanced at the time in the upper right corner, and suddenly adopted a solemn expression, saying, Your precautions seem to be quite justified. At this remark, a chill ran down Kuan-Gu's spine, as the scene before him felt eerily familiar. Sun Yin smirked and said with intrigue, Since you have brought so many people, do you honestly believe you can escape from here unscathed? Suddenly, the area where they stood began to tremble violently. What the hell? What is happening? Why do I feel the ground beneath me? Before the last words could escape any lips, a colossal emerald-green python, measuring over 10 meters in length, erupted from the ground. Above them, the players were suddenly propelled several meters away by an immense force, crashing to the ground. The forest giant python claimed its victims, accompanying you from fan to foe, and professional gold farmer. This scene caught all players off guard, as they regained their composure and beheld the enormous, menacing figure of the forest giant python. Panic ensued. Their legs felt as though they were weighed down with lead, leaving them frozen in place, utterly bewildered. The forest giant python, level 15 type, beast health, 278, 022, 780 attack, 410 skills, bite constrict, giant tornado, direct assault indeed. This was one of the formidable creatures in the novice village. Although its health was a mere 2,000 and some, far inferior to that of the rock giant beast. Its attack power and agility were unmatched in the novice village. Without an abundance of control, slow, or guaranteed hit skills, the members of the Hao Yue Club had no hope of escape. And this was the grand surprise that Sun Yin had prepared for the Hao Yue Club. Chapter 19. Don't pull my pants off. A surge in stats? This scene nearly caused Hao Yue Zhanba, who had just regained his wits, to spit blood in frustration. He cast a glance at Sun Yin, who was nonchalantly perched on a tree trunk, and shouted to the still-dazed crowd, Everyone disperse and retreat towards the forest's edge. Run. Quickly. Hey, don't pull me. Who stepped on my shoes? Damn it, don't pull my pants off. Observing the chaos below, Sun Yin shook his head, mockingly stating, Only a few of them are worth mentioning. The rest are merely low-level Karami with no skills. It's better not to engage in futile resistance. Look at how Gu offers tributes to himself. This last remark was an internal jest. However, at that moment, Sun Yin noticed a faint green gas enveloping the surface of the forest giant python. He hastily climbed higher up the tree. If he remained still, boom. Suddenly, before the fleeing players could escape too far, a howling gust of wind erupted. The figure of the forest giant python vanished, transforming into a towering green tornado, approximately 20 meters high, with a powerful suction force. At the instant this skill was unleashed, every player within a 50-meter radius of the tornado's center was swept into the air by its formidable pull. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed every player present, as this was undeniably a one-sided slaughter. As the giant tornado skill concluded, only a scattered handful of players remained, making escape utterly impossible. The forest giant python claimed its victims. Hundreds of kill notifications appeared simultaneously. Just before his demise, Brother Kuan cast a venomous glare at Sun Yin, his lips moving to speak, but he was silenced before he could utter a word. Hao Yue Zhanba, a high-level player with formidable equipment, struggled valiantly to avoid slipping from the top 10 of the leaderboard. Yet ultimately, he too was swallowed whole by the giant python. Crunch. Protein is tenfold that of a cow. In stark contrast, Han Jiangxue resigned herself to reality, remaining motionless in place. Before her demise, she cast a lingering gaze at Sun Yin perched upon the tree, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions, including confusion. After the fearsome giant python had ruthlessly decimated the members of the Haoyue Club, Sun Yin stealthily descended from the tree and commenced gleefully rummaging through the spoils. 3 blue items and 5 green ones. Quite a haul. Hiss. Before long, the menacing giant python detected the audacious human lurking behind it, opening its cavernous maw to devour her whole. In response, Sun Yin deftly evaded the attack with a nimble backflip, casting a disdainful glance at the serpent. You think you can still keep up with me, the bolt of the divine realm? With over 2,000 health points and a speed of 5. 5. Do you really think I'm jesting? Moreover, I possess frost magic, healing arts, and the bloodbath battle armor skill as my trump card. Don't even think about it. The other 3 who dared to approach wouldn't fare any better. The giant python, enraged, fixed its blood-red eyes upon the insufferable human before it. How dared insult its prowess? Truly a hungry dog in search of filth. Yet, in the end, the serpent's sinuous body twisted through the forest, failing to ensnare Sun Yin in a fatal trap, still unable to catch the wretched human. Upon exiting the forest, Sun Yin donned her mask and opened her backpack to survey her total haul, for blue items and 6 green ones. She sold off the worthless green gear for 6 gold coins and promptly made her way to the rock cavern. Meanwhile, within the resurrection altar of a certain novice village, Hao Yue Zhanba gazed at the diminished level and the 3 blue items lost from his inventory, his previously amiable countenance contorting into a mask of fury. He turned to the despondent Kuan Gu beside him, his tone chillingly devoid of former civility. Notify all major gaming groups. Whoever can slay the Emperor once and surrender the dropped equipment shall receive 100,000. Thereafter, for each subsequent kill, I will reward 10,000. Very well. I shall attend to this immediately. At this juncture, Kuan Gu shifted the topic. What shall we do next, boss? Upon hearing this, Hao Yue Zhanba instinctively glanced at the upper left corner to check his level, witnessing his rank plummet from the top 10 to beyond 300. He ground his teeth in frustration. What can we do? Level up. At this moment, Sun Yin remained blissfully unaware of the greater troubles that were stealthily approaching. Yet, even if she were aware, it would matter little to her. She had already arrived at the outskirts of the rock cavern, raising her kill probability to over 5, and swiftly entered the cavern. What followed was the most eagerly anticipated event. After removing the 2 attack-enhancing pieces of equipment, Sun Yin beheld the colossal rock beast before her, a cruel smile gracing her lips. With her staff in hand, a blue light flickered. 36. 40. Talent not yet triggered. Perhaps it was sheer luck this time, or the probability of a critical strike had stacked favorably. Within mere minutes, a series of notifications appeared before me. 69,666. The talent for guaranteed critical strikes has been successfully triggered, granting me the title of first killer with a damage output of 2. The ancient necklace detected that my inflicted damage was extraordinary. Would you like to set this damage as your maximum health? Set as maximum health. Sun Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly replied. The ancient necklace's skill activated. Setting successful. Your current maximum health is 77,952. Gazing at the substantial figure before him, It would be disingenuous for Sun Yan to claim he was not exhilarated. His initial health was established at over 70,000, augmented by an additional 1,000 from equipment, plus the necklace adding an extra 10. Looking at this impressive health pool, Sun Yan couldn't help but inquire, who could withstand this? In the context of the early game, who could endure such a blow? After a moment, Sun Yan's racing heart gradually calmed, for he understood that this was merely the beginning. Nevertheless, he was also eager to discover how far he could delve into the treasure trove with his current stats. This was something he would have to personally explore in due course. Sun Yan opened the drop item notification. Rock Giant dropped. Heart of the Lord 1, 70 gold coins. 10 free attribute points. Chest armor, blue 1. Another Heart of the Lord? Sun Yan raised an eyebrow, but in the next instant, a thought struck him, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Chapter 20. Earning 40,000 in an afternoon? Unbelievable. Suddenly, Sun Yan remembered. Most players were now aware of the hidden quest involving Wang the blacksmith. Thus, the value of this Heart of the Lord must be worth several thousand. I should inquire with a major client. Additionally, I could sell off these surplus items for some quick cash. You showcase to Yorong Nida. Heart of the Lord 1. Heavy helmet, purple, 1, blue equipment 10, level skill 5, level skill 2. Yorong Nida? Stuck? No way. Oh my goodness. Esteemed 1. I want it. Ultimately, amidst Yorong Nida's enthusiastic praises, Sun Yan sold these items at a discounted price of 28. By the end of the day, Sun Yan had raked in an astounding profit of 45. If he were to share this with Su Yu, would she not faint from excitement? Then, perhaps that thought was inappropriate. Sun Yan glanced at the time in the upper right corner, and upon a fleeting thought, exited the game. As he stepped out of the virtual pod, a delightful aroma wafted into his nostrils. Entering the living room and peering into the kitchen, he beheld Su Yu, her slender waist adorned with a small apron, standing before the stove with a ladle in one hand and her phone in the other. Oh, you're out? Upon seeing him, a blush crept onto Su Yu's fair cheeks as she reminded him. Dinner is almost ready. Please wash your hands first. Norus. Sun Yan chuckled as he approached the kitchen, inhaling the rich fragrance emanating from the pot, and turned to the enchanting figure beside him. Guess how much I earned this afternoon? Curious? Indeed. Then give me a kiss. You rogue. A blush spread from Su Yu's neck to the back of her ears, and after a playful huff, she quickly turned her head, unable to meet a certain someone's gaze. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a flurry of confusion, and her heart raced uncontrollably within her chest, her mind a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts, uncertain of how to proceed. Although the two had bathed together in their childhood, and not just once, she could recall every detail of his body clearly. Yet, the moment she took the initiative, she wondered if it was too soon. What if he couldn't resist? Would it be premature? But what was she to do? What would they name their future child? Did he prefer boys or girls? Regardless, her affection for him was undeniable. Su Yu's thoughts began to spiral out of control until a jest was made. Where should I kiss you? They exclaimed in unison. Sun Yan was taken aback. What is happening? Can I choose the location? Su Yu retorted. I've already decided on our child's name. You dare say it's a joke? No way. I must vent my frustrations. Gazing at the bewildered expression on the face before her, Su Yu reached out, pinching his cheeks, and stood on tiptoe to plant a kiss. Now speak. She pouted, her tone playful yet commanding. At her words, Sun Yan obediently raised 4 fingers. Su Yu was momentarily stunned. You want 4 times? Sure. If you dare ask for 4 today, tomorrow you might demand quadruplets. As the girl seemed ready to take action, Sun Yan quickly waved his hands. No. I meant 40,000. I earned 40,000 this afternoon. 40,000? In just one afternoon? Su Yu's brain momentarily short-circuited. What? You don't believe me? Sun Yan replied, pulling out his phone to show her his account balance. Shaking it in front of her, Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she began to count. 110, 100,000 dear. As she spoke, a wisp of smoke seemed to rise from her head in shock. Oh my goodness. Did you just burn something? Meanwhile, in a meeting room at the Star Rain Club in Hangzhou, the temperature was soaring. The nation's first virtual online game, Divine Realm, had just been praised by Young Vision, achieving over 10 million simultaneous players on its opening day. This game was destined for the global stage, poised to create a new historical milestone. Divine Realm was set to elevate the gaming industry to unprecedented heights. It was evident that the competition among clubs would be fierce in the future, as all eyes were on this game, both domestically and internationally. The official announcement stated that, apart from its launch in Longhua, the game had simultaneously gone live in the United States, Bear Country, Sakura Country, and 186 other nations and regions. Furthermore, they announced the imminent release of new gameplay features, including cross-server battles. As videos rapidly ascended the trending charts on various platforms, the large screen in the meeting room showcased the excitement, overwhelming the senior executives of the Star Rain Club with uncontainable joy. They were elated, for the lifeblood of a gaming club was directly tied to how far a game could reach within this industry. Today, Divine Realm ascends to new heights on the world stage, heralding a resurgence for various gaming clubs. Seizing this opportunity is paramount for soaring to success. To their delight, I have procured several $1,000s worth of equipment from a prominent figure, which not only yielded no losses, but has also positioned us ahead of other clubs. This is what one might call foresight, haha. In a conference room, a petite yet formidable figure stood with hands on her hips atop a chair, reveling in her triumph. At this moment, a graceful lady seated to the left of the main table spoke up. Boss, considering the trajectory of Divine Realm, the elite players within the game will undoubtedly be coveted by various clubs. Should we not prepare as well? The formidable figure waved her hand dismissively. Feel free to engage with players below the elite level. As for those like Emperor, I will extend the invitation myself. By the way, I have another plan. The scene at Xingyu Club mirrors what is occurring simultaneously across numerous clubs nationwide and globally. When certain valuable players learned of this through various channels, they were all aflame with excitement. However, this did not include one particular colleague who, upon receiving the news from Brother Cohen, wept inconsolably in the restroom. The reason was simple. Just moments ago, Brother Cohen had signed a player with similar talent for a monthly salary in the thousands, albeit one whose performance hasn't yet matched his own. This left Hao Gu envious beyond measure. The monthly salary was standardized by contract. Hao Gu lamented to himself, a melancholic tune dedicated to myself. Chapter 21. Not going to school? Su Yu is talent. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Nian gazed skeptically at Su Yu, who was clad in casual attire. Aren't you supposed to wear a school uniform to school? Su Yu replied, I spoke with the teacher yesterday, and from now on, I'll need to wear one. As she spoke, she playfully pinched the handsome face of the man before her, grinning. What? Do you have any objections? Su Nian furrowed his brow, sensing something odd. Yet, captivated by the sweet smile adorning Su Yu's face and the faint fragrance wafting from her, he felt a delightful, tingling sensation. Before you leave, perhaps a little incentive for earning some pocket money? Su Yu's eyes darted away, and she obediently rose onto her toes. After a brief pause, she exclaimed by, watching Su Yu's retreating figure, Su Nian shook his head in resignation. Today, he had significant matters to attend to. Little did he know that after leaving, Su Yu did not head to school as usual, but rather embarked on an entirely different path. Minutes later, at the front desk of Xingyu Club in Hangzhou, Su Yu approached with a soft inquiry. Hello, I am the on-site translator hired by your club yesterday. Where should I go? The receptionist smiled warmly, gesturing towards a corner on the right. Turn right here. The third room is the reception area. Please wait there. Someone will come to assist you shortly. Thank you. Su Yu nodded, making her way toward the reception while curiously surveying her surroundings. She was not prepared to reveal her secret leave of absence for translation work to Su Nian, or rather, she lacked the courage to do so. Despite the meager sum she earned being insignificant in the face of surgical expenses, she could not bear to witness that man suffering alone for her sake. Hey, little sister, are you new to our club? I haven't seen you before. A slightly immature voice of a young girl suddenly rang out. Su Yu was taken aback, turning her gaze towards a corner where stood a petite girl, approximately 1.50 meters tall, with a delicate and charming face framed by short, white hair. In confusion, So you asked me? The girl, with an air of confidence, straightened her chest, which was incongruous with her small stature, and frowned. Yes, little sister. Are you of age? You look only around 16 or 17. Our club does not employ child labor. So you felt overwhelmed by this exchange. Excuse me. Which one of us is the little sister? In your tone of voice, it's as if you're a little adult. Boss, one of our employees just awakened a high-level talent in the game. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit emerged from a nearby virtual room, presenting a document to the confident girl. With a casual wave of her hand, she replied, have him step down from his original position and sign him on for a monthly salary of 100,000. Understood. The middle-aged man responded, then called out to the reception area, next group for talent testing. And you young guards over there, stay put and come for your test first. As a group of over 10 individuals marched into the virtual room, Su Yu's perception of the petite girl shifted. She quickly adjusted her posture and said, boss, I was hired by your club as a live translator, and I am of age. Here, that's my ID. Su Yu obediently handed over her identification. The girl glanced at it and nodded. Indeed, we have foreign players coming for tryouts today. I didn't expect a little sister who just turned 18 to already be a translator. At this point, the girl seemed to recall something. She looked curiously at Suyu, who was not lacking in beauty compared to herself, and inquired, "Have you awakened a talent?" "Talent?" Suyu tilted her head. "Are you referring to the one in Divine Realm?" This game had skyrocketed in popularity worldwide within just a day of its launch, and anyone who went online would have at least heard of it, including Suyu. "Precisely." The girl nodded, addressing the seemingly amiable Suyu. "If you haven't awakened yet, why not give it a try? If you can awaken a high-level talent, earning 10,000 a month would be no problem." "All right." Sujure did Yagadev. Although she felt it unlikely she would awaken a high-level talent, let alone a talent that could earn her a higher salary, it was worth a shot. After a while, Suyu emerged from the virtual room. She approached the small boss sitting in the reception area, savoring her morning tea, and quickly asked, "Boss, may I inquire how high is a high-level talent?" Puffed. Just as Suyu finished her question, the small boss, who was about to swallow her tea, spat it out upon hearing the term high-level talent. She wiped her mouth, completely ignoring the damp documents spread across the table, and turned to Suyu with disbelief. "Little sister, what did you say? You've awakened a level talent?" Suyu, still in a daze, nodded slightly. "Yes, there's one level talent, and the other two are of a different level which I did not choose." Yu Rong Nai Da's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she set her teacup down and leaned toward Suyu, her gaze shimmering with excitement. "Is it truly a level talent? You're not deceiving me, are you? Can you tell me what the talent's effect is?" Suyu pondered for a moment. "I think it was called something like soul binding, but I don't quite understand the attributes and percentages mentioned in the game." Upon hearing this, Yu Rong Nida grabbed Suyu's arm enthusiastically and exclaimed, "It's all right if you don't understand. Let us get into the game. I'll teach you. But I still need to translate." "What translation?" "The boss allows you to play games on the clock. From now on, in the divine domain. I'll look after you." Chapter 22. Unknown Rewards? Before long, Yu Rong Nida led Suyu to the boss's office on the second floor of the club. Due to the presence of only one virtual pod in the office, Yu Rong Nida had even requested the staff to bring in a new one. "Quickly, sister. Let us add each other as friends on our phones. This way, when you plug your phone into the game pod, we can communicate via voice chat once we enter the game." "Oh, all right." Once everything was set, the two women entered the virtual pod. As Divine Domain launched, both arrived at the login screen, and Yu Rong Nida immediately discovered what talent Suyu had acquired. Then the white-haired lowly was ecstatic. Level talent, soul binding. After choosing a player for soul binding, you can share any two of that player's base attributes and also enhance those two base attributes by 300. This is utterly outrageous. Yu Rong Nida's mouth fell agape, as if it could accommodate an entire sausage. Her delicate and charming face filled with shock and envy. What an astonishing effect is this. Not only can you share another S2 attributes, compensating for your own professional shortcomings, but you also elevate those attributes by 300 points? It's crucial to note that the effect of this talent is sharing, meaning that while the 300 enhancement seems to benefit the other, it equally benefits oneself as well. It is not an exaggeration to say that just the effect of boosting two attributes by 300 points could overshadow most level talents. Not to mention that Suyu also has a sharing capability. One can foresee that if Suyu chooses a profession that is lacking in health and then binds with a player who is already tanky and has talents related to health enhancement, it will be simply phenomenal. Thus, the truly outrageous effect of this talent lies in the fact that both the binder and the bound will receive an attribute boost comparable to a level talent of 300. Which club wouldn't be tempted upon seeing this talent? It's practically a buy one get one free deal. Cough. Little you, have you chosen your profession? Once you've decided, come find me, and I'll help you level up. Yu Rong Nida suppressed her excitement as her voice transmitted through the audio, reaching Suyu's ears on the other end. This profession seems a bit overwhelming. Do you have any advice? Suyu's voice was filled with confusion. Please don't call me boss anymore. My original name is Yu Yurong. Just call me Sister Yurong, she replied. Let me introduce each profession to you, and you can choose the one that piques your interest. Thank you, Sister Yurong. Upon hearing this, Yu Yurong patiently began to explain the characteristics, mechanics, and developmental paths of each profession to Suyu. During this time, she refrained from mentioning the signing of any contracts. Despite being the owner of the Star Rain Club, one of the 5 top clubs in the Dragon Kingdom, she had 100 ways to deceive this newcomer to the workforce, leaving her with nothing. Yet, she chose not to. She had no desire to compromise her integrity for the sake of a small club, unlike certain clubs that behave disgracefully and tarnish their morals. Moreover, this little sister Yu not only appeared charming, but also seemed to possess a personality that delighted her. After a while, as Suyu completed her choice of profession, the two quickly reunited in the novice village. Sister, this place feels so real. Is this truly in the game? Such an authentic open-world virtual game once again reshaped Suyu's worldview. The last time her perspective was altered was just the night before when she learned about someone's considerable earnings. You're wrong. Hands on her hips, replied with a grin. Of course, in the divine realm, besides realism, there are many other features. But before we explore those, as she spoke, she retrieved 2 objects resembling masks from her backpack and handed them to Suyu. There are many villains in the game. You are so beautiful. And combined with the game's realism and the outside world, it could attract unwanted attention. With a mischievous smile, Yu Yorong extended her hands and playfully grabbed a few centimeters in front of Suyu, saying it would be unfortunate to catch the eye of a villain. Let's put these on. They can obscure your face, thus preventing those lecherous gazes. She chuckled. After all, how could I let others casually gaze upon my precious find? Although this item costs 500 gold coins in the game shop, it is certainly worth the investment to prevent my sister from being taken by ill-intentioned individuals. All right. Suyu obediently accepted and donned a mask. Let us go, sister. I'll take you to level up. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sun Yan had completed all the main quests within the novice village, earning a total of 30 free attribute points, 2 useless level skills, and 15 skill points, which he used to elevate his frost spell to level 3. After this endeavor, not only had his attack speed increased to 198, but the cooldown time of frost spell had also decreased from 15 seconds to 13 seconds. And now, the main event was about to unfold. By a small stream to the north of the novice village, Sun Yin squinted at the wandering merchant sitting under a nearby tree. It was rumored that there was a hidden quest in the novice village that no one had successfully completed from the early to the late stages of the game. Today, he intended to test the waters. With that thought, Sun Yin did not hesitate. He approached within approximately 5 meters of the wandering merchant, and with a flash of blue light emanating from his staff, he exclaimed, 198. Alas, his talent did not activate. A notification appeared. You have successfully provoked the wrath of the wandering merchant. A hidden quest has now been triggered. Defeat the wandering merchant. Completion reward, unknown. In an instant, just as he unleashed a basic attack, Sun Yin felt a blur before his eyes, and by the time he regained his senses, the merchant's fist was already upon him. Sun Yin barely had time to raise his arm in defense. Bang! Health, 1222. That was incredibly swift. After narrowly avoiding the merchant's subsequent attack with a quick step back, Sun Yin swiftly distanced himself again while casting a skill. Skill activated. Frost spell 253, 212, seizing the moment. He dared to glance at the merchant's stats. Wandering merchant, level 36. Class, fighter. Health, 4, 753, 548, 000. Mana, 1, 750, 017, 500. Attack, 1200. You little brat. Do you dare to be distracted in front of me? Explosive fist. Boom. Health, 53, 56. Sun Yan. Is this hidden quest reasonable? Chapter 23. A face-to-face encounter. The first meeting between Sun Yin and Suyu in the game. A single skill dealing thousands in damage explains why, even in his past life, no team of hundreds had ever completed this hidden quest. 1 punch for a little friend. 1 skill for a whole group of little friends. Such numbers appearing in the novice village. How can this be deemed reasonable? Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had no grounds to critique his opponent. 211 talent not activated. Execution probability, 0.01 current execution probability, 398. Thankfully, before arriving, Sun Yin had elevated his execution probability to a remarkably favorable level. Otherwise, this would take considerably longer. Little brat, are you trying to scratch me? The wandering merchant landed a left hook on Sun Yin, his eyes beneath the combat shield filled with disdain. Shouldn't that be my line? Seeking death. The merchant glared, spinning kick. Bang. 5,785. The merchant was taken aback. He is not dead yet. However, the next moment, a skill activated. Healing spell. Health. 15990. The wandering merchant. This is not right, is it? I remember this being the novice village, correct? What kind of monster is this? Does he presume I cannot see the player's stats? Seizing the merchant's moment of confusion, Sun Yin retreated, saying, Surrender. You cannot defeat me. You dare to look down on me? I merely state the facts. Upon hearing this, the merchant's forehead bulged with veins, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Sun Yin, his hands engulfed in raging flames. Little brat, this is your own doing yet. Before the merchant could finish his sentence, 4662, the execution talent successfully activated. See, you cannot defeat me. As the wandering merchant dissipated into specks of blue light, Sun Yin could only throw up his hands in exasperation. Congratulations on completing the hidden quest of the wandering merchant and receiving the reward. Clue 1 of the sacred blessing. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yin, who had previously wore a calm demeanor, was suddenly struck with astonishment and unease upon reading this notification. However, as realization dawned upon him, an overwhelming elation followed. To his knowledge, even the most mundane sacred blessing would bestow players with enhancements rivaling that of extraordinary talents, while the rarer versions promised even greater boons. In his previous life, he had known only a handful of players who possessed the sacred blessing. He could hardly believe that a clue to such a blessing could exist within this modest beginner's village. Nian swiftly clicked to view the details. Sacred blessing clue. Seek out the proprietor of the commission tavern within the novice village, for you may uncover unexpected rewards. The tavern owner, indeed. With this newfound information, Nian wasted no time and promptly set off towards the destination. Upon arriving at the commission tavern, he inquired of the worker before him, "Where's your boss?" The worker looked up and replied, "The boss is out attending to some matters. If you wish to place a commission, you may approach me as well. It might take a while to find a boss." With a sense of resignation, Nian exited the tavern. He now faced two choices, the treasure location or the opportunity for a first kill. If his memory served him right, it seemed that on the second day of the server's opening, one of the 4 creatures in the novice village had been overwhelmed and slain by hundreds from a certain club. Thus, it appeared prudent to prioritize the first kill, as the treasure location was unlikely to be discovered by the average player. Moreover, the reward for the first kill would be distributed among each member of the Slayer's team. With this thought in mind, Nian opened his friend's list, yet before he could reach out to his 2 acquaintances, someone contacted him first. "Aren't you interested in joining our club? We assure you that we can offer the highest market price. Let's discuss in person." The prospect of a face-to-face meeting with a distinguished player stirred excitement within her. Surely, if he was inclined to meet, it indicated a strong possibility of joining the club. She could hardly wait to meet such a remarkable individual. With this in mind, Yu Rong dispatched a small creature with a swift punch and turned her sparkling gaze toward Su Yu, who was focused on aiming her bow, exclaiming, "Sister, come. Let us not bother with the small creatures any longer. I will take you to meet a big shot." "All right." Su Yu obediently followed her. Meanwhile, after sending Yu Rong a location, Nian used his phone linked to the virtual warehouse to message Ho Xiaoyu, whom he had added on WeChat the previous day. A few minutes later, on a small hillside outside the novice village, Yu Rong spotted a vague figure from afar, her eyes gleaming. "Big shot, I'm over here." She waved her hand and scampered up the hillside with her short legs, with Su Yu trailing behind her, heaving and puffing. As Yu Rong finally reached the top of the small hill, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment. What was this about slaying all under heaven? Gazing at the 4 characters inscribed upon the mask of the man before her, Yu Rong was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. She hastily surveyed her surroundings. Where was D? Where was the boss? How could this second-ranked slayer, known for annihilating all, be present here? Just then, a message popped up in her friend's list. "D, I'm right in front of you." Yu Rong, in disbelief, lifted her gaze to the masked figure and incredulously asked, "You are D?" Nian slowly nodded. "Oh, what is happening?" The individual before her bore the title of the Slayer, yet was conversing with her as D. Yu Rong's mind raced, nearly on the verge of combustion. Fortunately, at that moment, Nian gradually revealed a slit in the mask covering her face. "Oh my, has it changed?" Yu Rong suddenly realized. The boss possessed a dual identity? Wait, she knew the secret of the boss. Would she be silenced to prevent her from revealing it? It was merely a tool, it mattered not. Nian seemed to perceive Yu Rong's thoughts and said calmly, "Slayer of the world is merely a secondary account for the path of slaughter. I am not adept at feigning ignorance. I only know that once certain individuals become aware of my dual identity and are not deterred by the negative implications of a red name, they may freely engage in player slaying without interruption to my progress. Naturally, what use was it to conceal a dual identity? When the equipment rankings were revealed, how would she explain 2 accounts possessing identical gear? Or, in time, similar combat power? Ultimately, it will be discovered sooner or later. Just as Yu Rong sighed in relief. Su Yu beside her was slightly taken aback. Chapter 24. Nian and Su Yu's mutual suspicion? Where did this nouveau riche come from? Although Su Yu did not understand why one person would possess 2 aliases, nor what it signified, the voice she had just heard sounded somewhat familiar. Of course, with the barrier of the mask, it was only vaguely so. Moreover, the extremely indifferent demeanor and tone of the other party was something she had never encountered in Nian. Thus, she dismissed the thought. It must be a coincidence. She never expected that both the first and second on the level leaderboard were the boss. Yu Rong's eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a treasure. "So, esteemed boss, what are your thoughts on joining the club?" "I did not come here for that," Nian replied. "What?" Upon hearing this, Yu Rong was initially stunned, then grew somewhat anxious. "But esteemed boss, We can negotiate for any benefits you desire. 1 million monthly salary, comprehensive insurance, including club team building trips, paid vacations, and more. Esteemed boss, why not reconsider? Despite Yu Yorong's earnest appeal, Su Nian merely shook her head slowly. This scene left Su Yu standing beside them, wide-eyed with disbelief. But 1 million monthly salary. It's a monthly salary, not an annual salary. Was this person perhaps foolish? If Su Nian could hear Su Yu's inner thoughts, she would be utterly speechless. Was she truly foolish? In the realm of rational thought, joining a club undoubtedly appears to be the most prudent decision. However, the reborn Su Nian, possessing foresight into future developments, harbors a different perspective. Aligning oneself with a club would merely confine one's potential. Conversely, should she establish her own guild in the future, the unique attributes of that guild could exponentially enhance her potential. At that juncture, the worth of such achievements would transcend mere monetary measures. As for the surgical expenses, she is confident in her ability to gather the necessary funds within 2 days. Inshooting nodilas, Yu Yorong, scratching her white hair in confusion, pondered aloud. Since the esteemed one summoned me for a discussion, it must not pertain to the club. So what could it be about? Su Nian, disinterested in idle chatter, cut straight to the point. I intend to clear several other bosses for the first time, and the rewards for these first clears will be distributed to each member of the team, accompanied by a server-wide announcement. With that, she concluded her statement succinctly. Upon hearing this, Yu Yorong's previously dim eyes began to gleam with excitement. A server-wide announcement. No club has ever achieved such a feat. If what the esteemed one claims holds true, then their Star Rain Club will be the first to grace the server-wide announcement. Even if they weren't the inaugural club, merely achieving such recognition is no small feat. To her, the influence of server-wide announcement is far more enticing than the rewards themselves. Esteemed one, how about 50,000 for each first clear? Yu Yorong proposed, wrapping her arm around her sister Su Yu. Su Nian nodded in agreement. No problem. Upon hearing this, Yu Yorong's eyes sparkled. If there are any items that the esteemed one doesn't need, could you perhaps sell them to our team at a discounted price? That is only natural. Excellent. Yu Yorong replied joyfully. Noticing Su Yu's silence, she nudged her gently and smiled. What are you thinking about, little sister? Are you tempted by my offer to the esteemed one? If you wish to join my club, the pricing will certainly be on par with the esteemed one. Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. Although she felt a surge of temptation, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. She was not the esteemed one. Struggling to comprehend the intricacies of the game, let alone the concepts of clubs and contracts, she feared the repercussions of making a unilateral decision. Moreover, she was uncertain if the esteemed one would even permit her sign. Regardless, her talent was evident. There was no rush to discuss such matters. With that thought, Su Yu promptly shook her head. Let's discuss this later, Yu Yojia. Her voice was light and melodious, delicate as a whisper. Su Nian, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. She scrutinized the young woman before her, her brow furrowed. Although her appearance remained obscured, the fact that a player could elicit such a signing privilege from the white-haired girl indicated that her talent must be of an exceedingly rare caliber, perhaps even of the highest tier. Did such a figure exist in her past life? Raising her gaze slightly, she recalled the name Nian. Coupled with the familiarity of her voice, it seemed impossible. Wasn't that girl still in school? Firstly, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity emanating from the woman, and secondly, he was indeed intrigued by what extraordinary qualities she possessed that warranted such praise from the white-haired lowly. As Yu Yorong nodded in agreement, a petite figure stealthily ascended the small hill. Boss, I'm here. What do you need from me? The newcomer was none other than the travel-worn Ho Xiaoyu. Upon learning that the boss wished to see him, he promptly abandoned the minor monsters he was battling and, disregarding the distance for teleportation, hastened to his destination with utmost speed. Upon seeing him arrive, Su Nian remarked casually, It's nothing much, just thought I'd take you all for a first clear. Get an announcement across the entire server, and claim the first clear reward. At this, Ho Xiaoyu's eyes widened with astonishment. The notion of a first clear was casually mentioned by the boss, as if it were as simple as defeating a minor monster. However, this was an unparalleled fortune. And finally, it was his turn. Boss, is 50,000 enough? Ho Xiaoyu was well aware that there was no such thing as a free lunch, and promptly added, 50,000 for a first clear. If you think that's too little, I can offer more. Yu Yorong was taken aback. What? Where did this nouveau riche come from? Compared to him, I feel like I've only achieved a modest living. Su Nian was equally astonished by the figure. That's sufficient. Quite sufficient indeed. All right, let us proceed. I'll lead you to secure the first clear before someone else snatches it away. At this moment, Yu Yorong interjected, Boss, should we prepare something? Like, buying some potions from a shop? Sun Yin shook his head. Just join the party. We can eat and drink as needed. Please, with over 70,000 health points, I'm not worried. Not even a mere Serpent King could take me down, let alone Tyson or Taro. Half an hour later, the quartet entered the forest, arriving once more beneath the familiar giant tree. Oh dear, Yu Yorong clung to the trunk, her face flushed a deep crimson. Sweat streaming down her brow as she exclaimed, boss, could you give me a push from below? I can't climb up. The burden of those two ample forms was quite substantial. Chapter 25. Sister, be gentle. You are invincible. Let me handle it. Su Yu, who had already reached the branch, quickly grasped Yu Yorong's arm and, with a powerful tug, pulled her upward. Oh dear, be gentle, sister. Yu Yorong managed to ascend, but was inadvertently squeezed by the trunk, causing her to immediately rub her chest in discomfort. Are you all right, sister? I'm fine. Just need a bit of rubbing. Yu Yorong waved her hand, understanding that Su Yu hadn't meant any harm. It was merely her ample figure that had caused the delay. Hold on tight. It's about to emerge. Just as Sun Yin's warning fell, the three felt a distinct tremor beneath their feet, prompting them to grasp nearby trees firmly. Boom! In the very next moment, the tremors intensified, and even the soil beneath them began to crack. Sun Yin concentrated, silently calculating the timing until, at last, the moment arrived. Boom! As the serpent emerged from the earth, Sun Yin seemed to possess a prophetic foresight, deftly retreating a step to evade the incoming control attack. Without hesitation, she raised her hand to counterattack. 209. 222. The talent had not yet been activated. The speed of this formidable individual was astonishing. But wait, could this powerhouse truly prevail? Observing the terrifying stats of the menacing giant python, the three companions wore expressions of grave concern. At that moment, as trepidation filled their hearts, the forest python also took immediate note of the human before it. A hiss? Wasn't this the very human it had pursued before? How dare they return? Alone, no less. What audacity! Did it truly underestimate this serpent? The forest python let out another ferocious roar, lifting its powerful tail and swinging it towards Sun Yin. The speed of this strike was blinding. Being hit would surely be unpleasant. Yet, amidst the anxious gazes of the three onlookers perched in the trees, Sun Yin stood her ground, neither flinching nor dodging, merely raising her left hand in a defensive posture. Yu Yorong was bewildered. Was this powerhouse truly unafraid? Or was it a manifestation of some extraordinary talent? Perhaps standing still could evade certain damage? Yu Yorong speculated that the powerhouse's abilities might be formidable. But the very next moment, when a series of numbers suddenly materialized before her, she realized her assumptions had been far too conservative. Health, 581. Player nickname, Slaughtering the World. Level 9. Health, 7, 737, 177, 952. Yu Yorong? At the sight of these numbers, her pupils dilated in shock. Over 70,000 in health? Surely this must be a fabrication. Struggling to believe her eyes, she rubbed them and focused again. Remarkably, it was indeed true. What kind of talent was this? It was utterly outrageous. Suddenly, an idea seemed to strike her, and she swiftly moved closer to Su Yu, whispering in her ear, Sister, look at the powerhouse's health. Over 70,000. Why not use your talent to bind him? If you boost that by 300, it could soar to over 200,000 health. Just this alone. Child, you would be invincible. Su Yu decisively shook her head, responding, I believe we can afford to wait on the soul binding. Besides, I already have a target in mind. I just don't know where he is. Yu Yorong sensed the intrigue and chuckled. This target must be of utmost importance, huh? You seem rather fixated on him. Could he be your boyfriend? Upon hearing the word boyfriend, Su Yu's cheeks flushed visibly, yet she refrained from any retort, merely emitting a soft, nasal mm. They had even kissed. Surely that counted for something? How envious she felt of their relationship. Before Yu Yorong could finish her thought, her gaze caught sight of a sudden occurrence below, leaving her dumbfounded and questioning her very existence. Simultaneously, not far away, Ho Xiaoyu shared in this existential doubt. Below, the once lively forest python had. In the next moment, a staggering 42245 was unleashed, successfully triggering the 100% execution talent, earning the title of first kill with a damage of 2. They vanquished the level 15 verdant giant python, with the average experience points of the team members at 450. Gazing at the lifeless body sprawled beside the master, both individuals were left in utter disbelief. If memory served them correctly, that creature should have had over 20,000 health points moments ago. Yet, it had been eliminated in an instant. At that moment, Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Yorong were both in a state of shock, their minds temporarily incapacitated. until the server-wide announcement rang out. Congratulations to players Tu Jin Tian Xia, Yurong Nida, and Ho Xiaoyu. Nian for becoming the first team in this server to slay the verdant giant python. As a reward, each received 10 free attribute points, 1 random blue gear, 5 skill points, and 100 gold coins. The series of announcements not only jolted the two bewildered players back to reality, but also ignited a fervor within the world channel. Goodness, did 4 players achieve the first clear? I recall the Haofeng Club assembled nearly 100 members yesterday, only to be obliterated by a single tree. Tu Jin Tian Xia? Isn't that the name of the second-ranked powerhouse? And isn't Yurong Nida the owner of the Xingyu Club? Has Tu Jin Tian Xia joined the Xingyu Club? Wait, isn't Ho Xiaoyu the brother of our Haofeng president? What on earth is happening? Oh my, this is juicy gossip. It seems Tu Jin Tian Xia is not as formidable as Emperor. Not so, brother. Did you just comment on that? The verdant giant python dropped 20 free attribute points, 50 gold coins, 1 blue helmet, and 1 skill book of the level. I'll gladly take the attribute points. The helmet suits assassins. The skill book is for archers. And as for the gold coins, let them go to Yurong, Nian stated. Upon hearing this, Ho Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reacted. Master, the current value of this blue gear is... Before he could finish, Nian waved his hand to interrupt. Just give a glance. A few thousand ISN T too much, and a few hundred ISN T too little. Ho Xiaoyu replied. Understood. 9,000 for each piece. Nian, heh, the master is indeed generous. After Yurong spoke, she gazed at the continuously circulating server announcement. Her demeanor light and airy. This feeling of being the center of attention among all players is simply exhilarating. My friends have been inundated with requests. Ho Xiaoyu echoed. I feel the same. Suyu added. 1. Since it feels so good, let's continue. The trio collectively expressed their confusion. Chapter 26. Sister, lend me a hand. Donji approche-t-il? Yurong's eyes widened comically, and she playfully remarked, Master, something seems off about you. Nian cleared his throat, adopting an air of solemnity akin to a monk in meditation. In any case, let's hasten our departure to avoid protracted troubles. To prevent any unforeseen interruptions that might grant us experience points, he added. Yurong, upon hearing this, also stowed away her playful spirit. Afterward, she leaned closer to Suyu's ear and whispered, Sister, could you assist me once more? I dare not descend, for I have a fear of heights. Suyu responded, Well then, Yurong, let us cling to the tree trunk and inch our way down. Huh? You two fear heights? Indeed. Below, Nian couldn't help but twitch his lips as he observed the two women inching down like caterpillars, their posteriors raised. Goodness, the tree bark is so rough. It's painfully abrasive. Hey girl, why are you so carefree? Suyu replied, Perhaps it is because my legs are relatively long. Yurong interjected. Aren't you being overly cautious? It's only a few meters high. Why not just jump down? It won't kill you. Ouch, it scraped again, responded Ho Xiaoyu. All right, I won't press the issue. Soon, as the two young women carefully descended from the towering tree, Nian led the trio directly towards the next lair. However, before proceeding, he took a moment to farm several waves of minor monsters at a nearby spawn point to enhance his critical strike probability. His reasoning was simple. Before striking, one must sharpen the blade. The others had no objections. Fortunately, after allocating all 30 of his acquired free attribute points to attack speed, his current attack speed soared to an impressive 228. Thus, with an average of 2 attacks per second bolstering his capabilities within a mere 10 minutes, his critical strike probability accumulated to around 6. This was already sufficient. Sunyanguasti no time. The next target was the bloodthirsty demon wolf. As its name suggests, although it possessed low health and mediocre attack and agility, its lifesteal effect was extraordinarily exaggerated. Coupled with skill effects, it was fair to say that in the novice village, the difficulty of defeating the bloodthirsty demon wolf was second only to the rock giant. However, for Nian, under the critical strike percentage, all beings were equal. Perhaps due to his stroke of luck, within 2 minutes of arriving at the lair, an announcement resonated throughout the server. Server announcement. Congratulations to players Tu Jin Tian Xia, Yurong Nida, Ho Xiaoyu, and Nian for becoming the first team on the server to defeat the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Each player is rewarded with 10 free attribute points, 100 gold coins, and 3 blue gear. Instantly, the world channel erupted with a flurry of question marks, and players expressed their envy fervently. Meanwhile, in the 67th novice village, Hao Chi Tian, observing the incessant announcements, grew increasingly impatient and decided to mute the notifications. His expression darkening. How could you? Ho Xiaoyu. Join the elite team, yet not benefit the club, and now associate with the Xingyu club members. Just a few minutes prior, upon discovering that Ho Xiaoyu was part of the elite team, Hao Qi and Tian hastily sent several voice messages to her via his phone. His intentions were twofold. First, to see if he could leverage Ho Xiaoyu to recruit the esteemed Tu Jin Tianxia into the club, or at the very least, collaborate with the elite to secure the remaining first kills. Secondly, of course, was to claim some of the reward from Ho Xiaoyu's first kill. However, he never anticipated that his plans would be thwarted before they could even materialize. The instant Ho Xiaoyu employed her muting technique, his ambitions were abruptly dashed. One server announcement was tolerable, but when another one appeared, it completely transformed Hao Qi Yun Tian's expression into one of envy and jealousy. Manager Wang, what happened, boss? Manager Wang cautiously peeked in. From the very beginning, the boss's temper had become exceedingly irritable. He was genuinely afraid that if anything went awry, it would displease the boss and cost him his job. He urged all members of the club to mobilize urgently, commanding them to join him in the hunt for the Twisted Tree Monster. No matter what, our club must secure the first clear. The Twisted Tree Monster had fortuitously been discovered by Hao Qi and Tian just yesterday in the wild. However, its strength was formidable. Even after organizing nearly 100 people, they had barely managed to deplete 1/5 of its health before being utterly annihilated. Now, with the team members dropping like flies, he could no longer remain calm. The next server-wide announcement must belong to him. Yes, boss. Just as Manager Wang was rallying the troops, Hao Qi and Tian suddenly interjected. Manager Wang, you must have the game friend of Ho Xiaoyu, right? He removed me from his list. Manager Wang nodded. In that case, click on his avatar in your friend list and take a look at the line of small text beneath his name. Manager Wang was somewhat perplexed, yet he could only obey the boss's command. It says, Newbie Village 1573? Upon hearing this, a cruel smile crept across Hao Qi Yuntian's lips. Number 1573? Excellent. Let's take a gamble. At that moment, Sun Yin remained blissfully unaware that not only were they being watched, but someone had also set their sights on the last first clear he had already reserved. It appeared that danger was quietly encroaching. Meanwhile, Sun Yin and his companions were eagerly gazing at the loot. The item was a bloodthirsty helmet, purple, level 3, effect 1, physical lifesteal 10, effect 2, magic resistance 20, effect 3, attack 30. A purple helmet? Sun Yin blinked in surprise, but then sighed. I already have a purple helmet, and this effect doesn't suit me. Does anyone want it? He glanced at the 3 people in front of him. Ho Xiaoyu was an assassin, the white-haired lowly was a fighter, and this thoughtfulness was an archer. Yesterday, he had sold the white-haired lowly a purple helmet that was most suitable for her fighter class. Thus, logically, the helmet should undoubtedly suit. I'll buy this helmet. Sun Yin turned to the speaker, taken aback. I'll buy this helmet. Ho Xiaoyu, do you want to compete with your sister for it? The speaker was none other than Yu Yurong. Hearing this, Ho Xiaoyu decisively shook his head. I'm aiming for a burst damage assassin build. Physical lifesteal is useless to me, and it doesn't align with my talents. Even though the equipment did not match his profession, the importance of a purple item in the current early game was self-evident. However, Ho Xiaoyu understood that if the big boss was willing to take him along, it was merely a matter of time before he encountered a purple item that suited him. Therefore, he felt no need to make things difficult for the big boss over this matter. Yu Yurong, upon hearing this, smiled at Sun Yin and said, so, big boss, what do you think is a fair price for this purple item? How about 5,000? No rush. Let us secure that last first clear first. As Sun Yin spoke, she deftly handed over the purple gear. Good. After a brief acknowledgement, Yu Yurong promptly retrieved the bloodthirsty helmet from her backpack and presented it to Su Yu, urging, quick, put on. It offers physical lifesteal, magic resistance, and increased attack. This piece of equipment is undoubtedly most suited for an archer. Me? Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. Although she was unaware of the true value of this purple gear, she recalled Yu Yurong mentioning it was worth 5,000. Was she truly giving her such a valuable item? Why are you still hesitating? Yu Yurong insisted, pressing the purple gear into Su Yu's arms with earnestness. This equipment can only reach its full potential in your hands. Besides, consider it a reward for accompanying me in the game. What do you think? After hearing Yu Yurong's words, Su Yu obediently donned the equipment, prompting a satisfied smile from Yu Yurong. Following this brief interlude, the trio resumed their journey alongside Sun Yin. The final foe they encountered was a creature known as the Twisted Tree Monster, a towering tree spirit standing over 10 meters high. While it possessed formidable control abilities, it was also one of the more manageable opponents among the 4 great beasts outside the novice village. Once Sun Yin calculated the kill probability and stacked it to a reasonable number, He instructed the trio to remain outside the attack range of the Twisted Tree monster and began to draw its ire. Standing still as if in a state of idle play, the Twisted Tree monster unleashed its area control skill, Roots Entwine. Health, 366. Health, 366. When a skill capable of controlling dozens was unleashed solely upon him, Sun Yan's health plummeted by over 5,000 in an instant. However, just as the Twisted Tree monster pondered why this seemingly insignificant human had not yet perished after its barrage of skills, it registered. Health, 4677. Health, 4677. Witnessing this, the massive form of the Twisted Tree monster stiffened, and a look of shock and disbelief manifested on its bark-covered face. Wasn't it the case that all humans in the novice village were this strong? How could they possess thousands of health points? As the Twisted Tree monster succumbed to despair, ready to abandon its resistance, a shout from Ho Xiaoyu broke the tension. Boss, there's a large group of people approaching outside the territory. Sun Yan furrowed his brow at her exclamation and quickly glanced at the shared map, noting the hundreds of red dots surrounding their lair. It appeared that trouble was looming. What should we do? Ho Xiaoyu exclaimed. We can't log out. Silence. Let's communicate through our squad channel. The lair of the Twisted Tree monster was reminiscent of the territory of the rock giant, encircled by a cluster of twisted trees that seemed to have grown together. There was only one exit. Before long, as over 100 individuals blocked this sole escape route, Sun Yan and his companions found themselves without a path to retreat. How could it be you? Recognizing the leader of the approaching crowd, Ho Xiaoyu's eyes gradually turned cold. The person approaching exuded an air of confidence. Accompanied by a group of individuals, including manager Hao Feng and several renowned professional players from the gaming world. To his surprise, he found himself in their midst. Hao Qiganyun turned his gaze towards Ho Xiaoyu, who stood a few meters away, and with a benevolent expression remarked, "Brother, you have truly done me a great service this time. Without you, I would never have found my way here." Upon hearing these words, both Yu Yurong and Su Yu simultaneously directed their attention towards Ho Xiaoyu, their brows furrowing as they instinctively took a step back from him. Startled, Ho Xiaoyu quickly protested. "How could it possibly be me? I clearly—" However, before he could finish, Sun Yan interjected, "Surely, among your gaming friends, there are members of their team? Friends can click on avatars to check locations." At this, Ho Xiaoyu glanced over at manager Wang, who upon realizing the situation, lowered his head in silence. A flicker of shame crossing his eyes. This scene did not escape Hao Qiganyun's notice. Truly, he was a formidable figure. With a clap of his hands, Hao Qiganyun then shifted his tone. "But with your skills, do you have the confidence to leave here unscathed today amidst 100 of us? 189 individuals. 4 of you. No matter how impressive you are, can you truly take on 100? There are dangers lurking both ahead and behind. The advantage lies with us. Is it unreasonable to be a little arrogant? Let us leave peacefully, or I will summon my allies, and none of us will have an easy time." Before Sun Yan could respond, Yu Yurong erupted first. "Isn't this the esteemed boss of Xingyu?" Hao Qiganyun seemed to have just noticed the white-haired girl and mockingly remarked, "By the time your people arrive, my dog could prepare a 3-course meal for me. How about I offer you a suggestion? However, as the saying goes, those who kill for treasures do so at the expense of others. If you would join our Hao Phone Club and become one of us, there would be no need for such hostilities. Of course, prior to joining, you must surrender your equipment. Once we finalize the contract and you affix your signature, I shall return your belongings. But whether they will be returned afterward is another matter entirely. As for your refusal to join, there is but one outcome." Hao Qiganyun's demeanor left Yu Yurong and her companions feeling nauseated. What a despicable and shameless individual. Yu Yurong expressed her disdain. "It is hard to imagine how the Hao Phone Club could possibly fare under your leadership in the future. Matters concerning our club are not for outsiders to meddle with. Rather, you, the esteemed boss of Xingyu, should consider how to exit this place unscathed." As Hao Qiganyun finished speaking, he raised his hand. With that gesture, the 100 or so individuals behind him immediately fell into battle readiness, awaiting their leader's command to charge forth without hesitation. Observing this, Yu Yurong scoffed, "Oh, is someone truly so confident in this motley crew you've assembled? They seem more suited to give the boss a massage." After saying this, she even arched her eyebrows, adopting a distinctly provocative demeanor. Hearing her words, Hao Qiganyun narrowed his eyes slightly, simultaneously pulling up the data panel of his opponents. Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Yan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, and she promptly concealed her numerical privacy. "If you wish to observe, then see for yourself." Yet in the next moment, Hao Qiganyun stood frozen in astonishment. 777,952? Is this the amount of health? At this instant, not only Hao Qiganyun, but also the onlookers behind him who had curiously opened their data panels were left wide-eyed, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? Good heavens! Is this achievable through talent? With my mere basic attack inflicting over 50 damage, it would take until next year to accomplish this. This cannot possibly be human. As Hao Qi-gan-yun listened to the incessant murmurs behind him, he felt a jolt of shock, mingled with a growing sense of greed within his heart. Such an abundance of health, combined with the ability to swiftly defeat two opponents in a short time frame. Could this possibly be the result of a mere talent? Clearly it was impossible. Thus, to annihilate the world, one must possess either a heavenly artifact or an exceptionally powerful divine gear. Although he could not fathom how such a miraculous item could be acquired in the novice village, if he could find a way to obtain it. With this thought, Hao Qi-gan-yun's gaze became fervent. He turned to Yu Rong and mockingly stated, "Even if I cannot defeat the formidable figure you speak of, eliminating the three of you would be a simple task." With that, he glanced at Sun Yan with a smirk, saying, "Surely you would not want to witness their demise at your hands, or subject them to inhumane treatment in their final moments. Ridiculous. You are the one who is killing them. What does that have to do with me?" As soon as Sun Yan finished speaking, she took a swift step forward, unleashing two basic attacks. 219. 222. The talent had yet to activate. By the time Hao Qi-gan-yun registered what was happening, his health had already dwindled significantly. Damn it, everyone attack. Without waiting for Sun Yan to strike again, Hao Qi-gan-yun instinctively distanced himself, his hand sweeping dramatically. Not a single one shall be spared. Upon hearing this command, the 100 or so individuals behind him seemed to be invigorated, shouting in excitement, "Let us go, brothers!" However, in the very next second before the main force could advance, Sun Yan signaled the three individuals behind her. Understanding her intent, they decisively retreated, directly entering the attack range of the Twisted Tree Monster. Subsequently, the Twisted Tree Monster claimed the lives of players Yu Rong-nida, Ho Xiaoyu, Xin Yan. To the astonishment of all, after their demise, the three merely lost a level, and, remarkably, not a single piece of equipment was dropped. What is happening? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. When the crowd finally processed the events, only Sun Yan remained before them. Logically, Sun Yan could have easily stepped into the attack range of this group. In doing so, they could not defeat her, nor would they dare to approach. Yet, she had no desire to do so. It would simply be a waste of time. With that time, she might as well bang, bang, bang. In rapid succession, three individuals were sent flying by Sun Yan. In the blink of an eye, Sun Yan transformed into a formidable specter, wielding her priestly staff as orbs of light cascaded toward the crowd at an astonishing rate of 2 per second. The player Slaughter All Under Heaven had vanquished Wu Nan. And then, he had slain the malevolent Shao. Slaughter All Under Heaven continued his rampage. Not far away, Hao Qi-gan-yun observed with gritted teeth as Sun Yan effortlessly dispatched a player with every two basic attacks. Upon learning of the extraordinary items possessed by his adversary, he initially contemplated enlisting the help of Yu Rong and her companions. Failing that, he could simply eliminate them and claim their equipment, as they had accompanied Slaughter All Under Heaven to secure 2 first clears, and surely they wouldn't possess many blue or even purple items. Who would believe otherwise? Ultimately, he had come to this place for a reason. However, instead of achieving his goals, he found himself in a precarious position, realizing that in mere moments, over 10 players had been eliminated while Slaughter All Under Heaven had not lost a single point of health. He was forced to confront the harsh reality of having encountered an insurmountable obstacle. His visage darkened as he shouted to the assembled crowd, "Everyone, retreat with me." Without hesitation, he led the way in flight. "Run?" Sun Yan continued her onslaught, arching an eyebrow. "I just offered you a chance to flee, yet it seems you are rather ineffectual." If one were to observe from a divine perspective, they would see a player brandishing a golden staff, pursuing a massive contingent of over 100 individuals. "Hey, you up ahead, run faster. They're closing in on me. Calm down, the elderly and children first. I'm still a child, let me go first. Who stepped on my shoe?" His eyes were filled with panic as he bellowed, "Everyone scatter. If you have the opportunity, exit the game directly and regroup at the usual spot." These individuals were the lifeblood of his Hao Phone Club. Unlike those gold farming players, losing levels or equipment would spell disaster. How could he not be anxious? However, at that moment, Hao Qi-gan-yun noticed that after his desperate cry, the relentless Slaughter All Under Heaven had inexplicably halted. He breathed a sigh of relief, but had hardly finished when suddenly. Chapter 29. Such a grand effort. All for 5,000 coins? I see it. The owner of Hao Phone Club, Hao Qi-gan-pei, lacking humanity, right there. Everyone listen. Killing a member of the How Phone Club earns you 500. Eliminating a key position or officer nets you 2,000. And taking down the Heartless One grants you 5,000. Roar. How dare you harm our beloved boss? How could you bring yourself to do such a thing? Brothers, charge. Leave none alive. Kill. Not far off. A surging mass of 200 to 300 individuals rushed forth, their thunderous roars threatening to engulf the members of the How Phone Club. What do we do, boss? The 100 or so members of the How Phone Club came to an abrupt halt, and Manager Wong looked at his boss in utter dismay. They faced an encroaching mob of 200 to 300, while behind them lurked the merciless slaughter all under heaven. It was truly a case of facing wolves in front and tigers behind. This situation feels remarkably familiar. Not long ago, it was the once mighty group of slaughterers who found themselves ensnared in such a predicament, and now, in the blink of an eye, they are the ones ensnared. Upon hearing his subordinate's inquiry, the once undaunted figure felt an overwhelming urge to weep. What would he do? Faced with this dire predicament, trepidation gripped his heart. Boss, I have an idea. Suddenly, a voice, calm yet profound, echoed. Upon hearing this, hope flickered in the eyes of those present. This was a professional adept in wisdom. Could he indeed possess a stratagem to extricate them from peril? The dauntless leader turned to the speaker, urging, "Speak quickly. If you delay, we are all doomed." The voice, adjusting his spectacles with a knowing expression, replied, "Given your character, surrender is not an option. Thus, today we must fight to the bitter end to break free from this encirclement. Only in this manner can we exemplify our indomitable spirit." The crowd murmured in disbelief. The leader exclaimed, "What a rallying cry for a fight to the end. What a declaration of unyielding spirit. Yet pray tell, how is this fight to the end any different from courting death when we cannot even defeat a single opponent? And from where do you ascertain that I, as the leader, would never consider surrender? As the boss, even if I wished to surrender, would I dare utter it aloud? Wouldn't that tarnish my reputation? Could you not offer me some counsel or a way out? What if I were to yield?" At this moment, a tempest of frustration surged within him, contemplating a slap for this meddler. Yet, before he could act, a shout rang out, "Boss, run!" Bam! A foot crashed on the chest of one of his subordinates. Utilizing this momentum, Nian propelled himself forward, rapidly closing in on the dauntless leader. Not so fast. A towering figure among the crowd attempted to block Nian's path, hoping to use his size to send the latter flying. However, the very next second, a skill was activated, Frost Spike. The large man had barely begun to proclaim his loyalty when an icy spike struck him, immobilizing him in place. In an instant, with a simple attack from Nian, he was dispatched. The entire encounter transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the crowd registered what had occurred, Nian was already upon the dauntless leader. "Quick, stop him!" Seeing the imminent threat, the leader felt a surge of panic. Yet, before anyone could react to his command, it was already too late. Damn it! In his final moments, he could only utter 2 words. Then, 2 lines of notifications appeared simultaneously. Player Slaughterer of the World has slain the dauntless leader. Player has looted 600 experience, 2 blue items. Observing the 2 blue items lying not far away, Nian approached slowly to collect them. During this time, no one dared to approach him. As he passed, the crowd parted in fear. Who was it that said killing this guy would yield 5,000? Nian lifted his gaze and surveyed the onlookers. The crowd replied, "Good heavens, you, a formidable figure, are truly here for just 5,000? Alas, how utterly inhumane to be slain. A fortune of 5,000 slipped through my fingers. But never mind, there remains a multitude. Let us eliminate them all, leaving not a single soul." Roar! Just as the crowd stood in stunned silence, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted beside them. By the time the members of the Gale Wind reacted, the Starry Rain faction had already approached. "This is the end. It seems we are doomed," someone lamented softly. Following this, a one-sided massacre commenced. The player known as Lolita eliminated Manager Wong of Gale Wind. The player Rich Lolita dispatched the hidden assassin. The player Press eliminated the god. This unilateral slaughter continued unabated for several minutes. Soon, as the over 100 members of Gale Wind were systematically eradicated, the atmosphere ignited with fervor when the Starry Rain faction glimpsed the approaching white-haired Lolita, accompanied by hosts Xiaoyu and Su Yu. "Look, the boss has arrived." "Boss, I've slain one." "Boss, I've taken down 2. "Ha, I've dispatched 4. "How can you, having witnessed 4 kills, still have the audacity to complain?" "I may not have slain any, yet my damage ranks among the top 5. "Boss, I killed the manager of Gale Wind. Will there be a bonus?" Though the voices of the crowd were a cacophony, they brimmed with exhilaration. Ahem, enough. Yu Yurong waved her hand, and when the raucous crowd quieted momentarily, she proclaimed, "Rest assured, everyone will receive their share." Upon saying this, she turned to Manager Yin. "Yu Yurong is correct. Whether participants or killers, we have recorded all contributions." Manager Yin stated with a clear voice, adding, "So now, everyone should proceed with your endeavors. We shall calculate the rewards together this evening. Hooray! I can finally indulge in ribs today. At last, I can purchase that coveted dress for my mother. Come, brothers, accompany me to level up. Just a few more small monsters, and I'll hit level 5. How pathetic, I'm already at level 5.5. The crowd dispersed joyfully, leaving only Su Nian and his 3 companions outside the lair of the twisted tree monster. "Here, take back your gear," he said decisively, returning each of their items now that no one else was around. Indeed, upon noticing the approach of numerous players, likely with ill intent, he had swiftly communicated via the party channel, instructing the 3 to temporarily entrust him with all their gear and gold. This way, even if they were to perish, their equipment would not fall into the hands of others. This chapter, titled "The Grand Spectacle Approaches," reveals the cunning and craftiness of our esteemed leader. Yu Yurong exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Sun Yen furrowed his brow. This remark sounds increasingly peculiar. I misspoke. Yu Yurong quickly waved her hand, rephrasing her words with earnestness. What I meant to convey is our esteemed leader is indeed cunning and... Wait, no. Is it scheming? Incorrect. What was I trying to say? The white-haired lowly S-brain has malfunctioned. The words that just danced in my mind have vanished in an instant. What a disaster. Am I destined to develop a brain tumor? Beside her, Suyu helplessly rubbed her forehead and couldn't help but remind her. Perhaps you mean to say far-sighted or resourceful? Yu Yurong, struck by inspiration, clapped her small hands. Oh yes, that S it. Sun Yan. He harbored doubts about whether this girl was being intentional or merely clumsy. At that moment, Ho Xiaoyu stepped forward and, in front of the 2 girls, confessed to Sun Yin, "Boss, this is my fault. Had it not been for my previous oversight, such an incident would not have occurred today. However, I have already removed all connections to the Hao Phone Group, and from now on, I have no ties with the Hao Phone Club. If I encounter them again, I shall hold nothing back." Seeing Ho Xiaoyu's expression of guilt, fearing he would not be included, Sun Yin patted his shoulder and chuckled. "It matters not. Isn't it beneficial for them to come? They're simply delivering us equipment." With a chuckle, Yu Yurong quickly covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with laughter. The boss was indeed correct. However, recalling the expressions of Hao Qi and his companions upon their resurrection in the novice village, she couldn't help but smile. Now, Sun Yin turned his gaze towards the nearby lair, stating calmly, "With no one to disturb us, let us not delay the final first clear. Let us go." Upon hearing the boss's command, Yu Yurong bounced ahead of the 3. This time, Sun Yin's luck was rather peculiar, for despite the pursuit of the Hao Phone crowd, he had not triggered a single percentage kill. Consequently, his kill probability had accumulated to an astounding 488. However, the Hao Phone group suffered no losses. The twisted tree monsters, on the other hand, were not so fortunate. Just moments after they entered, the entire server announcement rang out. Congratulations to players 2 Jin Tianxia, Yu Yurong, Ho Xiaoyu, and Xin Yin for becoming the first team on the server to slay the twisted tree monsters. Each member is rewarded with 20 free attribute points, 200 gold coins, and 1 blue gear. As these announcements echoed across the server, a flurry of question marks erupted in the world channel. The reason was simple. In less than an hour, the team of 2 Jin Tianxia had achieved 3 first clears. Who wouldn't be bewildered and astonished by such a feat? While the world channel erupted in chaos, with players fervently discussing the matter at a resurrection altar in a certain novice village, Hao Qi and his companions, freshly resurrected, gritted their teeth as they beheld the server announcements. Listening to Manager Wang's report on their losses, their eyes burned with hatred and fury. "Boss, considering this incident, we have certainly made an enemy of 2 Jin Tianxia and the Xingyu Club. What should we do next?" Manager Wang quietly inquired after delivering his report. Hao Qi furrowed his brow and coldly replied to Manager Wang, "Are you blaming me with that tone?" Upon hearing these words, Manager Wang hastily shook his head, feigning innocence. How could I dare? Yet internally, he seethed with resentment. If not you, then whom should I blame? Each time, it was as if he were a bandit, solely focused on reaping rewards without effort. And now, the consequences have arrived, haven't they? During the initial phase of the game, what is the most precious commodity? Undoubtedly, it is time. And now, thanks to your actions, not only has the potential for progress diminished for my comrades, but we have also wasted time and lost our equipment. I have encountered foolish bosses before, but never one as utterly incompetent as this. I would dearly love to unleash a torrent of disdain upon your visage. At this moment, the audacious Howe Yuntian remained blissfully unaware that Manager Wang had already lambasted him internally, wishing to unleash a similar torrent upon him. Meanwhile, Howe Yuntian was lost in contemplation. Musing, I refuse to believe that among the multitude of players in this server, there isn't one capable of confronting that ruthless adversary. Fortunately, there exists one such individual, the current leader of the level rankings, who not only can overpower the formidable foe, but also vanquish the rock giant in the novice village on the very first day of the server's opening. Such a remarkable figure, who would believe it? With this thought in mind, Howe Yuntian spoke gravely. From this moment forth, we shall recruit mercenaries across the server and spare no expense to bring that esteemed player into our club. He added, inform the others that the resources in the novice village are but a mere drop in the bucket. Our true potential will be unleashed in the main city. Let them not lose heart, but rather focus on leveling up. Understood, Manager Wang replied, and then proceeded to carry out the tasks. Howe Yuntian once again fell in a deep thought. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, Sun Yin was taken aback upon seeing the loot dropped by the Twisted Tree monster. Good heavens! The Twisted Tree monster dropped 20 free attribute points and 5 blue equipment pieces. The drop rate, aside from the free attribute points, there are an astonishing 5 pieces of blue gear. However, for Sun Yin, this was of little consequence. With this in mind, he turned to the 3 individuals before him and said nonchalantly, I have several pieces of blue gear in my backpack, along with the 5 dropped items. You may divide them as you wish, free of charge. Haha, the Great One is truly benevolent. Soon, as the 3 adorned themselves with the newly acquired blue gear, it signified the successful completion of this initial task. Farewell, Great One. Should there be any more initial quests of this nature, be sure to bring me along next time. I have dispatched your reward to the Great One. Do remember to check. After bidding farewell to the esteemed player, Yu Yurong hurriedly took Su Yu to hunt monsters. This time, with both of them equipped with a piece of purple gear and the rest in blue, their efficiency in defeating monsters would see a remarkable increase. Upon witnessing their departure, Ho Xiaoyu first transferred the reward to Sun Yin and bid him farewell before embarking on his own leveling journey, while also accepting various task commissions. As for Sun Yin, having successfully completed this appetizing introductory task, he was now poised to face the main event. Chapter 31, Clue Acquired. What is her purpose in bringing the Great One into the small black room? A tantalizing task. Yesterday, he successfully navigated to the 2nd level of the treasure land with over 1,000 health points, earning substantial rewards. Now his health has surged to an impressive 70,000. And with the aid of freely allocated attribute points, his attack speed has soared to 268. With such prowess, how many levels deeper into the treasure land can he venture? What bountiful rewards await him? Sun Yin eagerly anticipates the forthcoming journey. However, before that, in the blink of an eye, he finds himself at the village shop. Fortunately, gold coins hold little significance for Sun Yin at this moment. His only limitation now lies in his mana. In order to ensure he can delve deeper into the treasure land, meticulous preparations are essential for any unforeseen circumstances. Purchase. Notification. Purchase successful. Sun Yin's gaze shifts towards the direction of the quest tavern. What lies ahead? Moments later, upon arriving at the tavern entrance, Sun Yin's eyes gleam upon seeing the enchanting woman seated at the front desk. His reaction is not merely due to her alluring figure or the captivating curves that sway with her every step. Rather, she is none other than the renowned tavern mistress, well known among novice players, whom many aspire to encounter for task assignments. With the sight of the tavern mistress, how far can he be from the clues to the divine blessing? With this thought, Sun Yin strides confidently into the tavern. The tavern mistress, upon noticing his arrival, graces him with a signature smile. Sir, are you here for a task? Sun Yin shakes his head, feeling no inclination towards the meager rewards offered by tasks. The tavern mistress, sensing his disinterest, prepares to inquire further. However, before she can utter a word, Sun Yin states directly, I have completed the merchant's quest. This simple declaration brings a look of astonishment to the tavern mistress's face, prompting her to ask, You defeated the merchant? Hearing this, Sun Yin shakes his head once more. The tavern mistress furrows her brow. Yet in the next moment, Sun Yin calmly clarifies, Not defeated. More accurately, I killed him. The tavern mistress's eyes widen in shock. And for a moment, disbelief washes over her features. Then, as if a thought has crossed her mind, she smiles slightly and says, In that case, follow me. With that, she leads the way towards a corner of the tavern where a storeroom filled with miscellaneous items is located. Sun Yin follows closely behind. This scene is unwittingly witnessed by a group that has just entered the tavern. Look over there. Isn't that the world-renowned boss slayer? One exclaims in awe. I can't believe the server-wide announcement just ended, and we encountered the legendary figure himself. Wait, isn't that the tavern mistress? What could she be doing with the boss in that secluded room? The tavern mistress appears to be smiling as she leads him. Oh no, she even closed the door. The crowd exchanges glances, bewildered. The tavern mistress's charm and beauty are well known among players. Just yesterday, a wealthy player had presumed that, as she was in the novice village, she would not attack players, leading him to harbor ill intentions. As for the outcome, despite being in a game, the visceral sensation of having a bird's egg brutally crushed left the wealthy player in such a state that he exited the game, foaming at the mouth and unconscious. To this day, he has not dared to return. However, this distinguished individual has now been brought into a secluded room by the charming proprietress, who wears a smile that radiates intrigue and anticipation. This naturally leads to wild speculation among onlookers. Could there be some clandestine quest within a game? Perhaps with an element of seduction involved? The mere thought raises their blood pressure. What do you think the proprietress is leading the distinguished player to do? A man and a woman, alone in a room. It's just a game. What could possibly happen? But you may not comprehend. Given the exaggerated realism of the game, wouldn't you be curious about certain aspects? Since the game prides itself on offering high freedom, it would seem quite reasonable for it to harbor a self-awareness that allows for the issuance of unique quests with special rewards. Do not be swayed by his nonsense. We are here to serve the proprietress, not merely to observe quests. No, we are here to undertake quests, not to gawk at the proprietress. As they dismiss the worker and prepare to venture to a new village for tasks, within the tavern's corner storage, the proprietress enters and begins to rummage through the clutter. Soon, she uncovers a somewhat yellowed piece of parchment and presents it to Sun Yin, saying, "Here, this is what you seek. Take it." "Thank you," Sun Yin replies, accepting the parchment and turning to leave. Seizing the moment as he pivots, the proprietress's eyes glimmer with a faint blue light, and all of the information regarding the individual before her materializes effortlessly. Over 70,000 health points, 1 red, 2 purple, and 2 blue equipment configurations, along with a percentage-based lethal talent. Perhaps you truly possess the qualifications to inherit it. The proprietress murmurs softly, yet in such a confined space. How could the typically perceptive Sun Yin not hear? Inherit? He turns back, puzzled. This term was foreign to him in his previous life. Even the divine blessing, as revealed by a few in his past, required the completion of specific tasks to obtain, a rarity due to its scarcity. Generally, even if such tasks were accepted, it was nearly impossible for one in millions to succeed. Nothing, the proprietress shakes her head, her gaze profound. It's merely a superficial notion. Whether you qualify to inherit it at that place depends solely on you. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Sun Yin departs, his mind swirling with questions. Back at the front desk, the proprietress gazes at his departing figure, murmuring as if to herself or perhaps addressing someone unseen. I once thought that you outsiders would need to be at least level 80 to qualify for such matters. Yet here we are. Is this a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Chapter 32. The little girl almost wet herself? Initiating speedrun mode. Emerging from the tavern, Sun Yin did not immediately inspect the parchment. Instead, he left the novice village, ensuring that no one was trailing him before retrieving the parchment from his backpack. As he gradually unfurled the parchment, he was taken aback by its contents. He had anticipated it to be a quest scroll, yet it turned out to be a map. A red line extended from the novice village to a location marked by a red dot. If this map indeed held the clues to the sacred blessing, then the location denoted by the red dot was most likely associated with it. Was there truly no one around? Had his suspicions led him to overcautiousness? Shaking his head, Sun Yin resolved not to rush towards the marked location. Every quest related to the sacred blessing was fraught with danger and uncertainty. He could not afford to lower his guard simply because he was in a novice village. Besides, with a clue in hand, a day or half a day more would not matter. He decided to first venture to the treasure site to enhance his overall strength before approaching the sacred blessing. With this thought, Sun Yin opened the game map, searching for the location he had previously marked. He found it. Just as he was about to head towards the treasure site, he suddenly furrowed his brow. Wait a moment. Why does this terrain seem so familiar? It was only upon comparison that he realized, to his astonishment, that despite the difference in size between the game map and the parchment, the location marked on the game map corresponded precisely with the red dot on the parchment. Could it be? The treasure site was indeed the same location associated with the sacred blessing? High emotional intelligence. It seems even the heavens do not wish for us to squander time. Low emotional intelligence. Good grief. Did my wandering brother die in vain? Couldn't you have offered a different reward? Nevertheless, since the treasure site coincided with the location of the sacred blessing, Sun Yin welcomed this turn of events. At least he wouldn't have to waste time aimlessly. His curiosity about this place grew, and so did his anticipation. However, just as Sun Yin took his leave, a delicate figure appeared beneath a nearby tree. The girl with 6 flowers atop her head fixed her gaze intently on the direction Sun Yin had departed. Phew, that was close. I almost revealed my presence while being invisible. What kind of monster is this? As the figure of Sun Yin gradually faded from view, Lu Hua wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Initially, after encountering this formidable figure in a novice village, she had been curious about the gap in power between her own rank of 50 and the second rank. Driven by this curiosity, she stealthily followed him, hoping to find the right moment to confront this slayer of the world. However, upon drawing nearer and inadvertently catching a glimpse of his displayed stats, she nearly lost her composure. Over 70,000 health points? Is this even possible for a human? The disparity between the 51st and the second rank is indeed this vast. The individual who occupies the pinnacle of the leaderboard must surely be a celestial being. Fortunately, they remain oblivious to my presence. Otherwise, my escape would have been utterly impossible. With this thought, Lu Hua did not hesitate. She swiftly turned and fled. Although the encounter nearly startled her into losing control, she had gleaned not one, but 2 monumental pieces of intelligence. Perhaps there are those who would find these revelations intriguing. The scene shifted dramatically. After a brief, yet vigorous journey of several minutes, Sun Yin arrived once more at the mountainside. With familiarity, he triggered the hidden passage mechanism. Upon entering the treasure-laden chamber, he discovered that, due to the previous completion of the first 2 underground levels, there were no lesser monsters or treasures remaining. He proceeded smoothly to the 3rd underground level. Sun Yin wasted no time and immediately initiated his speedrun mode. 211. 222. His innate talents had yet to manifest. The monsters on the 3rd level possessed formidable health, boasting a total of 900 each, with numbers exceeding a dozen. However, this time, Sun Yin was not the same as before. Even if he stood still and allowed the monsters to strike him, their damage per second was dwarfed by his own rate of recovery. Consequently, 1 minute later, the rewards from the 3rd underground level were as follows. Skill replacement item 1. 500 gold coins and 20 free attribute points. Sun Yin paused momentarily. Another item? One he had never encountered before? The skill replacement item, upon use. It allows the bearer to exchange any unlearned skill in their inventory for their most desired skill, with the skill level remaining unchanged. Remarkable. The ability to transform an ill-suited skill into one that perfectly aligns with one's capabilities, all while maintaining the skill level? Truly a splendid acquisition. Buoyed by this fortuitous discovery, Sun Yin eagerly pressed onto the next level. In the 4th underground level, he found himself confronted by over 30 colossal skeleton warriors, each possessing health exceeding 1,500. The difficulty had evidently escalated at this stage. Of course, this was only in relation to ordinary players. A few minutes later, the rewards from the 4th underground level were revealed. 3 large trumpets, 2,000 gold coins, and 5 blue gear. A single large trumpet equated to a custom-made announcement for the entire server. In his previous life, even in the later stages of the game, these rare trumpets, which had only a slight chance of dropping from battles, could easily fetch a price of 50,000 each. Quite excellent indeed. As Sun Yin approached the 5th level, he encountered a considerable challenge. To his surprise, the average health of the creatures there exceeded 2,000, and these luminous-scaled pythons also possessed group, healing, and control skills. Yet they were classified as elite monsters of level 13. How curious that there were monsters exceeding level 10 within this novice village. Fortunately, the condition for his talent to elevate to level 3 involved defeating elite monsters of level 10 or above. Thus, these 50 luminous-scaled pythons constituted a mere appetizer. However, their physical defenses were exceedingly high, complemented by their group healing and control abilities. This endeavor proved to be a grueling trial, consuming Sun Yin a full 30 minutes to conquer the 50 luminous-scaled pythons without losing a single drop of health. The ordeal was excruciating, yet the rewards from this level were. Suddenly, Sun Yin's eyes sparkled with delight. It was indeed the coveted item. Chapter 33, Guild Establishment Order. The reward for the 5th underground level. Guild Establishment Order X1, 2,500 gold coins, Azure Battle Boots, Purple, X1. Upon witnessing this reward, Sun Yin was overwhelmed with excitement. If his memory served him right, the guild establishment order would be valued at a minimum of 600,000 gold coins in the future shop. Moreover, once the elite clubs and wealthy tycoons of the current world learned of the terrifying benefits a guild could bestow upon players, they disregarded the exorbitant price of the guild establishment order, hoarding gold coins as if they were free. Their only desire was to create a guild at the earliest opportunity, ensuring they would not fall behind their peers. With this thought, Nian eagerly retrieved the guild establishment order from his inventory. However, a prompt appeared. Guild creation or joining is prohibited for the first 3 days after the game launch. Well, it seems he would have to wait until tomorrow. He then shifted his gaze to the new equipment he had acquired in his inventory. Azure Battle Boots, purple, level 7, effect 1, mana 400. Effect 2, magic power 50. Effect 3, movement speed 5. Quite impressive indeed. After donning the Azure Battle Boots, Nian's mana soared beyond 1550, while his magic power reached 170. With his current attack and magic power, a frost spell would deal at least 400 points of damage as a starting point. Satisfied, Nian turned his attention to the passage before him. Next up, the 6th underground level. However, he had already spent half an hour on this 5th level. If the elite monsters in the 6th level were as anticipated, there could be as many as 100. He recalled that in his previous life, it took a substantial number of top-tier players nearly 10 hours to barely clear the 6th level using a wheel battle strategy. Now, facing this challenge alone, he was eager to see how it would unfold. With a flick of his sleeve, Nian advanced towards the dark passage leading to the next level, clearly prepared for a protracted battle. When it came to endurance, Nian was not lacking in any regard. But as he descended to the 6th level and beheld the multitude of enormous elite monsters glaring at him, the corners of his mouth twitched. Armored Giant Lizard, level 12. Rank Elite. Health, 3650. Physical Defense, 300. Attack, 130. Skills, Harden, Armored Shield, Retaliatory Spike, Steadfast Will. Glancing at the status bar of the Armored Giant Lizard, Nian thought to himself, goodness, this creature boasts over 3,000 health points, and its physical defense is a staggering 300. This would significantly reduce the damage of my normal attacks. What was even more outrageous were its skills, all of which pertain to defense. Just how afraid of death could it be? A steel turtle, perhaps? Just as Nian's expression darkened, the imposing swarm of armored giant lizards offered him no opportunity to voice his grievances, each one raising its massive claws and charging towards him. Seeing this, Nian decided against further complaints. Even if they used percentage-based attacks, he was determined to eliminate this horde of armored turtles. Not only do we possess endurance, but we are also remarkably resilient. Thus, a fierce battle swiftly commenced. The journey, however, was arduous. Despite a significant reduction in his basic attack damage, Nian managed to slay nearly 90% of the hundreds of armored giant lizards through his innate talent. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours slipped by. Although the process was challenging, the rewards were exceedingly bountiful. From the 6th level underground, he received 1 talent upgrade card, 5,000 gold coins, and 50 free attribute points. The talent upgrade card, upon usage, allows one to elevate any talent below level 10 by 1 tier. Upon glimpsing this item, Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. To elevate a talent below level 10 by 1 tier, doesn't that imply that if used on a level 10 talent, one could effectively create a level 11 talent? The disparity between level 10 and level 11 talents is monumental. Merely from their respective club contracts, it is evident that the annual salary difference is at least tenfold. The value of this talent upgrade card far exceeds that of a mere couple of red-tier items. However, upon realizing the worth of this item, Nian's first thought was about Su Yu's surgical expenses. Not only had he secured enough, but he had also exceeded the required amount. It is crucial to understand that surgeries should be conducted promptly, without unnecessary delays. Moreover, for someone like him, a player with extraordinary talent, the talent upgrade card holds little utility. As for the possibility of using it on Su Yu in the future, he firmly believes that regardless of the talent she awakens, even if she enters the game 2 years later under his guidance, she could easily surpass the majority of players, without delving into specifics. Equipping her with a few fully enhanced divine garments and a couple of effortless, powerful skills would ensure that, even without innate talent, she could effortlessly dominate those level 10 players, silencing them one by one. Of course, this assumption is made under the ignorance of the fact that his dear girl had already awakened a level 10 talent, with effects that are quite extraordinary. Had he been aware of even a fraction of this, his thoughts would have been entirely different. Nevertheless, it is unlikely that this revelation would come too late. This bounty has deeply gratified my spirit. Sun Yin glanced at his inventory, feeling quite content. Aside from the 4 items and 1 purple tier equipment he acquired, he also amassed a total of 10,000 gold coins and 70 free attribute points that had already been allocated to his attack speed. Presently, not only had his attack speed surpassed 338, but he had also exchanged the vast experience gained for over 200 skill points. Had it not been for Sun Yin converting the abundant experience he obtained entirely into skill points, he would have long surpassed level 10 and bid farewell to the novice village. However, he was not in a hurry to utilize the skill points, opting instead to wait until after the rankings were announced at 6 o'clock. With this thought in mind, Sun Yin glanced at the time in the upper right corner and raised an eyebrow. Has it truly become past 4 in the afternoon? Having spent considerable time on quests since logging in, nearing midday and exploring the treasure area, he stretched, feeling somewhat fatigued. Subsequently, he ventured to the next level to take a look. The elite monsters located 7 levels underground are not as formidable as those found on the 6th level. However, the sheer number of elite monsters here should not be underestimated. If I were to engage them head-on, I could potentially prevail, though it might extend into tomorrow. I risk exhaustion rather than death, unless I possess a wide-reaching area of effect skill. Alas, I have yet to consume a single bite of food today. I shall log off to nourish myself and rest for half an hour, returning just in time for the leaderboard announcement. My life is of utmost importance. After departing from the treasure trove, Sun Yin hastily logged off, intending to recuperate before addressing a significant matter awaiting him. Chapter 34. Reward Settlement. Is there something even more absurd? Time flew by. Presently, the leaderboard will conclude at 6 o'clock in the evening, with less than 5 minutes remaining. The surroundings are eerily quiet. Perhaps many players are utilizing this final moment to grind monsters for leaderboard recognition, or perhaps this novice village is simply devoid of players. Nonetheless, I find solace in this tranquil environment, where the gentle rustling of leaves fills the air. A soft breeze caresses my face, imparting a sense of relaxation. Sun Yin opened the level leaderboard. First place. Emperor, level 9 second place. World Slayer, level 9 third place. Grandfather, level 8 fourth place. Madman, level 8 fifth place. One kidney can still do it in an hour, level 8 sixth place. Cold River Snow. Level 8 countdown to leaderboard closure. 3 minutes and 57 seconds. The top 2 positions seem secure. In a twist of fate, Cold River Snow, who once claimed the first position in the previous life, has fallen out of the top 5 after yesterday's untimely demise. Moonlight Conquest and Heroic Ambition, once both ranked within the top 10, now struggle to even breach the top 50 in this life. The orchestrator of this upheaval lies sprawled on the grass beside a tree, enjoying the cool breeze and patiently awaiting the leaderboard rewards. Time passed steadily, until a moment arrived when an announcement echoed throughout the server. Leaderboard competition has concluded. The next leaderboard to be unveiled will be the server-wide power ranking. Players, please stay tuned. The rewards for the level leaderboard are as follows. Rewards for ranks 100 to 500, 200 gold coins, 1 random blue item. Reward for rank 104, 1,000 gold coins, 3 random blue items, 20 free attribute points, 1 random skill book. Reward for rank 3, 2,000 gold coins, 1 random purple item, 20 free attribute points, 1 random skill book. Reward for rank 2, 3,000 gold coins, 1 random purple item, 25 free attribute points, 1 random skill book. Reward for rank 1, 5,000 gold coins, 1 random purple item, 30 free attribute points, 1 random skill book. As the leaderboard rewards were unveiled, the world channel erupted in madness. Goodness, even a 1000th rank earns 200 gold coins and a blue item? I am envious. 200 gold coins is enough for a month. What about the 4th rank? They must be devastated. But wait, I'm ranked 19, 300 and I don't even receive a consolation prize? Goodness gracious. The top 3 players each possess a piece of purple equipment, with the first place contestant even receiving a staggering 5,000 gold coins along with a high-level skill book. I am utterly envious. Oh, the allure of purple gear. It is rumored that the hidden quest from the master blacksmith can yield such exquisite items. Yet to this day, no one has discerned how to acquire the Lord's heart. Upon mentioning this, I recall hearing that the owner of the prestigious Gale Club is on the verge of madness, all due to his inability to obtain the Lord's heart. He has even declared his intention to purchase the Lord's heart across the entire server at a price of 10,000 per piece. Is this true? Surely, he must be out of his mind. Amidst the fervent chatter of players, Sun Yin received the rewards bestowed by the system. For ranking 1st and 2nd, he amassed a total of 8,000 gold coins, 2 pieces of purple gear, 55 free attribute points, and 1 random skill each from levels 1 and 2. These rewards left Su Nian both covetous and aware of the envy it would incite among other players. After all, not to mention anything else, many players have yet to acquire even a single piece of purple gear before reaching level 30. After allocating all his free attribute points to attack speed, Su Nian examined the 2 pieces of purple equipment. Warrior's Leggings, purple, level 5 effect 1. Magic Power 80 effect 2. Movement Speed 45. These purple quality leggings were precisely what Su Nian lacked at the moment. With this, a configuration of 4 purple and 1 red equipment at level 9 would surely be unprecedented. With this thought in mind, Su Nian promptly donned them and turned his attention to the next piece of purple equipment. Divine Windcloth Armor, purple, level 5 effect 1. Movement Speed 10 effect 2. Mana 200 effect 3. Attack Power 30 Upon seeing this piece of equipment, Su Nian found himself at a loss for words. Would donning it transform him into a deity of speed? However, despite its lackluster quality among its peers, it remained a piece of purple gear. In the future, he would have no trouble selling it. After examining the equipment, Su Nian glanced at the 2 skills acquired in his backpack. Level 1 skill, Rain of Arrows. Level 2 skill, Holy Sword. As anticipated, Su Nian calmly nodded and decisively exchanged the skills in his backpack for a higher level skill book. Please select your desired profession. Wizard. Please select your desired skill type. Area of effect damage. Exchange successful. In the next moment, the inscription on the level 2 skill book in his backpack transformed. Level 2 skill, Inferno Sea. Inferno Sea. Upon use, the area within the skill's range ignites into a sea of flames, continuously inflicting massive damage on enemies within the area, with a burning effect persisting after the skill concludes. Level 2 skill. Would you like to learn this skill? Learn. Upon reading the skill's description, Su Nian eagerly chose to learn it, displaying his impatience. Learning successful. Skill, Inferno Sea. Level 2. Level 1. Casting range, 33 meters. Mana cost, 350 cooldown, 35 seconds after his studies. Su Nian rose and promptly made his way to the outskirts of the novice village to locate the Storm Rabbit. Upon his swift arrival, he unleashed the skill Blazing Sky Inferno, the Storm Rabbit. In the next moment, a flurry of damage notifications appeared. 369. 378. 400. The Blazing Sky Inferno persisted for 3 seconds before gradually dissipating. Ignoring the kill notifications before him, Su Nian nodded in satisfaction. A 3x3 area, a duration of 3 seconds, dealing damage of 350 to 400 per second, with additional burning effects. This is what one would expect from a Master Mage. Such explosive damage, especially in the early game, is utterly outrageous. Outrageous indeed. However, what followed was even more astonishing. Chapter 35. Willing to contribute for the first time. Brother, are you back to frolic again? You have upgraded Blazing Sky Inferno to level 2. You have upgraded Blazing Sky Inferno to level 3. After Su Nian spent all of his over 200 skill points in one go, he glanced at the skill description once more, noticing significant changes. Skill, Blazing Sky Inferno, level 10. Casting range, 66 meters. Required mana, 300. Cooldown, 25. After upgrading to level 10, not only had the casting range increased, but the required mana and cooldown time had also seen considerable reductions. The rewards from this leaderboard settlement were undeniably substantial for his growth. With the explosive skill of Blazing Sky Inferno at his disposal, Su Nian felt confident that he could conquer the 7th level of the underground treasure within half an hour. However, he was not in a hurry. Once the guild was established tomorrow, his strength would receive another significant boost. Of course, the most crucial reason remained the impending momentous event that awaited him. Meanwhile, top players and clubs in the game began to explore the wilderness, each reluctant to fall behind the others, resulting in fierce competition. It was akin to a calm after the storm, until a message resembling a server-wide announcement appeared. Slaughter the World, selling a talent upgrade card, which allows any talent below level to be unconditionally upgraded by 1 level, turning level talents in a level in seconds. Only one available in the entire server. Interested parties, come to Novice Village number 10,000. Slaughter the World displayed the talent upgrade card to the world. As this lengthy message suddenly materialized before all players in the server, a flurry of question marks instantaneously flooded the entire world channel. This phenomenon persisted for several seconds until players managed to recover from their bewilderment. No way. This must be fake. How could he directly address the entire server? Selling a talent upgrade card? Does such a thing even exist? Surely it's a scam. Wait, if you click on the area he showcased, this talent upgrade card is actually real. The big shot is willing to contribute for the first time. Can we give this treasure to him? I see you verified as male upstairs. Not only does he address the entire server, but he also offers such an outrageous item. And he secured 3 first clears within the last hour. Do you think Slaughter the World is hacking? Oh no, I've become part of this. According to your words, does that mean the esteemed Emperor is indeed a traveler equipped with a system of his own? I cannot allow such an extraordinary individual to exist within the divine realm. Esteemed Emperor, I yearn for progress. Just as players across the server were astounded, the internal dynamics of various clubs erupted with fervor. In an instant, millions of players engaged in fervent discussions about this matter. Meanwhile, the astute and quick-witted had already set forth on their journeys. Concurrently, the population within the newbie village 10,000 was surging at a terrifying pace. Among these individuals, the majority were mere spectators, while others were exceedingly intrigued by the talent upgrade card displayed by Nian. System notification. Detecting that the number of players in newbie village number 10,000 has surpassed 50,000. The virtualization feature for characters within this village has been activated. Instantly, when the first wave of players transported from the wilderness arrived at the newbie village, they were met with the curious sight of their semi-virtualized bodies. Goodness, our bodies are overlapping, exclaimed one, utterly fascinated. This sensation is peculiar. I can see you, yet I cannot touch you. This is my sole chance to merge with the goddess, exclaimed another. Look, ISNT, that the one who vanquished the esteemed emperor? Someone in the crowd shouted. As the masses turned to follow his gaze, they beheld Nian, adorned in a ghostly mask, seated upon a massive stone approximately 2 meters high, surveying the throngs of players streaming from outside the village. Is he truly an esteemed figure? Let us approach and see. A player stepped forward, addressing Nian. Greetings, esteemed one. I'm a gaming streamer from Douyin. May I inquire how you obtained such an astonishing item in the newbie village? Did you, like the esteemed emperor, complete a hidden quest? Nian shrugged. It was merely a stroke of luck. I was fortunate. The crowd murmured in response. Might I ask, esteemed one, do you have intentions of joining a club? Players are saying you have close ties with the Starry Rain Club. To that, you shall have your answer tomorrow, he replied. As they engaged in light conversation, more individuals began to gather around them. Among the newcomers, Nian recognized several familiar faces, including the illustrious Haoqi Ganyan, the formidable Haoyue Zhangba, and members from the Starry Rain Club, along with representatives from the other top-tier clubs in Dragon Country. It was evident that this gathering attracted not only the elite of the 5 major clubs, but also players from smaller clubs and affluent solo experts alike. The significance of a talent upgrade card is self-evident. More precisely, with the global surge in popularity of the game Divine Realm, everyone aspires to ascend to the world stage and become a figure of immense attention soon. The emergence of the talent upgrade card not only provides hope to players lacking in innate abilities, but also incites envy among many clubs. As the crowd had gathered in ample numbers, Nian decided to address the matter directly. Rising slowly, he manifested the talent upgrade card in his hand. However, just at that moment before Nian could articulate his thoughts, an untimely voice suddenly pierced the air. Brother Tujin, I am the owner of the Haoyue Club, and I sincerely invite you to join us with an annual salary of 30 million. The announcement from Haoyue Zhanba sent ripples of astonishment through the onlookers. 30 million a year? That equates to over 2 million a month, roughly 70 to 80,000 a day. Everyone turned to gaze at Tujin Tianxia, eager to discern the magnate's decision. Meanwhile, Nian merely cast a disinterested glance at Haoyue Zhanba, too apathetic to respond. Why are you prancing around again, little brother? Can't you see I can't be bothered with you? Knowing I am Tujin Tianxia, you offer me 30 million. If you knew I were the emperor, would you not offer 30 million to extinguish me instead? Despite his indifference, the other club members, observing his silence and apparent contemplation, began to lose their composure. Chapter 36. High-end business battles often employ the simplest tactics. Don't listen to his nonsense, big shot. One shouted, right? This kid is notorious for manipulating contracts. You'd be a fool to believe that small club of yours could even muster 1 million, let alone 40 million, without a loan to sign a big shot. Go to hell, Kwangba. Don't think I'm unaware of the affairs between your boss and the female employees in the office. I have the video. Do you think I'm afraid? Huh, who's afraid of whom? If you have the guts, share the video with me. Yeah, go ahead, do it in the group. As the arguments escalated amidst the crowd, a shadowy figure stealthily approached Nian's side, whispering, Big shot, come to our Shinyon Club, with an annual salary of 50 million, plus benefits and year-end bonuses. How does that sound? However, in the next moment, another voice chimed in, "Don't fall for that trick. The Xinyang folks are masters of duplicity. Why not join us at Shengshi? We are also one of the top 5 clubs in Longhua, with a salary increased by 500,000. Stop spewing nonsense. Who among you in Shengshi has better character? Defamation. Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander. I'll defame your mother." Watching the chaotic scene below, filled with the clamoring representatives of various clubs, Su Nian couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, high-end business battles often resort to the most straightforward methods, and mutual slander was the perfect match for this occasion. Silence. From this moment forth, the highest bidder for the talent upgrade card will prevail. Anyone who disrupts this process, regardless of their offer, shall have no claim to this item. Su Nian's voice commanded immediate attention, quieting the crowd. Soon after, a bidding war erupted, with someone immediately raising their hand. "I offer 20,000. Brother Kuan raised his hand. 20,000 is a mere pittance. Our Hao Yue club offers 50,000. 100,000. Our big brother bids 100,000. Brother Kuan raised his hand once more, then will bid 100,001. 150,000. Brother Kuan chuckled. "Today, this talent upgrade card is destined for our boss, so we'll bid a little lower, 150,001. We shall emerge victorious with 300,000. Upon this proclamation, the atmosphere was once again engulfed in astonishment. Such a grand auction setting is hardly comparable to that of Boran. 300,100. Kunge. At this moment, a hidden tycoon, whose annual income exceeded 100 million, could no longer contain himself. He turned to Kuan-gu, his voice laced with fury. "Are you here to create chaos? If you persist in outbidding others by a mere 100, then let it be known that I shall simply add 10 more to whatever this scoundrel bids." At this juncture, a voice of reason interjected, "Enough. Your antics will only complicate matters for the esteemed bidders. Complicat. Then let it be." Yet before he could finish, the gaze of the Moonlight Conqueror fell upon him. "Very well, we shall proceed." With that, Kuan-gu retreated silently behind his boss. A stifled laughter rippled through the crowd as onlookers covered their mouths and noses, fearful of inadvertently offending the tycoon with an unintentional chuckle. Observing Kuan-gu's sudden compliance, the affluent individual let out a derisive snort before announcing, "I bid 500,000. But before his words could settle, the Gale Club interjected with a staggering bid of 800,000. This bold display sent shockwaves through the assemblage. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The Gale Club is not lacking in funds. Should anyone present possessed talents of a superior level, we are eager to sign them, and the signing fee is of no concern. This audacious statement stirred a mix of intrigue among certain players, while simultaneously inciting disdain from the majority of clubs and rational individuals present. Unlike the atmosphere prior to the auction, where clubs sought to curry favor with the elite, now that the auction had commenced, what was the purpose of their interference? Though the crowd was vast, could they not wait until the auction's conclusion? The aspiring club members were not oblivious, with so many high-ranking officials present. It was clear they would not depart immediately after the auction. Why the rush? Intrigued, Su Nian observed the expression of audacity on the face of the Gale Club's representative, then glanced at the Moonlight Conqueror nearby. A thought occurred to him. If memory served correctly, there had been a rivalry between the Gale Club and the Moonlight Conqueror in his past life. Why not let this dogfight become even more intense? With this in mind, Su Nian turned his attention to the Gale Club, adopting a feigned look of realization, and raised an eyebrow. "Oh, look who has arrived, the Gale Club with its lack of humanity. However, I must apologize. In this auction where the highest bidder prevails, the Gale Club and its ilk are prohibited from participating." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, each person lost in confusion. What was transpiring? Did the tone of the elite suggest an underlying feud? At that moment, some informed individuals in the crowd began to whisper explanations. Earlier today, during a preliminary encounter, the Gale Club assembled over 100 individuals to ambush the elite and seize control. Is that true? How shameless. Indeed, our boss recorded the entire scene of the Gale Club's brazen demeanor. "Brother, send it to me. Indeed, let us become friends." Listening to the hushed whispers around him, the imposing figure of Hao Ganyan wore a terrifyingly grim expression. "You need not go too far, for my boss is extending you a courtesy." Before Hao Ganyan could respond, the indignant Shun pointed at Su Nian and shouted loudly. This scene momentarily plunged the atmosphere into silence. No one had anticipated that the situation would escalate to this degree. Those observing were reveling in the drama. Yet, at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Hao Ganyan and Shun. "What of it if my brother Tujin goes a bit overboard?" Brother Kuan, at his boss's behest, pointed at Shun with equal fervor. What is the worth of your Haofeng's reputation? Do you expect my brother Tujin to regard you with favor? Do you even deserve it? It was evident that this was Hao Yu's attempt to curry favor with the powerful, something any reasonable person could discern. The others, witnessing this, were unwilling to be left behind. Was this not an opportunity to strike while the iron was hot? Indeed, do you believe you are worthy? How much do you think you are worth? We at Shengshi stand unwaveringly with the formidable. However, one must also recognize the hierarchy of the clubs present. Aside from the 4 premier clubs, which possessed the audacity to challenge the colossal Haofeng, the smaller clubs dared not provoke such a behemoth lightly. For instance, Chapter 37. If you cannot afford to lose, do not play. Is a 5 million strike merely a warm-up? Our Kangling Club will always support the formidable, while Haofeng is but refuse. Yes, our Kangling Club is the greatest. The other clubs are not but waste. Wait, who are you two? Are you even part of Kangling? My colleague from Kangling has said nothing. If there is an issue, speak to him. Upon hearing someone impersonate the Kangling Club, a certain officer from Kangling broke into a cold sweat. Is it truly possible to engage in such treachery within the realm of business? How malicious can human nature be? Listening to the derisive voices around him, Shun's anger flared. You lot. Yet before he could utter more, Hao Qi raised a hand to silence him, coldly stating, "There's no need to stoop to the level of a pack of curs." With that, he cast a glance at Sun Yin, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes, and without further ado, turned to leave with his entourage. It dawned on Hao Qi how foolish his decision earlier that day had been. Had he known, he would have never provoked this calamity. However, the situation had reached a point of no return, and he could not be blamed. Meanwhile, Manager Wang, who had remained silent throughout, noted Hao Qi restless demeanor and realized he could no longer remain inconspicuous. He quickly inquired, "Boss, are you searching for someone?" Hao Qi, maintaining his somber countenance, replied, "Many have come to join the fray. I suspect that a esteemed figure has also arrived." Keep your eyes peeled. Clearly, he had not abandoned the hope of inviting the Emperor to join guild. Even after being incessantly suppressed by Tujin, the desire to invite the Emperor to bolster his club had become an obsession for him. This was akin to Hao Yu's ambition to have Tujin join his club. Yet, these two remained oblivious. The objects of their desire and those they harbored disdain for are, in fact, one and the same. Is this not a peculiar twist of fate? Indeed, Manager Wang responded promptly, instructing his subordinates to commence a thorough search. Yet, there was no need for such efforts. The esteemed Emperor was likely occupied with leveling up and, moreover, possessed inherent talent, rendering such endeavors unnecessary. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated from behind Hao Qi and his companions. The crowd turned to discover that the speaker was none other than Yu Yurong. Upon hearing her words, Hao Qi's countenance darkened further, igniting like coal at the slightest provocation. What could Yu Yurong possibly mean? How was she aware that the Emperor was engaged in leveling up? Could it be that she, too, was entangled with the notorious Slayer of Worlds? Very well, let us depart. Hao Qi clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, and bloodshot eyes reflecting his mounting fury. Earlier that noon, they had been obliterated, missing out on a spot in the top 10 of the leaderboard. In the afternoon, despite employing various methods to befriend the esteemed Emperor, their efforts were met with indifference. Now, they faced public humiliation at the hands of the Slayer of Worlds, looked down upon and scorned by a multitude of players. This game is utterly devoid of enjoyment. While I may be powerless against you in this virtual realm, what if we were to meet in reality? A procession of faces flashed through Hao Qi's mind. The members of the Hao Yue and Xingyu guilds, culminating with the Slayer of Worlds. Despite the strict confidentiality surrounding player real name verification imposed by major gaming companies, is there truly such a thing as an impenetrable wall? With this thought, Hao Qi cast a disdainful glance at the Slayer of Worlds and scoffed. In the game, I cannot afford to offend you. But in reality, what are you? It is evident that he was struggling to accept defeat. Sun Yin raised her crab claw. If you're inexperienced, practice more. If you can't bear to lose, then don't play. TSK, it's clear this fellow hasn't held back his frustrations. Little Yu, let us move to the front row. As they watched Hao Qi and his companions depart, Yu Yurong stuck out her tongue playfully before leading Su Yu toward the front of the crowd to observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the auction continued, and the price had already escalated to 1 million, courtesy of the Hao Yue Club. I bid 1 million. I raise it to 2 million. The Hao Yue champion waved his hand decisively. 5 million. Su Yu, listening to the escalating bids around her, widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Is it truly the case that a mere game item is worth over 1 million? How surreal. Do these individuals treat money as if it were mere dirt? Alas, what a pity. At that moment, Yu Yurong suddenly sighed. Sister Yurong, what troubles you? Su Yu inquired softly, turning to her side. Yu Yurong shrugged helplessly, voicing her concerns. Regrettably, my talent is only at level 1. Even upon leveling, it would merely reach level 2. Instead of relying on talent, it would be wiser to acquire more top-tier equipment or items. If I were to spend lavishly to procure this item for someone else's use, while it may create a level 2 talent holder, what if, upon the contract's expiration, they choose to switch allegiances? Wouldn't that simply be crafting a wedding dress for another? Regarding the matter of contract signing, it is currently strictly prohibited in the Dragon Kingdom for gaming clubs to bind their players with irrevocable contracts. The maximum duration is merely 5 years, after which there is only a right of first renewal. At this point, Yu Yurong glanced at her companion Su Yu and remarked, Sister, how wonderful it would be if you possessed such talent. Rather than allocating it to club members, it would be far better to bestow it upon you, my friend. After all, it would be a waste if utilized by me. Su Yu replied, Well, never mind. I shall consider this my support for the esteemed. With a wave of her delicate hand, Yu Yurong's voice resonated throughout the venue. Why are you all dawdling with your bids, gentlemen? I offer 3 million. Upon her declaration, a collective gasp arose, echoing around her, including from Su Yu beside her. How you club bids 350,000. The attendees perked up at this. Sensing the electric atmosphere of competition between the two major clubs, Hao Yu and Xing Yu, ready to engage in a fierce battle. With a disdainful snort, Yu Yurong parted her lips to raise her bid further. Just then a timid voice emerged from the back of the crowd. I bid 5 million. At that moment, an astonished silence fell over the crowd as they began to glance around in search of the source of this unexpected bid. Who would dare to offer 5 million? The tone did not suggest that of a club owner or a wealthy patron. Hao Yu Jingba bids 510,000. Came a firm response. The timid voice rang out again, then I bid 8 million. The players collectively gasped. Who is this? Upon hearing someone with the meekest of voices proclaim the highest price, even Hao Yu Zhengba could not refrain from exclaiming in disbelief. 5 million? And then 8 million on the second call? 8 million. This amount could secure numerous top-tier players. It is crucial to recognize that not all elite players command salaries in a range of 30 to 40 million, as exemplified by the likes of Tu Jin Tianxia, who achieved 3 consecutive first completions within an hour. Such caliber justifiably warrants such compensation. In contrast, a typical elite player's annual salary may hover around 1 million. Hence, spending several million on a talent upgrade card seems excessively extravagant. It would be far more prudent to invest that money in recruiting more players, as the impact of several elite players could rival that of a single ordinary elite player. Consequently, most club owners present had set their highest budget around 2 to 3 million. Yet, who could have anticipated that someone would boldly offer 8 million? Truly, this person must regard money as inconsequential. Who could this hidden tycoon be? Curiosity swept through the crowd. With an offer of 8 million on the table, one must inquire if there are any further bids. As soon Yan's voice faded, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, with not a single soul daring to utter a word amidst the crowd. However, at that moment, a frail figure dashed from the back of the assembly to the front. This action, so jarring in the midst of such tranquility, drew attention. Phew, I'm not late after all. Esteemed one, may I purchase that talent upgrade card from you for 8 million? If you find that insufficient, I can offer 10 million. The air was thick with disbelief as every individual present stared in astonishment, their minds momentarily paralyzed. Did they truly hear that? Was it indeed the same timid voice that had just bid 8 million? Yet this person now inquired whether the esteemed one found the offer lacking, proposing an astonishing 10 million. Could it be that such a sum caused no pangs of regret? Or perhaps that 10 million was merely a windfall in their household? As the audience remained in stunned silence, Sun Yin leaped from the boulder and gazed at the breathless, wide-eyed Hou Xiaoyu before him, with no one else daring to bid. He decided to gift the talent upgrade card directly to him. Here, I'm selling it to you. Don't just stand there. Use it promptly, lest the night grows long with dreams. Oh, thank you, esteemed one. Hou Xiaoyu replied earnestly, hurriedly opening his backpack to study the usage of the talent upgrade card. Observing the boy's dazed expression, Sun Yin could only shake his head in exasperation. If his memory served him right, Hou Xiaoyu's talent was precisely at the level that required upgrading. This transaction, at least, ensured that no one else benefited unfairly. Moreover, he had not anticipated that such an upgrade card could fetch 10 million. Initially, he had thought that 2 to 3 million would suffice for Xiaoyu's surgery. But now it seemed he would have plenty to spare. Wow, Hou Xiaoyu, Your reverse bargaining skills are truly impressive. Yu Yurong, accompanied by Su Yu, stepped forward to join the commotion. The onlookers gradually regained their senses, murmuring in astonishment at the revelation of such a lavish expenditure. 10 million? This was the hallmark of true wealth. Individuals of this caliber were often portrayed as antagonists in novels. Nonsense. Just look at that clear-eyed demeanor of his. Does he seem villainous to you? I wonder if the young Master S family is in need of a pet. As the auction concluded, the spectators dispersed, some lingering to forge connections with club executives, seizing the opportunity to discuss potential affiliations. The higher-ups from various clubs, sensing the moment, exerted their utmost efforts to promote the merits of their respective establishments. Thus commenced another round of commercial rivalry. Yet, when the executives and owners finally sought to locate the star of the auction, they discovered that Su Nian had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, within the confines of the novice village numbered 1600, the four had just arrived in this secluded area. Yu Yurong's cherry lips began to chatter animatedly. Esteemed one, your fortune is nothing short of miraculous. You managed to acquire something as rare as a talent upgrade card. Indeed, esteemed one, you are the first player across the server to complete the hidden quest of the Iron Blacksmith. Might you share how one acquires the heart of the Lord? Upon hearing this, Yu Yurong did not conceal anything and candidly replied, defeating the rock behemoth grants a chance to obtain the heart of the Lord. What? Upon hearing this, Yu Yurong's expression suddenly dulled. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, acquiring a piece of purple equipment is no trivial matter. What is wrong, Sister Yurong? Su Yu tilted her head curiously. Is that beast particularly difficult to defeat? Before Yu Yurong could respond, Su Nian interjected nonchalantly, with over 30,000 hit points. It can easily crush you. Ah, it's nothing, little sister. Yu Yurong patted Su Yu's shoulder. Tomorrow, I will gather 200 people to help you complete the hidden quest. Having said that, she turned her gaze towards the ever-smiling Ho Xiaoyu, who had been grinning foolishly the entire time. Hey, in a loud voice. Ho Xiaoyu jolted. What? What is it? Yu Yurong displayed a pair of lifeless eyes. Why are you grinning like a fool? Did some little sister add you as a friend? Ho Xiaoyu's face flushed. I didn't see. It's just that after my talent upgrade, I had some unexpected gains. Oh, is that so? Yu Yurong raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain in her eyes. I don't believe you unless you share it. Why would I lie to you? Ah, so you're feeling guilty about that little sister, huh? Just spill it. Su Nian remarked. These three are quite the characters. Yurong is whimsical, Si Nian is adorably naive, and Xiaoyu is incredibly innocent. It's no wonder they can all play together. Wait a moment, what about myself? Chapter 39. I'm rather tough here, care to test it? Just as Su Nian lapsed into silence, Ho Xiaoyu, under Yu Yurong's scornful gaze, revealed her talent. Yu Yurong was taken aback. No wonder you chose the instant kill assassin path. That talent is indeed top-notch within its tier, though its weaknesses are quite apparent. Ho Xiaoyu nodded, a smile gracing her lips, precisely because my weaknesses are evident. This recent upgrade has perfectly compensated for them, which is why I am so elated. Oh, is that so? Yu Yurong's eyebrows arched once more. Do tell. Ho Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Do you take me for a fool? You expect to extract information without offering your own first? Yu Yurong raised a small fist. My talent is that I'm rather tough here. Do you wish to test it? Ho Xiaoyu. Yu Yurong was not jesting. That was indeed her talent. Beside them, Su Yu chimed in with a timely remark. All right. Ho Xiaoyu raised her hands in surrender. She was about to confess her talent when suddenly, Su Nian's voice resonated first. If I'm not mistaken, your talent has upgraded to allow you to teleport to any location within 10 seconds, correct? Ho Xiaoyu was taken aback. How did you know, esteemed one? Seeing that he was correct, Su Nian chuckled. Your previous weaknesses were so conspicuous that it was an easy deduction. With that, he retrieved the previously rewarded divine wind armor from his backpack and presented it before Ho Xiaoyu. If a few million can buy me a talent card, consider this purple equipment a gift. Although it may not be the finest of purples, the enhancements to movement speed, mana, and attack power are precisely what a swift assassin requires. Huh? Ho Xiaoyu was taken aback, gazing at the purple gear presented by the esteemed player, hesitatingly remarking. But esteemed player, don't you still lack purple gear yourself? I already have enough of these. Just as Su Nian's words faded, a data panel simultaneously appeared before the three of them. Weapon, golden staff, purple. Helmet, va helmet, purple. Chest, blood-soaked battle armor, red. Leggings, battle mage leggings, purple. Boots, azure boots, purple. Special, ancient necklace. The two women fell into a profound silence, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of equipment displayed by the esteemed player. Ho Xiaoyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait. Esteemed player, you possess red gear too? Upon hearing this, Su Nian jested. Who else in the entire server possesses red gear besides me? Ho Xiaoyu candidly replied, that emperor, esteemed player. Have you forgotten that he acquired a piece of red gear on the very first day of the game's launch? Hearing this, Su Nian playfully thrust the Godwind armor into her arms, smiling as she asked, with red gear being so rare, have you never considered that we might be the same person? How could that be possible? Ho Xiaoyu decisively shook her head and donned the purple gear gifted by the esteemed player. Could the two esteemed players truly be one and the same? When did the esteemed player become one for jesting? By the way, we haven't added each other as friends in the game yet. Su Nian remarked as she began to move her hands. The emperor has sent you a friend request. Ho Xiaoyu. Huh? He incredulously rubbed his eyes, looking up at the esteemed player's name above, then glancing down at the friend request before him. Is this a coincidence? Or is it something more? Upon hearing this, Yu Yurong couldn't help but laugh. Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? How can such coincidences exist in this world? Ho Xiaoyu stood rooted in place, scratching his head in confusion. Wait a moment, let me gather my thoughts. But as he paused, something peculiar occurred. Yu Yurong noticed a red exclamation mark suddenly appear above Ho Xiaoyu's head and tilted her head in curiosity. Disconnected, perhaps? Su Nian's lips twitched. Let us go. This isn't a novice village. When players go offline, their characters will automatically disappear after a while. At that moment, a message popped up. Ho Xiaoyu, esteemed player, I'm heading off to earn you some money. Little bear waving emoji. What an idiot. Yu Yurong rolled her eyes. She then took the delicate hand of Su Yu beside her and glanced at Su Nian's retreating figure, saying, perfect. I'll take little Yu to level up first. Farewell, esteemed player. Waving her hand, the two turned to leave. Su Nian's ears perked up. What did he just hear? Turning around, he observed the two women gradually fading into the distance, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Little Yu? Is that the girl's nickname? Moreover, the sense of familiarity he felt upon first encountering her. Was it all merely coincidence? Yet, just as the white-haired lowly had said, how could there be so many coincidences in this world? Su Nian narrowed her eyes, contemplating the necessity of testing that girl tonight. Presently, the funds for Xiao Yu's surgery were sufficient, yet to avoid unnecessary delays, she needed to reach out to the hospital. With this thought in mind, Su Nian decisively chose to go offline. Fortunately, she found the hospital's contact number on Xiao Yu's examination report. Coincidentally, the doctor she communicated with was the same middle-aged physician from that day. Upon expressing her intention to proceed with the surgery, the doctor outlined the budget and several precautions. He also advised that it would be preferable to wait until after tomorrow, as an exceptionally skilled neurosurgeon would be returning from abroad that evening. Having concluded her conversation with the doctor, the clock quietly ticked towards 8 o'clock. As for the reason behind the delay, today had been filled not only with hours of gaming and the exploration of uncharted territories, but also, just a short while ago, Sister Rong had surprisingly sent her a salary of 1,000 yuan. Although she had initially declined, she could not resist Sister Rong's persistent persuasion, who insisted on playing together tomorrow. How could she not feel elated? Hey, are you hungry? Shall I prepare dinner? Su Yu inquired softly as she settled onto the sofa, glancing at Su Nian, who was resting and watching television. I just started cooking. No rush, came Su Nian's reply. All right then, Su Yu responded, leaning her little head against Su Nian's shoulder and pulling out her phone to scroll through. Before long, Su Yu asked, have you joined the club? Su Nian was momentarily speechless upon hearing this. Who would casually ask such a question? Was this not akin to confessing? Isn't it true that you usually have no interest in games? Why are you inquiring about this today? With the game Divine Domain garnering immense popularity online, it was nearly impossible not to be aware of it. Of course, Su Nian was merely curious, especially considering that Su Yu had earned tens of thousands yesterday. With such capability, was she not contemplating joining the club? She had read online that some skilled players earned over 1 million per month after joining. In response, Su Nian gently patted Su Yu's shoulder and chuckled. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. Upon hearing this, Su Yu became anxious. If I don't seek your insights, how can I further understand the club? Without a deeper understanding, how would I know if joining the club would be advantageous or detrimental for a player? Should I search online? How credible is that information? Su Yu greeted. Her curiosity piqued. I'm just curious. Can't you share a little? She tugged gently at the corner of Su Nian's shirt. I won't say, Su Nian replied firmly. Su Yu pouted her lips, a hint of grievance flickering in her eyes. However, upon noticing Su Nian's gaze, she quickly reverted to her usual demeanor, even displaying an uncharacteristic adorableness as she pleaded, please, can't you tell me? Is this how you approach someone for a favor? Su Nian teased. Su Yu puffed her cheeks, asking, what do you want then? Should I peck you on the cheek? Sun Yin turned her head and exclaimed, "Is that truly the case? You rascal." She pinched someone at the waist. Su Yu shifted slightly to the side, her gaze evasive, and her already rosy face turned even redder. "Hiss. Then turn your head away," Su Yu murmured, pursing her crimson lips. Sun Yin obediently complied. After a considerable pause, she added, "There's no one else at home. Be more generous in the future, understand?" Su Yu licked her lips and retorted lightly, "Stop wasting time. You promised me. Speak quickly, or I might just have to hit you." Didn't you say to be more generous?" Upon finishing her sentence, Su Yu promptly twisted the hand resting on her waist. "Hiss, all right. I'll tell you." Sun Yin quickly grasped that hand and got straight to the point. "You asked if I would consider joining the club. The answer is already embedded in what you just said." Su Yu tilted her head. "What do you mean? Why would I want to join the club?" To ensure the dim-witted girl understood, Sun Yin elaborated, "Think about it. Once you enter the club, sign the contract, and press your fingerprint, all the resources you acquire in the game become the club's property. In other words, if you can earn so much through your own skills, why would you want to join the club and be subjected to others' constraints? Isn't it rather dull to be restricted while playing a game?" "That does seem to make sense," Su Yu nodded, somewhat enlightened. However, she quickly shifted the topic to Sun Yin, asking, "So, how strong are you? You earned several thousand yesterday. Your talent must be at least at a certain level, right?" Sun Yin scratched her nose. "I suppose that's about right." Su Yu blinked. "I read online that there's a ranking in the divine realm. What position are you in? Would you believe me if I said I am ranked first?" "Not a chance." Sun Yin's assertion was swiftly dismissed by Su Yu. The top ranking might be unknown to others, but certainly not to her. The first and second places were from the same individual. Unless Sun Yin claimed to be both first and second, she would never believe it. As far as she knew, only a few were privy to that big shot secret. Herself, Sister Rome, and that host Xiaoyu. Thinking of this, Su Yu couldn't help but feel pleased. Although she still dared not reveal that she hadn't attended school all day when the moment was right. Wouldn't her status as a talented player make him a little weak in the knees? Just imagining that scene was thrilling, believe it or not. I couldn't care less. Seeing Su Yu so delightfully amused, Sun Yin could only shake her head in resignation and took out her phone to scroll through videos. To her surprise, among the 10 videos she scrolled through, at least 3 related to the divine realm. "See? I wasn't lying," Su Yu had unknowingly leaned in. Resting her head on Sun Yin's shoulder, an item was auctioned for 8 million. "This topic is trending." Sun Yin smirked. "Oh, it seems my little you knows more interesting tidbits than I do in the game." "Ah, I'm in trouble. I've become too smug," Su Yu exclaimed, now drenched in sweat. Chapter 41. See you in the game. Gazing at the man beside her, whose expression held a hint of amusement, Su Yu felt a sudden wave of panic wash over her. This fellow must have noticed something. What should I do? In an instant, a spark of inspiration flickered in Su Yu's mind. Well, this explanation seems plausible enough. "Oh, is that so?" Sun Yin said, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Based on his understanding of Xiaoyu, whenever she spoke while her enchanting eyes flitted about, it was a clear indication that she was lying. "You're just a little dog, trying to deceive me," Su Yu retorted with feigned indignation. "Since you insist, very well," Sun Yin replied, unable to resist, adding, "Just watch your videos and refrain from getting too touchy." Su Yu's face flushed a bright crimson. "And what if I do?" she teased, after a playful scuffle. As the meal approached readiness, Su Yu, her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment, went to prepare the dishes. By the time they finished their meal and tidied up to retire for the night, Sun Yin refrained from revealing certain matters. As the saying goes, one must have irrefutable evidence. Tomorrow, she would deliver a surprise? No, a shock. The following morning, as Su Yu stepped out of her home, Sun Yin swiftly dialed her teacher. "Hello, teacher, it's me." "Oh, you mentioned that Su Yu requested leave yesterday." "Ah, thank you, teacher." After hanging up, a smile danced upon Sun Yin's lips. "Just as I suspected, that girl didn't attend yesterday, and combined with that character in the game, along with the events of last night, this plan was foolproof." Half an hour later, within the rock cave of Novice Village 1111, Yu Yurong was leading Su Yu and 100 players in a relentless assault against the rock giant. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the action. "Su Yu, what's wrong?" "Yu Yurong, my family is calling. I need to step away for a moment." "Come with me." Yu Yurong grasped Su Yu's arm and instructed the manager nearby. "You take over. Keep everything steady." They retreated to a quieter corner. "This place is more secluded. Hurry and take the call. I'll keep watch." "Yu Yurong, please don't say anything," Su Yu exclaimed, her heart racing as she saw the caller ID displaying Sun Yin's name. Yu Yurong's brow furrowed slightly. What is going on? Why does Xiaoyu look like a child caught sneaking into an internet CAF? However, as Su Yu answered the call, a voice immediately dispelled Yu Yurong's confusion. "You're in the game, aren't you?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. What are you talking about? She stammered defensively. Yet, before she could finish, Su Nian continued, at this hour, your phone should be off, so how did you manage to answer my call? On the other end, Su Nian guo tising his might. Oh, how can I not handle you? Whether now or in the future, dealing with you is hardly a challenge. Even in bed, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback by his words. Feeling somewhat at a loss, Yu Yorong's expression appeared remarkably vivid beside her. To her astonishment, did Xiao Yu truly escape? Even more surprising was that the individual who called Xiao Yu was a young man. Could he be Xiao Yu's boyfriend, or perhaps a sibling? Yet, that voice sounded strangely familiar. Just as Yu Yorong reveled in her gossip, Su Yu stammered, I came to visit relatives, and I have a stomachache in the infirmary. Yu Yorong gave a thumbs up, brilliant. However, the next moment, she exclaimed, but didn't your relatives just leave? Su Yu responded, no. I mentioned the time for visiting relatives last time. How could you remember that? Is it really fair for you to deceive me like this? Little dog. Su Yu instantly wilted, her delicate face etched with guilt. Sorry. I didn't want to burden you, making you earn money alone, which is why I came out to work. But no sooner had Su Yu finished speaking than a frenzied roar erupted from behind the two young women. In an instant, Su Yu froze in shock. Oh, on the other end, Su Nian's voice rose a few octaves. That roar sounds quite familiar. Have you worked your way into the divine realm? Su Yu felt you wretched boulder. Why must it be now of all times? Now, her pent-up grievances had no outlet. Su Yu's beautiful eyes glistened slightly as she trembled. It's all just a coincidence. I know, Su Nian's tone softened. I didn't mean to blame you. I understand your intentions. Are you in a game? I happen to be there too. Let us meet in the game. Tell me your location. Upon hearing the lack of dissatisfaction from the other end, Su Yu finally felt her heart lighten. All right, wait for me patiently. Once the call ended, although Su Yu felt a temporary relief, her face still bore a hint of dejection. Sister Yorong, I'm sorry for deceiving you yesterday. It's all right. Dear sister, please don't cry. I don't blame you. Chapter 42. Is a big shot looking for me? Yu Yorong hurriedly took Su Yu's small hand, comforting her. It's normal for young couples to have a bit of spat. Besides, what you both have isn't really a conflict. You care for each other. If it comes to it, just apologize to him later, and I'll help you give him a good scolding. Saying this, Yu Yorong raised her small fist, playfully swinging it a couple of times. Su Yu shook her head. Sister Yorong, I'm fine. Just then, an employee under Yu Yorong's supervision rushed over in a panic, shouting towards the two women, Boss, we can't hold on much longer. It's suddenly turned chaotic. If we don't wait for the resurrected brothers, we'll be completely wiped out. What should we do? What? Yu Yorong exclaimed, glancing at Su Yu. Xiao Yu, we must go. Su Yu nodded, following Sister Yorong's lead towards the center of the battlefield. Upon their arrival at the epicenter, at this moment, the colossal rock beast was shrouded in a faint red mist. Its enormous eyes glowed an intense crimson. Previously, a single individual could have restrained the rock beast for several seconds. However, now in its frenzied state, every aspect of the beast had been amplified. It was as if it were destined to obliterate anyone who dared to approach. With a single attack, it could decimate a multitude. In comparison to its former strength, it had become exponentially more formidable. Boss, what should we do? Manager Yin rushed to Yu Yorong's side, panting heavily. Yu Yorong's expression turned grave. How long until the first batch of fallen players arrives here? If they adhered to their original pace, the hired cannon fodder, upon respawning at the novice village, could swiftly return to act as bait once more, creating a cycle. This would provide the club's core members ample opportunity to unleash their power. However, the current situation appeared dire. Upon hearing this, Manager Yin glanced at the time. Boss, it will likely take at least 5 to 6 more minutes for them to arrive. Yu Yorong nodded, surveying the remaining players, estimating there were still over 100, perhaps around 200. We cannot afford any pauses for those drawing aggro. We must exert all our strength in the pull. All right, I will notify the group immediately. Let's bring it down. Su Yu, harboring a pent-up resentment towards the massive stone, finally saw her chance to vent and charged ahead. Hey, slow down, sister. Don't die. Yu Yorong, seeing this, hurriedly followed. However, the enraged rock beast exhibited strength far beyond anyone's expectations. One strike, the rock shockwave, could result in the demise of dozens. In scarcely a moment, nearly all of the remaining 200 players had been slaughtered. Coupled with the steep terrain of the rocky cavern, it was evident that once the rock beast entered its furious state, they had no hope of escape. Whoever climbs the rock face, the beast will target. Quick, everyone, run as fast as possible. Yu Yorong's face was etched with urgency. I have more health. I'll take the rear. Boss, there is no time. We are merely cannon fodder. You go on ahead. With a thunderous crash, several boulders plummeted from above, leaving the remaining dozen inescapably doomed. Was there any chance of escape now? At this moment, Yu Yorong and her companion had been cornered. Yet to flee, they needed to scale the steep wall behind them. However, the rock beast was evidently unwilling to grant them that opportunity. As the immense form of the rock beast loomed ever closer, a vast shadow enveloped the two women. Yu Yorong forced a smile. Brother, I assure you, we did not intend to offend you. Do you believe me? The rock beast replied with a perplexed expression. Is it not true that you and those 100 individuals attacked me without provocation? Do you really believe I am a mere child? With a thunderous roar, the rock beast lifted its massive paw, preparing to bring it crashing down upon the two women. A sudden voice resonated from the stone wall behind the two women. Roar? The rock giant paused, its mind racing with a peculiar sense of familiarity. However, before it could react, a skill was triggered. Frost spell. With a swift motion, ice spikes descended upon the surface of the rock giant, enveloping its massive form in a layer of icy blue. It stood still, immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, the two women hastily fled the scene. As Yu Yorong scurried on her short legs, she glanced back. Her eyes lit up when she spotted a figure on the wall, adorned with a ghostly mask and wielding a golden staff. The infamous butcher had arrived. Hope surged within them. Meanwhile, as Su Nian leapt down from the wall, the rock giant had just broken free from its frozen state. He activated the skill, Sea of Flames. Boom! An inferno erupted from the surface of the giant. And with a few well-placed attacks from Su Nian, the creature's health plummeted by over 2,000 points. Roar! The rock giant was utterly enraged, its blood-red eyes fixated on the human before it. Suddenly, several rocks materialized behind it and hurtled towards the target. Su Nian stood his ground, unperturbed. As the rocks struck him, the numbers flashed before him. 433. 355. 350. Health, 4677. The rock giant stared in disbelief at the numbers that appeared before it. Su Nian chuckled lightly. How does it feel? The tables have turned. Once, I was the one at your mercy, and now it is you. With each word, his relentless barrage of attacks continued to rain down upon the giant's head. Half a minute later, the rock giant dropped. Har the Lord 1, chestplate, blue 2, 50 gold. Thank you, esteemed one. Yu Yorong exclaimed as she approached with Suyu. Wait, esteemed one, we haven't been in contact, have we? How'd you end up here? A question mark slowly formed in the mind of the white-haired lowly. Through the layer of the mask, the two women could not discern Su Nian's expression. But they heard him reply calmly, I came to find someone. Yu Yorong's eyes brightened. You came to find me? Are you going to take me along? Su Nian shook his head, no. Yu Yorong was perplexed. Yet, in the next moment, Su Nian pointed at Suyu. I'm looking for her. What? Chapter 43. Su Yu's disbelief. Her partner is an emperor? You seek Xiaoyu? Both Yu Yorong and Su Yu were left in a state of confusion upon hearing his words. Su Yu touched her face, still wearing her mask. But I've been wearing this mask. We have no connection, and you don't even know what I look like. Why would you seek me? As the two women pondered this mystery, Su Nian turned his gaze to Su Yu and suddenly spoke, Take off your mask. Instinctively, Su Yu took a step back. Her beautiful eyes filled with wariness. What do you want? This esteemed one can't be a pervert, can he? Relying on her superiority in the game. Does she believe she can command others at will? Upon seeing the girl's wary demeanor and her subtle glances, Su Nian, hidden beneath a mask, could not help but chuckle softly. However, before the two women could utter a word, the mask vanished from Su Nian's face. In an instant, a strikingly familiar visage, known all too well to Su Yu, appeared before them. At that moment, Su Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively pointed at the man before her. Her voice faltering, Why you are the emperor? With a smile, Su Nian took hold of Su Yu's outstretched hand. Surprised, are you? Nearby, the white-haired lowly seemed to have an epiphany, watching the duo with a look of intrigue. Meanwhile, Su Nian, entirely unbothered by the presence of the white-haired observer, decisively removed the mask from Su Yu's face. The next moment, gazing upon her stunning countenance, he playfully remarked, What a lovely name, Nian. Hearing this, Su Yu quickly responded, her lips parting in surprise. When did you discover? But before she could finish, her enchanting eyes widened further, her initial panic fading into a dreamy haze. Yorong? Wait a moment. I suspected your relationship was unusual, but must you hide it from everyone? Woe is me. This is sheer torment for the single souls. Yorong's expression fell instantly. She turned away to squat on the ground, drawing small circles with her delicate finger while muttering, I'll draw a circle to curse you both. May you bear 108 children, exhausting you to no end. After what felt like an eternity, Su Yu finally snapped back to reality, forcefully pushing away the domineering fellow in front of her. Her mind blank, gasping for breath. Sun Yin smacked his lips. Who would have thought engaging in such antics in a game could feel so real? Su Yu, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, spoke in a soft, choked voice. You're too much. How could you do this in front of Sister Yeo? I will never forgive you. Understanding his own misstep, Sun Yin gently caressed Su Yu's aggrieved face, soothingly saying, All right, don't be angry. Can I apologize? Su Yu pouted, playfully retorting, No way. Sun Yin raised an eyebrow. Oh? He emitted a playful hum, pretending to continue, but was interrupted by Su Yu's quick concession as she raised her hand to halt him. I forgive you, but you must tell me. When did you realize I was in the game? It wasn't just because of that loud rock, was it? To determine someone's presence in a game merely by sound? Who would believe that? Realizing the absurdity of her statement, Su Yu's impatience grew, and her small hand swiftly found its way to his waist. Try saying that again. Don't think you're the boss. I shall show you mercy. So, should I speak or remain silent? At that moment, a white-haired lowly nearby suddenly raised her hand, exclaiming, Can I speak first, please? The two turned to look at her. Upon noticing, Yu Yurong quickly interjected, You two can chat at your leisure. If Xiaoyu wishes to find me, she can send a message. Farewell. After saying this, the white-haired lowly scampered away on her short legs. This place is utterly unbearable. Is this how young people behave nowadays? It's simply tormenting for the older generation. Oh dear, what did you just say? Sun Yin turned to glance at the charming beauty before her, whose cheeks were flushed, and remarked with a slight twitch of her lips, I couldn't catch that. Your words were too rapid. Su Yu glared with her beautiful eyes. It's all your fault. No, it's actually yours. What did I do wrong? It's your fault for being so stunning that I couldn't help myself. Isn't that a blame on you? You. Su Yu's delicate face turned crimson. Well, didn't you say you wanted to know when I realized who you were? So tell me quickly. In fact, I noticed yesterday in the game. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was taken aback. Is this person a bit of a creep? I thought you had discovered it much earlier. To avoid appearing too intellectually inferior, and to not affect future generations, Su Yu adopted a tone of feigned prior knowledge, saying, What should I do? My man's intellect is far too high. Will I not be the one fooled, helping him have children and care for them? How many should we have? No, wait, I'm thinking too far. Sun Yin's lips twitched. Do you think I'm some sort of detective? Had it not been for the familiarity we shared during our first encounter and your groundwork, merely a name wouldn't have led me to suspect you. That would be excessive suspicion. Changing the subject, Sun Yin continued. Rather than discussing me, let's talk about you. How did you come to be in this game? Instantly upon hearing this, Su Yu lowered her head, resembling a wronged little wife. She then recounted her experience of seeking employment and her unexpected awakening of talent, leaving no detail unspoken. After finishing, noticing the man before her remained silent, she cautiously lifted her gaze and offered an apology. I'm sorry. However, as soon as her words fell, her slender waist was embraced by the man in front of her. Their bodies pressed closely together, and Su Yu felt the warmth radiating from him, causing her heart to skip a beat. Oh no, he can't be thinking about. Chapter 44. I'm merely getting close, not doing anything. What is our current relationship? Su Yu turned her head, her voice barely a whisper. No, this is still within the game. What are you thinking? I simply wish to be closer to you. It's nothing more. Sun Yin replied softly. Are you not upset then? Su Yu tentatively inquired. Hearing this, Sun Yin chuckled lightly, playfully pinching her cheek. I'm not upset if you skip school. For as long as I am here, your academic progress will never falter. However, what angers me is that you venture out to work alone. What if you encounter ill-intentioned individuals? Moreover, you are currently unwell, and I cannot bear to see you suffer. Upon hearing the man's tone, imbued with care, Su Yu trembled slightly, a wave of guilt washing over her. She tightly wrapped her arms around Sun Yin's waist, her cheek pressed firmly against his chest. Sorry. I was wrong. It won't happen again. Observing the woman in his embrace, appearing so delicate and sincerely remorseful, Sun Yin momentarily felt dazed. In her current state, where was the slightest hint of the proud girl from her past life? It seems that after his repeated attempts at persuasion, even the most haughty of girls ultimately resort to being endearing. You need not apologize to me. Sun Yin gently lifted Su Yu's lovely face, smiling as he said, You only need to understand that I hold you dear in my heart. And just don't make me worry. Su Yu nodded vigorously, her lips curling into a sweet smile. Yet at that moment, a thunderous sound erupted not far from them. Su Yu, startled, instinctively tensed her body and slowly peered toward the center of the rocky cave. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of a colossal stone beast, her body instinctively stiffened. Why are you afraid of that small rock? Feeling her trembling form, Sun Yin asked softly. Suyu nodded emphatically. That rock was fierce just now. Sister, you roam, and I nearly perished. Hearing this, Nian chuckled, albeit with a hint of mischief. Do you wish to take revenge? I do. Suyu nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grain. Then how about you kiss me once, and I shall slay it? Suyu was taken aback. All right, wait here for me. Do you think I would fall for that? She pouted defiantly, killing a dozen tea count. Let me do it instead. Nian shrugged, exasperated. That would take too long. I don't care. Suyu turned away. Let me kill it, then I'll kiss. Nian's eyes glinted with intrigue. It appeared there was potential here. He pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, what do you think our relationship is right now? Suyu's cheeks flushed instantly. What kind of relationship could it be? Given their circumstances, could they be anything other than intimate? If they were siblings, would they even pass scrutiny? Nevertheless, seeing that he seemed serious, she felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Nian smiled and nodded. Since you have said so, does that mean we're destined to marry in the future? Marriage? Upon hearing the word, Suyu's mind became a flurry, and she could only nod. Since we are undoubtedly to be wed, does that not mean all possessions, including our house and car, shall be shared as communal property? No division between you and me? Of course. Then why should we divide this small matter? Nian stoked the flames further. You are entirely mine. Why bother with such trivialities? Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes transformed from their usual sharpness to a crystalline clarity. Indeed, I belong entirely to you. Why should we be apart? With that thought, Suyu playfully rose on her toes and planted a kiss on her man's cheek. See? Is this not a delightful bargain? What? You're on the 5th floor? I am soaring in the stratosphere. Moments later, after her kiss, Suyu glanced at the distant rock giant, a smirk creeping onto her face. Little rock, I've calculated that you owe me 40 lives now. Rock giant. What on earth do I owe you 40 lives for? When I was chasing you earlier, why didn't you mention I owed you so many lives? Is arrogance the hallmark of today, as humans? You mischievous little girl. Yet in the next instant, the rock giant's bulbous eyes nearly popped out as it spotted the figure turning away. Boom! The rock giant stirred. Its massive frame caused the ground to tremble. It wasn't an attack, but upon seeing Nian again, it instinctively took 2 steps back. Thinking of fleeing? Forget it. I can't be bothered to waste words on you. You are unworthy of hearing them. Frost spell. Inferno of heaven and earth. Rock giant, please don't come any closer. Not far away. Suyu gazed at the tall figure ahead, unable to conceal the smile that danced upon her lips. After all, she had never imagined that the man sharing her roof was none other than the unparalleled and invincible overlord of the divine realm, known to all. But then again, upon reflection, who else but such a high-caliber figure could earn tens of thousands in a single day? How foolish she had been to think it was merely luck that allowed him to amass such wealth. Wait a moment, my man is the emperor, and the emperor has vanquished the world, which means he likely made millions yesterday. Millions. The words echoed repeatedly in Suyu's mind, and slowly, her gaze became vacant. Then, her innate talent activated. After the instant was over, Nian couldn't be bothered to examine the fallen items. His first instinct was to look back at Suyu, but upon doing so, he was taken aback. Gifts, please. More updates, please. 5 stars, please. Chapter 45. I'm scared. Let us do it later? Doubts from Suyu. At that moment, not far away, wisps of white mist floated above Suyu's head, clearly indicating she was burning up. Yet, her gaze towards Nian was filled with reproach, her delicate lips forming a slight pout. What's the matter with you? Nian approached the little girl, reaching out to casually pinch her cheek, and teasingly asked, why do you look like a wronged wife? Smack! Suyu raised her hand and swatted away the teasing hand on her face, indignantly retorting, you're the wronged wife, your entire family is. Before Nian could inquire further, Suyu stepped forward, taking hold of his cheeks with her tiny hands and playfully tugging them to the sides. She revealed her small tiger teeth and said, why didn't you tell me about the substantial earnings you made yesterday? At least let me share in your joy. You're being ungrateful. Upon hearing the reason, Nian rolled her eyes and replied, I've reserved 100,000 for your surgery. The remainder can be yours. Is that agreeable? If I don't want it. Suyu, upon hearing this, decisively shook her head and stated, money is of no use to me. I don't wear makeup or indulge in extravagant clothing and bags. It will be better to save it for your wedding. Wait, what did you just say? Surgery? In that moment, a clear panic flickered in Suyu's eyes as she processed the information. Noticing her tense demeanor, Nian gently grasped her small hands and teased, what's wrong? Are you afraid? But fear not, the surgery isn't scheduled for today, so what's there to worry about? Hearing this, Suyu visibly exhaled with relief. Yet, in the next moment, Su Nian continued, "It's likely the surgery will be tomorrow, or at the latest the day after." So you? Upon hearing this, she was instantly alarmed. Am I losing my mind? ISNT, that surgery going to involve opening my head? Not to mention the risks involved. If my head is opened, doesn't that mean I would have to shave it all off? At her youthful age, filled with desires and longing for love, what if she ended up with a bald head? During her recovery, what if those little temptresses in the game tried to entice her esteemed partner? No, please. I'm scared. Can we postpone it? So you pleaded. Her beautiful eyes gazing at the man before her with a pitiful expression, as if to convey her inability to comply. Your surgery cannot be delayed, he replied. Yet, Suyu hesitated, raising her 2 fingers to her chest, visibly terrified of the procedure, but also aware that it was for her own good. She felt reluctant to refuse repeatedly. Observing her indecisiveness, Su Nian affectionately ruffled her hair, saying in a soothing tone, "All right, there are no ifs, be good." "Oh." Suyu obediently responded. Seeing her distracted demeanor, Su Nian offered a dose of reassurance. Most patients recover to their normal state within a month after a craniotomy, and stitches can be removed within 5 to 7 days. So, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will be able to enter the realm of the divine the day after your surgery. Nothing will be delayed. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Su Nian chuckled. However, for the first 3 days, you won't be able to get out of bed on your own. So when it comes to using the restroom, Su Yu's cheeks flushed instantly. But if what he said were true, picturing that scenario made her legs instinctively draw together. It seemed rather intriguing. Wait, what was she even thinking? All right, little you, just kidding. If you find it too challenging, I can hire a nurse for you. So he was taken aback, huh? Don't. You're joking, right? I'm taking you seriously. You sound foolish, he teased. Shut up, it's obvious. As Su Yu seized the cheeks of the former, a playful tug ensued. Oh, come on. While that little stone hasn't revived, confess already, what level of awakening talent have you attained? Upon hearing Su Nian bring this up, Su Yu instantly perked up. With her hands on her hips, she proclaimed with a hint of pride, "My talent is called soul binding, and its effect is..." As Su Yu elaborated, Su Nian's eyes widened slightly. After a moment, she exclaimed, "Goodness. Binding a player grants them a 300-point increase in 2 fundamental attributes. And you can even share these attribute values?" Su Nian was momentarily at a loss for words. However, her first thought was a sigh of relief that Su Yu's talent had not been exposed, with only herself and the white-haired lowly aware of it. Otherwise, if certain individuals were to learn of such a talent, Su Yu's life in reality would surely become tumultuous. Well, what do you think? ISNT, my talent formidable? Witnessing Su Nian's evident shock, Su Yu felt an immense joy swell within her. If it were anyone else with such a talent, upon encountering a formidable figure with 70,000 health points, they would undoubtedly rush to bind them. Yet for this insufferable man, even if he possessed millions of health points, her resolve would remain unshaken. Her soul binding would only be bestowed upon him. Just like the first time, no, that thought strayed too far. What she anticipated was the twist of fate. The esteemed figure from that time was indeed the very person before her now. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Su Nian nodded in appreciation, but then shifted her tone. However, in comparison to mine, it pales in comparison. I refuse to believe that. Su Yu immediately retorted, puffing out her cheeks. All talents are of the same level. How much difference can there be? If you're capable, let me see. Here, look. Su Nian responded without hesitation, revealing her own talent. Wait, super? No, wait a moment. Suddenly, Su Yu seemed to have an epiphany. In the next second, she cast a probing gaze at the person before her and asked, "Are you cheating?" Su Nian replied, "Cheating is illegal. Even if you asked me to, I wouldn't dare. But I suspect you're curious about my health points, right? Well, it's because of this." As she spoke, Su Nian revealed an ancient necklace. After examining it, Su Yu fell into silence. What kind of luck is this? How can it keep coming in waves? She began to doubt whether Su Nian had indeed achieved the extraordinary. Chapter 46. Health points breakthrough of over 230,000. The guild successfully established. Terrifying augmentation. But rather than wallow in suspicion, Su Yu leaned towards directly asking, "What kind of luck is this? Awakening a super talent is one thing, but acquiring such a necklace is another. Furthermore, you previously obtained an item worth several million. Speaking of which," Su Yu's gaze sharpened. "Could it be true, as some netizens speculate, that you awakened a system or have been reborn?" Upon hearing these words, Su Nian helplessly spread her hands and asked, "If I were to say I truly have been reborn, would you believe me?" In response, Su Yu decisively shook her head. "No, such occurrences belong only in novels and films. How could they possibly manifest in reality?" Perhaps it was merely her overactive imagination. Yet, that fleeting sensation just moments ago lingered in her mind. Perhaps it was an illusion after all. Let us set your talents now. Aside from your health, which foundational attribute do you think I should select? Suyu tilted her little head, seeking her superior's opinion. Without hesitation, Su Nian replied, attack speed, of course. My attack speed is quite high, and as an archer, you will certainly benefit from it. Sounds good. Suju obediente nadie. Immediately, she accessed the talent panel and decisively clicked on soul binding. Binding target, Emperor. Binding attributes, health, attack speed. In the next moment, a notification appeared. Congratulations. You have successfully soul-bound with the Emperor. Shared health, 233, 856. Shared attack speed, 164. Suyu gazed at the system notification and the significant changes on her data panel, a grin spreading across her face, her entire being radiating joy. Ha ha ha. 233,000 in health. In the divine realm, I will surely stride with confidence. Look at that silly expression of yours, Su Nian remarked, ruffling Suyu's little head with a teasing air. You are the silly one. Suyu swatted away the mischievous hand above her head, pouting. But this is an extraordinary health stat, and an attack speed of 11. Just think about it. One can shoot 11 arrows in a single second, akin to a machine gun. Aren't you excited? Su Nian stepped forward and embraced her. Excited? Of course I am. How could I not be happy with such a precious girl by my side? Suyu shivered slightly at his affectionate words and the warmth of his breath against her forehead. She gently closed her legs, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Stop saying such mushy things. It's not like I am refusing. The last few words barely escaped her lips, almost inaudible. What did you say? Su Nian leaned down, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Nothing. Suyu's beautiful eyes darted around, flustered at her own impulsive words. How could I have said that? So embarrassing. Let me go. The cooldown is almost over, and you still owe me 39 more. 39 is far too many. I have other matters to attend to. How about compensating me in a different way? What kind of way? One that guarantees your satisfaction. All right then, hurry and let me go. As Suyu spoke, she squirmed in his embrace, attempting to escape. But suddenly, she exclaimed, What contraption do you have in your pocket? Why is it so? Suyu's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, the color spreading from her porcelain neck to the roots of her ears, wisps of steam seemingly rising from her head. What was that just now? How could it be so? You. I want to find Sister Rome. Farewell. Without waiting for Su Nian to offer any excuses, Suyu turned and dashed away, her speed rivaling that of bolt. At that very moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air as the rock giant made its grand entrance. Roaring with impatience, the rock giant unleashed its pent-up frustration. Who are you shouting at? You'd better perish. The rock giant was momentarily taken aback. Just as it began to grasp the situation, a barrage of attacks descended upon it. 245, 266. The talent had not been triggered. Skill, Frost Spell. Skill, Inferno. Following a series of skills, as soon as the rock giant broke free from control, it found its health plummet by over 5,000. However, upon noticing the staggering health of over 200,000 hovering above the human below, the rock giant, which appeared as a nightmare to others, now seemed as pitiful as a 250-ton behemoth. The rock giant pondered, Whom have I offended? You came to my doorstep to beat me, and after I roared in response, why are you still berating me? 2 minutes later, Su Nian emerged from the rock cavern, exhaling a deep breath of relief. Ah, that feels much better. I didn't even get to use my high-level skills on that girl. I suppose I'll save them for next time. Casually, he discarded several useless green items from his backpack. Then, decisively utilizing the game mechanics, he returned to the resurrection altar in the novice village. Wait, isn't that the esteemed emperor? It was the first encounter with this illustrious figure, and to their surprise, not only was he powerful, but he was also exceptionally handsome. Sister, do you think I should approach the emperor? Would he assist me? Ignoring the gazes and murmurs around him, Su Nian opened his backpack and gazed at the guild creation order. What should I name it? How about, would you like to create a guild? Divine Court? Yes. Creation successful. Notification. Congratulations, you're the first player in the entire server to create a guild. The system will announce this server-wide. Would you like to hide this announcement? No. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player Emperor for establishing the first guild in the entire server. Divine Court. Consequently, rewards are granted. 10,000 gold, 5,000 contribution points, and 1 treasure map. Instantly, upon witnessing this server-wide announcement, all players were left in astonishment. Is this for real? 10,000 gold, just like that? Or these contribution points and treasure maps? We already have a club. Who needs a guild? Isn't this just a decorative item? Wow, if you click on the newly available guild icon, joining the guild offers an astonishing boost. Chapter 47, Upgrading the Guild. Having a top-tier powerhouse at home, isn't enough? Goodness, upon joining the guild, one receives a 5% increase in experience, health, and damage. Isn't this a bit overpowered? Percentage bonuses? This means eternal supremacy in the later stages. Even more outrageous, every member joining the guild receives this additional enhancement. Wait, the guild is only at level 1, yet it already grants 3 5% bonuses. If the guild levels up in the future, these bonuses also increase. This is terrifying, as numerous players across the server open the guild icon to explore its offerings. A palpable excitement surged through the community upon discovering the myriad benefits of joining a guild. In an instant, Nian, the esteemed leader of the Divine Court, found himself inundated with applications from over 100,000 players, including some who were already affiliated with other clubs. Clearly, these individuals were unaware that joining a club precluded them from entering any other guilds within the game. If Nian were to accept their applications, and the club chose to pursue legal action, these players would face exorbitant penalties for breach of contract. However, Nian had no intention of resorting to such measures, nor did he possess the capability to do so at present. The guild, Divine Court, currently stood at level 1, with Nian as its leader, devoid of vice leaders or managers, and lacking any ordinary members. The guild had a modest contribution point total of 5,000, with no resources in the treasury. Its enhancements included a 5 increase in experience, damage, and health, and a member capacity limit of 20. Fortunately, the guild's level could be elevated through the accumulation of contribution points, which could be earned through various means such as defeating enemies, achieving milestones, and completing specific accomplishments. While kills in the main city offered only a chance of yielding contribution points, the latter 2 guaranteed points upon joining the guild. Moreover, future guild wars and guild dungeons would present additional opportunities to amass significant contribution points. Considering his current 5,000 points, Nian eagerly decided to elevate the guild's level. With each upgrade, the guild ascended to level 2 and then level 3, before halting due to insufficient contribution points for the next upgrade, which required another 5,000. Nian felt a twinge of disappointment. Having only managed to increase the guild's level by 2 with his current points seemed underwhelming, leaving him with a mere 2,000 points remaining. Yet, reflecting on his previous life, he recalled that upgrading a guild was no trivial endeavor. Most guilds would only achieve a few levels over the span of 3 years. Therefore, he deemed his progress commendable. He once again scrutinized the guild statistics. Noting the enhancements, experience, damage, health, and movement speed had all risen to 6. The member capacity now expanded to 50. The increase in movement speed, coupled with the overall enhancements, brought his health to an impressive 240,000, nearing 250,000. The boosts to damage and movement speed were equally significant. The reason why percentage increases were lauded as divine in later stages became evident. When a guild reached higher levels, its all-around enhancements could rival the effects of legendary talents. While a solitary player with exceptional boosts could be daunting, a collective of players with similar enhancements would present an entirely different challenge. Moreover, this merely reflects the augmentation of a level 10 guild. One can only imagine the implications if it were a level 20 or even 30 guild. It seems prudent to establish several specialized teams dedicated to acquiring contribution points in the future. Just as Nian was contemplating this future, a commotion caught his attention. An enthusiastic throng was advancing towards him. Nian exclaimed, "What on earth is happening?" "Ah, indeed, it is the esteemed figure from the Imperial University. The World Channel has not deceived me. Oh, great one, allow me to join your guild. I possess a top-tier talent. Please accept me. Do you require a devoted sentinel for your guild? I am quite adept at being the loyal supporter." Hearing the cacophony from nearby, Nian's mouth twitched in irritation. Who revealed his location? He glanced at the 2 girls a few meters away, who were surreptitiously observing him, and felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. With a swift stride, he approached them, startling them into a shiver. "Please inform them that I am not accepting new members at this time, but will do so in the future." The moment he finished speaking, Nian mysteriously vanished from spot. Not to dwell on the method of his disappearance, by the time the 2 girls regained their composure, the crowd had already surged forward to where they stood. One of the girls quickly proclaimed, "The esteemed one has said that he is not accepting members at present and will consider it later." "What? The Great One will only accept members later?" Another queried, "Is the condition for joining the guild some sort of intimate encounter? Are you implying that the Great One does not accept male members?" "Of course he accepts them, but only if they are obedient. I acknowledge that he is quite handsome, but may I inquire where the assessment for joining your esteemed guild takes place? I wish to test my eligibility. Are you serious? Meanwhile, just outside a novice village, a girl named Su Yu, panting and out of breath, approached. Sister Yu, why are you here instead of with your esteemed one? Nian, obing Yu is flashed demeanor. Raised an eyebrow with a teasing tone. The weight of the moment made Su Yu's cheeks flush with indignation. Who would want to be with him? I must assist you in monster hunting. I cannot afford to miss out on my daily 1,000 points. Are you upset? You have a great one at home, yet you're still dissatisfied? At this, Yu Yurong took Su Yu's hand, her curiosity piqued. You mean to say you were unaware that your boyfriend is a prominent figure? Do you not live together? Upon hearing this, Yu Yurong raised her eyebrows and leaned closer to Su Yu with a playful grin. So have you taken that step? Su Yu's already rosy cheeks turned an even deeper shade of crimson. She rested her head in embarrassment, her face as red as if it were about to spill over with water. Sister Yurong, why do you say such things? My apologies, I was being presumptuous. Yu Yurong realized, quickly shifting the topic. Chapter 48. The esteemed one truly admires you. Will you compensate him upon your return? In a more intimate manner? Su Yu tilted her head in confusion. A guild? What significance does it hold? Yu Yurong was taken aback. Sister, have you not seen? Players who join a guild receive extraordinary bonuses. The World Channel is abuzz with discussions about this, and many are clamoring to join your esteemed one's guild. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's eyes widened in realization. Immediately, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes. She had just noticed the announcement for the entire server, but her mind was consumed by thoughts of a certain individual's Siberian python, who had the time to delve into guild matters. With this in mind, Su Yu quickly shook her head. Look, sister, what is this? Yu Yurong's beautiful eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. The guild of the big shot has actually leveled up, and the bonuses have increased. At these words, Su Yu's gaze shifted to the translucent screen before Yu Yurong, which displayed the guild list. Currently, the only guild listed was the one established by their esteemed leader, the Divine Court. However, upon seeing the basic information of the Divine Court alongside a 6% bonus, her face was filled with astonishment. A 6% health bonus? Does that mean? Realizing this, Su Yu hurriedly opened her data panel. Upon seeing the health section, it read, Health, 247, 887. 24,000, wow. What? 24,000? Yu Yurong, filled with questions, exclaimed. This. Su Yu did not hesitate. She decisively disabled the hidden feature of her data panel, revealing it to Yu Yurong. The next moment, as Yu Yurong gazed at Su Yu's data panel, particularly the health section, her eyes nearly bulged out. Wow, such a high health value? Have you bonded with the big shot? Indeed, Su Yu replied, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Not only is my health astonishing, but my attack speed has also reached over 11. Hearing this, Yu Yurong appeared more excited than Su Yu herself. Oh my, Lil Yu, I adore you. The white-haired lowly embraced Su Yu tightly. Subsequently, she attempted to lift her treasure of a sister for a celebratory 360-degree spin. However, due to their height difference, it seemed impossible for the white-haired lowly to execute this feat. Yu Yurong's smile froze as she quickly released her embrace. By the way, little Yu, with such a high health value, if you join a guild, will it increase by another 6%? So Yu, can it really work like that? After pondering for a moment, she shook her head. My health shouldn't increase, as it is shared with him, and my own health is overshadowed. However, the other attributes could indeed amplify. Just as Su Yu's words fell, a notification appeared. The Emperor has sent you a friend request. Huh? Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Without hesitation, Su Yu accepted the request. The very next second, the Emperor gifted her the level skill rain of arrows. The Emperor invites you to join the Divine Court Guild. Do you agree? Congratulations, you have joined the Divine Court Guild. The Emperor has promoted you to Vice President. Wow, the big shot truly dotes on you. A level skill and the position of Vice President. There might only be 2 or 3 Vice Presidents in the guild. Upon hearing this, Su Yu instinctively thought of something, her cheeks slightly flushing. I would want that no need for such unnecessary physical contact. Always bullying me. What kind of compensation could you possibly offer? Observing the girl's evident shyness, Yu Yurong's expression became playful. Yu chuckled lightly, saying, Little Yu, men are quite easy to coax. You merely need to use your words. Although, it may come with certain risks. The moment this topic arose, especially between 2 young girls, Su Yu immediately felt her drowsiness dissipate. What risks? She inquired. Of course, the risk of swelling. Yu replied, playfully gesturing towards Su Yu's petite lips, her expression suggesting a shared understanding. How do you know so much, Sister Yu? Su Yu's face flushed instantly. Such matters were beyond her. Even if someone were pleased with her, what if they truly did? Should she No, she was thinking too far. Yuyo, wearing a mischievous grin, teased, "Hey, do you want to watch thousands of little films? I assure you, you'll understand." Absolutely not. Just as the two girls were discussing topics unsuitable for scrutiny, a tempest had begun sweeping through countless clubs across Longwa, stirred by Su Nian's influence. At the Haoyue Club's headquarters in Modu, within a conference room, the esteemed leader of the Haoyue competition gazed down at the management team and calmly stated, "I trust you have all received the news. Please share your thoughts." With the boss initiating the conversation, a middle-aged man spoke up first. The benefits that the guild provides to players have exceeded everyone's expectations. Indeed, if any club were to possess a guild first, their overall strength would undoubtedly outstrip ours significantly. A wave of realization crossed the room. Have you all considered that if a guild could grant a player an enhancement equivalent to a top-tier talent, what immense value would that guild hold? Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense, breaths quickening. If a guild can provide a player with value akin to a top-tier talent, imagine the worth of a guild with hundreds or thousands of members. Yet, the pressing question remained, how would a guild be established? The crowd murmured, "Isn't that simple?" It was the initial middle-aged man who spoke again, presenting several proposals. Method 1. Invite the Emperor to join our Haoyue Club. This way, the guild would naturally fall under our control. Upon hearing this suggestion, the room resonated with agreement. If successful, not only would they gain a powerful ally, but they could also acquire a guild for free. How very capitalistic. Method 2. Approach the Emperor and offer a substantial sum to purchase his guild. After all, who would refuse money? They pondered, if he truly refuses, well, we'll just throw half a small target in his face and ask if he is willing to sell. What if he says no? Then we could dangle a smaller target instead. Just imagine the daily interest, over 10,000. Wouldn't that tempt him? Method 3. Inquire with the Emperor about the process of creating a guild. However, this approach is rather laborious and thankless. The crowd shook their heads. This method not only relies on his disposition, but also whether he is willing to share the information. Even if he does, should the establishment of a guild necessitate certain stringent conditions, would they not find themselves equally unable to create one? Indeed, aside from these few suggestions, I possess a contingency plan. What? You have a method? Speak quickly. There are no outsiders here. Yes, do tell. The boss is awaiting your input. Hearing the urging of those around him, the middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with cunning. Since it is a guild, this emperor will undoubtedly accept members. Our task is quite simple. Send someone in to infiltrate. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What a brilliant idea, to send someone in to blend in, not only to monitor the emperor's movements in real time, but also to plant a seed within the rival guild. This seed would not only voraciously absorb nutrients to strengthen itself, but, at a critical moment, could leave you utterly bewildered as to how you suffered defeat. Such a devious stratagem, indeed. And what if the emperor refuses to accept? That is an easy fix, if need be. We can grit our teeth and send a high-level member over. Surely, the emperor would relent. Boss, which method do you find feasible? At that moment, the middle-aged man turned to the handsome figure seated at the head of the table, seeking counsel. The crowd remained silent, lost in thought. Just as they were enveloped in contemplation, the phone belonging to the illustrious H.O.H.Ing.B. on the conference table suddenly vibrated twice. However, upon picking it up and reading the message, his brow furrowed in concern. Boss, what is the matter? The middle-aged man was the first to notice the unusual expression. H.O.U.Z.H.Ing.B. took a deep breath and said, I just received a message from a player named Xiao Cohen. He informs me that the Emperor's Guild has acquired a new vice president. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Just an additional vice president. Why does the boss appear so troubled? Before their confusion could deepen, H.O.U.Z.H.Ing.B. continued, This individual goes by the username Nian, the very girl who was previously associated with Yu Rong. How could it be her? Could it be that Xing Yu has allied with the Emperor? If Xing Yu has indeed partnered with the Emperor, then it would make sense for Yu Rong to assume the role of vice president. Before the crowd could delve further into discussion, H.O.U.Z.H.Ing.B. abruptly rose, his gaze sweeping across the management team before him. Regardless of the circumstances, the matter of the guild is of utmost importance. Our objective must be to secure a guild at all costs, ahead of everyone else. Let us dispatch someone to investigate the real identities of the Emperor and Nian. If we cannot succeed in the game, we can discuss matters in reality. The meeting is adjourned. At this very moment, a similar scene unfolded across various clubs, all with a singular target in mind. The Emperor, at the headquarters of the Divine Court Guild, a towering statue, several meters high, depicted none other than President Su Nian himself. Surrounding the statue, the area resembled a quaint park, with stone-paved pathways and lush greenery. The outer perimeter was fenced with walls half the height of a person, beyond which lay an endless expanse of ocean. The guild headquarters would progressively expand in size as the guild level increased. Only within the novice village or the main city can players freely come and go. This is precisely why Nian had abruptly vanished earlier. The commotion in the world channel is quite significant, and I believe the various clubs are becoming restless. It seems I must expedite my passage through the treasure land to acquire the sacred blessing and then proceed to the main city. Once I arrive there, I shall be able to unleash my skills. Furthermore, armed with the knowledge from my previous life, it feels as if a second piece of red equipment is beckoning to me. Nian suddenly seemed to recall something, hastily opening his backpack to inspect an item within. Treasure map. Upon use, it will guide you to a location where treasures are buried, promising unexpected rewards. This artifact is exceedingly rare. He remembered that at least 5 types of rare materials were required to synthesize a single treasure map. Moreover, the treasures it could unearth were remarkable. As for how remarkable, in his previous life, he only knew of 3 individuals who had excavated it. One unearthed 1,000,000 gold coins, another discovered an exquisite piece of red equipment, and the last one, astonishingly, dug up a sacred blessing. Can you believe it? Without further ado, Nian donned a ghostly mask, and as the transformation occurred above his head, he exited the guild's stronghold, reappearing at the resurrection altar within the novice village. As soon as he emerged, he decisively used the treasure map. However, a prompt appeared. The treasure map can only be utilized in the main city. Nian, despite the myriad of expectations swirling within him, he could only strive to reach level 10 as swiftly as possible to enter the main city and investigate further. Subsequently, Nian's objective became clear. He purchased a blue potion for 1,000 gold coins from the shops in the novice village and set forth on his journey to the treasure land. Half an hour later, Nian arrived at the treasure land once again. This time, with an attack speed surpassing 11 and the powerful area damage skill, Blazing Inferno. He found conquering the 7th level to be exceedingly effortless. Nearly half an hour passed. Reward for the 7th underground level, Destruction Mark 1. Nian. He gazed at the newly appeared lightning-shaped purple mark on his forearm, utterly bewildered. What is this? A tattoo as a reward for the 7th underground level? What the? Before Nian could finish his exclamation, he felt the space around him distort. In the next instant, he found himself suspended, darkness enveloping his vision. As he regained his senses, the scene before him had transformed, and a line of small text appeared. Welcome to the 8th underground level. The 8th underground level? Surely, this is not another universe. Nian stared in shock at his surroundings, utterly astounded. Who would have thought it was an outsider? Nevertheless, it mattered little. An ethereal voice echoed in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Who is that? Chapter 50. Obtaining the Sacred Blessing. Wanted to cross the entire server? At the very moment Nian acquired the destruction mark within the divine realm in the ancient kingdom of dragons, the holy city, one of the 12 main cities. At this moment, within a modest abode, a sudden crash reverberated through the air as the gray-haired elder gazed at the crystal ball in his hands, which had inexplicably shattered into fragments. A profound disbelief and trepidation flickered in his murky old eyes. How could this be possible? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the elder's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. In a resplendent and elegant hall, a woman adorned in a magnificent golden gown, with silvery hair and eyes of the same hue, gazed imperiously down at the gray-haired elder from her elevated position. Her voice, ethereal and melodious, pierced the air. Are you suggesting that someone has reached that place? The elder bowed his head, his tone imbued with reverence. Your Majesty, it is undoubtedly true. Even in death, they are relentless. Despite the disdain in her tone, a shadow of deep apprehension crossed the Empress's visage. Find out who that person is. Yes, Your Majesty, the elder responded, and soon, another crystal ball materialized in his grasp. The next moment, a droplet of golden blood slowly emerged from his forehead. The elder's face paled, and a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. As the golden blood merged into the crystal ball, an image materialized within its depths. It depicted a dazzling azure, starry sky, and in this celestial expanse, a solitary figure stood out prominently. Slayer of the world. With a resounding explosion, the crystal ball shattered once more, and the Empress furrowed her brow. An outsider, perhaps? Upon uttering this, she turned her gaze to the elder and calmly instructed. Prepare a nationwide manhunt. Understood. The elder complied and departed. From beginning to end, this entire sequence transpired in a mere half-minute. At this moment, Nian gripped his priest's staff, surveying his surroundings with a vigilant expression, his mind rife with confusion. What was happening? What outsider? And that voice just now? Could it be from the 8th level? Suddenly, the ethereal voice resounded once more. I am curious to see what abilities this outsider possesses to warrant a presence here. As the words echoed, Nian observed a ripple in the space before him. In the next instant, a striking young man clad in purple attire with flowing black hair materialized before him. What caught Nian's attention was the identical purple mark adorning the man's forehead, mirroring the one on his own forearm. Why are you only at level 9? Upon his arrival, the man's previously stoic demeanor crumbled, replaced by a look of utter bewilderment. Nian, what on earth? Is there such a stark contrast? Wasn't this treasure trove originally situated in the novice village? If I am not level 9, I could very well be level 100. Nian was utterly perplexed. Destruction avatar, level 100 class. Health, 13, 500, 000 mana, 500, 000 attack, 37, 900 skills. Nian's eyes widened slightly. What in the world is this? A clone exceeding 100 levels? A staggering health of over 130,000? Previously, the appearance of a 30-something level wandering merchant in the novice village was already outrageous. Now, it seems even more preposterous with this new encounter. We understand your connection to the divine blessing, yet encountering individuals of such high levels so frequently is quite extraordinary. He slowly turned his back to Nian and remarked nonchalantly, "Young man, would you care to hear my tale?" Nian replied, "Not particularly. Destruction?" Nian quickly altered his tone. "Of course, I came for the divine blessing. If listening to your story is part of the task, then I have no choice." Damn! At that moment, Destruction felt an intense desire to strike this lad down. However, considering that he was the only one in a century qualified to inherit, he restrained himself. "No, I cannot keep these matters bottled up. You must listen today." Nian. Several minutes later. "Oh, to put it simply, you once conquered the entire Dragon Empire for a woman. Then, for reasons unknown, that very woman betrayed you and sealed your soul. You were left with a clone to seek a successor, and ultimately, the place of inheritance was ensnared by her subordinates and ended up in this novice village, correct?" As Nian succinctly summarized, Destruction's lips twitched. "After I recounted such a lengthy tale, you've distilled it into mere sentences? Is there no respect for the victim? So, do you wish for me to aid you in slaying her, or to free your soul?" Nian understood that this was likely the task associated with the divine blessing. However, it seemed to present an insurmountable challenge. "Not at all." Destruction decisively shook his head and coldly declared, "I want you to obliterate the entire Dragon Empire." Nian. "Well then, handing me the most arduous task in history right off the bat? What am I even supposed to do with that? This endeavor is entirely voluntary. Notification. Destruction has bestowed upon you the divine blessing. Destruction has issued you a task. Task objective. Destroy the Dragon Empire. Task reward. Legacy of Destruction. Task deadline. None. Task penalty. None." Upon seeing the series of notifications before him, Nian was utterly stunned. A divine blessing right from the outset? No penalties for the task? What? Do not be astonished, young man. The moment you acquired the mark of destruction and arrived here, these two offerings became yours. As for whether you choose to complete this task or desire the legacy, that decision is no longer yours to make. Because, system announcement, the Dragon Empire offers a substantial bounty on all players to eradicate the world. The top 3 slayers will receive Purple Gear 3. The top 100 slayers will receive Purple Gear 1. The top 1,000 slayers will receive 1,000 gold coins. Capturing the bounty hunter and delivering them to the royal palace in the holy city will yield Red Gear 1, 10,000 gold coins. Wow! At that moment, Destruction noticed the translucent screen appearing before Nian and remarked, "You see, the timing is rather fortuitous." Nian. 6. Chapter 51. Hell surpasses again? The temptation of Red Gear. At the moment when Nian was rendered speechless, the server-wide bounty added fuel to the fire. An announcement echoed throughout the realm. The bounty hunter has indicated that the wanted individual has annihilated countless adversaries, currently located at Novice Village 1111. Coordinates provided. A gentle reminder. Once a player is marked for bounty, they will not receive protection from novice villages or main cities. As Nian gazed at the server-wide bounty, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Just look at this reward. The top 3 assailants will each receive 3 pieces of purple gear. Are you a wholesale dealer of purple equipment? Is this how you test your subordinates? Even more outrageous. Capturing oneself in the Sacred City Palace would yield a piece of red gear. Truly, it provokes the ire of both gods and men. Suddenly, a thought struck Nian. If anyone who slays him could claim the aforementioned rewards, wouldn't he that suggest the possibility of executing a clever maneuver? Indeed, my young friend. I neglected to mention that the woman you just spoke of not only possesses the sacred blessing, but also harbors several clues related to it. Demise interjected. Oh, is that so? Sun Yan immediately perked up. Would I deceive you? Ah, if that is the case, then I must assist you in avenging this grievance. He chuckled. You are quite the amusing one, Demise remarked with a smile, shaking his head. By the way, Senior. Sun Yan suddenly recalled something and quickly inquired. Isn't the sacred blessing your inheritance? Then what is the Demise inheritance granted upon task completion? Demise turned, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he replied. Inheritance is one thing, and blessing is another. The sacred blessing pales in comparison to my inheritance, merely a complimentary gift. In any case, the contents within exceed your comprehension. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan silently marveled. To dismiss the sacred blessing as inconsequential, could the treasures within the inheritance be artifacts from ancient deities? No, even divine artifacts would not dare to boast so brazenly. Would they? Suppressing his curiosity, Sun Yan pivoted to another query. By the way, Senior, what did you mean by outside earlier? Demise, upon hearing this, cast a deep glance at Sun Yan and replied nonchalantly. Once you venture outside, it is highly probable that a girl named Qing will seek you out. You may inquire about these matters with her, for I am disinclined to elaborate. With that, Demise waved his hand. Enough of this wasted time. At your current level, you likely cannot even enter the ancient Dragon Kingdom. It would be best to depart sooner and prepare accordingly. Once you leave, my avatar shall dissipate. Sun Yan caught the key phrase and quickly said, Wait a moment, Senior. Does this mean your avatar will be rendered useless once I depart? Yes, indeed. What of it? Senior. Look at how splendid your avatar is. It would be a waste to let it go to waste, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Demise regarded Sun Yan with an expression of bewilderment. Even taking a cautious step back, I bestowed my inheritance and blessing upon you. What more do you desire? Do you harbor ulterior motives concerning my avatar? Is there something amiss with your inclinations? Sun Yan. No, Senior, look at this. Sun Yan said, presenting the health bar from his data panel for Demise to see. What? With merely over 200,000 health points, I could dispatch you in a few strikes during my prime. What is there to boast about? Ah, did the esteemed elder forget my level? I am at level 9. How astonishing. As the realization struck, the twin light violet orbs of destruction nearly bulged from their sockets, as he gazed at Sun Yan in sheer disbelief, exclaiming, You are merely at level 9, yet possess over 200,000 health points? Upon witnessing destruction's incredulous expression, Sun Yan chuckled, Elder, if I were to claim that slaying your avatar could elevate my health beyond 4 million, would you believe me? Destruction nodded vigorously. I believe. Sun Yan replied. Since you doubt me, that is not good. What did you say, Elder? Destruction clarified. I said I believe you at level 9 possess over 200,000 health points. Am I a fool to disbelieve? Sun Yan fed Saident. Elder, your words make me feel as though I am the fool here. With your current level, you could never kill me. Sun Yan raised 3 fingers. Destruction queried, 3 lifetimes? That seems improbable. Nay, Elder, I meant just grant me 3 minutes. Very well. Destruction replied nonchalantly, then come, try your best. If you fail to kill me in 3 minutes, I shall cast you out from here. There is a throng outside eager to take your life. After all, once he departed, the avatar would eventually dissipate. It would be prudent to assist this lad. Should he truly succeed, it might expedite the downfall of the ancient Dragon Kingdom. By then, if his soul had not yet dissipated, he could depart in peace. Understood, Sun Yan responded, uttering an apology before lifting his staff. In an instant, his basic attacks fell like torrential rain upon Destruction's avatar at a staggering rate of 11 strikes per second. However, his innate talent had not yet activated. Clearly, Destruction's statistics were far more complex than they appeared. His physical defense was so formidable that Sun Yan's attacks barely made a dent in his health. Yet, given Sun Yan's talent and his rapid-fire assault akin to a machine gun, not even 100 billion health points could withstand his wrath. Simultaneously, as the server-wide announcements continued their relentless broadcast, players across the realm descended into a frenzy. What in the world has the Butcher done to evoke such public outrage that a nation has placed a bounty? Though I know not the specifics of his deeds, I am compelled to uphold justice. Lo and behold, the top 100 killers receive purple gear, and capturing him alive garners red gear? Brothers, the locations are revealed. Let us prevent this rogue from escaping. At this moment, aside from the multitude of players, various clubs, upon learning of this incident, also found themselves in a state of unrest. Swiftly, elite teams from numerous clubs rushed towards the newbie village number 1111 with a singular goal: to eliminate the Butcher. In stark contrast to the collective excitement, Perhaps only Su Yu remained undisturbed. Chapter 52. Is 4 million health comfortable? Shouldn't we reward the elder handsomely upon returning home? In the novice village number 1111, within the rocky cave, Su Yu, having just vanquished a colossal rock beast, gazed at the incessantly looping server-wide announcement before her. Her delicate face instantly etched with concern. What on earth had transpired? Why was he being hunted by the entire server? Beside her, Yu Yorong was equally astonished. How could such a prominent figure be targeted while still in the novice village? Could it be that he had inadvertently eliminated someone of great significance? Indeed, he appeared to possess that level of prowess. The possibility was quite high. There was no time to waste. I must assist him, Su Yu declared, resolutely turning towards the cave's exit. Given the substantial bounty, many would undoubtedly flock to the coordinates. Although Su Yu boasted over 200,000 health points, facing a relentless pursuit from tens of thousands of players would likely lead to demise. With her own health mirroring that figure, and not being the target of the bounty, if she could buy some time, perhaps her esteemed companion might avoid losing his equipment. Wait up, Sister Xiaoyu, I'm coming too, Yu Yorong called out, hastening her short legs to follow. Sister Yorong, you might perish. It's nothing. Just a bit of experience loss. But all right, let us hurry. Just as the two girls stepped out of the rocky cave, suddenly, what the? Su Yu abruptly halted. She glanced at the health bar displayed in the upper left corner of her vision, astonished as she covered her mouth with her hand. Xiaoyu, what is wrong? Yu Yorong inquired with concern. Sister Yorong, I think I'm hallucinating. Look in the next moment. Su Yu's health appeared before Yu Yorong's eyes. 429-4050-229-4050. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Yu Yorong's eyes widened, and she began to count each digit. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000 what? For million health points? After double-checking several times and confirming the count, Yu Yorong stared in disbelief at Su Yu, her expression filled with astonishment. What on earth did the esteemed one do? Are we still needed? For a million health points. Currently, players can only inflict damage in the tens at best, with just one healing spell. Unless hundreds of thousands of players launch their attacks simultaneously, it would be impossible to bring him down. But could such a scenario even unfold? This unexpected turn of events left Su Yu utterly flabbergasted. Initially, she had feared her esteemed companion would be gradually worn down under the relentless assault of thousands. Yet now, it seemed that the ones facing attrition might be those very thousands. Ding! At that moment, a friend request notification popped up. Su Yu quickly clicked to check. It seems the esteemed one is unharmed. Her cheeks flushed slightly. What rewards or bounties are they thinking about? Yu Yorong raised an eyebrow. Sister Xiaoyu, this is where your misunderstanding lies. If a man actively seeks rewards, failing to offer anything might leave him saddened. But if you do give him something Woon Tea that just amplify his motivation, upon hearing those words, a series of vividly embarrassing images instinctively flashed through Su Yu's mind. Is it truly necessary to proceed in such a manner? What if it leads to dire consequences? Meanwhile, in the 8th layer of the treasure ground, Sun Yin gazed at his health bar, and to claim he was not thrilled would be a falsehood. He eagerly anticipated the unveiling of the combat power rankings in the future. What a spectacle it would be, showcasing the prowess he currently possessed. If memory served him correctly, following the combat power rankings, once half of the players in the main city reached level 15, the official first championship league would be held. Not only would it be broadcasted live across the network, but the rewards would also be substantial. Kid, you are quite remarkable, the ethereal voice of destruction echoed. Though this time, it was merely a voice without a figure. Thank you, senior. Sun Yin clasped his hands together in gratitude. Enough, you should take your leave. No sooner had destruction uttered these words than Sun Yin felt the world around him spin violently. When he regained his bearings, he discovered that the stone door at the entrance of the treasure ground had vanished without a trace. It's over. He exhaled heavily, casting his gaze downward, only to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Oh, it seems there are quite a few who wish to claim my life. The crowd below was densely packed, with at least tens of thousands present. Clearly, they had come here based on the landmarks provided by the bounty hunter, hoping for a stroke of luck. Unfortunately, it appeared their efforts would be in vain. Sun Yin removed the mask from his face, and in an instant, the grand words "slaughter the world" along with the red exclamation mark denoting a wanted criminal vanished, replaced by the title, "The Great Emperor." Goodbye. He waved to the throng below. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd murmured, "Wait, ISN T that slaughter the world. There's a mountain right at the landmark. Surely the bounty hunter ISN team is misleading us? Do you think slaughter the world could be up there? Fortune favors the bold. Brothers, follow me." From within the crowd, a voice declared, "Thank goodness the boss is all right." On another note, the sacred blessing bestowed by destruction was remarkable. Sacred Blessing of Destruction. Effect, skill damage increased by 300. Sun Nian. Good heavens, is it truly that simple and violent? An immediate damage increase of 300%. Who wouldn't be envious of such an enhancement? Suddenly, a thought struck him. He hastily opened his friend list and sent messages to Su Yu, Ho Xiaoyu, and Yu Yurong, urging them to find him. Since the treasure ground had concluded smoothly, the only remaining tasks were to enter the main city and claim the bounty rewards. Surely, such treasures should not be left for outsiders to claim. Chapter 53. The Rejection of Yu Yurong. It turns out to be him, outside the novice village. In a secluded grove, upon spotting Su Nian in the distance, Su Yu hurriedly approached with concern. Are you all right? What exactly transpired earlier? Upon hearing this, Su Nian playfully pinched the girl's delicate face and teased. So you actually know how to care for me? However, the Dragon Ancient Kingdom has issued a bounty for the extermination of all. So what does it have to do with me, the Emperor? There's some logic to that. Su Yu nodded in agreement, but then shifted the topic, asking, then why are you being hunted by the Dragon Ancient Kingdom? They surely wouldn't place a bounty on you for no reason. I merely accepted a task. Ah, I see. Upon hearing this explanation, Su Yu did not press further. Although she did not comprehend why someone would be sought after for simply undertaking a task, she felt that such matters should be left to the professionals. After all, as long as that certain someone was safe. Hey, Yurong, what are you doing over there? At that moment, Su Yu noticed Yu Yurong squatting beneath a small tree, extending her finger as if drawing something. Huh? The white-haired lowly quickly stood up. Oh, it's nothing. I just discovered an ant nest. It's quite fascinating. By the way, big shot, why did you call me and Xiaoyu here? She hastily redirected the conversation away from herself. With you two here being all lovey-dovey, what else can I do? Sun Nian responded with a hint of mockery. I have two matters to discuss, one of which is rather significant. But first, let us wait for Xiaoyu. Just as Sun Nian finished speaking, familiar voices echoed from the edge of the grove. Soon, as Ho Xiaoyu approached the trio, she noticed something peculiar. Sun Nian's hand. Why does it look so wrong with the big shot? This is definitely not right. What are you staring at? These two are just, well, they are what they are in reality. It's just that they didn't know each other's identities in the game, Yu Yurong whispered. Ho Xiaoyu was left utterly bewildered. At that moment, Sun Nian, seeing that everyone had gathered, stated, the first matter I summoned you for is regarding the guild. Do either of you have any thoughts on this? Yu Yurong admitted, I'm quite eager to join your guild, big shot. Firstly, with you leading, the future development of the Divine Court Guild will be tremendously promising. Secondly, I wish to play alongside Xiaoyu, as she is my only friend. However, big shot, I have my own club. I think I will refrain from joining. Upon hearing this, Su Yu urged, Yurong, even though you plan to establish your own guild in the future, given our relationship, you could benefit from joining us first. You can always leave once you have your own guild. If it comes to that, you can have your subordinates take over as the guild leader, right? After all, you're the boss. Yu Yurong shook her head repeatedly. What does it matter if I, the owner of Star Rain, join your guild? If those in the club find out, it would surely bring trouble upon you. Better not. Changing her tone to a cheerful one, Yu Yurong added. With two big shots like you around, extra benefits are inconsequential to me, right? All right. Seeing Yu Yurong's repeated refusals, Su Yu felt helpless. And what about you? Sun Nian turned to Ho Xiaoyu. Ho Xiaoyu was taken aback. Me? Esteemed leader, I am most eager to join. Although I'm a shareholder of the Gale Wind Club, I have no other affiliations with them. As soon as Ho Xiaoyu's words faded, a notification appeared before him. A remarkable invitation from the esteemed leader. Without hesitation, Ho Xiaoyu clicked to accept. Congratulations, you have joined the Divine Court Guild. The Emperor has elevated you to the status of administrator. Do you truly place such trust in me? He thought, deeply moved by the leader's immediate bestowal of authority upon him. Sun Nian interjected, shall I revoke your position then? No, please don't. With that, she continued, now, let us discuss a matter of great importance. As she spoke, she donned a dual-faced mask and pointed to the red exclamation mark above her head. I trust you have all received the server-wide announcement and are aware of the rewards for defeating me? Ho Xiaoyu nodded first. There are over 100 pieces of purple gear, not to mention a substantial amount of gold and red gear. The rewards are simply bountiful. The two women nodded in agreement. Since defeating me yields such rewards, why not keep them within our own ranks? The three exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the leader's proposition. Goodness, is the leader truly willing to take such drastic measures, even against themselves? However, upon further reflection, they recognize the merit of the strategy, better to benefit themselves than to allow others to profit. But, esteemed leader, with your health exceeding 4 million, it would take us days and nights to defeat you. Yu Yurong articulated the crux of their predicament. Beside her, Ho Xiaoyu gasped, what on earth? Did I hear that correctly? For million health? Oh dear, I have indeed allied with the right person. I have contingencies in place, Su Nian assured, removing the dual-faced mask and handing it to Su Yu. Give it a try. Su Yu nodded obediently, yet as she placed the mask upon her face, it fell off instantly. Once we reach the main city, I shall devise a plan. As her words concluded, she extended an invitation to form a party. After the three joined, Su Nian adjusted the experience distribution within the party and led them to the rock cave. Before long, they arrived at their destination. However, upon reaching the rocky outcrop, Yu Yurong gasped, pointing towards the center of the arena. Goodness, is he actually engaging in a one-on-one battle? Su Nian raised an eyebrow. It's him. Gifts abound. May one live to 99. A 5-star rating grants longevity to 280. Do not compel the old rogue to kneel before you. Chapter 54. Recovering 25,000 health per second. Is this even human? Caribbeans were left astounded. Inside the rock cave stood a middle-aged man, with a distinct middle-part hairstyle and features reminiscent of a Caribbean figure, brandishing a long sword and fiercely confronting the rock giant. With each blow from the rock giant, this Caribbean figure astonishingly regained lost health within mere seconds, at a terrifyingly rapid pace. The sheer speed of regeneration was utterly astounding, leaving all spectators in awe. The good times were fleeting. Just moments after Su Nian and his companions arrived, they were suddenly plunged into chaos as the enraged rock giant unleashed a devastating blow, coupled with a swift, untelegraphed summoning of rocks that left Karibi Duju utterly exasperated. What the hell? He exclaimed, a burst of traditional exclamation escaping his lips. With his health dwindling, he saw the rampaging rock beast preparing to strike again. He abandoned his sword, decisively opting for flight, transforming into an esports bolt, leaving 3 footprints in 100 meters, dashing through several traffic lights. In his frantic escape, Karibi Duju noticed Su Nian and his 3 companions perched upon the stone wall. He shouted urgently, "Hey, you up there, don't just stand there. If you don't run, come down and help me." This creature was proving to be far tougher than anticipated. The 4 of them exchanged glances. Well, since we're here, and this gentleman seems rather amiable, let us lend a hand, Su Nian suggested, leaping down first. Of course, his decision was not merely based on the man's appearance. It was a matter of serendipity. In his previous life, Karibi Duju was a formidable figure, ranking among the top 5 in the global swordsman leaderboard, endowed with the extraordinary talent of bloodthirsty maniac, which granted him a 30% lifesteal on all damage dealt. He was regarded as a loyal and generous ultimate gaming enthusiast, albeit with a rather disheveled appearance, earning him the nickname Uncle Internet Addiction. Tragically, he perished 3 years later, sacrificing himself to defend a city during an invasion. Meanwhile, below, after calling out, Karibi Duju could no longer afford to divide his attention. His life was at stake. Suddenly, the colossal fist of the rock giant crashed beside him, creating a massive crater in the ground. What the hell? Is it already moving that fast? He thought, his heart racing. Fortunately, at that moment, the skill frost spell activated. With a crack, the commotion behind him faded away. As he ran, Karibi Duju glanced back and was astonished to see the rock giant frozen in place. But even more astonishing was what followed. The skill inferno unleashed its fury, and he watched in disbelief as his health plummeted by several thousand in mere seconds. What on earth? Karibi Duju gasped in shock. The rock giant, furious, recognized the human who had repeatedly humiliated it. Even if I must perish today, I shall do so standing. It roared. Its colossal fist came crashing down. Yet Karibi Duju found himself bewildered as he saw the damage inflicted. A mere 250 points against his 257, 643 health. Is this a joke? He thought, stunned. You hit me for 250 damage, and I recover 25,000? Is this even human? Karibi Duju stood there dazed, rubbing his eyes as he gazed at the figure before him. The Emperor? It was indeed this formidable deity. As he recognized the individual standing before him, the subsequent events nearly rendered him speechless. Su Nian brandished his staff with a flourish. A multitude of basic attacks descended simultaneously, successfully triggering the percentage execution talent. With a resounding crash, the body of the rock giant collapsed in an instant. The rock giant dropped 50 gold coins, 1 blue staff, 1 blue chest armor, and a skill level. With a mere fraction of a chance, it was instantly slain. From another's perspective, it appeared as if one had casually dispatched it with a simple strike. Could it be suspected that he was cheating? Just like that, it was defeated. After a few seconds, Caribbean Zhu finally emerged from shock, muttering to himself. What had he witnessed in those fleeting moments? A single skill dealt thousands of damage, only to be followed by an instantaneous restoration of 250,000 health. Subsequently, this godlike figure's attacks resembled that of a machine gun, vanishing with a mere flick of the wrist. If memory serves correctly, he himself was also regarded as a deity by others, was he not? Yet, was the gap between deities truly so vast? Look, my friend, you've left that uncle utterly astounded, Yu Rong remarked upon arriving on the scene. Caribbean de Zhu was taken aback. Upon hearing the term uncle, he snapped out of his mental stupor. Excuse me, young lady, who are you referring to as an uncle? I, Zhao de Zhu, am merely 24 this year. I'm a bona fide member of the post, 2000 generation. Yu Rong was momentarily dumbfounded. 24? Surely you must be 42, right? We're the same age. Zhao de Zhu exclaimed, what? You've reached adulthood? The atmosphere abruptly fell into a momentary standstill. At this juncture, Ho Xiaoyu spoke up. Dear uncle, why are you here all alone? Don't you have any teammates? Zhao de Zhu was quite affable. He chuckled, glancing at Sun Yan, and scratched his head, saying this great player could solo from the very first day the game launched. I thought, since it's already the third day and my talents aren't inferior to others, I could give a go as well. Who would have imagined I would be utterly outmatched? Sun Yan was taken aback, pondering whether his audacity stemmed from him. That great player. Suddenly, Zhao de Zhu seemed to resolve something, as if deeply moved by the earlier spectacle. He approached Sun Yan with a serious demeanor, stating, I am someone who distinguishes between gratitude and resentment. You just saved my life. While that may hold weight in reality, in the game, my possessions would hardly garner your interest. So he paused. You see, my talent is quite decent. Might it be possible upon hearing this? Sun Yan's eyes brightened. Well, I haven't even made my pitch yet. And he is already eager to join? A high-level talent. He would welcome with open arms. The future world's premier godly guild must surely belong to our dragon nation. With that thought, Sun Yan did not hesitate. Of course it's possible. However, just as he finished speaking, he was taken aback. What? Chapter 55. The murderous intent from Su Yu. Excited gazes from the crowd. Sun Yan, uncharacteristically, let us sleep a course. For in the very next instant after his words, he witnessed Zhao de Zhu drop to his knees with lightning speed, and then he actually kowtowed. The four of them. Why on earth are you doing this? Upon witnessing the scene, Sun Yan was utterly bewildered. Isn't it just joining a guild? It's not like we're part of some foreign cult. Why the sudden act of submission? Although this was not a matter of reality, it was still peculiar to bow down or prostrate oneself without reason. They often say a man's knees are worth gold. Are you truly expecting me to concede? Get up. Sun Yan rushed forward, intending to assist. But at that moment, Zhao Dizhu suddenly proclaimed, Master, I bow to you. Thud thud. Two more bows followed, leaving Sun Yan speechless. Wait a minute, aren't you supposed to be joining a guild? Why are you suddenly bowing to a master? Zhao Dizhu scratched his head in confusion. Did I not mention joining the guild? Besides, I've already bowed my head. You consented just moments ago. We can go back on that, can we? Sun Yan, equally perplexed, scratched his own head. Bowing to oneself as a master? Who would believe such a tale? Anyone unaware might think we were relatives. In a state of confusion, he had unwittingly accepted an older man as his disciple, hadn't he? Not knowing how to express his thoughts, Sun Yan fell silent. As the atmosphere grew tense, the atmosphere manager, Ho Xiaoyu, stepped in again. Hey, big uncle, why are you bowing to the Great One as your master? The Great One is a priest, and you are a swordsman. What could you possibly learn from him? Ho Xiaoyu remarked quietly from the side. The two women behind her nodded, each wearing a confused expression, unable to comprehend the situation either. Zhao Dizhu, however, responded with remarkable bravado, declaring in front of everyone, with a master like this to lean on, do you think it would be better for me to join the guild directly, or to become the Great One's disciple? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched in disbelief. You seem to have grasped the concept of seeking advancement quite well, but those who kneel do so in reality for genuine progress. Yet here you are, indulging in the game to such an extent. By the way, Master, Zhao Dizhu quickly approached Sun Yan with a jovial expression. I have a younger sister who is exceptionally beautiful. She has just come of age and is fond of handsome men like you. Would you like me to introduce you? He added with a grin, of course, I would call you Master, and you would call me Uncle. Let's keep things separate. Suddenly, as Zhao Dizhu finished speaking, a chilling gaze filled with an intent to kill bore down upon him. Hiss! Zhao Dizhu shivered involuntarily as goosebumps prickled his skin. How terrifying! Following the direction of the gaze, he found himself locking eyes with Su Yu, and a wave of apprehension washed over him. What was this woman's situation? Could it be that she harbored feelings for the master? Cough, that's unnecessary. At that moment, Sun Yan also felt the weight of a gaze from the women in his life. He hastily moved to Su Yu's side, taking her small hand in his, and stated, "I already have a girlfriend." As this declaration left his lips, Su Yu's expression transformed from stormy to sunny, her previously piercing gaze softening into one of warmth. However, to Zhao Dizhu's, this transformation was nothing short of alarming. "Mistress, I was wrong. One must acknowledge their mistakes and stand tall when facing the consequences." As soon as the words were spoken, upon seeing Su Yu slightly nod, Zhao Dizhu finally let out a sigh of relief. "By the way, Caribbean Dizhu, what level are you now?" Su Nian, noticing the privacy settings, could not check without an attack, and thus had to inquire. "Just call me Dizhu. I have just reached level 9. During the ranking settlement yesterday, I was 11th, just a hair's breadth from the 10th place," Zhao Dizhu stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Su Nian glanced at the level rankings. Currently, he was only a smidgen of experience away from achieving level 10, while there were already numerous level 9 players on the leaderboard. With this in mind, Su Nian first invited Dizhu to join the guild. Caribbean Dizhu has joined the Divine Court Guild. After granting Dizhu a management role, Su Nian invited him to join the party once more. The team's experience distribution was slightly adjusted. He did not require much experience at the moment, so Dizhu could take a little less. Ho Xiaoyu and the two ladies were only at level 8, thus allowing them to garner the majority of the experience. Just then, a notification appeared. "Rock Giant. Is this hell? Does no one care about my feelings?" In the blink of an eye, half an hour later, as the Rock Giant fell for the 12th time, it dropped. Lord's Heart X1, Gold X50, Leggings Blue, X1, Skill Level X1. Another Lord's Heart? Sun Yin appeared somewhat surprised, including the one dropped earlier. He now possessed exactly 6 Lord's Hearts in his inventory. During this time, the Rock Giant also dropped a purple helmet, which he promptly gifted to Dizhu, who was now fully equipped in blue gear. After this half hour, Ho Xiaoyu and the two ladies successfully advanced to level 9. How does it feel to be carried along? Sun Yin smiled at Zhao Dizhu beside him. After this half hour of interaction, he had grown somewhat familiar with this disciple. Master. Feel free to command me whenever you need, even in reality." Zhao Dizhu patted his chest, appearing quite confident. "Is that so?" Sun Yin teased lightly. "Big shot. Someone is approaching." "Huh?" Following Ho Xiaoyu's gaze, Sun Yin looked towards the nearby rock wall, where suddenly dozens of people appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the group led by Kuan Ge and Han Jiangxue, members of the Haoyue. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to encounter them here. "Master, should we take them on?" Zhao Dizhu whispered beside him. Sun Yin waved his hand. No need to pay them any mind. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu concurred. Given Master S' exaggerated health of over 4 million, fighting this group of minor characters would be akin to adults battling infants. A gross overestimation. Meanwhile, on the other side, I can't believe we ran into the Emperor. Look at the person beside him. ISNT, that Caribbean Dizhu. Another super big shot. And there's even a tall lowly among them. She is legal. While everyone was discussing among the Haoyue members, a pair of eyes were fixated intently on Sun Yin and Su Yu below, filled with disbelief and a hint of excitement. Chapter 56. Entering the main city. Is the disciple's background not simple? Kuan Ge, we have numbers. Shall we engage? At this moment, a sycophant beside Brother Kuan whispered, "Fight, fight, I'll smash you." Brother Kuan had not forgotten the lessons learned from previous encounters. This formidable adversary could, with singular prowess, eliminate dozens, if not hundreds, of them at once. This time, however, he brought only 40 to 50 men, a number significantly less than before. Despite the assistance from the boss's envoy, Han Jiangxue, Brother Kuan deemed it prudent to exercise caution. After all, their opponent had allies, and the boss's mission was to acquire the Lord's heart, not to provoke unnecessary conflict. Contemplating this, Brother Kuan clasped his hands towards Sun Yin and the others below, saying, "We are merely here by coincidence, not by intention. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Let's retreat." Fearing that the formidable adversary might retort with something like, "I do not consume beef," Brother Kuan, after uttering this, waved his hand and led the charge to escape. The members of Haoyue followed suit, departing one after another. Before leaving, the expressions of disbelief mingled with excitement in the crowd, transformed into cold sneers, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied their minds. As the team moved further away, Han Jiangxue glanced back at Sun Yin, her gaze enigmatic. Once Haoyue had completely withdrawn, Zhao Dizhu could not contain his dissatisfaction, exclaiming, "A bunch of weaklings. I thought I could showcase my skills before my master." Sun Yin replied, "You could still catch up if you hurry." After teasing him lightly, she offered a dose of reality. "Besides, when your master is present, your only task is to follow orders. And with your master's wife around, How could it possibly be your turn to wreak havoc? Zhao Dizhu's retorted, the way you say that makes me feel rather redundant. At this, he turned his serious gaze towards Sun Yan, saying earnestly, Master, why don't we meet in reality? I feel compelled to show you proper filial respect. Sun Yan patted Zhao Dizhu's on the shoulder, jesting, if you put it that way, I might just have to take a good portion of your earnings. Instantly invigorated, Zhao Dizhu's replied, Master, let us add each other first for easier contact. You skin me. After this brief interlude, they resumed their quest, re-engaging in the fray. They were not far from reaching level 10. This game truly began only upon entering the main city, promising genuine excitement ahead. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed. During this time, Sun Yan had successfully vanquished the rock behemoth 16 times, yielding an impressive array of spoils. Rock behemoth. Where's my voice of recognition? The green and blue gear, among other items, totaled at least several dozen pieces, all currently stowed within Sun Yan's inventory for potential future use. Regrettably, there were no purple items dropped this time. Numerous skill books for various classes had also surfaced, along with a bounty of 2,000 gold coins. With all attribute points invested, Sun Yan and Xiao Yu's attack speed had reached an impressive 1284. Additionally, this time, 7 Lord's Hearts had been acquired, bringing the total to 13. Just enough for Sun Yan and his companions to exchange for a purple item in Wang the blacksmith's hidden quest. Regarding their levels, they are currently all at level 9, with a remarkable 98 experience points. At this moment, outside the rock cave, one of the players said, Boss, I feel guilty as you're not only helping us level up, but also providing us with the Lord's Heart. Ho Xiaoyu calculated in her mind. The Lord's Heart costs 10,000 each, so leveling up would amount to 20,000. And with the skill books you previously gave us, totaling 66,666, how does that sound? She looked for a favorable response. Beside her, Yu Yurong nodded in agreement. Yes, that seems reasonable. I shall have someone transfer the amount to you right away. While they appreciated the assistance, they certainly did not wish for the boss to bear the burden without compensation. After all, one must not take advantage of kindness. Sun Yan, upon hearing this, did not decline, for who could truly resist the allure of wealth? Receiving money is not so interesting. Zhao Dizhu's approached Sun Yan, his composed face breaking into a mischievous grin as he said, Master, in a couple of days when I have some free time, I will bring you something nice. Of course, at this point, Zhao Dizhu's glanced at the Master's wife, his survival instincts kicking in. Rest assured, the gifts I bring from Master will be entirely respectable. Guaranteed to surprise both of you. Sun Yan replied, I do not desire anything respectable. Listening to Dizhu's tone, Sun Yan realized that his background seemed rather impressive, a fact he was unaware of from his past life. However, there was no time for such thoughts now. All right, I will first take you to the novice village to accept the hidden quest from Blacksmith Wang. Remember, your purple equipment is limited to weapons only. No problem, Master. We trust your guidance. Soon, the group entered the novice village. When they emerged once more, each had acquired a purple weapon. Very well. We are about to enter an entirely new world. At a certain monster spawn point, as Sun Yan's words fell, he unleashed the skill Heavenly Fire Sea. Boom! Fiery flames erupted, instantly evaporating the dozen or so small monsters before them. Experience points, 32. Experience points, 35. Experience points. Su Yu and the others watched as the experience in the upper left corner gradually increased, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the main city. After the first wave of monsters was defeated, their experience points collectively reached level 9, 99. A minute later, the second wave of monsters appeared. Heavenly Fire Sea. A prompt appeared. All members of your party have reached level 10 and meet the conditions to enter the main city. Would you like to teleport immediately? Teleport. Just as Sun Yan selected to teleport, the 5 figures instantly vanished from their location. Server announcement. Congratulations to players D, Xin Yan, Ho Xiaoyu, Yurong, and Caribbean D's who's for being among the first to enter the main city. Each is rewarded with 3 reforging stones, 1 pocket treasure map, 1,000 gold, and 5 blue equipment. We encourage all players to strive harder. As this server announcement echoed, players engaged in leveling and equipment grinding alike were taken aback. Wow, someone has entered the main city so quickly, and as a group? Oh no, 1,000 gold and 5 pieces of blue equipment would take me months to accumulate. Wait, wasn't it the trio from Starry Rain who had been rampaging through the game? How did I end up in the esteemed team of the Great Emperor? The infamous player, known for vanquishing enemies, has become a notorious fugitive within the game. Who would dare to associate with him? Do you think he is a fool? Has anyone located the vanquisher of all? Not yet. I've been searching for quite some time. I feel the same. The global chat has begun to buzz with activity once more. Meanwhile, in the realm of the divine domain, in the ancient kingdom of dragons, lies the imperial city, one of the 12 main cities. Wow, is this the main city? It feels like an entirely different world. Chapter 57, Entering the Hell-Level Dungeon. Perhaps this place is indeed another realm. Standing at the resurrection altar in the heart of the main city, Yurong gazed outward, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Before her lay an extraordinarily prosperous city, bustling with people, exuding an aura of grandeur and elegance akin to a dreamlike metropolis. The architecture here deviated from the towering skyscrapers of modern cities, instead imparting a unique sense of an alternate universe. Wow, the style here is not only unprecedented, but everything around feels so incredibly real, having grown accustomed to the elderly figures in the novice village. Witnessing the throngs of people in this city once again elevated Yu Yorong's perception of the game's authenticity. After her moment of awe, Yu Yorong stepped out of the resurrection altar and approached a little girl by the roadside, extending her hand to poke the child's round, chubby face. Suddenly, the little girl burst into tears. "Are you out of your mind, you shorty?" exclaimed the girl's mother, who promptly scolded Yu Yorong and whisked her child away. Yu Yorong remarked, "See, she even acknowledged my height. Isn't that a testament to its realism?" At that moment, Sun Yin and the others gradually emerged from the enchanting sights that resembled a new world. Zhao Dezhu was the first to speak. "Master, do you think this could be a genuine world? The level of realism here. It feels more authentic than reality itself. I'm beginning to question whether our Blue Star is merely a game titled Blue Star, and this place is the true reality." Although they had previously been astonished by the game's realism upon first entering, their extended stay in the novice village had dulled that impression, as they were surrounded daily by mountains, trees, and the occasional old man in a wooden house. Now, arriving in the main city, their attitudes shifted dramatically, akin to country bumpkins entering the city, peering and touching everything in wonder. They would soon become accustomed to it. Sun Yin shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps this place is indeed another world. Murmuring to herself, she took Su Yu's small hand and walked towards the resurrection altar's exit. "Great One, what shall we do next?" Yu Yorong inquired curiously upon seeing the Great One step down. Sun Yin glanced at the time. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon. The bounty could wait. "Let us first conquer the dungeon, and after that, we shall seek treasures." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezhu's was momentarily taken aback. What bounty was being spoken of? What was the master saying? Before he could voice his confusion, Yu Yuyong scratched his head and inquired, "Where is the dungeon? We are unfamiliar with this place. Shall we ask someone?" At that moment, Su Yu suddenly noticed something. The map indicated a teleportation array named Dungeon Secret Realm located 200 meters from their position. This must be it. Sun Yin gently squeezed the small hand of her companion, saying, "Isn't it? Let's go and see. Let's go." Zhao Dezhu's declared, waving his hand and leading the way toward the dungeon secret realm. Soon, the 5 arrived at their destination, which was an open area. Before them loomed a circular portal. As they approached the portal, a line of text appeared before their eyes. Prompt: "Do you wish to enter Dungeon Level 10, the Abyssal Cave?" "Yes." "Please select the difficulty level for this dungeon. Normal, Challenge, Epic, Hell." Without hesitation, Sun Yin decisively chose the Hell difficulty level. The higher the difficulty level selected for a dungeon, the greater the rewards upon completion. In her previous life, no team had ever chosen the Hell level for a first clear. Thus, Sun Yin was curious about the richness of the rewards that awaited. Prompt: "It is recommended that teams of 10 or more enter this Hell dungeon. Do you still wish to proceed?" "Yes." The moment Sun Yin's words fell, the 5 of them were instantly drawn into the portal, vanishing from sight. Upon entering the dungeon, the group was immediately besieged by a few cave spiders. Cave Spider, 13. Grade, Elite. Health, 1250. Attack, 135. Skills, Bite, Webbind. Master, let me handle this. Before Sun Yin could act, Zhao Dezhu swung his sword at the creatures. 166. 159. With the aid of a purple grade weapon, Zhao Dezhu's current attack power was not insignificant. However, even his fierce lifesteal could not withstand the damage dealt by several cave spiders. "We'll join too." Yu Yuyong directed her gaze toward Ho Xiaoyu. "Go for it." Skill, Shadow Strike. Skill, Ruthless Iron Fist. Unsurprisingly, with the trio's coordinated efforts, the cave spiders were swiftly dispatched. Continuing onward, Sun Yin led Su Yu deeper into the cave. After advancing nearly 100 meters, they encountered a formidable foe. Ghostface Spider, 15. Grade, Epic. Health, 12880. Attack, 340. Skills, continuous bite, web bind, deadly venom. Oh, still a small one? This time, to avoid wasting too much time, Nian took the initiative. Skill, Sea of Flames. Boom. 1,360. 1,344. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a single second, dozens of basic attacks landed simultaneously. Then, as the burning duration of the Sea of Flames came to an end, before the 5 individuals stood a spider, perfectly cooked to a tender medium. Its exterior crisp. With a swift motion, Zhao Dizhu's reached out and snapped off one of its legs, bringing it to his mouth. However, the moment he tasted it, he was met with an overwhelming coal-like flavor, prompting him to spit it out. After a brief silence, the group resumed their journey, ultimately arriving at a vast and shadowy cavern. Nian gazed upward at the densely woven spider silk and gestured to Zhao Dizhu's beside him, instructing Dizhu's retreat behind me. Understood. Zhao Dizhu's nodded, quickly leading Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Yurong to distance themselves. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from behind them, causing the entire cave to tremble. As the three regained their footing and looked toward the center of the cavern, their pupils dilated in shock. What in the world? Chapter 58. The Dungeon's First Completion, another legendary item. With gasps of astonishment, they beheld a colossal spider, large enough to engulf half the cave, emerging from the thick web above. As the giant spider landed, a translucent purple liquid covering its body erupted outward, splattering across the surroundings. That hurts, Zhao Dizhu cried out, feeling the sudden loss of blood and becoming momentarily dazed. If that happens again, I might just be finished. At that instant, a numerical display appeared before the group. Inming Ghost Spider, level 18 type, elite health, 98,000 attack, 1050 skills, invulnerability, venom splash, giant web bind. Spider Spear Thrust. These statistics dwarfed those of the dominant rock beast from the novice village by an unfathomable margin. Even a well-equipped, elite squad of 10, each at level 16 or 17 with at least one legendary item, would find defeating this hellish creature a formidable challenge. What a monstrous abomination! I command you to perish! Nian exclaimed, brandishing his staff. A flurry of blue orbs descended from the air, striking the Inming Ghost Spider on its head. 256. 260. Talent not activated. Kill probability 0. 0-1. The Inming Ghost Spider was momentarily bewildered. Is this still a human? Their arms are even creating afterimages. It realized that this adversary posed a significant threat and could not be allowed to live. Spider Spear Thrust. The Inming Ghost Spider launched its razor-sharp spear, moving with a speed that no ordinary person could react to, aimed directly at Nian below. With my damage output, a mere level 10 child should fall instantly. 1,450. Health, 257, 661. Inming Ghost Spider. Rock Beast. Do you feel my pain? In that moment, the 8 eyes of the Inming Ghost Spider glinted with malice. As emotions such as shock, despair, disbelief, and doubt manifested in a human-like manner. The spectral spider stood frozen in place, its mind a blank slate, uncertain of how to react. However, witnessing the relentless assault from the human before it, the spectral spider realized it must take action. Even if I perish today, I shall take one down with me. With that thought, the 6 eyes of the spectral spider fixed intently on Su Yu, who stood beside Nian. It lunged forward with its spider spear. Hiss! Prepare to meet your demise. Damage dealt, 1450. Remaining health, 292, 900. The spectral spider lamented. Is humanity truly this formidable now? Do they possess millions of health points? Can they unleash dozens of strikes in a mere second? Alas, what a predicament. Am I merely a lesser creature for them to farm? Look at that giant spider. Why has it curled up and become immobile? Yu Yurong pointed towards the center of the arena, her face etched with confusion. Zhao Dizhu scratched his nose. What could be the reason? Perhaps the master has broken through its defenses. Ho Xiaoyu exclaimed, it's all over. After a brief moment, Nian ceased her actions, and a series of notifications materialized before her. Talent successfully activated. The number of rewards dropped is excessive. The system is currently calculating. Congratulations on leading your team to achieve the server's first completion of this unique achievement dungeon. The system will announce this across the server. Would you like to conceal this? Absolutely not. Nian firmly rejected. In the next instant, server-wide announcements appeared. When Zhao Dizhu's and the others, as well as all players in the novice village, beheld the rewards from the system, they were left utterly astonished, mouths agape. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Player Emperor for leading the team to achieve the server's unique accomplishment of first dungeon completion. The aforementioned rewards have been dispatched to the captain's inventory. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Players Emperor, Nian, Ho Xiaoyu, Yu Rong Nida, and Jiao Lai by Dezhu for becoming the first team to slay the spectral spider on this server. Each member is awarded 1 reforging stone, 5 fallen iron, 20 free attribute points, and 5 blue equipment. Guild members will additionally receive 5,000 contribution points. At this revelation, many found themselves unable to remain seated. Goodness, didn't this group just enter the main city not long ago? How is the first dungeon completion already gone? Surely, they can't be cheating? I still don't have a full set of blue gear, and they already possess 2 pieces of red gear. Geneva, report. This isn't fair. Why are they allowed to have such a powerful presence? Brothers, hurry to the main city. If we delay, all the good loot will be gone. Let us form a group and head to the main city. Wait, aren't you all supposed to be hunting down the tyrants of the world? The world channel buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, the reward calculation concluded. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 purple equipment, 14 blue equipment, level 8 skill book, level 4 skill book, level 1 skill book, 3 fallen iron, and 1,000 gold. Gazing at the plethora of items that had dropped before him, Nian nodded approvingly. The drop rate was quite satisfactory. He took out the purple equipment and the skill book, staring at them in astonishment. This skill is remarkably suited to him. Who among you still lacks a purple helmet? Nian inquired, glancing at Zhao Dizhu's and his companions approaching. He recalled that Su Yu and Yu Yurong seemed to have acquired theirs. Upon hearing this, Ho Xiaoyu, noticing the others remained motionless, raised his hand and remarked, "Boss, I still don't have one. Here, take this. It's passable, just a little toy. 1 for each of you." With a sly grin, Ho Xiaoyu added, "It's no big deal. I'll sell it to you for 200,000 each." A reverse price drop emerged. Sun Yan's lips twitched in response. All right, let us see what this random red gear can yield. The 4 of them, invigorated by anticipation, awaited the revelation. Chapter 59, Susan Amelie. Will the child no longer suffer from hunger? Observing their eager expressions, Sun Yan wasted no time and decisively activated the random red gear. Congratulations! You have obtained Boots of Retaliation, level 10. Effect 1, Armor 320. Effect 2, Magic Resistance 350. Effect 3, Mana 1200. Effect 4, Spell Power 150. Wow, the effect of this skill. Upon seeing the attributes of this red gear, Sun Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. If memory served him correctly, the Blessing of Destruction only activated with damaging skills. And since equipment skills also count as skills, good heavens. By this logic, unless the opponent's damage per second exceeds his own healing per second, specifically over 250,000, then this red gear would be remarkably advantageous. Master, how is it? Is this red gear impressive? Zhao Dizhu's, noticing Sun Yan's captivating expression, felt his curiosity intensifying. The others, including Su Yu, echoed this sentiment. Is it impressive? We'll find out by testing it. Come on, Dizhu, strike me. As Sun Yan spoke, he disbanded the team and activated the Guild's mutual damage feature. Players may engage in combat within the main city, but if one strikes too hard or commits murder, a bounty will be placed on them. If caught, they face imprisonment, risking a ban. Master, isn't this inappropriate? Zhao Dizhu's hesitated. I have 3 rules for my disciples. First, I won't accept disobedient ones. Zhao Dizhu's. Master, I'm just trying to hit you. Is that not acceptable? Before Zhao Dizhu's could finish, his sword had already swung at Sun Yan. 160. Health, 257661. 96. Huh, what just happened? Zhao Dizhu's was bewildered to see his health suddenly drop by 96 points. You'll understand soon. Sun Yan displayed the stats of the Boots of Retaliation before them. Upon seeing it, their eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, this red gear possesses a unique skill. This is my first time witnessing such, exclaimed Yu Yurong, brimming with envy. Indeed, it's a red gear. The stats are simply outrageous. Ho Xiaoyu echoed, his shock palpable. Incredible. Although Su Yu didn't fully comprehend, he couldn't help but voice his admiration. At this moment, Zhao Dizhu's realized a blind spot. The damage reflection displayed on the numerical panel was 20%, yet when he had struck his master moments ago, the reflection had been at least 50%. Hadn't he it? However, he didn't delve deeper into this inconsistency. By the way, esteemed one, you mentioned before that, after the dungeon ends, we would go treasure hunting with this miniature treasure map. Shall we proceed now? At this juncture, Yu Yurong inquired with palpable curiosity. Certainly, but the locations for digging up the treasure should differ for each of us. So let's split up. When it's time to gather for the bounty rewards, I will message you all privately, Sun Yan responded, and the other 3 nodded in agreement. Soon, Zhao Dizhu's and the others followed the arrow's guidance, heading towards their respective treasure hunting sites. Meanwhile, as Su Yu began to stride towards her destination, seemingly distracted, Su Nian unexpectedly grasped her small hand, teasing, "What's wrong? You have such a rare moment of solitude, yet you don't wish to spend it with your future husband?" Feeling the intensity of someone's gaze, Su Yu avoided eye contact and replied, "Aren't we going to dig for treasures?" Noticing Su Yu's unusual demeanor, Su Nian's expression turned serious as she drew closer to Su Yu's face and softly asked, "Little Yu, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" In response, Su Yu shook her head. "No, you can't hide this from me," Su Nian said, gently cupping Su Yu's small face. "Now, tell me, what is it really?" With her head lowered, Su Yu murmured, "I'm scared." Su Nian was taken aback. Scared of what? She pondered if the girl was frightened by the giant spider encountered in the dungeon, but that seemed unlikely. "I'm afraid of the surgery." Su Yu confessed the naasht don. Upon hearing this, Su Nian let out a sigh of relief. It was understandable. After all, many people would fear a normal operation, let alone a craniotomy. With this thought, Su Nian gently embraced the adorable girl before her, softly reassuring her, "It's normal to be afraid. Don't worry, I will be here with you." However, at that moment, Su Yu's voice suddenly grew, choked with emotion. I don't even know why, but just now, I felt an inexplicable sense of panic, as if I knew what the future held. "But I really like you very, very much, and I don't want to leave you. What should I do?" Su Nian's heart skipped a beat. He understood the emotions and thoughts reflected in the girl's eyes at that moment. Was this what she truly wanted to express? He tightened his embrace around the girl, as if holding her tightly would prevent her from slipping away. "I promise you, we will not be apart. Don't you trust my words?" Though countless comforting phrases lingered on his lips, ultimately, only this one promise escaped. Su Yu lifted her head, gazing into the man's unwavering and earnest eyes, and her inner unease began to dissipate. Rising onto her toes, their lips met. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes widened in surprise. She pushed the person before her away, her small hands covering her chest, her cheeks flushed. What are you doing?" Su Nian rubbed his waist, speechless. "Are you sure you weren't the one who initiated it?" Well, as it should be said, though it was but a slight encounter, its significance was undeniably substantial. For now on, the child need not worry about hunger. Not at all. Su Yu let out a guilty hum, but still stepped forward to link her arm with the man's, her lips curling into an almost imperceptible sweet smile as she said, "However, I believe your words. Let us go treasure hunting." Su Nian pinched her cheek affectionately and replied, "Indeed, let's first unearth your treasures." Just as he finished speaking, a thought suddenly struck him. "All right, Chapter 60. Dezhu, you ought to be grateful to your teacher." What's the matter?" Su Yu Hotif, turning her curious gaze towards the man beside her. At that moment, Su Nian retrieved a piece of purple gear along with 2 skill books from his backpack, presenting them to Su Yu. "These 2 skills are quite fitting for you. As for this purple boots, it enhances mana and spell power. Whether you wear it or not makes little difference. In any case, once we claim our bounty, we shall not lack for purple gear." Su Yu obediently nodded, accepting the 2 skill books with a cheerful smile. "The purple gear is of little importance. Having you is enough." "Oh," Su Nian responded, somewhat surprised. "When did my little Yu become so eloquent?" Rolling her eyes, Su Yu stuck out her tongue playfully. "Isn't it learned from you? What are you planning?" Su Yu asked, her expression turning cautious. "What do you think?" Su Nian shot her a meaningful glance, leading her towards the entrance of the dungeon. Su Yu pondered. What does that look mean? The cheeky fellow wouldn't dare suggest. She instinctively touched her red lips. "No, absolutely not. Such a large one could cause mouth ulcers. What am I thinking? Why is my face so flushed?" It's nothing." Su Yu was startled. Su Nian's eyes sparkled mischievously. "If it's nothing, we're already on the street, and you still don't need the compact treasure map? I've already used it. Can't you see the arrow?" Seeing it is a different matter entirely, Su Yu pointed towards the northern direction of the main city. "The arrow points that way." "Then let us proceed. You lead the way." The 2 walked side by side down the street. Meanwhile, as Su Yu occasionally stole glances at her charming companion's profile, her mind filled with thoughts unfit for scrutiny. Su Nian, on his end, was not idle either. He fully allocated the recently acquired free attribute points, resulting in a dramatic surge in attack speed, reaching a staggering 1404. Afterward, he turned his attention to the guild panel, observing that his contribution points had surpassed 70,000. Without further ado, he proceeded to upgrade. Guild level increased to 4. Guild level increased to 5. Guild level increased to 6. Insufficient contribution points required for next upgrade, 40,000. He glanced again, noting that he still had 37,000 contribution points remaining. His gaze shifted to the guild bonuses section. Bonus, experience 8, damage 8, health 8, movement speed 8, mana 8. Current personnel limit, 300. Not only had the bonuses risen to 8%, but there was also an additional mana enhancement. This was simply perfect. Subsequently, Nian opened his backpack, eyeing the newly acquired skill book. Would you like to learn this skill? Yes. Learning successful. Skill, teleportation, level. Level 1, teleportation distance, 3 meters. Required mana, 180. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Decent enough, though the cooldown time is somewhat excessive. Nian pondered for a moment, recalling that he had gained a considerable amount of experience on the 7th level of the treasure domain, all of which he had exchanged for skill points. Upon opening the data panel, he discovered he still had quite a few remaining. Thus, you have upgraded teleportation to 2. You have upgraded teleportation to 3. With over 400 skill points, he elevated teleportation to level 10 and also upgraded the Fiery Sea of Heaven by 5 levels. The enhancement brought the casting range of Fiery Sea of Heaven to 77 meters, while its cooldown time was reduced by 3 seconds, now standing at 22 seconds. In comparison to the Fiery Sea of Heaven, the improvements to teleportation were significantly greater. Skill, teleportation level. Level 10, teleportation distance, 8 meters. Required mana, 150. Cooldown time, 13 seconds. This improvement can succinctly be summarized in 3 words. Absolutely outstanding. At that moment, Suyu's voice chimed in. The arrow indicates that the treasure is right here, but how do we excavate it? With a hint of sarcasm, Nian replied. With a shovel, of course. What else will we use a spoon? He then procured a standard shovel from his portable shop. Let us get to it. Suyu exclaimed as she took the shovel and began to dig beside a tree on the street. Onlookers nearby were left bewildered. Before long, a blue glow emanated from the area Suyu had excavated, and a line of prompts appeared before her. Successfully utilized the pocket-sized treasure map. Congratulations. You have unearthed the fairy wand. Huh? This treasure map seems rather unconventional. How could it yield such an item? Upon catching sight of the object, Suyu's face flushed crimson. This is likely not what you think it is. Take a look at the description. Oh, right. Suyu hastily glanced at the detailed description. Fairy wand, sword-type weapon fashion, increases damage by 3 when fused with a weapon. See for yourself. Suyu retrieved the fairy wand from her inventory and handed it to Nian. Upon inspection, Nian exclaimed, 6. I've seen such fashions in my past life. They refresh in the shop after reaching level 20, but the cheapest one costs over 10,000 gold coins. Yet this fairy wand is a weapon fashion for swordsmen? One could only imagine the absurdity of a swordsman wielding an oversized pink fairy wand in combat. Beyond expressing admiration, what more could be said? Perfect. Since you, as the master's wife, haven't given to Zhu anything, this seems most fitting. Let us just be grateful to our teacher. I really don't want it. You can keep it or give it to someone else, Suyu replied with a look of disdain. All right then, I shall use this pocket-sized treasure map. Although pocket-sized treasure maps can yield precious items, their chances pale in comparison to that of genuine treasure maps. This time, I refuse to believe I can't unearth something worthwhile. After receiving the pocket-sized treasure map, Suyu waved her small hand. Elbow. Thus, after a brief pause, it was announced, successfully utilized the pocket-sized treasure map. Congratulations, you have unearthed a quest scroll. A quest scroll? Nian was taken aback. Can we accept it? Suyu shook her head and replied, No, it says here that I must go to the mission hall to accept this task. Let's hold off for now and check later. The task scrolls that can be excavated are never simple. What lay ahead was bound to be substantial. Nian took out the treasure map and clicked to use it. However, just after a few steps, a phone call interrupted them, causing Nian's demeanor to shift to one of seriousness. The screen displayed, Chapter 61. Shall we give someone a slight reward? But not too generously. Dr. Lee? A slight furrow formed on Nian's brow. Dr. Lee was the very person he had spoken to the day prior, who had provided numerous precautions. What did you say? Suyu turned her head, not quite catching Nian's murmured words. Shoo. Nian made a gesture for silence. Someone is calling. Keep it down. Oh, right. Suyu nadie obediently. Nian clicked to answer. Hello, dearly. Su. Could you please bring the patient by this afternoon before 5? We need to finalize some pre-surgery preparations, such as examinations, blood preparation, antibiotic skin tests, and measuring height and weight. Do you have time? Yes, indeed. Upon hearing that it was regarding the surgery, Nian felt a surge of urgency. Doctor, I'll come over as soon as possible. All right. I won't keep you any longer. Beep. As the call ended, Nian immediately noticed Suyu's slight trembling form and her tightly clenched fist. Don't be afraid. He took her small hand in his, speaking gently. I will be with you the entire time. rest assured. Seeing Su Yu nod, Su Nian glanced at the time. It was currently 2:40 in the afternoon. He turned to the charming girl beside him. We can't keep the doctor waiting too long. I will pick you up before 3, all right? Su Yu shook her head. I'm not a child. There is no need for that. Let us just meet at the hospital entrance. Despite a lingering fear within her, she did not wish to disappoint the man's concern. Perhaps, before the surgery in the evening, she could reward him slightly? Although it was advisable to avoid strenuous activities the day before a craniotomy to prevent intracranial hematomas, she glanced at her delicate hand. It should be fine, right? Well, let us take the plunge. All right then, I'll first excavate this treasure map and then notify Deju and the others. Following your lead, let us go. Before long, the two entered a small grove within the imperial city. Guided by the arrow on the map, Su Nian arrived beside a rather diminutive tree. Let us hope nothing peculiar comes out of this, he muttered, then decisively struck down with the shovel. Yet, as the blade struck the earth, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst forth from the crevices of the soil. Su Nian, what on earth? A direct golden legend? If his memory served correctly, the last time he encountered a golden legend was when he unlocked a super talent. With that thought, Su Nian focused intently. You have successfully used the treasure map. Congratulations, you have unearthed the ancient artifact core. Ancient artifact nexus. The core material for upgrading ancient artifacts possesses immeasurable value. Upon catching sight of this item, Su Nian was utterly unsettled, as the detailed introduction elucidated. The future worth of the ancient artifact nexus is simply incalculable, a treasure beyond price. If, during the period of rebirth in the previous life, there were less than 1,000 red-tier items among the billions of people globally, then the number of individuals possessing ancient artifacts and divine armaments would certainly not exceed 20. To upgrade red-tier items to ancient artifacts, besides the ancient artifact nexus, 3 rare materials are also required. However, these materials can only be attained once players reach level 30, thereby qualifying to enter the Godfall mountain range. The wild monsters within the mountain range have no level restrictions, and its overall expanse is several times that of the ancient Dragon Kingdom. Thus, the danger level is such that it could be said that most players, upon reaching level 50, would only dare to venture around the outskirts of the mountains. Even the mixed zones within the mountains harbor monsters of level 60 or 70, not to mention the core area. It is likely that even entities of destruction would not dare to recklessly enter the core region while alive. The upgrade task looms large. Observing this, Su Yu leaned in with curiosity. What has you so excited? What good item did you uncover? You can see for yourself, Su Nian replied. Sharing the introduction panel, Su Yu stared in momentary astonishment. What is this artifact? Is it more powerful than red-tier items? And is its value truly incalculable? Seeing the girl's bewilderment, Su Nian shook her head in exasperation. You only need to understand that its value surpasses that of the talent upgrade card I sold previously. Wow! Su Yu's beautiful eyes lit up instantly. Her esteemed companion had truly unearthed a treasure. Such a generous reward. Oh wait, that thought went awry. At that moment, Su Nian affectionately pinched Su Yu's cheek and said with a smile, All right, let us go. I've already notified Deju and the others to gather at the resurrection altar, so let us inform them in person before we leave. Let us go then. But stop pinching me. A few minutes later, at the resurrection altar in the main city, Su Nian inquired, Have Xiao Yu and Yu Rong arrived yet? Seeing only Zhao Deju sitting on the stairs at the altar entrance, she asked uncertainly. Zhao Deju stood up, dusting off his trousers and looking around. They haven't arrived yet, but they should be here shortly. By the way, Master, I just remembered. What was the bounty reward you mentioned earlier? Speaking of this, Zhao Deju scratched his head. I know that the one called Slaughter the World has been put on the bounty list, but I genuinely don't know about the others related to the bounty. Could it be that you took on a task regarding this? Noting de joue et inquisitive expression. Su Nian refrained from elaborating and simply donned her mask. Then, as her appearance transformed, Zhao Deju was left utterly bewildered. Wasn't he this her? With the mask on, she had morphed into Slaughter the World? Rubbing his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, he stared in disbelief. Zhao Di's whose bewilderment gradually transformed into astonishment, which was soon replaced by unrestrained joy. Goodness, I shall have but one master, yet enjoy the privileges of 2? This is an extraordinary windfall for Zhao Di's whos. At that moment, Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Yurong arrived at the resurrection altar from different directions. Since we are all here, I have something to convey. Upon hearing Su Nian's words, Zhao Di's whos and the others focused intently. He took Su Yu's hand gently and said softly, The reward may not be available until the day after tomorrow or the day after that. The trio was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Di's whos was the first to speak. What is wrong with the master? Are you not going to play the game these couple of days? Su Nian nodded. So you and I have some matters to attend to in reality. So we will be logging off shortly. During these next few days, you should take on more quests to level up. As he spoke, he seemed to recall something, directing his gaze towards These Who's. Chapter 62. The Excitement of the How You At Championship. Let Su Nian show you what it means to be a capitalist. By the way, These Who's. This was unearthed by your master's wife. Among us, you are the only one who can make use of it, so I'm giving it to you. As Su Nian spoke, he retrieved a pink magical wand from his backpack and handed it to These Who's. Zhao These Who's received the wand, still in a state of bewilderment. However, upon reading its description, his expression brightened. Thank you, Master and Master's wife. But what on earth has happened? Would you care to share with your disciple? I still possess some influence in reality. Yu Yurong nodded in agreement. Indeed, if there is anything, just let us know. We can likely assist. Ho Xiaoyu also wore a serious expression. I may lack many skills, but I do have wealth. If you need money, please do not hesitate to ask. Listening to their words, Su Nian's lips twitched. What can I do to assist? I can afford the surgery myself, and Dr. Li, the surgeon, has already agreed to help. I will slip him a little red envelope later. Is there anything else you need help with? With that thought, Su Nian waved his hand helplessly. You probably cannot be of any assistance with this matter. I appreciate your sentiments. Suyu, let's log off. Yes. Suyu nodded. Farewell, three of you. Without allowing the trio any time for further conversation, Su Nian and Suyu exited the game. Since they logged off in the main city, players need not worry about others being nearby. When Yu Yurong and the others saw the two disappear, Zhao Dizhu's was the first to speak. No way. My master has something going on, and as a disciple, I cannot remain uninvolved. I must inquire about my master's whereabouts. He said this while preparing to pull out his phone. At that moment, Yu Yurong suddenly said, the master is in Hangzhou, and Suyu is in the virtual pod next to me. I will log off first to ask Suyu what is going on, and will notify you all before 4 in the afternoon. With that, Yu Yurong decisively logged off. Hangzhou, huh? Zhao Dizhu squinted, glancing at Ho Xiaoyu beside him. Xiaoyu, I want to be able to play with you these next few days. The implication was clear. He intended to go meet his master in reality. Ho Xiaoyu scratched her head. Actually, I also want to find the master. I have nothing to do at home anyway. Zhao Dizhu's asked, where's your home? Ho Xiaoyu candidly inquired. What about you, Zhao Dizhu? Zhao Dizhu raised an eyebrow, responding, what a coincidence. I'm also in the capital. Shall we travel together? We could take my private jet. Sounds good, she replied. Subsequently, Zhao Dizhu observed the oversized magical wand in his hand, now completely merged with the great sword. He tightened his grip and gave it a shake, nodding. It feels quite comfortable to wield. Ho Xiaoyu couldn't help but imagine a middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle, brandishing an enormous pink wand, swinging it around. The image was utterly eye-watering. Oh, by the way, Xiaoyu, Zhao Dizhu pondered, still weighing the magical wand. What did you unearth from the treasure map? Let's not even mention it. All I found was a mere 10,000 gold coins. Ho Xiaoyu retorted, what about you? What did you discover? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dizhu's eyes twitched. Goodness, you're dissatisfied with 10,000 gold coins? That's 1,000 times better than what I found. I only unearthed a title, and it's the only one of its kind on the server. Ho Xiaoyu exclaimed, wait, a title? Really? However, before he could finish, he was left dumbfounded when he witnessed the description Zhao Dizhu shared. Bearer of misfortune. Unique server title. Wearing this title ensures that you shall not enjoy good fortune. Ho Xiaoyu nearly burst out laughing, ultimately suppressing his mirth to utter a single word, impressive. To unearth such a title from a treasure map, one's luck must be extraordinary. How about I sell it to you for 10 gold coins? Absolutely not. 1 gold coin. I did give you all my gold for it. But I refuse to take that. Zhao Dizhu wore a look of resignation. Should I just discard this title? Just then, a figure suddenly materialized before them. It was Sister Yu. Upon seeing her, Ho Xiaoyu quickly rose from the steps, joining Zhao Dizhu before Yu Yurong. What is going on? Did my master say anything about the situation? Yu Yurong, with a grave expression, nodded. Xiaoyu is scheduled for surgery in the next few days, judging by her demeanor. It seems rather serious. But rest assured, I have acquaintances at the hospital, and I've already made arrangements. Very well, Zhao Dizhu replied, placing a hand on Ho Xiaoyu's shoulder. Get ready. We should depart before nightfall. Absolutely. In the blink of an eye, dusk settled in. In Hangzhou City, at the headquarters of the Hao Yue Club, within a restroom, a voice trembled. Excuse me, are you the owner of Hao Yue? Hao Gu attempted to lower his voice, addressing the person on the other end of the phone, who was known as Hao Yue Zhanba. And you are? My name is Hao Gu, a senior contracted member of our club's Hangzhou branch. I have something to discuss. His eyes glimmered with jealousy as he clenched his teeth. Boss, I possess knowledge regarding the true identity of the emperor in the game. What? Upon hearing this, Hao Yue Zhanba abruptly rose from his chair. Is that true? Absolutely. He was my classmate in high school. Today, I encountered the emperor in the game. Their appearances are identical. Listening to Hao Gu's unwavering tone, Hao Yue Zhanba felt his hands tremble with excitement. Speak. Reveal his true identity. Boss, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but as a senior with remarkable talent, my monthly salary is merely 5,000. 50,000. I'll pay you 50,000 a month. The true identity of the emperor is, after a brief moment of silence. Meanwhile, he reminded Hao Gu on the other end of the phone. Keep your lips sealed. Benefits will surely come your way. Do you understand? This information must remain under their control, within the hands of Hao Yue. Understood, understood, Hao Gu exclaimed, a smile brightening his face. Soon, as the call ended, Hao Yue's lips curled into a subtle smile. Since he could not locate this esteemed figure in the gaming realm, he would have to resort to the real world. If Hao Gu had any sense, he would willingly surrender the guild. A simple fingerprint could perhaps resolve their grievances. If not, he could show Sun Yin what it truly meant to be a capitalist. Prepare the vehicle. Chapter 63. Why does this disciple always bow down? The scene shifted, the sky darkening further. He looked at the other person, a tender smile gracing his features. Look at your little face. It's gone pale. Shall I give you a gentle massage? Upon hearing this, Suyu remained silent, merely staring ahead, allowing someone to knead her cheeks. Observing this, Sun Yin spoke softly. Tomorrow is the surgery. You should rest early today. Don't worry, I will be with you throughout. Listening to the man's words filled with concern, Suyu suddenly turned, drawing closer, inhaling the comforting scent that enveloped him, and noticing the astonished expression in his eyes. Before he could utter a word, she lifted her delicate neck and said, I don't want to have any regrets. Sun Yin immediately snapped back to reality. What regrets are you talking about? Rest assured, I will ensure you have no regrets in this lifetime. However, the doctor advised that tonight you must refrain from eating and avoid any strenuous activity. Be good, all right? At this, Sun Yin added, once you recover, I will comply with whatever you desire. How's that sound? Suyu's gaze faltered, her cheeks flushing as she replied. I wouldn't do anything. It's just that you mentioned wanting a reward today, so, Sun Yin's lips curled into a teasing smile. What kind of reward does little you wish to bestow upon me? Suyu trembled slightly, her voice soft and gentle. Whatever you wish for, I shall grant. I will follow your lead. Sun Yin gazed at the endearing figure in his arms, resembling a compliant little kitten, and shook his head. You should simply rest well and prepare for tomorrow's surgery. As for the reward, let us put that on hold for now. Once you've recovered, I'll make some rather outrageous demands. How does that sound? Hearing this, Suyu's cheeks flushed even more. She feigned ignorance. What outrageous demands? What do you think? Sun Yin replied, his tone laced with meaning. I'll go take a bath first. Suyu, unable to withstand the intensity of his gaze, decisively slipped away. The next morning, at Hangzhou City Hospital, after a hectic morning of running about, an urgent sound of footsteps approached. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated, followed by an even more hurried pace. HM? Sun Yin paused, the voice sounding oddly familiar. But when he raised his head to see the source, he was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle, looking rather mature, approaching him. Master. As Zhao Dizhu's approached, he could hardly contain his excitement and enveloped Sun Yin in a grand embrace. Zhao Dizhu's. Sun Yin appeared somewhat bewildered. Releasing his hold, Zhao Dizhu's remarked, Master, let's not be overly formal in reality. Call me what you wish. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin turned to observe the two individuals behind Zhao Dizhu's. A man and a woman, both rather diminutive in stature, could only be Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Yurong. What brings you here? Zhao Dizhu's candidly stated. Isn't it out of concern for you and the master's wife? Besides, we had nothing to do at home. It's merely a few hours by plane, so we thought we'd come and see. Following his words, Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Yurong both nodded in agreement. In truth, Zhao Dizhu's and his companion had arrived the previous day, but due to the darkness and the hospital's advice against non-family members interacting with the patient prior to the surgery, they could only come now. Master, this is our first meeting in reality. Allow me to pay my respects with a bow. No, make that 3. Without giving Sun Yin a chance to object, Zhao Dizhu's knelt and knocked his head thrice on the ground. Sun Yin was left speechless. Why does this disciple insist on bowing so frequently? Just don't tell anyone I'm your disciple when we go outside, he thought. All right, please sit down. There's no need to stand. Sun Yin gestured towards the chairs along the corridor. Nian Gu, you need not worry too much, Hu Xiaoyu reassured him. Indeed, I spoke with the hospital yesterday, and they indicated that the success rate for Sister Xiaoyu is quite high. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin managed a strained smile. Yet suddenly, he seemed to realize something and looked at Ho Xiaoyu, astonished. How do you know my name? Ho Xiaoyu pointed at Zhao Dizhu's, sitting on his other side. It was Brother Dizhu's who found out and told me. Instinctively, Sun Yin glanced at Zhao Dizhu's. To uncover his true name in such a brief span of time was something even the top clubs in the country could not accomplish. Noting the look from his master, Zhao Dizhu scratched his head. My disciple mentioned that he possesses a modicum of ability in reality. Sun Yin was rendered speechless. However, before he could utter a word, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Someone is calling? He retrieved his phone to find an unfamiliar number. Just as he was about to answer, a voice on the other end said, "Guess who I am? You fool." Sun Yin promptly hung up. Zhao Dizhu's looked perplexed. "Master, who was that?" "I don't know. Probably a scam call," he replied. Meanwhile, on a street in Hangsheng, inside a black sedan, a voice exclaimed, "Damn. Xiaoquan, quickly call Xiao Wang and have him trace this phone number's location. Hurry. What the hell are you staring at?" Kuan-ge was startled by Hao Yue's shout. Boss, it's nothing. I just saw a very impressive license plate. It seemed to be headed towards the hospital. Chapter 64. The Arrival of Hao Yue. A modicum of ability? In the blink of an eye, Sun Yin and the others had been waiting outside the operating room for nearly 10 minutes. During this period, the arrival of Zhao Dizhu's and his companions greatly alleviated Sun Yin's spirits. At this moment, the group was engaged in light-hearted conversation. However, just then, Zhao Dizhu's phone rang. He glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smirk, "Someone is coming." Upon hearing this, Sun Yin and the others were momentarily taken aback. Ho Xiaoyu was the first to inquire, "Who is it? Is it a friend, Brother Dizhu's?" Zhao Dizhu shook his head and replied, "I do not know him, but he is a local from Hangzhou." At this, he cast a glance at Yu Yurong. As a local, you should have seen him. Yu Yurong, puzzled, pointed to herself and asked, "You don't know him, yet I do?" "Precisely," Zhao Dizhu affirmed with a nod. The three of them were left even more bewildered. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor of the hospital. They turned to see a stern-looking middle-aged man, around 40, dressed in a white shirt and dark trousers with polished shoes, approaching with a broad smile. His gaze immediately locked on Zhao Dizhu's beside Sun Yin. "Young Master Zhao, why didn't you notify me of your arrival?" he said, bowing his head as he reached out to Zhao Dizhu's with a flattering demeanor. "Had I known of your presence in Hangzhou, I would have personally come to welcome you." Zhao Dizhu casually shook his hand, looking puzzled. "And you are?" The man, still smiling broadly, replied, "I'm the mayor of Hangzhou, surnamed Gao. Do you not remember that I toasted you during your last visit to the capital?" Zhao Dizhu scratched his head. "Oh, it's you. I didn't recall who you were. There are many who have toasted me. How could I remember a mere city mayor?" Seeing Zhao Dizhu acknowledge him, Mayor Gao's smile grew even warmer. "Young Master Zhao, should you require anything during your stay in Hangzhou, do not hesitate to ask. By the way, how is our former leader's health?" Zhao Dizhu sighed with a hint of exasperation. He's in excellent health. So there's no need for you to worry about it, Mayor Gao." Mayor Gao's expression stiffened for a moment, but as his gaze fell upon Sun Yin and the others sitting behind Zhao Dizhu's, his demeanor swiftly transformed back into a cheerful one. "Young Master, Zhao must be here to visit friends, right? I will fetch the hospital director at once and ensure that all facilities are top-notch." Zhao Dizhu waved his hand dismissively. "You need not trouble yourself with that, Mayor Gao. I've already arranged it." He then turned to Sun Yin and the others, smiling. "Master, Xiaoyu, and Mei, you must be thirsty, right?" He then patted Mayor Gao on the shoulder. "Would you be so kind as to fetch us a few bottles of water?" Upon hearing this, Mayor Gao's face lit up with delight as he nodded vigorously. "Of course. Young Master Zhao, I am eager to make progress. I will go at once." With that, Mayor Gao hurriedly left. Yu Yurong was left speechless, astonished. What has transpired? She had been about to say, wasn't he that the mayor? In Hangzhou, not only her Xinyu club, but even larger companies treated him with utmost respect. How is it that Mayor Gao appears like a mere lapdog in front of Zhao Dizhu's? Noticing the gaze of the three upon him, Zhao Dizhu's cleared his throat and remarked, "Well, it's just a modicum of strength in reality." The trio responded in unison, with such a demeanor. "It's hardly a mere modicum, is it? More like a considerable amount of strength." At that moment, Ho Xiaoyu tentatively inquired, "Dizhu's, don't you have a catchphrase of sorts?" Zhao Dizhu was taken aback. "What catchphrase? How could I possibly not know?" Clearing her throat, Ho Xiaoyu mimicked a line from a popular television drama, saying, "The capital does not permit such an extraordinary individual to exist." Zhao Dizhu's eyes widened, That phrase does carry quite a bit of flair, though perhaps I could make a slight modification. With anticipation, Ho Xiaoyu asked, "How would you modify it?" "That's something I shall refrain from divulging for now, Zhao Dizhu's replied, glancing at his phone before turning to Sun Yan with a smile. Master, I have prepared a grand gift for you and Master's wife, which should arrive in about 10 or 20 minutes. Dizhu's, how filial of you. Of course. Zhao Dizhu's responded with a hint of pride. Before long, young Master Zhao, do you find this satisfactory? Mayor Gao huffed, having placed various bags upon a nearby chair. Observing this, Zhao Dizhu stood up, patting Mayor Gao on the shoulder with a grin. Mayor Gao, I recall that a capable, responsible, and courageous individual was recently assigned to Hangcheng. It seems you two ought to become well acquainted. What? What is his surname? The same as the newly appointed provincial governor. Then you must seize this opportunity. Mayor Gao beamed, bowing in gratitude. Thank you for your recognition, young Master Zhao. I shall certainly seize it. Very well. Heed young Master Zhao's words. Moments after Mayor Gao departed, Zhao Dizhu's phone rang again, but this time it was a call. Hello, what is the matter? What? A group of people is coming my way? Am I to be treated as a deity of wealth? No, don't hinder them. Let me see what sort of characters they are. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Dizhu resumed his seat, scratching his head. What a nuisance. Soon, a group of 4 or 5 approached. However, when Yu Yorong, seated on the outer side, recognized the leader of the group, she was momentarily taken aback. Yu Jingba, why is he here? Hearing this, Hou Xiaoyu also turned toward the corridor's corner, her brow furrowing. What brings him here? Moreover, their demeanor suggests ill intentions. Observing this, Sun Yan narrowed his eyes, recalling a certain individual. Within Hao Yu, he recognized this troublesome character. Ah, indeed, it is the esteemed figure from the Imperial University. The moment Yu Zhengba spotted Sun Yan, he immediately recognized him. However, upon seeing the diminutive Yu Yorong, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by disdain. As for Zhao Dizhu's and Hou Xiaoyu, they were entirely disregarded by Yu Jingba. Chapter 65. In the Dragon Kingdom, such extraordinary individuals are not permitted to exist. Kneel? At this moment, as Yu Zhengba approached the 4, he wore an affable grin. Ah no, it is my young brother Sun Yan. I have traveled all the way from the vibrant city of Shanghai, extending a sincere invitation for you to join our illustrious Haiyue Club. As I speak, I take a contract from one of my associates, a smile lingering at the corners of my lips. Look, I have even brought the contract. All it takes is a signature and a thumbprint from you, Brother Su, and we can put our grievances behind us. What do you say? The demeanor of Yu Zhengba exudes a predatory charm, as if suggesting that should Sun Yan refuse to sign, he would be unable to leave this place. Yu Zhengba believes he possesses the audacity to make such demands. Yu Yorong rises from her seat, positioning herself before Yu Zhengba with a formidable expression. Coldly, she declares, do you truly think you can have the boss work for you without compensation? You must be delusional. Taken aback, Yu Zhengba inquires, oh, by your tone, does that imply this fellow has already signed with your Xingyu? However, if that were the case, how could you be here? Yu Yorong narrows her eyes. Whether the boss signs with Xingyu is hardly your concern, is it? Then it seems we have reached an impasse. Yu Zhengba shrugs, of course. I'm not one to bully the weak. With that, he deftly maneuvers around Yu Yorong, approaching Sun Yan with a smile. How about you hand over your guild and the equipment you possess, and we shall take our leave. As for what might transpire behind the scenes once they depart, that remains uncertain. After all, Yu Zhengba is known for harboring grudges and enjoying subtle manipulations. It is evident that this constitutes a blatant threat. Yet, Sun Yan remains unfazed, casting a mere sidelong glance at Yu Zhengba, an expression that seems to convey fool. Yu Zhengba instantly comprehends this unspoken message. You dare, before he can finish. Zhao Dizhu rises, delivering a swift slap that sends Yu Zhengba stumbling back a few steps. What do you think you're threatening? Have you mistaken my patience for weakness? Hearing Zhao Dizhu's scornful tone, a glint of malice flashes in Yu Zhengba's eyes. He turns to his subordinates, barking, what are you all waiting for? Yet, before he can utter another word, a sharp military dagger is pressed against his throat. It is only then that Yu Zhengba realizes that his subordinates have been subdued by several unknown men in suits who have appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Overwhelmed by the situation, his subordinates are rendered speechless. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Yu Zhengba's mind races with confusion. Who are these people? But before he can ponder further, Zhao Dizhu strides forward, placing a firm hand on his head, a smirk on his face. What is this? You think you're impressive just because you brought a few people? Try and play the strong-arm game in front of me, Zhao Dizhu. With a playful slap to Yu Zhengba's face, he continues, in the Dragon Kingdom, we do not tolerate individuals as arrogant as you. Feeling the brazen insult reflected in Zhao Dizhu's gaze, Hao Zhanba's eyes blaze with fury. Oh, it seems you are still unconvinced. Come on if you have the guts. Hit me, Zhao Dizhu said, slapping the other person's face, his eyes brimming with provocation. Witnessing this scene, Hao Zhanjing could no longer contain himself. Damn you. But just as Hao Zhanjing raised his hand, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. In an instant, his body froze, his hand suspended in midair, and his mind abruptly cleared. He lowered his gaze, noticing a trickle of blood seeping from his neck, his pupils dilating in shock. Had he been even a second slower, this person behind him would have truly killed him. Did this individual not comprehend the grave implications of taking a life in Long Kingdom? Even he dared only to threaten a few individuals or hire someone to use underhanded tactics. But the person before him, Hao Zhanjing, looked at Zhao Dizhu's, whose face was laced with disdain, and swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror. This man truly dared to let him die, and in front of so many witnesses. Gulp. Hao Zhanjing struggled to swallow. Just then, his mobile phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Noticing this, Zhao Dizhu's beckoned to the suited man behind Hao Zhanjing. Without a moment's hesitation, the suited man retrieved Hao Zhanjing's phone and handed it to Zhao Dizhu's. Oh, your father is calling, Zhao Dizhu's remarked, raising an eyebrow at the caller ID. Let us see what your father wants to say. He pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. In the next moment, a coarse, furious voice erupted from the phone. Hao Yue, damn you, can't you stop causing trouble for me? Listening to the tirade from the other end of the line, Hao Zhanjing stood frozen in place. When had his usually indulgent father ever spoken to him in such a tone? Did you hear that? Zhao Dizhu tapped his head. Then, he stepped aside, allowing Hao Zhanjing to face Su Nian, coldly commanding, kneel before my master right now and call him grandfather. Otherwise, Yuan-Ti leave here unscathed. It was just as well that they were in a hospital. It would save them the trouble of calling for an ambulance. After uttering these words, Zhao Dizhu noticed Hao Zhanjing remained silent. He exchanged a glance with the suited man behind him. The next moment, a sharp crack resounded. One of Hao Zhanjing's underlings let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His leg had been brutally stomped on and broken. What the hell is this place? Get him to shut up. Bang! Without hesitation, the suited man delivered an elbow strike, sending the underling crashing to the ground. Not to mention, the youth's quality of sleep was remarkably good. He could fall asleep anywhere. You ungrateful wretch, kneel. Suddenly, the enraged voice from the phone caused Hao Zhanjing to tremble. Zhao Dizhu's grinned. I'll count to 3. If you don't kneel, I'll break your third leg. 1. Chapter 66. Did Hao Zhanjing kneel directly in the name of Dizhu's? 1. As Zhao Dizhu had scarcely uttered a word, a sudden thud resounded through the air. Just a moment ago, the face of Hao Zhanba was contorted with rage and resentment, but in the blink of an eye, his knees buckled, and he sank to the ground before Su Nian. Master! He fought to suppress the humiliation rising within him and managed to force out the exclamation through clenched teeth. Such obedience, he thought bitterly, like a dog. The repercussions of this moment need not be elaborated. Upon witnessing the silence from the man before him, Zhao Dizhu turned his gaze toward his master and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what do you think, master? Are you satisfied with this resolution? Su Nian nodded in response. How could he not be satisfied? The contrast between the brashness of a newcomer and the humbled figure now kneeling before him was striking. However, despite his satisfaction, his attention frequently drifted towards the operating room, where Su Yu had yet to emerge. The weight of anxiety lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Noticing his master's nod, Zhao Dizhu smiled and casually waved to several men in suits, instructing, throw them all out. Oh, and you, he pointed at one of the suited men, stay. Before long, as Hao Zhanba and his companions were expelled from the hospital, Zhao Dizhu addressed the remaining man, saying, this so-called Hao must harbor resentment. Find Xiao Qi and ensure he is thoroughly subdued. He should learn who to provoke and who to avoid. You comprehend my meaning, correct? Moreover, Zhao Dizhu suddenly recalled something and added, given this individual's capabilities, it is implausible he could have uncovered my master's true identity and initiated an investigation in such a short span. At that moment, Su Nian interjected, wait, I have a suspect. Zhao Dizhu, taken aback, asked, what does the master suggest? Su Nian narrowed his eyes slightly and nonchalantly uttered, how go? Zhao Dizhu turned to the suited man, instructing, investigate. As the man hastily departed, only the 4 of them remained in the corridor. Upon seeing Zhao Dizhu resettle himself, Ho Xiao you couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother Dizhu, you are impressive. Indeed, Zhao Dizhu had proven himself to be a formidable presence. Zhao Dezhu waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Oh, what is this about being impressive? The reality is all an illusion. It is only within the realm of games that one finds authenticity." With a resigned gesture, he continued, "Moreover, I merely borrowed a modicum of influence from my family. As for myself, I am just a youth ensnared by the internet, lacking any significant talent." Sun Yin and the others exchanged glances, contemplating the notion of reality being an illusion while the game represented the truth. Any ordinary person would have seized such a background to immerse themselves in language studies at a hotel multiple times a day. Yet here he was, with such an intense internet addiction. The scene shifted. In Kuan Ji's perspective, with their boss taking matters into his own hands, what could an ordinary citizen like Sun Yin possibly offer in opposition? The recollection of previous encounters in the game, where they had been repeatedly bested, brought a sense of dark satisfaction to Kuan Ge. So what if you were a powerhouse in the game? What does it matter if you top the leaderboards? With a guild and prestigious gear, in the end, you merely serve as a decorative garment for others. This delineates the chasm between reality and the digital realm. Just then, a sharp clap interrupted the moment. Enough with the idle chatter. In a moment of fury, Hayu Zhanba struck Kuan Ge on the back of the head, reprimanding him sharply. "Get out of the car." Kuan Ge, taken aback, questioned the sudden aggression. "What does this mean? Haven't we settled everything? Did I provoke you? Why such hostility? Earning this meager salary for a month is no easy feat." However, as Kuan Ge lifted his gaze and caught a glimpse of his boss's stormy visage in the rearview mirror, a shiver coursed through him. What could have happened? Had there been a death in the boss's family? Yet, there was no time for Kuan Ge to ponder further. Sensing another slap was imminent, he hastily exited the vehicle before the blow could land. At that moment, Hayu Zhanba was unable to contain the tumult of frustration and rage within him. He slammed his fist against the rear window, which resonated with a loud crash. Fortunately, it was a domestic car, sustaining no significant damage. "Damn it, if I can't outplay you openly, do you think I can't resort to underhanded tactics? There are plenty of desperate souls in this world. If something were to happen to Sun Yin and there's no evidence, who would link it back to me?" Just as Hayu Zhanba contemplated spending millions to ensure that Sun Yin and Zhao Dezhu paid a heavy price, his phone vibrated once more. Upon seeing it was his father calling, a new surge of anger welled up inside him. He decisively answered the call, but before he could utter a word, a torrent of curses erupted from the other end, filling the car with chaos. "Damn it, I should have ended you before you were even born. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've stirred today?" With bloodshot eyes, Hayu Zhanba gritted his teeth and retorted, "Is that Zhao's background truly so formidable? With your billions, can't you handle someone like him?" The person on the other end of the line nearly choked on the words. Taking a deep breath, Hayu's father solemnly replied, "Let me make this clear. Those influential figures are nothing compared to Zhao. If we offend him, our heads won't be worth their weight." Hayu Zhanba's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? This is reality. His father banged his fist on the table, frustrated and exasperated. "Have you heard of a certain film titled The People's Justice? I can tell you unequivocally, that level of influence means even knowing the leaders of the United States 1T help, for we are in Longhua." In that moment, Hayu Zhanba's mind went blank, and the phone slipped from his grasp without him noticing, as only one word echoed in his thoughts: impossible. Chapter 67. Dezhu's lavish display. The lights in the operating room flickered out. It was over, completely finished. How had he managed to provoke someone of such high stature? What had he said earlier? "If I can't win against you openly, I'll resort to underhanded methods?" Faced with a figure of this magnitude, what was he even thinking? Now, even if everyone else wished for Sun Yin to meet him as fortune, he, Hayu Zhanba, wished for it the least. The reason is simple. He is aware of Sun Yin's true identity and has previously threatened him. It can be said that if anything were to happen to Sun Yin, even if he were not responsible for it, would such a formidable presence show him mercy? At this moment, the once proud demeanor of Hayu Zhanba turned ashen. Yet, once the seeds of hatred take root, how could they be easily uprooted? It is merely a matter of powerlessness. Perhaps on the day when his strength allows, he would be more eager than anyone to ensure Sun Yin and Zhao Dezhu's demise. But is that even possible? Just then, the driver's door of the vehicle swung open, and Brother Kuan cautiously poked his head inside, saying, "Boss, the branch employees just called me, saying that Hao Ge was taken away by Uncle for some unknown reason." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Hayu Zhanba instantly lost his composure, hurriedly straightening up and urgently stating, "Hurry, get in the car. Hao Ge has been captured. What reason could he have for being taken? Would he be next?" Brother Kuan looked bewildered. "Huh? You want me to drive you to Modu? That's at least several hundred kilometers away. How about you? Stop wasting time. Just get in the car." Reluctantly, Brother Cohen climbed into the vehicle, flooring the accelerator as they sped towards Hang City. However, before the car could travel a few kilometers, several vehicles belonging to Uncle appeared simultaneously around them, blocking their path. "Excuse me, gentlemen, please step out of the vehicle for an investigation." One of the officers knocked on the car window, gesturing to Hao Yue Zhanba and his companion inside. Upon witnessing this scene, Brother Cohen was left dumbfounded. What is happening? They haven't done anything, have they? Why are so many officers involved? Isn't this treatment reserved for wanted criminals? What should we do, boss? What will we do? Comply. Hao Yue Zhanba gritted his teeth. Before long, the two were taken away. Meanwhile, in an office, Qi Ting was informed that the young man had been placed in the car. As he listened to the report, he retrieved a golf club from beneath his desk. With a casual swing, he stood up and said, "Let us go. Accompany me for a round of golf." "Yes." The young man responded promptly. As they left the office, at the same time, the various clubs that had been investigating Su Nian's true identity faced significant obstacles and warnings. Among them was the audacious figure who had always wished to eradicate all in his path. Upon realizing that further investigation was impossible, he was thoroughly enraged and had to devise alternative methods. In a shift of scenes, in a hospital corridor, Zhao Dizhus looked at the content on his phone, a smirk appearing on his face. "Master, you were right. It was indeed that kid, Hao Gu, who cracked under a little intimidation. However, why didn't he expect us?" Zhao Dizhus' smile faded slightly as he continued. "This little rascal has been selling videos late at night? At this rate, he won't be out for a few years." Hearing this, Sun Yin could only respond with a look of exasperation. Goodness, trading small videos at midnight. Can this be shared so casually? However, he had never held a favorable view of Hao Ge, and considering the latter's recent actions against him, it seemed that the tables had turned. He felt a sense of relief. "Master, your gift has arrived." Upon Zhao Dizhu's words, Sun Yin and the others turned their gazes towards the corner of the corridor, where a figure approached. "Young master, everything has been arranged." As the individual reached Zhao Dizhu's, he produced a red booklet. After receiving the booklet, Zhao Dizhu's gestured for him to withdraw, then handed it to Sun Yin with a smile, saying, "Here, master. Take a look. Are you satisfied?" The three exchanged bewildered glances. What is happening? A gift of a red booklet? Could it possibly be a marriage certificate? Sun Yin took the booklet and examined it closely. What the heck? It's a property deed? Both he and Yu Yorong were utterly confounded. Who gift a property deed? Observing the trio's astonished expressions, Zhao Dizhu sighed softly. "Ah, for my first meeting with the master, I had nothing else to offer. This villa in the luxurious district of Hangsheng is the finest of its kind, and it is now a gift for you and your spouse." Saying this, Zhao Dizhu wore a proud expression. "Of course, this villa is entirely brand new, and I have arranged for every item within to be furnished. I even prepared 2 top-tier virtual warehouses for you and your spouse. How about that? Am I not good to you, my disciple?" Sun Yin patted Zhao Dizhu on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Rest assured from now on, you shall be my closed-door disciple. How could this not be excellent? A villa as a gift, astonishing. If what Dizhu's claimed is true, this villa must indeed be the most luxurious in the district, worth at least 40 to 50 million, right? My disciple is extravagantly generous." Upon hearing his master's words, Zhao Dizhu smiled. However, he suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, master, in a couple of days when we go online, besides the bounty rewards, do you have any other plans? Truly a gaming enthusiast? Once free." His mind wandered only to online games. Sun Yin candidly replied, "Apart from attempting to see if I can acquire rare red gear, I also aim to outpace everyone in levels and strive to achieve first clears on all dungeons. Furthermore, aside from grinding, there are several hidden quests, dungeons, and achievements he aims to complete before reaching level 30. Because once the first player in the entire server hits level 30, they will gain access to the Divine Fall Mountains, where a significant event will unfold." Zhao Dizhu raised an eyebrow. "Given your monster-slaying speed, master, I suspect that in just a few days, your level will surpass that of the top-tier players by at least double. I can hardly wait." The conversation flowed seamlessly. Before they knew it, 2 hours had passed. At a certain moment, the lights above the operating room extinguished. Chapter 68. A chilling thought? The instant the lights went out, Sun Yin quickly stood up. Soon, the four saw a middle-aged woman being the first to open the operating room door and step out. "Doctor, how did it go?" Sun Yin hastily approached and inquired. The woman, upon hearing this, first removed her medical mask and took a deep breath before saying, "The surgery was exceedingly successful, and the process proceeded remarkably smoothly. If the patient possesses strong self-healing abilities, they may be able to rise from bed in about 3 days, though it could take up to a week at most. The moment Su Nian heard this, a heavy weight finally lifted from her heart. The woman continued. We are about to transfer the patient to their ward, but I must remind the family that if the patient awakens with symptoms such as impaired limb movement, slurred speech, nausea, or dizziness, these are all normal occurrences. There is no need for concern. Su Nian nodded, understood. Shortly after, 2 nurses emerged, gently pushing Su Yu toward a private room. After a while, in the intensive care unit, Su Nian gazed at Su Yu, who was deeply asleep in the hospital bed, feeling a profound, indescribable emotion. Master, you haven't eaten since this morning, have you? I'm quite hungry myself. I'll arrange for someone to fetch us something to eat. Zhao Dizhu's concluded, and without waiting for a response, stepped out of the ward to make a phone call. At this moment, Yurong approached Sun Yin and Ho Xiaoyu, whispering, Big boss, may I take care of little Yu during these few days? After all, I am meticulous, and, being a girl myself, I wouldn't feel comfortable hiring a nanny. She added, moreover, someone in my family has undergone a craniotomy before, and especially in the 2 days following the surgery, patients typically have difficulty sleeping. If they do manage to sleep, they are often awakened by pain. Thus, to prevent any mishaps, it would be better for us to take turns caring for little Yu. Yu Yurong's words held merit. If only one person were to care for Su Yu, rest would be a distant dream. Who could trust a stranger to care for her? As for the white-haired lowly, Sun Yin had a fair understanding of her character from his past life. She was a quintessential beauty with a kind heart, innocent and sweet. Reflecting on this, Sun Yin agreed. If it's all right with you, I would appreciate your help. Yu Yurong waved her hand casually. What relationship do I have with little Yu? Besides, since you're willing to have me, I don't mind caring for her for a couple of days. Sun Yin chuckled. In that case, you need not call me Big Boss anymore. Just address me by my name. Yu Yurong was taken aback for a moment, then quickly retorted, how can that be? You are inherently a big boss, and if I were to call you by your name, wouldn't that create distance between us? How about this? We can each call each other as we please. I'll call you Big Boss, and you can call me Sister Yurong, just like little Yu. Sun Yin saw no reason to refuse. It was merely a title, after all. Meanwhile, Ho Xiaoyu leaned against her head, her expression akin to someone who had just consumed something unpleasant. Big Boss, look, Dizhu's has gifted you a villa. How about I get you a car as well? Consider it a welcoming gift. Sun Yin shook his head helplessly. Let us not. I don't have a driver's license and can't drive. Of course, not having a license was secondary. He had driven in his past life. The main issue was that, aside from gaming, he would likely spend his days with Su Yu. That should not be mentioned too freely. It might raise eyebrows. In summary, they rarely ventured out throughout the day. Having a car seemed of little use. It would be more practical to don a red outfit. Upon witnessing the big shot's reaction, Ho Xiaoyu became anxious. Oh dear. Why don't you have Dizhu arrange for a driver's license for you? You needn't worry about the car sitting idle at home. If all else fails, we can treat it as a toy. Sun Yin thought to himself how different it was to hear such words from a wealthy individual. While others cherished their vehicles, this one treated it as a mere plaything. Since he remained silent, I shall take that as acquiescence. Seizing the opportunity to prove himself, Ho Xiaoyu hastily retrieved his phone, searching for the car sales manager's contact. What car do you fancy? A Cullinan or a Lamborghini? I will arrange for someone to reserve it immediately, aiming for the swiftest delivery to your villa. With the big shot's implied consent, he continued, then I shall select a Rolls-Royce for you. The phantom appears splendid. Sun Yin's lips twitched in disbelief. Why did these individuals resemble characters from a palace intrigue? Were they privy to certain knowledge, such as the merging of games and reality 3 years hence? Upon deeper reflection, he recalled having seen shadows of an army in the divine realm in his previous life. An unsettling thought indeed. Surely, this must be mere coincidence, right? Time passed swiftly. After the meal, as they sat by another hospital bed, Ho Xiaoyu suddenly nudged Sun Yin and whispered, Boss, sister-in-law has awakened. Huh? Upon hearing this, Sun Yin immediately sat upright and approached Su Yu's bedside. As Su Yu gradually opened her eyes, a look of confusion washed over her as she surveyed her surroundings. However, upon recognizing the figure approaching her, tears welled up in her eyes. Am I still alive? Her voice trembled, interspersed with sobs. Sun Yin took her small hand in his, gently wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes with his other hand, speaking softly, of course, it was merely a surgery. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Su Yu looked utterly pitiful. My head hurts, but I can endure it. A good cry should help. After speaking, she sniffled, cautiously glancing at Sun Yin. Am I still pretty with a bald head? Sun Yin, in all seriousness, replied, of course you're still beautiful. Your beauty is independent of your hairstyle. His words held truth. It is often said that a bald head is a true test of one's attractiveness. Su Yu's beauty was such that even the most renowned actresses would pale in comparison without their makeup. Ouch, that hurts so much. Su Yu's attempt to force a smile was abruptly interrupted by waves of pain, causing her to burst into tears. Quick, call the doctor. Zhao Dezhu, startled by the scene, dashed out of the room, shouting at the top of his lungs. Yet, what could the doctors do about such pain? Unless they administered anesthetics. Even the most potent painkillers would be ineffective. Thus, Su Yu cried for several hours, only to find a slight improvement. I need to use the restroom. Sun Yan. Chapter 69, a great big thumbs up. What? Sun Yan was taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts. What should he do? It seemed that there was no alternative but to proceed together. Generally, the catheter could be removed the day after surgery, but since Su Yu was recovering well, and given the discomfort of the device, the doctor had removed it not long ago. As long as she was cautious when using the restroom, everything will be fine. From her bed, Su Yu, with reddened eyes, spoke in a choked voice, somewhat bashfully. I need to go to the bathroom. Shall I carry you? Sun Yan tentatively inquired. Upon hearing this, Su Yu's gaze faltered, and she could not bear to look at him, yet she responded with a soft nasal sound of agreement. Seeing this, Sun Yan rose and gently lifted her delicate, enchanting form into his arms. In that moment, his heart raced, yet he walked steadily and slowly, fearful of causing her any discomfort. Before long, they reached their destination. After a brief pause, Sun Yan reassured her, Don't worry, I'll close my eyes. However, just as he covered her with a blanket, Su Yu, her cheeks flushed, suddenly asked, You didn't see anything, did you? I didn't see anything at all, Sun Yan replied, his face betraying a hint of guilt. You definitely saw something, Su Yu retorted, her beautiful eyes filled with indignation. Sun Yan sat beside her bed, taking her small hand in his. With a sigh, he suggested, Perhaps we could wait a few days, then it would be even. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. All right, if you promise. Not letting me see would be like a puppy. Sun Yan. He had merely spoken offhandedly. Wait, you really wish to see? He asked, surprised. If something were to happen, I would have someone notify you. Hearing this, Sun Yan chuckled as he gently squeezed her hand, speaking softly, It doesn't really matter if it's just a day or two. Right now, all I wish to do is stay by your side, and I wouldn't feel at ease letting a stranger care for you. His words held truth, indeed. A day or two was inconsequential. In the first couple of days after entering the main city, one could only hope to rise a few levels at most. But to him, leveling up by 2 or 3 levels was merely a trivial feat, akin to defeating a few hellish little spiders. Now you want to be with me. What about later? Su Yu inquired, her cheeks flushed as she feigned ignorance. Later, I shall do nothing but sleep and keep you company, he replied. How will you sleep? How will you keep me company? She pressed, playfully feigning ignorance. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. It was now midday in the villa district of Hang City. Su Yu gazed at the magnificent villa before her bright eyes sparkling with wonder. Wow, is this villa going to be our home? Su Yu's recovery was nothing short of extraordinary. Today, she was able to leave her bed. However, to ensure her safety, Sun Yan had been carrying the little girl slowly along the way. Now that she could finally get out of bed, she was restless and insisted on entering the realm of the game. Her desire was twofold. First, she did not want to impede Sun Yan's progress. Second, in the game world, her consciousness would be active while her physical body remained in a state of slumber. This way, not only would her head cease to ache constantly, but her physical injuries could also heal gradually. Ultimately, under her persistent coaxing, Sun Yan had no choice but to seek the doctor's approval, leading them to this place. As night falls each day, a few nurses arrive to administer intravenous drips, a necessity following the surgery. Sun Yan remarked, turning to the suited men behind her, Gentlemen, you need not accompany us any further. These individuals have been arranged by Dezhu to escort the two to the villa. Understood, the leading man replied, and Sun Yan nodded at him, carrying Su Yu towards the entrance of the villa. Wow, this door must cost several thousand, and it even features facial recognition. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan's expression grew somewhat complex. This girl, it seemed, had never ventured beyond Hangzhou in her 18 years. Soon, they entered the villa's grand living room. Goodness, this living room is spacious enough for a game of badminton. Will that chandelier not fall? They then proceeded to the bedroom. This bed is enormous and soft. Oh, sleeping here must be incredibly comfortable. Afterward, they explored the study, the bath, the backyard, and the swimming pool. In short, the villa was replete with every conceivable amenity, from the anticipated to the unexpected. Even the bedside cabinet contained, well, that shall remain unspoken. In any case, a resounding commendation is due to the Zhu subordinates. At this moment, the two leisurely strolled to the balcony on the 3rd floor of the villa. Gazing out, the view was simply breathtaking. Suddenly, Su Nian's brow furrowed. From this vantage point, he spotted a black car parked outside. Wasn't that the very vehicle he and Suyu had arrived in? Had these gentlemen not left yet? Could it be that they were tasked with their protection? What are you staring at? Let us hurry into the virtual chamber. My head is throbbing. Suyu whispered from behind. Olait, Sunyan Biplaif. Soon, they arrived in the room where the virtual chamber was set up, and Su Nian assisted the somewhat clumsy Suyu in adjusting her equipment. Just then, she exclaimed, "My shirt is constricting my neck. I can't get it right. Could you help me?" Su Nian, upon hearing this, felt no hesitation. "Please, I beseech a gift," he humorously lamented. Chapter 70. A Peculiar Task? Is Su Nian destined to miss the first? Slowly, he extended his hand, and after a moment, declared, "Done. Let us enter the game." Yes, they chorused. In the realm of divine domain, at the resurrection altar within the imperial city, over the past 3 days, the main city had seen a scattering of players. However, most of those who entered the main city were either familiarizing themselves with the environment or accepting various quests. Some players formed parties to tackle dungeons or sought to achieve first clears in the wild, though such attempts were scarce. As it stood, no first clears had been reported. It truly doesn't hurt at all anymore. How do I look? My hair is still quite nice, right? She glanced at her esteemed companion, batting her eyelashes in inquiry. Su Nian was momentarily taken aback. He knew he must not nod in agreement. Doing so would lead to disaster. Well, I believe if someone possesses extraordinary good looks, any hairstyle would suit them, he responded with utmost seriousness. You certainly know how to flatter. Suyu felt a delightful thrill as she hurried to her esteemed leader's side. With a gentle pat on her head, Su Nian smiled and said, "I will contact the Zhu and the others to assemble at the main city gate. Then, we shall initiate the reward scheme. If memory serves me correctly, today marks the day the power rankings are revealed." Glancing at the time, it was nearly noon with just over an hour to go. "All right then," Suyu replied, eagerly linking her arm with her leaders, and they strolled side by side towards the altar's exit. Just as they exited the resurrection altar, a group nearby whispered, "Look, isn't that Emperor? Emperor? He hasn't logged in for a few days, has he?" Indeed, and even the infamous Slaughter all has remained at level 10, seemingly absent due to the bounty placed upon him. What a pity. Indeed, the current top player is nearing level 14. I wonder if Emperor can catch up. Unlikely. It seems he is fated to remain distant from the top spot. Listening to their hushed discussions, Su Nian remained indifferent. Once the power rankings were unveiled, many would fall silent. Suddenly, Suyu recalled something and turned to Su Nian, saying, "By the way, I unearthed a quest scroll earlier. Should we take a look? It conveniently leads us to the quest hall." "Let us go and have a peek," Su Nian agreed, his curiosity piqued regarding the potential rewards of the scroll. Before long, they arrived at the quest hall, which offered a plethora of tasks compared to the Novice Village's Commission Tavern. In addition to hidden quests, regular tasks were categorized by levels, with everything from low to high-level missions available for refresh. The higher the level, the more generous the rewards, albeit with significantly increased completion difficulty. Su Nian scanned the task board. Nothing of interest? He mused, recalling a quest from his past life that was due to refresh in the coming days, prompting him to remain vigilant. With the Slaughter all title at his disposal, even a subsequent bounty would be inconsequential. As for the other tasks listed, he couldn't be bothered to waste time pursuing trivial rewards. "Can this task be accepted?" Su Nian inquired, noticing Suyu lost in thought. "It can," Suyu nodded, "but the task content is rather absurd." She proceeded to share the details. A rebel has issued a task. Task objective: find any official from the ancient Dragon Kingdom and deliver a slap to him, ensuring he remembers it for the future. Task reward: unknown. Would you like to accept this task? Su Nian was taken aback. Who in their right mind would issue such a task? The goal is to slap an official? While the harm may be minimal, the insult is profoundly severe. If I recall correctly, most officials from the ancient Dragon Kingdom are between levels 75 and 95. Given his current health, the probability of successfully escaping after fanning his hands is barely below 10. A success rate under 98. What difference does it make if one goes only to meet their demise? However, upon closer inspection, the rewards appear enticing. The last unknown reward was granted by the wandering merchant, who directly bestowed clues related to the holy blessing. Eventually, a confrontation with the ancient Dragon Kingdom seems inevitable. This task is indeed feasible, yet not at this moment. Once he reaches level 30 and enters the Godfall Mountains, with a significant enhancement in strength, the likelihood of completing the task becomes considerably higher. Contemplating this, Su Nian declared, "You should keep this task scroll for now. It may prove invaluable in the future." Suyu, upon hearing this, did not refuse. Very well, let us proceed. He accepted the scroll and stowed it in his backpack. The two made their way back to the main city gate. A few minutes later, from a distance, Zhao Dizhu's, positioned at the city gate, was the first to spot his master and mistress. Grasping the oversized magic staff in his hand, he hurriedly approached. Master, I missed you dearly. Mistress, how is your recovery progressing? Su nodded. Quite well, thank you. At that moment, not far off, Yu Yurong and Ho Xiaoyu, with their short legs, also scampered over. With everyone present, there was no time to waste. The bounty rewards should not go unclaimed. As Sun Yin finished speaking, Ho Xiaoyu, looking puzzled, inquired, Great One, what exactly is the method to obtain the bounty rewards you mentioned earlier? At this, all four turned their curious gazes towards her. Even Su Yu was intrigued. With over 4 million health points, despite Su Yu's capability of unleashing a barrage of attacks every second, it would still take at least half a day to secure a kill and obtain the rewards, would it not? Moreover, is it even possible to harm oneself in the divine realm? That seems utterly implausible, much like disabling guild damage. One cannot entirely lock onto oneself. In truth, the method is rather straightforward. Chapter 71. The second advanced skill in the entire server. Surprisingly, it contains warmth. With that, Sun Yin directed his finger toward the towering mountain in the distance. We can utilize the unique terrain. At first glance, this approach might seem time-consuming, but since he has spoken it, he must possess reliable and expedient methods. As for removing the mask to lend it to another that had been attempted previously, the mask is a bound item, meant solely for the wearer. Similarly, removing the ancient necklace is not an option, as its skill sets the damage from normal attacks to the maximum health points rather than the necklace's attributes. Unique Dehan, Zhao Dizhu's pondered for a moment, suddenly recalling something. Master, this morning while Xiaoyu and I were on a mission, we discovered a volcano on the other side of this mountain. Ho Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin raised an eyebrow. The lava volcano is actually a wild respawn point, which he had intended to mention as well. It would also provide an opportunity for a first clear. In that case, we must not delay further. Let us form a party and set off. Resolute in his decision, Sun Yin led the four at their swiftest pace toward the destination. Moments later, atop the lava volcano, he exclaimed, Is this truly magma? In reality, I had never encountered this, yet here I was witnessing it within a game. Zhao Dizhu remarked, crouching down to pick up a rock, which he then tossed into the molten lava. Gurgle, gurgle. The moment the rock touched the lava, it was instantly vaporized, transforming into white gas that dispersed into the air. Upon witnessing this, Su Yu felt a shiver run through her. However, upon reflection, she reminded herself that this was merely a game and that players would not truly perish. Slowly, she crouched down and cautiously dipped her finger into the lava. 500. 500. What on earth? It was surprisingly warm, not scalding at all. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with wonder. This temperature felt just right. She almost wished to take a leisurely soak. Zhao Dizhu's lips twitched. While it may not be hot, if the three of us were to touch it, it would likely be more unbearable than mere heat. Just a finger dipped and would lose 500 health points per second. If one were to accidentally fall in, wouldn't it meet the same fate as that rock, evaporating in an instant? Be careful, Dizhu. Suddenly, Ho Xiaoyu's voice rang out. No sooner had she spoken than fiery giant serpents sprang from the molten lava, lunging toward Zhao Dizhu and Su Yu, who were closest to the lava. Sun Yin furrowed his brow. At that very moment, he raised a staff. With a swift motion, several fiery serpents fell, yielding experience points before they even touched the ground. You three retreat quickly. Just then, Sun Yin noticed the lava beginning to bubble violently and turned to warn Zhao Dizhu and the others. Heeding his words, the trio dared not delay. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as they moved back a few dozen meters, the lava began to boil more ferociously. Until at a certain moment, boom, a massive lizard, the size of a small mountain and glowing a fiery red, suddenly erupted from the lava. In an instant, molten lava splattered in all directions. Any player with health below 2,000 who came into contact would undoubtedly perish. How could it have such a high level? Zhao Dizhu exclaimed in astonishment. And Sun Yin's view was immediately filled with the details of this creature. Lava giant lizard, level 20. Grade class. Health, 78, 900. Attack, 980. Skills, frenzy, lava boil, fiery breath, rock manipulation. Though its level was high, this creature, found in the level 20 wilderness, was ultimately not as formidable as those found in hellish dungeons. Each of the 12 major cities had similar wilderness areas, but their levels ranged from the teens to the 30s. The creature before them, in the wilderness surrounding the 12 major cities, was of merely below-average strength. Roar. The sound reverberated throughout the molten volcano. Upon finishing its roar, the lava giant lizard noticed that these humans were not fleeing or avoiding it, and the male and female before were inspecting it as if they were admiring a pet. In an instant, the lava giant lizard felt profoundly insulted. Rock manipulation. In an instant, several massive rocks were levitated into the air, then abruptly hurled toward the two individuals below. 200. 200. Health. 257. 661. 720. Lava giant lizard. It gazed at the diminishing health bar above its head, then turned its attention to the two individuals before it, whose health bars remained entirely unscathed. The beast stood in utter bewilderment. What was happening? I hurled colossal boulders down upon them. Where's the damage? Why was it losing health instead? The lava giant lizard, refusing to accept this absurdity, unleashed a torrent of fiery breath. 600. 600. No. That attack was supposed to reduce health by 800 per second. How could it be suffering instead? What were those figures hovering above the heads of those two? Observing the bewilderment on the giant lizard's face, Nian glanced at Suyu beside her. The healing spell, 871,924. In an instant, Suyu was restored to full health. At that moment, the lava giant lizard wore an expression akin to that of the spectral spider and the rock giant. However, Nian had no intention of allowing her opponent time to ponder the meaning of its existence. She raised her hand and unleashed a flurry of basic attacks. Under the relentless barrage of 14 strikes per second, it took less than a minute for the server-wide announcement to proclaim. Congratulations to Players Emperor, Nian, Ho Xiaoyu, Yu Rongnai Da, and Caribbean de Zhu for becoming the first team to slay the lava giant lizard. Each player was rewarded with 1 reforging stone, 25 free attribute points, 750 gold coins, and 1 forging crystal. 3 days later, Nian and her companions' names reverberated through the channels. She was disinterested in the chatter of the world channel. Her entire focus was on the loot. Drops. 1 advanced skill book, 500 gold coins, 3 meteorite ores, and 3 blue equipment pieces. An advanced skill book? Nian's eyes widened. If memory served, the probability of an advanced skill book dropping in the wild was in the single digits. Yet here it was a direct drop. What sheer luck. Oh, an advanced skill book. Do any of the big shots in the server possess such a skill? Is this the second one? This is the first time I've seen this. Same here. As several players gathered in excitement, Nian steeled herself and seized the moment of good fortune. Chapter 72. Is Suyu in for a hard time? 100 pieces of purple gear as a foundation. Advanced skill, Wings of Flight for all classes. Wings of Flight. Upon activation, players may soar freely through the air, consuming 200 mana points per minute, with no cooldown. The moment she beheld this skill, Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. This is incredible. The Wings of Flight not only enhance mobility, but also require a mere 200 mana points per minute to maintain. She recalled that her own battle mage leg armor restored 5 mana points per second, totaling 300 per minute. Most crucially, it bore no cooldown. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, Nian would find it hard to believe this was an advanced skill. Of course, the sheer potency of advanced skills might far exceed this one. Nevertheless, the Wings of Flight would surely rank among the elite skills within the advanced tier. A skill that allows flight. However, this ability may not benefit melee classes significantly. It will be far more advantageous for ranged attackers. Upon seeing the information shared by the prominent players, Yu Ron was initially taken aback, then proceeded to conduct a superficial analysis. Zhao Dezhu and Ho Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. In a long-distance professional flight, the experience can be quite overwhelming. At that moment, Nian turned to the petite Yu beside him and inquired with a smile, "Do you wish to fly?" Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded, yet shook her head in hesitation. "I do, but I believe it's sufficient for you to carry me while soaring." Zhao Dezhu's and the others were taken aback by the sudden influx of affection. It was utterly unexpected. "Very well, when the opportunity arises, I shall take you on a journey through the skies." However, for now, Nian, having successfully acquired the skill, directed his gaze toward the nearby lava, stating, "Before my resurrection, I will take the plunge." With that, he promptly deposited all his equipment and belongings into the guild's warehouse, accessible only by the president and vice president. "After I perish, you all shall consolidate the purple gear and distribute it collectively at the end." "Absolutely." Upon seeing the nods of agreement from the group, Nian unfurled his Wings of Flight and dove headfirst into the depths of the magma. 6,700, 13,400, 36,000. In merely 3 seconds, His health plummeted at an alarming rate of 36,000 damage per second. At this pace, his health would reach zero in approximately 2.5 minutes. Do you think Master will suffocate in there? Zhao Dizhu's voiced his concerns. Yu Yurong shot him a sidelong glance. What do you think? We entered as spiritual entities. Our physical bodies are resting outside. Zhao Dizhu's expression stiffened, hastily changing the subject. By the way, what is this forging crystal we received for the first completion? And why is there no introduction for the reforged stone and meteorite? Yu Yurong raised an eyebrow. The reforged stone is used to reset equipment attributes, and judging by the few we possess, which were announced throughout the server, their value must be considerable. As for the meteorite, I checked it at the forge shop. It's used for upgrading equipment. And this forging crystal, as the name suggests, is also for forging. Anyway, since the big shot brought us these treasures, their worth is undeniable. Ho Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. The big shot has already brought us so many valuable items. I shall send him 1,000,000 after I log off. Yu Yurong responded. Here we go again. But this time it's not just a reverse price drop. It's chaotic pricing. Moments later, a loud splash echoed from the lava, startling the four engaged in conversation. Initially, they thought it was a resurrection, but upon closer inspection, Master, Zhao Dizhu exclaimed, causing one to think it was like Sun Wukong calling out to Tang Sung. Sun Nian landed, retrieved a double mask from the guild warehouse, adorned it on his face, and then addressed the group. I have merely 3,000 health left. Who shall go first? Su Yu was the first to speak. Let us do it together. Whoever claims the first kill gets the spoils. How about that? Sun Nian replied, all right. Choose your place. Bed, bathroom, study, sofa, swimming pool, kitchen, or stairs. The choice is yours. Just know, you shall face severe consequences. Master, prepare yourself. Upon hearing his wife's words, Zhao Dizhu stepped forward first, raising his oversized fairy wand to strike. Not to be outdone, Su Yu seized her bow and began to shoot. Yu Yurong, try my move. The Martian power fist of the young Master Dianquan. Ho Xiaoyu, I suppose I should join in, otherwise I would appear quite out of place. Moments later, a message appeared before Su Yu. Congratulations, you have slain the bounty hunter who wreaked havoc upon the world, and have received a bounty reward. 3 purple items. Just then, with a resounding crash, the resurrected lava giant, Lizard, sprang forth. Observing this, a smirk formed on Su Yu's lips. Step back, the 3 of you. This time, I shall take it on. With our esteemed leader absent, he glanced at Su Yu below, whose arms were nearly smoking, and remarked, allow me to assist you. Yet, with his intervention, he perished once more within a minute. Very well, let us continue. Before long, over half an hour had passed. During this time, not only did Su Yu and his companions acquire a total of 10 purple items through bounties, but Sun Yin also utilized Yu Yurong's status as the leader to summon the 3 members of the Star Rain Guild within the main city, each of whom also managed to slay him once. Altogether, they amassed 13 purple items. Initially, each of Su Yu's group possessed 2 purple items, including weapons. Ultimately, through his judicious allocation, among the 13 purple items, only 3 were duplicates, 2 weapons, 1 helmet, and a previously remaining pair of purple boots, all deposited into the guild warehouse. In the end, Zhao Dizhu's was 1 purple chest piece short, and Ho Xiaoyu lacked a purple leg piece. However, both Su Yu and Yu Yurong had filled all 5 slots with purple items. What a splendid sight it is to wear a full set of purple gear. Once all my club members enter the main city, our esteemed guild will surely have at least 100 purple items to boast. Yu Yurong mused, contemplating discarding her club to join the Master S Guild. Now, let us descend the mountain and plan our next steps. It is becoming rather warm here. However, scarcely had the 5 descended when a server-wide announcement abruptly appeared. Chapter 73, Power Rankings. Hidden Dungeon. Ready to upgrade your talents? Server-wide announcement. This game has been live for 7 days, and the power rankings are now open. The system will assess players' data panels and calculate their overall power values. Server-wide announcement. In 24 hours, the top 1,000 players on the power rankings will receive system rewards. The higher the rank, the more generous the rewards. Players, please stay tuned. The sudden announcement prompted players across the server to immediately check the power rankings, eager to discover who was recognized as the strongest player in the game. However, upon opening the rankings, the players were left in utter disbelief. First place, D, with a power value of 220,000. Second place, Tujin Tiantang, with a power value of 220,000. Third place, Nian, with a power value of 130,000. Fourth place, Caribbean D's Who's, with a power value of 9,300. Fifth place, Ho Xiaoyu, with a power value of 9, 266. 6th place, Yu Rong, with a power value of 8, 756. 7th place, Grandfather, with a battle power of 2,800. At this moment, all players in the server were collectively bewildered. What? A mere 2,800 battle power? Hold on. My power is only 250. Are they truly cheating? Those upstairs, please come to your senses. The disparity between your wealth and that of top-tier rich second-generation individuals is even greater. It's one thing for the first 2 titans to surpass 100,000 in battle power, but what about this third individual? Who are they? You're not suggesting that the Emperor and the one who slaughters the world are one and the same, are you? Meanwhile, beneath the volcanic lava, Yu Yong switched off the battle power rankings and world channel, glancing at Sun Yan beside her. Big shot, a staggering dual power of 220,000 is simply unfathomable. Your dual identity might attract suspicion. In response, Sun Yan waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. I never intended to conceal it from the beginning. Otherwise, I wouldn't be revealing it to you. Let others think what they will. What? You claim I am a wanted criminal? Please, once I remove my mask, you can apprehend the one who slaughters the world. What concern is it of mine regarding the Emperor? After all, the identity of the one who slaughters the world was merely a scapegoat. Let them suspect as they wish. When the game merges with reality, even if he claims to be wanted for the Moonlight Conquest, who would dare to disagree? Disagree, and they might as well say, I don't eat beef. Master is right. There is no point in hiding. Zhao Dizhu's chuckled. When faced with uncertainty, just take action. When the time comes for cross-server battles, we must show those foreign devils our strength, especially the little Japanese players. They must be thoroughly defeated. Sun Yan nodded, giving a big thumbs up to Dizhu's fighting spirit against the Japanese players. By the way, Master, what shall we do next? Zhao Dizhu's inquired, voicing what many were curious about. Sun Yan smiled. Just follow me. I'll lead you to another achievement. Upon hearing this, the others had no further questions. After all, how else could he be considered a big shot? As Sun Yan led the group towards the main city, he stole a glance at the data panel talent section. Talent upgrade requirement. Kill 1,000 elite monsters. Level requirement above 10. Current progress. 387 out of 1,000. Clearly, the more than 300 elite monsters were mostly accumulated from earlier treasure hunting. To upgrade the talent, he still needed over 600 elite monsters. Conveniently, he recalled a spot from his previous life that was teeming with elite monsters. A place that not only spawned a continuous stream of elite creatures, but was also a hidden dungeon. Initially, he planned to use that location as an alternative for obtaining bounty rewards. Although letting hundreds of elite monsters drain health is not as swift as lava burning. The burning property of lava was something only discovered in the late game of his previous life. It was uncertain if it would work in the early stages of the game. Now that it was feasible, this hidden dungeon should not go to waste. After all, he had not forgotten that he had been teleported out of the treasure area in ruins, failing to meet the completion criteria. This observation is evidenced by the fact that the act of vanquishing the Avatar of Destruction did not trigger the double damage associated with the first kill title, indicating that the Avatar does not belong to, nor does it signify the completion of a hidden dungeon. This time, however, there shall be no missteps. The location of his hidden dungeon is not in the vicinity of the Imperial City, but rather outside the Sacred City, which is one of the 12 major cities. Fortunately, one can traverse between the 12 major cities, utilizing the teleportation arrays within each city. As for the sub-cities beneath the major cities, if one wishes to visit, they must either walk or pay a fee to hire a carriage. In the blink of an eye, under Sun Yan's guidance, the group utilized the teleportation array and arrived at the Sacred City. Wow, I didn't expect this place to be a major city as well. It appears far more prosperous than the Imperial City. I thought there was only one major city, exclaimed Yu Rong, resembling a chirping chick, incessantly chattering. Not just her. Even Su Yu and the others were astonished by the vibrant scenery before them. Sun Yan quirked a smile. Did you not read the game introduction? There are a total of 12 major cities, and this sacred city is akin to the capital. Upon hearing this, the group flushed with embarrassment. When they had first entered the game, everyone was eager to get a head start, merely skimming through the game introduction. All right, let us move on. By the way, let's take a quick look at the quest hall. Sun Yan suddenly recalled that the quests in the hall refresh every 2 days at noon. Today marks the 4th day since the major city opened, and it was already past noon. Soon, they arrived at the quest hall. Sun Yan's gaze swept over the quest board. Oh, what a coincidence. Sun Yan raised an eyebrow, immediately fixating on a particular quest. Level quest. Assist a certain official S family member in Yun City to quell the rebels. Completion reward, 200 gold. After accepting the quest, you can view detailed content. Although this was a level quest, players at the early stages were generally unfamiliar with rebels, making it more pragmatic to engage in monster-slaying quests than to undertake an unknown task. Consequently, this led to a temporary lack of interest in the quest. However, Sun Yin knew that this level quest was anything but simple. Chapter 74. A swift execution? Just kidding. It can strike swiftly even without revealing itself. After all, have you ever encountered a level quest that indirectly involves divine blessings? Will you accept this quest? Accept. As soon as Sun Yin's words fell, a quest scroll materialized in his hand. After stowing the scroll in his inventory, Sun Yin turned to the others. Let us head out of the sacred city. With Sun Yin leading the way, the group exited the sacred city and journeyed northward. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived beneath an exceedingly towering giant mountain. Just as they arrived, a howl echoed from a nearby cave. It seemed that the scent of intruders had attracted the attention of the creatures within, as wolf-like monsters emerged in droves. At first glance, the description read, Magic Wolf, level 15. Quality, Elite. Health, 1500. Attack, 150. Skills, Agility, Magic Blade, Stealth. Each magic wolf was relatively small in stature. However, in just a brief moment, nearly 100 elite magic wolves surged forth from the cave, each one a formidable specimen. Such a sight unmistakably signaled that this cave harbored secrets beyond the ordinary. Yet, without a top-tier team boasting all members at least level 25 and comprising a minimum of 15 individuals, approaching the cave entrance would be a fool's errand, let alone daring to venture inside. Master, shall we engage these elite monsters? Zhao Dizhus tightened his grip on his fairy wand, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With each member now equipped with an average of 4 to 5 purple artifacts, their thirst for battle was palpable. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin raised a hand before Zhao Dizhus, instructing, Step back behind me. Allow me to harvest the experience alone. Then, Master, you go ahead. Zhao Dizhus replied, just as the pack of wolves at the cave's mouth began their advance towards them. Seeing this, Sun Yin did not hesitate. Inferno C. Boom. 1,388. 1,400. In an instant, the magic wolves within the range of the Inferno Sea were reduced to ash, not even affording them a scream. As the effects of the skill dissipated, Sun Yin's staff shimmered, and his attacks fell like rain, bringing death to any foe that dared to approach. Gradually, Sun Yin's ambition grew. He moved directly to the cave entrance and struck swiftly. Then I shall not reveal myself, the magic wolf retorted. I'm jesting with you. Even without revealing yourself, you shall still meet your end. Moments turned into minutes, and soon the rate at which the magic wolves respawned within the cave significantly diminished, indicating they were nearing depletion. It appeared these elite monsters were not inexhaustible after all, but it was sufficient for his needs. Sun Yin unleashed the Inferno Sea once more. The next moment, a notification appeared. You have met the requirements for upgrading your talent. Your percentage kill rate has increased to 3. Sun Yin quickly glanced at the talent section. Initial kill probability, 1. He twitched his lips. The last upgrade had raised it from an initial probability of 0. 1 to 0. 1. Now it had jumped directly to 1. If this trend continued, would the next upgrade see the initial probability soar to 10? At the very least, 5 would suffice. Talent upgrade requirements. Slay 500 epic level wild monsters. Level requirement above 20. Current progress, 500. The condition for this upgrade was quite daunting. Epic wild monsters above level 20 were exceedingly rare around the main city. He would have to wait until he entered the Godfall mountain range. Sun Yin cast a glance at the level leaderboard. Having dispatched over 600 elite monsters, he had reached level 15. During this time, he had also acquired over 10 blue artifacts and more than 80 green artifacts, all of which he promptly deposited into the guild warehouse. Turning to Zhao Dizhus and the other 3, Sun Yin declared, Let's charge in. If any monsters obstruct our path, we shall cut them down. Upon hearing they could engage, the 4 were exhilarated. Charge! Zhao Dizhus led the way, swinging his fairy wand as he dashed into the cave. Su Yu, Ho Xiaoyu, and the white-haired lowly followed closely behind, leaving Sun Yin as a mere observer in their fervor. Minutes later, they found themselves traversing the vast, dimly lit cavern. It is unclear when this dark and damp area became devoid of any wild creatures. At this moment, even the sound of water droplets falling from the cave's ceiling could be distinctly heard, rendering the silence almost terrifying. What manner of place is this? It feels exceedingly strange. Su Yu gently grasped the hand of Sun Yin beside her and whispered. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. What on earth? Zhao Daiju and the other's pupils dilated, their bodies instinctively tensing in this unknown situation. Sun Yin squinted. Is it coming? A prompt appeared. Your party has inadvertently entered a hidden dungeon. Once entered, there is no exit. Hidden dungeon? The same system notification appeared before Zhao Daiju and the others. However, before they could contemplate further, a flash occurred. The five felt a blur before their eyes. When they regained their composure, a massive, pitch-black wolf with 3 heads loomed ominously before them. How? The 3-headed wolf's blood-red eyes gleamed with madness. Without granting the group a moment to react, its sharp claws descended fiercely upon the nearest Yu Yorong. 1800. Oh, my goodness. A tremendous force struck, sending Yu Yorong flying several meters, crashing against the hard stone wall. 200. A mere sweep. The 3-headed wolf had nearly halved Yu Yorong's health, who was clad in a full set of purple gear. Had this been before, a single attack from the 3-headed wolf would have sufficed to eliminate the white-haired lowly in an instant. How? Sensing the human's fragility, the 3-headed wolf disregarded Sun Yin and the others, letting out a triumphant howl. A group of feeble, low-level creatures, please delight me. Skill, Frost Spell. Skill, Inferno. 1423. 1420. The 3-headed wolf paused, observing the diminutive human attacking it with a glimmer of disdain in its eyes. What does it matter if your damage is high? I am a formidable level 27 demon. With over 100,000 health points, can you possibly defeat me? No matter how high your health, you are merely a triviality to me. With this thought, the 3-headed wolf resolutely raised its claw, preparing to strike the insignificant human below. Boom! 1800. Health, 258100. The 3-headed wolf. This can't be right. Rock Giant. Sweating profusely are we? Chapter 75. Another achievement? The third, red item. Question the Rock Giant. Understand the Rock Giant. Become the Rock Giant. At this moment, the 3-headed wolf realized it was utterly flustered, drenched in sweat. Even its expression transformed, becoming as clear as that of a husky. It had assumed it was engaging with something soft, only to find it had struck a titanium alloy steel plate instead. How? 3-headed wolf. Great one, please spare me. Regrettably, Sun Yin could not comprehend the beast's tongue. And while Sun Yin was busy reprimanding, the 3-headed wolf. On the other side, Su Yu hurried forward and pulled the white-haired lowly, who was stuck in the stone wall, down. Sister Yurong, are you all right? Yurong rubbed her sore spot. Ouch, that hurts so much. Why does this dog choose to beat me? Does it think I'm easy to bully? Su Yu replied, well, you do appear rather easy to intimidate. However, it might also be due to another reason. Perhaps it feels good to strike? No way. I need to punch it to vent my frustration. Otherwise, I feel suffocated. As Yurong spoke, she attempted to approach the 3-headed demon wolf. But before she could get close, the ability was successfully triggered. She was just a step late and was eliminated by the powerhouse. Yurong's mouth twitched, and in a fit of frustration, she struck the rock wall with her small hand. Ouch, why is there a bump up there? That hurts. Congratulations. You have led your team to achieve the unique accomplishment of the hidden dungeon's first clear in the entire server. The system is about to make a global announcement. Would you like to hide it? Congratulations. You have led your team to slay the hidden 3-headed demon wolf. The system is about to make a global announcement. Would you like to hide it? No. With Sun Yin's outright rejection, the vast array of players across the server once again witnessed the all-too-familiar global announcement. Global announcement. Congratulations to Player D for leading their team to achieve the unique accomplishment of the hidden dungeon's first clear. Special rewards. Random red equipment X1. Contribution points 50. 000. Gold 5. 000. Free attribute points 20. The aforementioned rewards have been sent to the captain's backpack. Global announcement. Congratulations to players D, Xin Yin, Ho Xiaoyu, Yurong, and Caribbean de Zhu for becoming the first team on this server to slay the hidden 3-headed demon wolf. Special rewards for each. Reforging Stone X1, Falling Iron X5, Gold 1, 000, Blue Equipment X3. As guild members, they additionally receive contribution points 5, 000. All players in the server. Stunned. I am completely numb right now. A mere global announcement, and I'm not surprised at all. Wait, I just reached level 10, and there are already people obtaining level 20 equipment? 3 pieces of red gear, all taken by this powerhouse. I am now certain he has a system. Woe is me. It's one thing to be mediocre in reality, but why does it have to be the same in the game? Let's consider this from another perspective. Such high-caliber powerhouses likely only exist in our Dragon Kingdom. Once the servers merge in the future, when cross-server battles commence, these powerhouses will undoubtedly bring glory to our nation. I urge the Divine Domain officials to merge the servers quickly. We have grown accustomed to being crushed and want to witness the scene where foreigners are dominated by the powerhouses. I feel the same way. At this moment, the World Channel was in utter chaos. All players tacitly called for the Divine Domain officials to merge the servers. After all, they could not compete for resources in their own server. Why not seize resources from other servers, like Little Day Country? Meanwhile, in the cave, Sun Yin gazed at the items that had fallen before him, raising an eyebrow. As the saying goes, every hidden dungeon has its own peculiarities, and this was no exception. Drops, Title X1, Skill Level X1, Gold 1, 000, Falling Iron X10, Blue Equipment X4, Green Equipment X9. It was evident that the title was obtained from a kill. This is the uniqueness of this dungeon. Title: Suck Suck Suck. Wearing this title grants a total of 6 life-stealing abilities and a group healing skill. Oh, this skill can be kept. As for the title, does a lifesteal really offer more than a mere fraction of recovery per second? I doubt it even provides a fraction of that fraction. Dezhu, this is for you. Among them, no one is more suited for this title than Dezhu. Upon receiving the title, Zhao Dezhu was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Wow, Master, this title is incredible." Hearing this, Sun Yin smiled slightly without further comment. Just then, a line of system prompts appear before them. Prompt: This hidden dungeon will disappear in 3 minutes. Players should evacuate swiftly. Sun Yin turned to the others and said, "Let us head out first. We'll open the red gear later. This hidden dungeon is truly remarkable. The entrance has completely vanished without a trace." Shortly after the 5 emerged, Yu Rong looked at the spot where the entrance had been, now covered by rocks, and was astonished. Indeed, Ho Xiaoyu also surveyed the area. Meanwhile, Su Yu remarked with a twitch of his lips, "Is now really the time to focus on that? Aren't you curious about what this red gear is?" At this, all eyes turned towards Sun Yin, eager to discover what the red gear might yield. Seeing this, Sun Yin wasted no time. He opened his backpack, and as his fingers glided, the message appeared. "Congratulations, you have obtained Thunderstaff. Level 10. Effect 1, Spell Power 220. Effect 2, Attack 150. Effect 3, Critical Rate 5. Effect 4, Attack Range 7. Skill Effect: Each of your basic attacks will unleash a Thunder Chain effect, hitting the 8 nearest enemy targets and dealing 10 spell power damage." Sun Yin. The moment he beheld this red gear, Sun Yin was utterly stunned. Basic attacks striking the nearest 8 enemy targets with a Thunder Chain effect. Wasn't he that akin to an electric knife? Wait a moment. If memory serves, his percentage execution talent is triggered through basic attacks, and this skill effect is also dependent on basic attacks. Let us boldly hypothesize, if he equips this red gear and triggers the percentage execution talent, will those 8 enemy targets struck by the Thunder Chain also be executed? Chapter 76. Master, I will miss you. Is the show about to begin? Regarding this question, Sun Yin had long since formed an answer in his heart. It's important to note that the Frost spell is also reliant on basic attacks when cast. He recalled that each time he used this skill in conjunction with a basic attack, the talent could still accumulate. This means that, while the percentage execution talent requires basic attacks for accumulation and triggering, as long as it relates to basic attacks, even skills reliant on basic attacks can still accumulate and trigger. However, skills are skills. They may differ from equipment skills. Whether it can function as he envisions remains to be seen. One must try to know. With this thought, the golden staff in Sun Yin's hand was instantly replaced by a staff enveloped entirely in crackling lightning. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the eyes of the onlookers widened in astonishment. Zhao Dezhu could not help but inquire, "Master, is this a newly acquired red equipment?" Sun Yin nodded. "I was fortunate to obtain a weapon for mages. It can also be wielded by other magic-based classes." The 4 companions exclaimed, "Is this what you call luck? Among so many professions, to acquire usable red equipment is nothing short of extraordinary. If this were a narrative in a novel, it would undoubtedly be classified as a gratifying tale." At this moment, Sun Yin opened the map and pinpointed a location where wild creatures respawned, stating, "Let us go and test its might." Hearing this, the others felt intrigued. In the blink of an eye, the group of 5 arrived at a nearby grove, where a dozen slimes were currently refreshing. The sound of their bouncing echoed in the air. Observing the seemingly harmless slimes, Sun Yin decisively swung the staff. 466. 457. As a series of attacks landed on one of the slimes, the air crackled with energy. Boom! Thick bolts of lightning, as robust as a thigh, struck down upon the other 8 nearest slimes. 168. 168. Originally, A single bolt of lightning dealt 56 damage, but with the blessing of destruction. It surged to 168, coupled with the fact that each basic attack unleashed a bolt of lightning within just a second. Each slime experienced the overwhelming spectacle of multiple lightning strikes simultaneously, a sight that was utterly breathtaking. The talent had not been triggered, yet the execution probability stood at 0. 0-1, 0, 0-1, 0, 0-1. Observing the plethora of notifications before him, Sun Yin felt an excitement that was undeniably genuine. If the answer within him was correct, it implied that under sufficiently favorable conditions, it was feasible to annihilate all 8 hostile targets in one fell swoop. However, most monsters appeared individually, and swarms of minions could be dispatched without relying on talents. Thus, for the time being, this thunder chain merely served to swiftly eliminate minor foes. As for the future, who could tell? At that moment, Ho Xiaoyu gazed at the scorched patches on the ground, recovering from her shock, and questioned her life choices. Is this the skill of the weapon? It's simply outrageous. Zhao Dizhu's wide-eyed, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the ashes have been obliterated. Surely divine retribution isn't this severe. The 2 women beside them were rendered speechless by the scene, their minds fixated on just 2 words. Unfair. Noticing their astonishment, Sun Yin shared the weapon's skill, stating nonchalantly, "For all mages, this skill is hardly extraordinary. After all, mages rely on skill burst damage. How many would depend on basic attack for damage?" Indeed, Zhao Dizhu scratched his head while examining the skill description. It's truly the right skill in the hands of the right person. Were this weapon used by another mage, its power would scarcely reach a fraction of Master S prowess. It turns out the extraordinary element was not the skill itself, but rather the master. Sun Yin glanced at the group and declared, "I have a mission to undertake. What are your plans?" In response, Zhao Dizhu's initiated. "Since it's master who has a task, I shall venture forth to slay monsters and level up." Ho Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "I shall do the same." Sun Yin turned her gaze towards the 2 women. Yu Yurong pondered for a moment and said, "I wish to undertake a mission that grants me freedom attribute points. Striving to max out my defense." Seeing that her esteemed leader was looking her way, Su Yu quickly added, "I have yet to complete a mission in the main city. I will accompany Sister Yurong." With her leader embarking on a task, she would refrain from causing any disruption. Upon receiving Yu Yurong's nod of consent, Sun Yin glanced at the time. It was just past 1 in the afternoon. She believed they could accomplish their objectives before nightfall. "Very well. If time permits after the mission, I will contact you privately. For now, let us each pursue our own endeavors." With Sun Yin's words, the group felt compelled to comply. They were the followers, and whatever the leader decreed was absolute. The leader desires as much as she wishes. No objections. "Farewell, esteemed leader." "Master, I shall miss you." Sun Yin replied, "There is no need for such sentiments." She retrieved the mission scroll and examined the details. The task indicated that insurgents would attempt to assassinate the families of officials in Cloud City, and her duty was to protect these families and eliminate the assailants. Reflecting on her memories, though somewhat hazy, she grasped the general premise. Subsequently, Sun Yin donned her dual masks and activated her soaring wings, heading directly toward her destination. During her journey, she remained productive, allocating all acquired freedom attribute points to attack speed, reorganizing her bag, and contemplating her newly acquired skill. Group Heal heals allied units within range for 2 of your maximum health per second, lasting 5 seconds. Sun Yin raised an eyebrow. This skill was quite beneficial. With her nearly 90,000 health points, a continuous healing effect over 5 seconds would yield a base of 400,000 health. This was without any upgrades, and it was a group heal nonetheless. After learning the skill, Sun Yin accessed the guild panel. Following 2 first completions and 1 hidden dungeon achievement, her guild contribution points had surpassed 100,000. She decisively clicked to upgrade. The guild level had now risen to 7. However, the contribution points were insufficient, requiring 80,000 for the next upgrade, with 67,000 currently available. Observing the enhancement section, she noted 5 additional bonuses, each reaching 9. Upgrading the guild indeed proved to be a gradual process, Sun Yin mused to herself. An hour later, at the entrance of the Lei family estate in Cloud City, Sun Yin smiled enigmatically. The show is about to begin. Chapter 77. Discovering game exploits, killing oneself? A rich recluse. Who goes there? As Sun Yin appeared at the doorstep of the Lei family estate, 2 vigilant guards approached her. Observing their demeanor, Sun Yin produced the mission scroll and stated, "I am here for a task. I kindly request that you inform your master." One guard with a square face responded to the other, "You stay here. I will report to the master of the house." With that, he hastened into the estate. Moments later, the grand entrance of the Lei family estate stood wide open, and a young man with short, golden hair and an extraordinary demeanor emerged from within. Lei Jia, with a level of 8, no profession, a health bar of 500, 500, and a mana bar of 100, 100, displayed an immaculate data panel, something he had never encountered before. "Young master," the guard bowed his head. Lei Jia nonchalantly acknowledged, then approached Sun Yin and scrutinized him from head to toe. "You are here to work, aren't you? Oh, that mask looks rather impressive." Before Sun Yin could fully comprehend the situation, Lei Jia swiftly snatched the mask and donned it upon his face. Sun Yin furrowed his brow, ready to retaliate, but his pupils dilated in shock when he noticed the title above Lei Jia's head, Slaughterer of the World. What in the world? Aren't masks supposed to be unwearable by others? Wait a moment, could it be that Lei Jia possesses? A smile crept across Sun Yin's face, exhilarated by this unexpected loophole. In the blink of an eye, before the two guards could react, Sun Yin's hand struck like lightning. Smack! 550 Lei Jia collapsed to the ground. Although this task would involve divine blessings, he had never claimed that completing the task was necessary to access them. On the contrary, completing the task would preclude him from receiving divine blessings. Thus, since his arrival, he had no intention of fulfilling the task. Congratulations! You have slain the bounty target, Slaughterer of the World, and received a bounty reward. Purple equipment X1. Huh, this is like killing myself. Quite remarkable. Isn't it? You. The two guards stood in shock as they witnessed their young master fall with a single blow. Sun Yin adjusted the mask back onto his face, casting a playful glance at the guards. "Do you wish to die? I could facilitate that for you." Thud. The two guards immediately knelt. "Big brother, we didn't see anything. Lei Jia just tripped and felt his death." "Yes, big brother, we only earn 30 gold coins a month. We can't afford to risk our lives. Please spare us." Sun Yin smiled, retrieving 2 gold coins from his bag and tossing them to the guards. "Take care of the body, understood?" With that, he turned and strolled towards the estate, casting a subtle glance towards the small grove nearby. A smirk played upon his lips. These two unfortunate souls would have assistance in their demise. At the entrance of the estate, as the two guards realized Sun Yin had vanished, one tall, thin guard trembled and spoke. "Should we report to the family head? The old master is an official in Yin City." This matter might the guard with a square face interrupted sharply. "Are you out of your mind? The young master was killed right in front of us. Do you think we can escape unscathed if we report this? Take the gold and run." "Yes, we must hurry." Resolute in their decision, they disregarded Lei Jia's body and dashed towards the small grove. But as they entered, they had barely begun to flee when whoosh, as a piercing sound sliced through the air. Two guards felt the cold steel of a sharp dagger pressed against their throats simultaneously. "Speak. Who just entered?" A chilling voice resonated from behind. The square-faced guard trembled as he stammered, "Master City sent us on a mission. Please let us go." However, before he could finish his plea, the dagger glided across his throat, and both men collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "What we do now?" That masked figure does not seem to be one to trifle with. "Should we proceed with our plans?" Another voice questioned, with such blatant disregard for the officials' families. "The young master of the Lei family kills at will. Perhaps we should act ahead of schedule." Meanwhile, after entering the estate, Sun Yin inquired with the maids and located the person in charge of the Lei family. In a room adorned with antiquities, the family head, Lei Cheng, gazed at Sun Yin, furrowing his brow. "Where's Lei Jia? Did I not instruct him to fetch you?" Sun Yin replied candidly. He said he had matters to attend to in the west and went alone. Indeed, he had departed for the afterlife. He wasn't lying, was he? Correct. Once the maid had left, Lei Cheng glanced outside before turning his attention back to Sun Yin. "Why are you here alone?" Sun Yin shrugged. "Is it strange for me to tackle a 200 gold mission by myself?" 200 gold coins, while significant for ordinary players and some common mercenary groups in the game, was a trifling amount for someone like him. After all, what normal player could secure a variety of quick kills daily and achieve first clears? Yet upon hearing this, Lei Cheng's expression darkened. "You dare to accept a high-level mission alone? I will give you 2 choices. Either bring me a team immediately or cancel the mission and compensate me with 500 gold coins. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear." Sun Yin frowned, glancing at the interface. Such a temper for someone over level 20. The few level 20 foes we encountered weren't nearly as volatile. Alas, it seemed too late. Lei Cheng's eyebrows knitted together. "What do you mean?" With a casual demeanor, Sun Yin responded, "They've already arrived, hiding outside your estate. 7 of them, all above level 25. Do you think there's still time?" He added nonchalantly, if I were to leave, even your esteemed elder in the city would be at a loss, especially since he is not present. The disparity between officials in a small town and those of ancient realms is not trivial. The minimum standard for officials in the main city is level 60, while the small town barely reaches 30. What? Upon hearing this, Lei Cheng's composure faltered. In truth, this situation could be easily resolved. Sun Yan, while speaking, revealed his health panel. Wah! Lei Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Could he be mistaken? Over 4 million health points? How could a player of such caliber be here? Could it be that his family had ingratiated themselves with top-tier officials? Sun Yan nonchalantly settled into a sofa, remarking, rescuing the Lei family isn't out of the question, but it will require additional compensation. Chapter 78. Do I eat beef? Do you think I take gold coins for my meals? Upon hearing the phrase, additional compensation, Lei Cheng visibly paused. How much do you require? Sun Yan turned to the other party, inquiring, how much do you possess? Huh? Lei Cheng was taken aback, his expression reflecting a profound sense of grievance. You cannot be so unreasonable. Compared to your wealth, my Lei family's meager savings are but a drop in the ocean. Please, assist my family. For you, it would be a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Sun Yan chuckled. Indeed, like father, like son. The son, young and lacking in decorum, was one thing. His father, however, was utterly foolish. Sun Yan regarded him with a bemused smile. You provide the funds, and I shall handle the matter. This is but a natural order. Why should I be bound by your expectations? Am I indebted to your family? Lei Cheng faltered, momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he realized he was indeed in the wrong. He slowly extended 3 fingers, stating, then I shall offer this amount. How does that sound? Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. 300,000 gold coins? 300,000? Do you take gold coins from your sustenance? 3,000 gold coins, Lei Cheng corrected. Sun Yan rose slowly, moving to the window to gaze outside. 3,000? That poses quite a dilemma for me. Lei Cheng hurriedly approached from behind, his face a mask of distress. There truly is nothing more. This is all my family can muster. I implore you to reconsider. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 figures clad in black robes, members of the rebel faction, materialized beside a large tree. Upon witnessing this, Lei Cheng instinctively stepped back, his pupils dilating in fear. 10,000 gold coins. This is all my family possesses, he declared. Beyond that, take any of the maidens or servants from my household, should you desire. It was evident that, when faced with the choice between wealth and life, Lei Cheng chose the latter. Now, you realize the urgency? Sun Yan observed him with a playful glint. However, I suddenly find myself desiring 50,000 gold coins. What shall we do about that? At this, Lei Cheng nearly succumbed to apoplexy. Yet before he could respond, a rebel stepped forward, addressing Sun Yan candidly. Brother, it appears you harbor no fondness for these officials or their kin, or else you would not have dispatched that yellow-haired one. Why not join us? Of course, if you are reluctant to ally with us. We can offer you 1,000 gold coins as compensation for your efforts. The rebel gestured towards Lei Cheng, grinning. And we shall claim his life. In a previous life, those common players who undertook this mission were wise to the times, not only allowing the rebels to eliminate Lei Cheng, but even choosing to join their ranks. In time, one among them garnered a divine blessing within the organization and went on to establish a feared guild known as the Hunters, dedicated to harboring players with high notoriety and hunting down others. All of the preceding revelations stem from a member of the management within the Hunter Guild. It is even said that the divine blessing bestowed upon their president is intimately tied to the act of hunting, seemingly involving the elimination of other players to permanently augment one's own strength. Thus, Sun Yan's visit serves as a means to ascertain the truth of these claims. Should they prove authentic, he would acquire a clue regarding a divine blessing. If false, he could still engage with this rebel organization, as his paramount objective is to dismantle the entire ancient dragon kingdom. Who knows, perhaps as a fellow traveler, they could offer him some assistance. With this thought in mind, Sun Yan turned to Lei Cheng behind him and remarked with a smile, You see, they display far more sincerity than you, offering 1,000 gold coins without lifting a finger. Whom do you think I should assist? Hearing Sun Yan's somewhat menacing tone, Lei Cheng instinctively stepped back several paces, his voice trembling with fear. If you kill me, there will be a bounty on your head. Do you wish to consort with these underground vermin? Oh, a bounty? Sun Yan's smile took on a more sinister edge. Master Lei, you may not know my name, but the title of the one who slaughters the world should ring a bell for someone of your standing. Upon hearing these words, both Lei Cheng within the room and the rebels outside narrowed their eyes in shock. The one who slaughters the world? He is a figure with the highest level of notoriety in the entire ancient dragon kingdom. Who could be unaware of him? They have heard his name, but have never seen his face. What have you done to my son? Lei Cheng was the first to react, retreating to the doorway. His gaze towards Su Nian filled with terror. The skill of detection is something that the indigenous people of the divine realm can only learn upon reaching level 70. Otherwise, Su Nian would not have revealed himself at this moment. It seems Master Lei is not as foolish as he appears. Su Nian approached him step by step, his smile growing increasingly benign. Master Lei, have you ever heard the saying, "I'm not consume beef"? Before Lei Cheng could turn to flee, Su Nian unleashed the skill inferno. Boom! Within mere seconds, the entire house was engulfed in flames. The servants fled in all directions, and Lei Cheng was reduced to ashes amidst the inferno. Outside, the leader of the rebels was the first to recover from the shock. He gazed at Su Nian, who had just teleported from the burning house, and hurriedly approached with compliments. Esteemed one, I did not expect you to be the infamous one who slaughters the world, for your name resonates throughout the ancient kingdom. It seems you harbor little affection for the maggots of the current ancient dragon kingdom. With that, he subtly gestured to a few individuals behind him, ensuring they departed before continuing with a smile. Might I inquire if you have any interest in our rebel organization? Su Nian regarded him thoughtfully. I do possess a modicum of interest, however. With your words, I feel reassured. In terms of sincerity, our organization is absolutely trustworthy. Oh, is that truly the case? Chapter 79. You've widened your path. Are you expecting to be sent off today? After a moment, the leader exclaimed, Boss, we have managed to seize 20,000 gold coins from the Lei family treasury. What are you looking at me for? This is for you. Before long, as several large bags of gold coins were laid before Su Nian, the leader of the rebel squad chuckled. My lord, you are the one who dispatched the men, so you must accept this gold. In addition, he retrieved 2,000 coins from an ordinary item bag and placed them within one of the bags. My lord, I am merely a squad leader, unable to ascend to the management tier of the organization, so I can only offer this token of sincerity. Noticing this, Su Nian raised an eyebrow. You, my lad, are broadening your path. He reached out and patted the young man's shoulder, saying, I have high hopes for you. What should I call you? You may call me Xiao Binzi, my lord. Excellent. With your display of sincerity, I must pay a visit to your organization. Su Nian casually stored the bags of gold in his backpack and inquired, where do you usually operate within your organization as Stronghold? Upon realizing that Su Nian intended to join the organization, Xiao Binzi was elated. If the branch managers or even higher-ranking elders or leaders learned that he had recruited such a formidable ally, wouldn't he be handsomely rewarded? My lord, this is the landmark of our organization S branch. Please take note. Of course. Soon, as Su Nian became aware of the branch's location, another member of the rebels rushed toward him in a frenzy. Boss, I found a purple gear in the vault's compartment, an exceedingly rare treasure. As this younger brother approached, he held aloft a piece of purple armor, specifically the chest plate, one of the rarest components. Xiao Binzi, upon seeing this, furrowed his brow. What are you looking at me for? It's for my lord. Here you go. The younger brother, upon hearing this, respectfully presented the purple gear to Su Nian. Witnessing Xiao Binzi's earnestness, Su Nian took the armor and examined its attributes. It was quite decent, although it might not be the most suitable for him. It was certainly better than nothing. However, he was taken aback to discover that even in this small locale, the local lord possessed thousands of gold coins along with purple gear. If that was the case in the major cities, and even among the affluent in the holy city, what could be expected? In that moment, Su Nian uncovered a new realm of possibilities. In his previous life, to avoid the bounty that barred entry into the main city, ordinary players generally refrained from engaging in dealings. But now, was he afraid of a bounty? Since this group was dripping in wealth, he could sweep across the land without hesitation. Fine, but I must take my leave first. As Su Nian finished speaking, he activated his wings of flight and floated into the air. Farewell, my lord. Safe travels. Several younger brothers echoed behind him. Su Nian muttered, Goodness if you can't speak. Then just don't. In the blink of an eye, half an hour later, atop a certain mountain range, a magnificent fortress stood resolutely. At that moment, the fortress was sparsely populated, as it seemed everyone was out on missions. However, as Su Nian soared into the fortress, a sharp spear suddenly lunged at him from an unknown direction, aimed directly at his face. He furrowed his brow, instinctively tilting his head to evade the incoming spear. Whoosh! The spear zipped past him, disappearing without a trace. As Su Nian descended, he surveyed the crowd that had swiftly encircled him and raised his hands in a gesture of peace. I'm not your enemy. This landmark was pointed out to me by your own members, who wish for me to join your ranks. However, Before he could finish, a voice interjected sharply, "Humph. Our organization does not allow just anyone to join." "Oh, is that so?" Sun Yin replied, his tone unfazed. "Spare me your trivial chatter. Who knows if you were merely a spy sent by those pests? Let's see how you fare after a beating." The scar-faced man spoke with rapidity, swiftly closing the distance to Sun Yin and thrusting his spear forward. Then, the numbers appeared, 1277. Health 258,100. The onlookers were left agape at this spectacle. Yet, in the next moment, when Sun Yin displayed his health points with grandiosity, the crowd gasped. "Over 4 million? The scar-faced man swallowed hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Since you seek death, I can grant you that." Sun Yin brandished his thunder staff, crackling with formidable energy. "Clearly a legendary item. Please spare him." A woman's voice rang out from a distance. But it was too late. As Sun Yin unleashed a flurry of attacks in mere seconds, his slaying talent activated flawlessly. To the astonishment of those around him, he had effortlessly eliminated the scar-faced man, a player over 30 levels beneath him. With a thud, the scar-faced man's body collapsed. Sun Yin observed, "Ah, he even dropped a piece of purple gear?" Although the boots were of no use to him, they would serve well in the guild's treasury. After carelessly tossing the purple boots into the guild storage, he turned his attention to the red-haired woman who had spoken earlier. Dina, level 41. Class, Fire Mage. Health, 630,006,3000. Mana, 200, 002, 0000. Spell power, 1660. Her stats, though just above level 40, were quite impressive at this tier. "Are you part of the management here?" Sun Yin inquired. Upon hearing this, beads of cold sweat trickled down Dina's forehead, and she bowed slightly. "Why, yes, my lord." Internally, she was consumed by anxiety. What had she just witnessed? Health regenerating at 25,000 per second, over 4 million total health, and he had dispatched a level 30 foe with a mere wave of his hand? This was no ordinary player. He must be a level 100 deity. Their leader was only at level 98. When had they provoked such a formidable being? "Is it true that you possess the sacred blessing here?" Sun Yin's voice was calm and direct. Dina instinctively took a half step back, eyes filled with fear. "Our minor branch has no leads on the sacred blessing," she stammered. "Oh." Sun Yin narrowed his eyes. Chapter 80. The clue to the sacred blessing acquired. "If you wish to avoid demise, you should comply." Upon hearing Dina's words, a smirk crept across Sun Yin's masked visage. "But your eyes betray you. Furthermore, I mentioned the sacred blessing, yet you spoke of clues without me uttering a word about them." As she spoke, Sun Yin revealed the nickname above her head to the onlookers, stating calmly, "Perhaps we're not adversaries after all. Therefore, dear lady with the crimson hair, you do not wish to perish, do you? If you wish to live, then behave." She paused, realizing she had digressed. At that moment, Dina gazed at the 4 prominent characters above Sun Yin's head, her pupils narrowing. The slayer of all? This individual, once the target of a substantial bounty from the Dragon Ancient Kingdom, had been sought after by her organization in recent days, hoping to invite them to join. Yet she never anticipated that this person would stand before her now. After a brief moment of shock, Dina quickly assessed the astonished expressions of her fellow members. Before she could utter a word, they comprehended the gravity of the situation and hastily withdrew. Soon, only the 2 of them remained in the space. Sun Yin smiled and inquired, "So, have you come to a realization?" He had not expected that his mere bluff would yield such results. Dina's stunning visage contorted into a bitter smile. "I acknowledge strength as paramount, but I implore you to keep your word. Once I relinquish the item, please do not take my life, nor harm the members of my organization." True to Dina's assertion, might was indeed revered. He could have resorted to violence and plunder. Yet he insisted on an equitable exchange, Dina's life for the object of her possession. How benevolent of him. "You are correct," Dina replied, producing a scroll from her spatial bag. This clue to a divine blessing was a serendipitous find. It merely indicates a location, and I have sent several parties there, yet none have returned. Sun Yin accepted the scroll and, upon unrolling it, confirmed that it indeed marked a location, seemingly within a crevice of the Godfall mountain range. It appeared that once he reached level 30, he would need to investigate this place. After stowing the scroll in his backpack, Dina tentatively asked, "Slayer of all, may I be so bold as to inquire how you came by the knowledge of the divine blessing clue linked to me?" Sun Yin replied curtly, "No." Dina, undeterred, implored, "Great One, I beseech you, consider the clue." Sun Yin was taken aback. How astonishing that this seemingly aloof, red-haired woman could display such charm. Yet, considering the clue, he was intrigued. However, before he could respond, Dina resolutely shook her head. "That is impossible. The clue was obtained before I joined the organization." As for those I dispatched to investigate the landmark, I merely instructed them to explore. I never disclosed the purpose of their journey. Among the organization, the only person I revere and trust is the leader. I had intended to inform her, but approximately a week ago, she vanished. Su Nian raised an eyebrow. Approximately a week ago? Wasn't that the very day the Divine Realm was launched? No, why was he suddenly thinking of this? Perhaps he was overly sensitive to coincidences. At that moment, after a prolonged silence, Dina muttered to herself, could it be that someone survived at the landmark and learned something? Upon hearing this, Su Nian's lips twitched. This woman's paranoia was indeed profound. With a click of her tongue, Su Nian suggested that one might consider her words as mere speculation. As she turned her gaze towards the fortress's exterior, Dina's expression faltered. Speculation? Who would believe such a claim? Even if it were true, why would one choose to guess that the clues of divine blessing lay with her? A mere sub-manager. Wait, could it be that a deity was involved? Oh, great deity, please don't depart just yet. Seeing Su Nian turn away, Dina hurriedly approached, retrieving a purple stone from her cosmic pouch. With utmost seriousness, she proposed, "O great one, since you are at odds with the denizens of the ancient dragon kingdom, might we consider an alliance? Of course, I lack the stature to negotiate such matters. But our leader does." Su Nian glanced at the purple stone, which was nothing more than a common communication stone. Players could connect with friends, rendering this item unnecessary. However, the organization shared a common purpose, and it might indeed prove useful in the future. After all, inheriting the legacy of the illustrious predecessors, no, not inheriting, but passing it down, is our solemn duty. With this thought, Su Nian accepted the communication stone and checked the time. Having achieved her objective, she bid farewell. In the next moment, she teleported into the air, unfurling her wings of flight, soaring towards the main city. The main city differed from the novice village. To accommodate new players' gaming experience, one could log off anywhere within the novice village. However, upon entering the main city, one would log back in at the exact location they logged off. Tasks could be undertaken outside the city. Truly, such a supreme deity. Watching Su Nian's retreating figure, Dina would be lying if she said she felt no envy. Yet, if she were to discover that this so-called deity was merely a player yet to reach level 20, what thoughts would cross her mind? Half an hour later, as Su Nian continued her flight towards the main city, she noticed the name of the small town beneath her on the map and abruptly reduced her speed. Panchir Town? Wasn't this the location where the first world of the Divine Realm appeared? Marking the location decisively, Su Nian checked the time once more, then opened her friend list to send a message to Deju and the others. Gather in the main city in half an hour. However, no sooner had she sent the message than a server-wide announcement reverberated, shocking players across the realm. Chapter 81. Does a dog only deserve to listen from afar? The little temptress instantly transforms into a kitten. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Nian, who has become part of the first team to slay the fiery lion in this server. Each member is rewarded with 1 reforging stone, 5 fallen iron, 1,000 gold coins, and 1 forging crystal. At this moment, within the world channel, players exclaimed in disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? Aside from the renowned Emperor and the illustrious Slayer, the first player to achieve a first clear has emerged. Goodness, 2 ladies have claimed the first clear? Were we, the older gentlemen, to think of this? Not long ago, I saw this lady in the main city and can only say she is exceptionally beautiful. I'm utterly smitten with beauty, grace, and form. Who could resist such a lady? Who knows the location of this lady's abode? I am a born admirer. I must bring breakfast to the goddess. Goddess, please bring a portion for my boyfriend as well, and make it ultra thin. A devoted admirer should only listen from the sidelines. He isn't even worthy of that. Glancing at the chaotic players in the world channel, Su Nian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To his surprise, Su Yu and her companion were on quest. But how did they end up here? However, encountering his dear little Yu would undoubtedly be a trial. Meeting her was manageable. At most, it would be a minute of suffering. But facing little Yu with over 4 million health points, you could strike her, but she wouldn't utter a word. Even knowing he couldn't defeat her, he would still have to endure the crushing despair of watching himself be worn down gradually. Ding. At that moment, a message from Su Yu appeared on his friend list. Thoughts, how about that? Am I impressive? They all call me the #1 female overlord of the entire server. Hee hee. Proudly. Me. Impressive indeed. I hope you can be just as formidable when we meet offline. Thoughts? Come on, who is afraid? If you can make me unable to get out of bed, then go ahead. Su Nian furrowed his brow. Well, when face to face, little Yu didn't seem so cheeky, did she? Even during the 3 nights he had taken care of her closely, when his hand accidentally brushed against inappropriate places, she merely blushed and silently acquiesced. Had she become overconfident now? Me? If you insist on saying that, I might just log off immediately and come to carry you out of the virtual realm. Thoughts don't. My injuries above haven't healed yet. I can't let the ones below. Seeing this, Nian decisively closed the chat box, for if the subsequent content were to be posted online, it would undoubtedly fail the review. Alright, so this is how we're playing it? Always teetering on the edge of review. Don't blame me for testing your boundaries too. I'm just teasing. Casting aside the distracting thoughts, Nian soared towards the main city. In the blink of an eye, half an hour later, at the gates of the holy city, Zhao Dizhus and his companions had arrived. Among them, Suyi was chatting animatedly with Yurong, appearing completely unbothered, which belied the inner thoughts of this goddess, who was, in truth, a bit risque. Master. At this moment, Zhao Dizhus was the first to spot Nian flying in from afar and called out excitedly. Soon, when Nian landed and removed his mask, Zhao Dizhus approached with curiosity. Master, how'd your quest go? Nian nodded. Quite well. Hearing this, Zhao Dizhus beamed with excitement. In these 3 hours, Xiao Yu and I had an exceptionally smooth experience. With the purple gear you provided, we both leveled up by 2.5 levels. Beside him, Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Nian turned to Su Yu, the white-haired lowly, and teased. No matter how smooth it was, can it compare to your master's success? Your master has achieved a first clear and is hailed as the #1 female overlord of the whole server. Su Yu's pretty face flushed, and she hurriedly stepped forward to link arms with her esteemed master. Stop talking about me. That was merely luck. What shall we do next? Nian's expression was filled with exasperation. Where has that charming haughtiness gone? Upon meeting, it seems one has transformed into a timid little kitten. However, after hearing Xiao Yu's words, Dezhu and his companions gazed at me with eager anticipation. Nian candidly stated, the nurse who will administer your injection is likely to arrive in a little over an hour, so let us conquer a hellish dungeon within this hour. Any levels we can gain will be a boon, and with a stroke of luck, we might even acquire some purple gear. Indeed. Oh, esteemed leader, do share. The expectant gazes of Zhao Dezhu and the others, along with Su Yu's unwavering stare, made Nian feel somewhat overwhelmed. Zhao Dezhu and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Well, once we secure the first clear of the 20-level dungeon, I shall enlighten you further. With that, Nian took the lead and strode towards the holy city, saying, let us go level up. The most thrilling adventures lie ahead. Suddenly, Nian halted, retrieving a piece of purple armor from his bag and presenting it to Dezhu. Here, a reward from a quest I unexpectedly completed. Wear it, master. I knew you had my best interests at heart. Zhao Dezhu accepted the purple gear, disregarding its attributes, and donned it immediately. Afterward, he glanced at Ho Xiaoyu with a raised eyebrow. Look, now I'm fully equipped in purple gear. Aren't you envious? Ho Xiaoyu puffed. Zhao Dezhu. The 5 of them entered the holy city. After a few hours, it was evident that the number of players in the major cities had significantly increased, with numerous parties of players in their teens already banding together to challenge the 10th level dungeons. However, upon arriving at the dungeon's secret realm, a myriad of gazes were instantly directed towards them, accompanied by the murmurs of onlookers. Wow, the top contenders on the power rankings have arrived. Quick, take a photo and post it on Douyin. It might just go viral. No way. Where is slaughter all under heaven? Brother, aren't you online? There are already bloggers analyzing that slaughter all under heaven and the emperor are actually the same person. Seriously? Is that true? As long as the gifts are sufficient. Old Thief is the production team, here to make you all bow. Chapter 82. A chance encounter with the Moonlit Conqueror, publicly addressing as master. Don't emulate your apprentice's penchant for boasting. Although the blogger's analysis was sound, until there is definitive proof, I remain skeptical. Modern netizens have grown wise. Have you considered that slaughter all under heaven is a wanted criminal? He likely cannot even enter the main city, right? That makes sense. A moment of clarity. Wow, the emperor is so dashing. Hey, why is that Nian glaring at me? Indeed, she seems quite fierce. Unlike me, I simply feel pity. As the surrounding players engaged in lively discussions, suddenly, a group of over 10 individuals materialized mere meters from Nian and his companions. At a glance, Nian raised an eyebrow, for leading this group was none other than the Moonlit Conqueror, whom they had encountered just days prior. What a twist of fate. It appeared that they were accompanied by some formidable champions from their club, freshly emerged from a dungeon run. Look, isn't that the Moonlit Conqueror? How enviable. Even the loot from an ordinary dungeon would be enough to sustain me for 2 months. As the envious whispers of those around him reached his ears, the corners of Hao Yue's mouth lifted slightly, a visage of enjoyment gracing his features. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Nian and her companions a few meters away. Particularly Zhao Dizhu's, his smile abruptly faltered and a dull ache began to throb in his right leg. He could never forget the harrowing scene from 3 days prior, when Chi Hall, a figure his father would never dare to provoke, had wielded a golf club and mercilessly fractured his leg. At the same moment, Kuan Ge, who had also noticed Su Nian's group, instinctively shrank behind his boss, refraining from uttering a sound. "Oh, is that not my brother Hao Yue? It's been a few days. Has your leg healed at all?" Zhao Dizhu's approached Hao Yue with a grin, placing a hand on his shoulder in full view of the crowd. Hao Yue, upon hearing this, forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace. "Thank you for your concern. Brother Dizhu's, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." The onlookers, including members of the Hao Yue Club, were left wide-eyed. After all, who did not know the owner of one of the 5 major clubs in Longhua, renowned for his domineering nature, both in the game and in reality? This display of submission was indeed shocking to all. What kind of background does this Caribbean Dizhu's possess? Someone pondered. Wait a moment. Did I permit your departure? Zhao Dizhu's interjected, grasping Hao Yue's shoulder and positioning himself squarely in front of him, his eyes narrowing. "Brother Hao Yue, you seem to have forgotten your brother's words so soon. It's only been a few days. Have you already dismissed my advice?" Feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, Hao Yue clenched his fists, his entire being trembling with indignation. Just as the crowd struggled to comprehend Zhao Dizhu's words, an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. Hao Yue appeared to have resolved himself. His eyes fixed on Sun Yin's direction, and with a decisive grit of his teeth, he uttered, "Grandfather," although his voice was barely above a whisper. It resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The collective reaction from all players was one of bewilderment. "What did they just hear?" questioned the Hao Yue members. The owner of the Hao Yue Club, the sole heir of a commercial titan in Modu, had just referred to an emperor as grandfather? Not only the spectators, but even Su Yu wore a puzzled expression. What had transpired? When had their formidable leader adopted a grandson? Were they to play the role of grandchildren now? Amidst the confusion, Zhao Dizhu's patted Hao Yue on the head. "Now that's more like it. Brother Hao Yue, this is how I recognize you as my brother. However, here," a mischievous grin spread across Zhao Dizhu's face. "To call my master grandfather without cause is akin to shortening his lifespan. How about you kneel before my master in public and acknowledge him as your great-grandfather?" In that instant, Hao Yue's face turned a shade darker. Observing Hao Yue's clearly vexed expression, Zhao Dizhu's could not help but chuckle. "Haha, brother Hao Yue, I'm only jesting." However, in the next moment, Zhao Dizhu's shifted his tone, speaking in a low voice. "If it truly comes to that, how about your esteemed father kneeling and acknowledging me as his godfather?" The eyes of Hao Yue Zhengba darkened, and he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Dizhu's could hardly contain his laughter, appearing as if they were longtime friends teasing one another. Look, he actually took it seriously. We're merely joking amongst friends. With that, Zhao Dizhu's patted Hao Yue Zhengba on the shoulder and turned to the surrounding crowd, saying, "What are you all looking at? We know each other in reality. It's just that my master holds a higher status. Addressing him as grandfather is nothing unusual. Wouldn't you agree, Hao Yue?" Upon finishing his words, Zhao Dizhu's raised an eyebrow at Hao Yue Zhengba. In response, Hao Yue Zhengba gritted his teeth, forcing a natural smile. "Brother Dizhu's is right. My father's achievements today are largely due to the assistance of Emperor and Brother Dizhu's, so it is indeed appropriate for me to call him grandfather today." Zhao Dizhu's raised an eyebrow, amused. In front of so many people, he was anticipating this fellow to turn against him, which would certainly be entertaining. Unexpectedly, this kid was quite resilient. "Brother Zhao, Emperor, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call on me." With that, he departed. Observing this obedient dog, Zhao Dizhu's lost interest in toying with him. As Hao Yue Zhengba and his companions left, the onlookers, though astonished by the emperor's real identity, found the matter irrelevant to them and went about their business, while some continued to spectate. At this moment, Su Yu approached and whispered, audible only to a few, "Who is this Hao Yue Zhengba? I can't shake the feeling that he is not up to any good." Zhao Dizhu's merely smiled. "Rest assured, my dear disciple, a delicate arm can never contend with a sturdy leg. Not to mention this junior. Even his forebear would not be regarded highly by me." Yet, no sooner had he spoken than Su Yu suddenly poked Sun Yan, her eyes widening in mock surprise. "Don't follow your disciple's example and boast so much." Zhao Dizhu's. Chapter 83. Are we really going to kill the conversation? Zhao Dizhu's was puzzled. "Boast? Master, you have wronged me. I merely speak some small truths. I have never bragged." Zhao Dizhu's wore an expression of grievance. At that moment, Ho Xiaoyu remarked casually, "Not long ago, there was someone online who loved to speak the truth. Now, they're just getting roasted daily." Zhao Dizhu's, "You little monkey, who are you implying?" Sun Yin twitched his lips. "All right, let us move on. We should dive into the dungeon early and aim to gain more experience." With that, he sent out a group invitation to the others. In the blink of an eye, after an hour of continuous dungeon runs, Sun Yin and his companions had all reached level 16. Coincidentally, after finishing another dungeon, Sun Yin received a message stating that the hospital had dispatched a nurse to the villa for an injection and advised him to be cautious. "All right, let's call it a day," Sun Yin said, looking at the others. "No problem. Master, you and mistress should rest early. I will accompany Xiaoyu to complete some tasks and join you later. I also need to leave. There are numerous matters at the club that remain unresolved." Yiyo sighed helplessly. "Until tomorrow, then." Soon, the three of them went about their respective activities. Sun Yin turned to Su Yu beside her and gently pinched her cheek. "Let's exit the game." Upon hearing this, Su Yu, with her head lowered, lamented, "If I go out, my head will start to ache again. What should I do if I don't want to go out?" After experiencing the sweetness of the divine realm, she realized how unbearable the pain of insomnia outside truly was. At that moment, Sun Yin cradled Su Yu's face in her hands and softly said, "Come on, dear. It's better to get the injection early so you can recover quickly. Once we're outside, I'll treat you to your favorite fruits, all right?" "Fruits?" Su Yu instinctively swallowed. Sun Yin returned to the revival altar and exited the game. After emerging from the virtual chamber, he approached Su Yu's virtual chamber and helped her open it. Soon, he noticed her eyes were slightly red, as she had just awakened and was on the verge of tears. Sun Yin held her little hand and asked gently, "Can you get up by yourself?" Su Yu couldn't even shake her head and could only look at him pitifully. "My head hurts so much, and my limbs feel weak. Will you carry me?" Hearing this, Sun Yin did not hesitate. He extended his arms and lifted Su Yu from the virtual chamber in a princess carry. She felt light and soft, and a faint fragrance filled his senses, instantly invigorating him. However, unexpectedly, just as he picked Su Yu up and had not taken more than 2 steps, her little hands began to fidget in front of him. "If you continue like this, I might not be able to put you down." Su Yu's cheeks flushed. Feeling his hands, she playfully protested, "Put me down." Sun Yin smiled indulgently. "I'm helping you alleviate your pain. Look, since I lifted you, you're not frowning anymore. You seem to be enjoying it." Su Yu paused for a moment. Indeed, it seemed that since he had picked her up, the pain in her head had lessened significantly. "No, wait," Su Yu suddenly realized, pouting, "Who looks like they're enjoying it? Not me." Upon Sun Yin's reminder, the pain in her head began to return. Seeing the tearful girl in his arms, Sun Yin sighed. "Had I known, I wouldn't have told you. Anyway, let me carry you to bed. You just need to rest for the next few days. After a couple of days, you can start moving around." However, when Sun Yin was about to carry Su Yu down the stairs, he caught a glimpse of a black car outside the villa from the corner of his eye. Is that car still here? Has it been providing protection all along? Before he could ponder further, the doorbell rang. Sun Yin steadily descended the stairs, gently placing Su Yu on the large bed in the master bedroom before hastily going to open the door. As the villa door swung open, Sun Yin nodded to the 2 nurse sisters. "Thank you for your assistance, ladies." One of the nurses waved her hand dismissively, stating that it was no trouble to do her job for a salary. Sun Yin remarked, "So you're trying to kill the conversation, huh?" They needed to wait until the 4 was finished before they could leave. Subsequently, 2 nurses settled comfortably on the sofa, reclining lazily as they engrossed themselves in their mobile phones, murmuring about how leisurely and delightful it was to have a paid break without any pricks of needles. "Would you like some fruit?" Sun Yin inquired, placing a large platter of cut fruit on the coffee table before them. No, that's unnecessary," the nurses quickly declined. "Please, eat. I bought too much fruit at home, and it won't stay fresh for long," Sun Yin insisted. "Oh, it seems you're quite the conversationalist," one nurse replied. "But is this typical of the wealthy? Buying fruit in such abundance. How enviable." Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Su Yu was receiving in 4, reclined on a soft bed, with a small table before her holding a phone stand. She appeared utterly relaxed, scrolling through Douyin, experiencing a mix of pain and pleasure. "Look at this video," she exclaimed, her eyes glued to the screen. Sun Yin entered, carrying a platter of fruit, and noticed that she was so engrossed that she didn't even lift a finger. "What are you watching?" he asked, noticing her fixation on the fruit. "It's a video by a blogger analyzing the world of gaming. It has even trended. They claim it's the same person behind 2 different accounts," she explained. Sun Yin sat on the bed to take a look. The blogger's analysis was quite logical. Firstly, the power levels of the 2 characters were consistently aligned. Secondly, both had not been online since the day before yesterday, and logged in simultaneously today. Lastly, both had chosen the priest profession, exhibiting extraordinary strength, and had never appeared at the same time. Surely, such coincidences cannot exist without reason. He mused. What fruit do you wish to eat? Bananas. She replied. Really? Chapter 84. Shall we sleep together? Rewards for the power ranking. Before long, after Su Yu finished her 4, it was deep into the night. With the 2 nurses having departed, in the main bedroom, Su Yu lay on the bed, her complexion pale and her eyes red from crying for an extended period. The headache was unbearable, and the needle had caused nausea, possibly due to the effects of the medication. Over the past hour, she had vomited several times, expelling the little fruit she had managed to eat. Are you feeling any better? Su Nian asked gently, sitting on the bed and softly rubbing her abdomen. Your touch helped a lot. Thank you. Su Yu replied in a faint voice, clearly still feeling unwell. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she added, Don't be so mushy. Noticing her discomfort, Su Nian playfully patted her cheek, saying, See, you're looking much better. Feeling less nauseous now? Indeed, Su Yu replied. However, she hesitated before shyly admitting, I need to use the restroom. Shall I carry you? Su Nian offered. Su Yu averted her gaze, responding with a soft A short while later, in the bathroom. At present, Su Yu is comfortably seated, her limbs moving naturally, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Nevertheless, she refrains from allowing someone to wait outside. This situation mirrors the famous strategy of Zhou Yu and Huang Gai, where one is willing to strike while the other is equally willing to endure. The 2 within the room share a tacit understanding, remaining silent. Wrapped in her blanket, Su Yu gazes at the ceiling, her voice barely audible. The bed is so spacious. Why not share it? Although the bedroom is ample, it is occupied solely by the 2 of them, making Su Nian unable to miss her words. All right. Su Nian finds no reason to refuse. Given their relationship, sharing a bed seems entirely natural. He is unlike the so-called virtuous protagonists in certain novels, who shy away when the moment calls for it. He is genuinely bold enough to proceed. However, at this moment, it would be unwise to spoil things. Yet, one cannot help but wonder about the interest that could be accrued. Soon, the lights within the room dimmed, enveloped by the night. Su Yu exclaimed, Don't move your hands. You're pinching my sleeve, she added. Perhaps you could hold me while we sleep? Gradually, they drew closer together. However, in such a state, how could they possibly find sleep? Their minds were troubled. It's all right. A kiss will suffice. But don't rub against me. The following day, at noon, after Su Yu had just received her injection, they eagerly entered the realm of the divine, appearing at the resurrection altar. Upon entering, Su Yu hurriedly turned to Su Nian. Do I still have dark circles? Hearing this, Su Nian gently pinched her small face. Of course not. Even if you did, it wouldn't diminish your beauty. Su Yu pouted in dissatisfaction. Who wishes to have dark circles? It's all your fault. All right. Su Nian lowered his head, planting a soft kiss on her crimson lips. Noticing her complexion brighten instantly, he softly remarked, I've already contacted Zhu and the others. They're on their way here, so let us wait a moment. Su Yu nodded, yet couldn't resist baring her small fangs, issuing a playful threat. In any case, if you dare to act like that again tonight, I'll make you regret it. Humph. As she spoke, her small hand naturally grasped. Su Nian, your words make it quite difficult for me to refrain. Just then, a voice called out, Master! It was Zhao Dezhu, whose voice suddenly resonated from a distance. The 2 turned to see Zhao Dezhu and Ho Xiaoyu approaching at a swift pace. So fast. Su Nian was somewhat surprised by their arrival. Zhao Dezhu chuckled. When you mentioned going online, we happen to be in the mission hall. No wonder Zhao Dezhu is eager to advance. He must have been keen to know sooner. Su Nian glanced at the time. Let us wait. There are 2 minutes until noon. We'll collect the rewards first. Zhao Dezhu appeared bewildered. Is the battle power ranking being settled so soon? I thought it was at 6 in the evening. Ho Xiaoyu's lips twitched. 6 in the evening refers to the previous level rankings. Yu Rong raised her delicate brows. In a last level ranking, I was ranked well beyond 500. However, this time the power ranking stands at 6th place, and I am truly eager to see what rewards await. Su Yu nodded eagerly. So am I. In the fleeting span of 2 minutes, amidst the anticipatory gazes of countless players, the server-wide announcements resounded punctually. Server announcement. The competition for the power rankings has concluded, and the next leaderboard to be unveiled is the equipment rankings. Players are encouraged to look forward to it. The rewards for the power rankings are as follows. For ranks 1 to 500, 300 gold coins, 1 random blue gear, and 1 skill point. For rank 104, 1,666 gold coins, 1 random purple gear, and 20 free attribute points. For rank 3, title of 3rd in power rankings, 2,666 gold coins, 1 random purple gear, and 25 free attribute points. 4 rank 2. Title of second in power rankings, 3,666 gold coins. 1 random purple gear, and 30 free attribute points. 4 rank 1. Title of first in power rankings, 6,666 gold coins. 1 random purple gear, and 35 free attribute points. Goodness. Last time, the level rankings granted a skill book, but this time the power rankings offer titles directly? What might the equipment rankings bestow upon us? Perhaps red gear. Regardless, it matters little to me. Indeed, rather than speculate on the rewards, I am more eager for the arrival of the equipment rankings. It will finally clarify whether the Emperor and the one who slaughters the world are indeed the same person. It seems these matters are of little concern to us, doesn't it? Alas, another day has passed. The World Channel is buzzing with excitement once more. Meanwhile, Su Nian exclaimed, "Wow, this title is absolutely extraordinary." Chapter 85. The first clear of a level 20 dungeon? The terrifying additional bonus. Su Yu gazed at the effects of the title in his inventory and poked Su Nian beside him. My title is third in the power rankings, grants me an additional 50 damage. How much does yours add? Su Nian, without hesitation, candidly replied. The second title adds 70, and the first adds 90. Goodness. Upon hearing such word from the esteemed player, Yu Yurong and the others were momentarily taken aback. Such bonuses seem rather excessive, don't they? Alas, each player can only equip one title, but I am different. With that, Su Nian deactivated the title's hidden setting. In the next moment, the other saw a line of text appear above his head. First kill. Immediately afterward, Su Nian removed the first kill title and placed it in his inventory. Donning another title, first in power rankings. Observing his status bar, he noted the 90 damage bonus he had acquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Nian retrieved the double mask and adorned it on his face, subsequently selecting to wear the title of second in power rankings. Indeed, titles can be stacked. However, as for the effects, Su Nian glanced at his status bar, which now displayed a total damage bonus of 169, and smiled. Among these, 9 naturally came from the guild bonus. A player donning dual titles? Remarkable. Su Nian mused, turning his attention to the 2 pieces of purple gear he had obtained, a pair of purple boots and a purple leg armor. Little Yu, you still need a purple leg armor, right? Upon seeing Little Yu nod repeatedly, he generously gifted the purple leg armor to her. Thank you, esteemed one. Hee. Now I have a complete set of purple gear. As Ho Xiaoyu spoke, she raised an eyebrow at Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu retorted, right back at you. Ho Xiaoyu then added, by the way, esteemed leader, I ranked 6th and received a piece of purple armor. I shall present it to you. After all, you have helped me complete a full set of purple gear. Consider this a gift to the esteemed leader. With sincerity, Yu Yurong chimed in, and I shall offer you mine as well. Seeing an opportunity to prove herself, Ho Xiaoyu was not about to let it slip away. Zhao Dezhu responded, I will do the same. Su Yu, however, wasted no words. She directly placed her acquired purple gear into the guild warehouse using her vice president privileges. Very well. Observing this, Su Nian also did not refuse. After depositing several pieces of purple gear into the guild warehouse, she promptly led herself to the guild's secret realm, ready to challenge the hell-level underworld cave. In the blink of an eye, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. A server-wide announcement declared, congratulations to players D, Nian, Ho Xiaoyu, Yu Yurong, and Caribbean Dezhu for becoming the first team to clear the level 20 dungeon, Titan Ice Ape. Each player was rewarded with 1 reforging stone, 5 meteorite iron, 20 free attribute points, and 5 level 20 blue items. At that moment, players across the World Channel were at a loss for words. Most had yet to conquer even the level 10 dungeon, while this group had effortlessly completed the level 20 dungeon. Unbelievable. Within the Ice Ape's lair, the reward distribution concluded. And congratulations were in order. You have received 2 purple items, 30 blue items, 123 green items, 5 level skill books, 13 level skill books, 800 gold coins, and 5 meteorite iron. 2 pieces of purple gear were quite commendable. Saying this, Su Nian cast aside all items except for the gold coins and meteorite iron, depositing them into the guild warehouse. Over the past few hours, aside from the 2 purple items that had dropped, 3 additional purple items had been obtained from the level 10 dungeon. As for the rest of the items, many. Fortunately, the guild warehouse was sufficiently spacious. Otherwise, a mere player's backpack would not accommodate such a bounty. Su Nian raised an eyebrow. Curious to know? Upon hearing this, both Su Yu and Ho Xiaoyu, along with Yu Yurong, eagerly nodded in curiosity. Zhao Dezhu chuckled. Master, you mentioned yesterday that after clearing this level 20 dungeon, you would enlighten us. You cannot go back on your word. Am I capable of deceiving you? Su Nian's lips twitched as she turned her gaze toward Yu Yurong and inquired, Sister Yurong, how many members of your Xinyu guild have entered the main city so far? Yu Yurong pondered for a moment before responding, last night, I saw over 60 members had entered the main city. Today, there are at least 100. Under the watchful eyes of her companions, Su Nian slowly shook her head. Yes, but not quite. Huh? The group was puzzled. What did this mean? Just then, a spark of realization flashed in Su Yu's mind. She quickly turned to her esteemed leader and asked, are you implying that one can receive bounty rewards without losing levels? It seemed, besides this outcome, nothing else aligned with the statement. Is there anything else? Su Nian remarked, you are quite sharp-witted, my dear. Su Nian reached out and gently ruffled Xiao Yu's hair. Oh dear, your hairstyle is all messed up. Xiao Yu swatted away the mischievous hand atop her head, pouting her rosy lips in displeasure. After all, she had been the second best in her class, the second best in her grade, and, similarly, the second best in the entire city. What did it mean to say she was quite clever? Master, is it truly as Shenyang said, that you have discovered a way to earn rewards without losing levels? Zhao Dizhus couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, Su Nian nodded. Once we log in tomorrow, Sister Yurong merely needs to instruct her subordinates to cooperate with me. After hearing this, Yurong confidently patted her own chest, exclaiming, rest assured, they are all motivated by money. They will definitely follow orders. Su Nian waved his hand dismissively. That is of no concern. If anyone dares to disobey, this hefty and long thunderstaff in my grasp will not merely be for show. However, there are other matters to attend to as well. Chapter 86. A matter of great importance for all players. Do we have other matters to attend to? Zhao Dizhus and the others inquired, curiosity piqued. Indeed, Su Nian replied without hesitation. To upgrade equipment, we require meteorite ore, which can be obtained by clearing dungeons. This way, while you all farm for the ore to enhance your equipment levels, you can also level up yourselves. Given your current combat strength, clearing the level 10 dungeons should pose no challenge. Master, what about your equipment? Perhaps we could offer you half of the ore we gather? Zhao Dizhu suggested. Su Nian waved his hand again. You may divide the meteorite ore among yourselves. Strive to upgrade your entire set of purple gear to level 20 before reaching level 30. I will manage my affairs. He certainly had his own methods. Tomorrow, just focus on collecting materials without upgrading your equipment. Once I have farmed 100 pieces of purple gear, I will select a few suitable sets for your upgrades. Upon hearing this, Yurong's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Among them, her set of purple gear was the least fitting. It provided little in terms of health and defense, while augmenting attributes like spell power and speed that were of no use to her. However, the thought of the scene tomorrow, where the master would acquire 100 pieces of purple gear, sent shivers of anticipation down her spine. 100 pieces of purple gear. If the master were to spread the word, the entire divine realm would undoubtedly tremble. It is important to note that, despite the hidden quests available from the blacksmith Wang in the novice village that could yield purple gear, ordinary players rarely lingered in the novice village to farm for the heart of the Lord, as they needed to keep pace with the main group. Consequently, players who could complete Wang's hidden quests while maintaining their level progress were mostly club owners, management, top-tier teams, or affluent individuals. Thus, the availability of purple gear across the server was still quite limited, aside from their small group. The rest of the players combined might possess at most 50 pieces of purple gear. Even if Su Nian refrained from recruiting others and hoarded the purple gear, the value of these 100 pieces in the mid to late game would undoubtedly multiply by a factor of 10 or even several dozens. This is simply because a game capable of captivating the global audience would never find its peak during the early stages. This is precisely why, currently, Su Nian is not in a hurry to sell all the items in the guild warehouse at once. The realm has yet to reach its true pinnacle. Furthermore, Su Nian's aspirations extend beyond merely acquiring these 100 pieces of purple equipment. Zhao Dizhu's voice resonated once more. Well, after all, if we do not seize these first completions, others will inevitably claim them. He may forego other items, but the free attribute points and the reforged stones are of significant value for the future. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped, realizing the considerable contribution made towards warming the world of the divine realm. Goodness, with your prowess, master. It seems we shall spend 90% of our time merely traveling. Perhaps. As the group exited the instance and returned to the secret realm within the main city, Su Nian refrained from mentioning that this could only be implemented after reaching level 30. At that time, their endeavors would become far more intriguing, possibly even contributing to the glory of their nation. However, if memory served correctly, two significant events affecting all players in the realm were about to unfold. Well then, since you are all aware of the general arrangements for the next couple of days. With that, Su Nian glanced at the time before turning to Su Yu. The injection is due in an hour, and since we didn't rest well last night, we should retire early today. Oh, upon hearing that the two had not rested well, Zhao Dizhu's, Ho Xiaoyu, and Yu Yurong simultaneously exchanged knowing glances. Then, they looked at each other, seemingly communicating silently. Something seems amiss. Hey, what else with that look, you three? Su Yu was the first to notice the oddity. At that moment, the usually straightforward Ho Xiaoyu simply wished to showcase his worth. With utmost seriousness, he gazed at Su Nian. Master, how about in 2 days I send you a few crates of kidneys? Before he could finish, Zhao Dizhu swiftly covered his mouth, his expression stiff. That is not necessary, master. Xiaoyu and I have tasks to attend to, so we'll take our leave now. Having said that, Zhao Dizhu did not give Ho Xiaoyu another chance to speak and hoisted him onto his shoulder, dashing away. Yu Yurong approached, playfully patting Su Yu's shoulder. Little Yu, do take care of your health. When only the two remained, Su Yu, realizing the situation, felt her delicate face flush with embarrassment. She turned to Su Nian, reproaching him. Why did you say such things? We clearly haven't tea. Su Nian, more direct, replied, it's merely a matter of time, is it not? His retort caused Su Yu's cheeks to redden further. All right, let us go, and be more cautious next time. Humph. With a soft huff, Su Yu still obediently followed his lead. As the two exited the game, Su Nian lifted Su Yu, gently inquiring, what would you like to eat later? I don't want to eat. I'll just throw up anyway. TSK, look how thin you become. ISN, T being thin a good thing? Su Nian descended the staircase and placed the object upon the bed, gently pinching the resilient little face of her companion, while smilingly remarking, I've raised you to be plump and fair. This makes it delightful to pinch. She added, I believe it is you who wishes. At this, her small hands instinctively shielded her face, which flushed a bright crimson. Su Nian mused. Chapter 87, Brother de Zhu, have you ever? The words spoken by Su Yu were certainly not without cause. Indeed, they were rather mischievous. After finishing her sentence, Su Yu revealed a playful grin, displaying her tiny tiger teeth, which only added to her charm in Su Nian's eyes. I think it is you who desires such things, my dear. Away with you. I have no interest. As the night deepened, the lights were extinguished, yet both remained motionless. Gradually, one of them broke the silence. They transitioned from initially keeping their distance to a state of closeness. Thus, that night became the most restful and serene for Su Yu following her procedure. Time flowed swiftly. On the afternoon of the following day, an announcement echoed throughout the server. Congratulations to Players Emperor, Missing You, Hao Xiaoyu, and Yurong Night for becoming the first team in this server to slay the fiery, 9-headed serpent. Each shall receive 1 reforging stone, 5 meteorite iron, 1,000 gold coins, and 3 level 20 blue equipment. He chuckled. If my memory served me correctly, this marks their 15th first kill today, right? No, it is the 16th. Players from the Dragon Kingdom would forever remember this disheartening day, showing no mercy to others. Dog planners, hurry and merge the servers. Geneva, merge the servers now. At this moment, the players were no longer numb. Rather, they felt a profound despair. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the holy city, within a damp and shadowy cave, Su Nian exhaled a sigh of frustration. The actions of the group over the past couple of days had transpired just as he had foretold. Gazing at the clock, he noted that it was nearly 5 o'clock. Today, he had scheduled Su Yu's injection for 6 in the afternoon, leaving them with an hour. Coincidentally, that significant event was about to unfold. At that moment, Su Yu took the initiative to link her arm with her esteemed companion, covering her mouth and nose with her other hand. The stench here is unbearable. Let us leave. Indeed, the odor was reminiscent of a foul mishap. Master, let us hasten our departure. Zhao Dizhu's face reddened in embarrassment. Huh? How Xiao Yu's eyes widened in surprise as he ventured, Brother de Zhu, have you ever? Zhao Dizhu responded. No. What do you mean by that? His large hand thumped heavily on Hao Xiaoyu's head, displaying annoyance. Ouch. Brother de Zhu, I was mistaken. Observing this scene, Yu Rong's small hands tightly covered her mouth and nose. Her charming face also flushed, though not from the odor, but rather from stifled laughter. Let us go. We should exit first. Su Nian led the way toward the cave's exit, casting his gaze toward the data panel as they walked. Player, Emperor, Talent, Percentage Execution 3, Level 23, 922250000. Class, Priest, Health, 4369624. Mana, 3200. Attack, 350, Magic Power, 600. Attack Speed, 201, Movement Speed, 16. Armor, 480. Magic resistance, 508. Physical penetration, 0. Magic penetration, 0. Additional bonuses, damage 169. Experience 9, health 9, movement speed 9, mana 9. Free attribute points, 0. Equipment, Thunder Staff, red. War Helmet, purple. Bloodbath Armor, red. Battle Mage Pants, purple. Reflective Boots, red. Ancient Necklace, accessory. Skills, Inferno 13, level. Wing Flight 1, level. Teleportation 10, level. Frost Magic 3, level. Group Healing 1, level. Healing Spell 1, level. Titles held. First kill. First in power rankings, second in power rankings. Inventory. Ancient Artifact Core 1, Double Mask 1, Gold 78, 870, Largehorn 2, Quest Scroll 1, Reforging Stone 31, Meteoric Iron 83. After a careful review, Su Nian nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, several others emerged from the cave. Just then, the announcement of the first kill across the server concluded. A sudden new announcement echoed throughout the server. A little gift is on the way. Wishing everyone eternal life. Chapter 88. The Championship League is about to commence. Server announcement. It has been detected that 50 players in the main city have reached level 15, and the official God domain will soon hold the inaugural Championship League. The rewards for the first event are exceptionally generous. Players may register in the main city. Deadline, tomorrow at 11 a.m. Server announcement. This Championship League will be live-streamed in its entirety on Douyin. For further details, please follow the official account of God Domain on Douyin. What a grand occasion for the inaugural official event. I wonder if there are participation rewards? After all, it's the first official event. It can't be like the rankings where only the top 1,000 receive rewards, right? Goodness. The God Domain officials just announced that rewards will be given to the top over 100,000 participants. What? The top 100,000? Brothers, hurry and register with me. Charge. The God Domain officials have also given Douyin a surge of traffic. Let us see if Douyin can handle it. As expected, the entire server of players erupted once again. Outside the cave, upon seeing this server announcement, a slight smile graced Su Nian's lips. Since the timing of the Championship League coincided, another significant event was about to unfold. The officials are actually organizing an event? Now, there is a chance to showcase our skills. With stars in her eyes, Yu Rong exclaimed, "Let's dominate, shall we?" Zhao Dizhu's also displayed an excited demeanor, eagerly anticipating wielding his large magical staff to wreak havoc on the battlefield. "Do you think there will be red gear among the rewards for this event?" asked Ho Xiaoyu, suddenly curious. "Absolutely. For the inaugural event of the server, it would be unreasonable not to include red gear," Zhao Dizhu replied, casting a glance at Sun Yan beside him. "Master, what do you think?" "Perhaps." Sun Yan did not deny it. "However, the ultimate prize of this league will be far rarer than red gear. Shall we head to the main city to register now?" Su Yu, still holding onto her esteemed companion's arm, softly inquired. "Yes, let us go." Gently squeezing the delicate hand of the lovely girl beside him, Sun Yan led the group towards the main city. During their journey, a thought crossed his mind. Could both of his accounts register for the tournament simultaneously? After a moment's contemplation, he decisively shook his head. What if the two accounts were placed in different groups and required to compete at the same time? Surely, one account would be absent from the competition, thus failing to progress. With this consideration, he decided to dismiss such thoughts. As long as the top position belonged to him, that would suffice. As for whether Su Yu and her companions could secure a place in the top 5, that would depend on fortune. What if, at the onset of the knockout rounds, they were all assigned to the same group? Initially ranked within the top 5 in the entire server, they might fail to make it into the top 1,000. Hence, luck is indeed a component of strength. As they chatted and laughed along the way, they soon arrived at the nearest holy city. At that moment, the city was teeming with people. Upon entering, the group's eyes were immediately drawn to the golden trophy icon. Clicking on it revealed the option to register for the championship tournament. "Master, I have completed my registration," exclaimed one of them. "Wow, has it only been a short while?" The number of registrants has exceeded 1 million already. The prospect of a tournament involving millions, even tens of millions of players, was indeed unimaginable. Listening to the others, Sun Yan and Su Yu also saw the confirmation of their successful registrations. However, just as most players from the server had arrived at the main city, and many others were en route, another server-wide announcement appeared, leaving players utterly stunned. Server announcement. The world has descended. The ancient Dragon Kingdom has issued a significant bounty. The top 50 teams that either defeat the world or inflict the greatest damage upon it will receive generous rewards. What on earth? I haven't even registered yet. And now you're telling me a world has appeared? Where is it? Are we supposed to go find it? The top 50 teams with the highest damage can earn substantial rewards. Let us go, let us go. You all go ahead. Even ordinary foes fall to a single strike from me. What about a world, then? The Halfang Club offers a bounty of 5,000 for the World S location. Message me if you discover it. We at the Hao Yue will offer 10,000. Brothers, assemble into a team. For the bounty, in an instant, the players who had initially surged into the main city now rushed out of it in droves once more. Master, we should set off as well. Zhao Dezuzu, noticing that many had already run far ahead, appeared somewhat anxious. Sun Nian nodded. Let us form a team first, and then we can split up. After all, each member of the reward team will receive something. Indeed, when we discover the World S location, we will inform you at the first opportunity. Swiftly, after forming their team, Sun Nian observed as Zhao Dezuzu and the others followed the crowd out of the main city. He turned to Su Yu beside him and smiled. Since you wish to accompany me, would you like to experience the sensation of soaring through the skies? The sensation of flying? So you thought it might have a different connotation. What was she thinking? Sun Nian gave the girl a gentle tap on the head and said, somewhat irritably, have you forgotten the advanced skill of soaring wings I previously acquired? When I mentioned flying, I meant this not before Sun Nian could finish his sentence. Su Yu quickly placed a small hand over his mouth, urging, hurry, let us go find the world. After speaking, Su Yu cast a playful glance at the man before her. All right, let us go, Sun Nian replied. He then turned his back to Su Yu and slowly bent down, saying, come on, hop on my back. Okay, let us go, came a melodious voice from behind. At her words, Sun Nian wasted no time. He activated his soaring wings, exclaiming, hey, don't squirm. Chapter 89. Is this the great world? You can't even handle this. 100 meters in the air, Sun Nian listened to Su Yu's hurried breaths and smiled slightly. What is wrong? Can't handle it. Su Yu, having accepted his actions, pouted her rosy lips and replied, I'm just afraid of heights. Could you fly a bit slower? Oh, is it fear of heights? Stop teasing. Seeing her act so coy, Sun Nian decided not to press further. Where are we flying to? Will we find the world? Su Yu whispered in her boss's ear, glancing down at the densely packed players below. Compared to the players on the ground, our view is much broader. Let us fly around. Who knows what we might find? Though she said this, Sun Nian had only one destination in mind, Rocktown. But why was this girl suddenly asking such a question? Oh, I see. Su Yu replied and began to admire the scenery around them. In the blink of an eye, after more than 10 minutes, Rocktown appeared before them, already ravaged beyond recognition, with corpses littering the ground as far as the eye could see. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed across the area for miles. Boom! Then, a colossal figure, towering at least 100 meters tall and composed of countless boulders, stomped down on what little remained of Rocktown's buildings, causing the ground to crack beneath its weight. Is it really that enormous? A few hundred meters away, perched on her boss's back, Su Yu gazed at the giant in awe, her mouth slightly agape. This time, we might strike it rich, Sun Nian remarked, pulling out a double mask to dawn on his face. He then swapped his title of second on the battle power leaderboard for first kill before removing the mask. In an instant, his damage output surged from 169 to 199. Huh, what does that mean? Su Yu tilted her head curiously. In his right hand, the thunder staff materialized as Sun Nian pointed toward the distant giant, saying, look at its stats. Let me see. Rock giant. Level 32, type, world class, health, 1, 250. 000, attack, 22, 500, armor, 5, 200, magic resistance, 4, 800, skill, war trample. Wow, 1, 25 million health. With your damage boost after the kill, wouldn't our health surpass what we currently possess? Su Yu's beautiful eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. So, Sun Nian playfully patted the well-rounded figure of the person behind her, laughing, you better hold on tight. A blush crept onto Su Yu's cheeks as she nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. I'm holding on. As soon as the words left her lips, Sun Nian dashed straight toward the rock giant. Meanwhile, outside Rocktown, a group of 7 gazed up at the colossal figure. One man, the leader, was overtaken by disbelief. Even his voice trembled as he spoke. Is this really the world? Over 1 million health points and more than 20,000 in attack power. It's astonishing. How do we deal with this world, big brother? A younger member gasped, clearly taken aback by the immense fortune that had suddenly come their way. The leader's expression turned grave as he replied, we have 2 choices. Sell the location of this world to the major clubs or attempt to inflict damage upon it. If we place within the top 50 teams for damage dealt, each of us will receive a reward. At that moment, another member interjected, big brother, I think we should be cautious. What if we get obliterated as soon as we approach the world? Even if we do survive and make it into the top 50, the reward's value might not even match the risk. Clearly, Between gambling and playing it safe, he opted for prudence. That makes sense. The others chimed in, sharing his sentiment. They were not fond of high-stakes risks. With that, the leader resolved to take a careful approach. Yet when he turned his gaze back towards the rock giant, his eyes nearly bulged in shock. What the hell? What happened, big brother? The others followed his gaze, equally stunned. Oh my god! They beheld a figure seemingly floating mid-air, single-handedly challenging the world. Roar! The rock giant's furious roar echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the seven, prompting them to instinctively retreat several paces. Meanwhile, Sun Yin had just withstood a punch from the rock giant, her health plummeting by over 30,000, leaving her with 261,577 health points. Come on, buddy. What is the point of being 100 meters tall if you're just tickling me? It feels like you, a grand world, are weaker than the rock beast from the novice village. We're both made of stone. How can the disparity be so vast? In her banter, Sun Yin remained unfazed. Rock giant? Rock beast? You're not doing so well either. Is this really the so-called world? This is more like a monster. On the other side, the seven watched in disbelief as the rock giant struck the floating player, only for the player to remain unscathed. They were collectively dumbfounded. What is this? The bountiful fortune we anticipated just evaporated? Boss, hurry and sell the world's location. I have an ominous feeling. Right, big brother, quickly. Okay, I'm on it. Rock giant. 574, 250. What the hell, it's over. Chapter 90. The first kill of the world. Health points surpassing 10 million. Boom. The colossal form of the rock giant collapsed. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications appeared before Sun Yin. 357-4250. Successfully triggered the percentage execution talent. The ancient necklace detected that the damage you dealt was extraordinary. Would you like to set this damage as your maximum health? Set as maximum health. As soon as Sun Yin's voice fell, under the enhancement of Su Yu's talent, along with the bonuses from the ancient necklace and the guild, their health simultaneously reached health 120-38382. 12 million? Su Yu's mouth slightly agape. She was utterly astonished. This was thanks to my little Yu's talent. Otherwise, it would have barely reached 4 million. Sun Yin remarked. Just then, a series of announcements echoed throughout the server, leaving all players searching for the world utterly dumbfounded. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player D for leading the team to achieve the unique server accomplishment of the world first kill. Special rewards. Random red equipment X1, 10,000 gold. 50,000 contribution points, 30 free attribute points. The above rewards have been distributed to the captain's inventory. Server announcement. Congratulations to players D, Nian, Ho Xiaoyu, Yu Rong Nida, and Caribbean de Zhu for becoming the first team in the server to slay the rock giant. Special rewards for each. Reforging Stone X3, Meteorite X10. 1666 gold, level 30 blue equipment X1. As guild members, they also received an additional 5,000 contribution points. As the server announcements continued, the players, now desensitized, thought it was finally coming to an end. However, the next announcement shocked them further. Congratulations to Team D for inflicting 357-4250 damage to the world, ranking first on the team damage leaderboard. Special rewards for each. Purple equipment X1, skill book at level 1 X1, item binding card X1, 3,000 gold. The second-ranked team inflicted no damage. Spectacular. Truly spectacular. I haven't even seen the shadow of the world, and you're telling me it's gone? Wait, Team D inflicted over 3 million damage? Is that even possible? Have they hacked the game? D, if you're inexperienced, practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. In a technologically advanced nation, those who lag behind will be punished. Always play games with a smile, don't frown. Haha, I'm just playing around. I didn't hack. Meanwhile, in the team channel of Sun Yin and the others, Caribbean de Zhu, as expected of the master, another effortless victory. By the way, master, I dedicate the purple equipment to you. Zuzong Naiza, dedicatin mot. Ho Xiaoyu, dedication 2. On the other hand, after placing the purple equipment gifted by the three into the guild warehouse, Sun Yin's gaze turned to the acquired item. Item binding card. Upon using it on a piece of your equipment or item, upon death, that equipment will not be dropped. Sun Yin raised an eyebrow. He remembered that this item could fetch a staggering price in the late stages of the game. However, for now, he decided to keep it. Even if he were to use it, it would have to be on an ancient divine item. Red equipment didn't yet qualify. I'll give you my purple equipment as well. Su Yu's petite head rested against the shoulder of her esteemed companion, her voice laced with a hint of languor as she remarked, "Let us continue our journey with the red gear." With that, Sun Yin cast a fleeting glance at the 7 individuals who stood motionless below before ascending towards the main city with Little Yu in tow. By the way, Little Yu, what tier skill did you acquire? Sun Yin inquired suddenly. Upon hearing this, Su Yu opened her backpack. Let me take a look. Ah, it's the skill of a meat tank knight. But I cannot utilize it. Oh, do you want this item? I'll give you everything you desire. Sun Yin shook his head. You may keep the item. Toss the useless skill book in the guild warehouse. I happen to have a tier skill book for archers, which I will place in the warehouse for you to take. All right, Su Yu obediently responded. Sun Yin then directed his gaze towards the random red gear. However, before he could proceed, a prompt appeared. Caribbean de Zhu has gifted you a tier skill book. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find 1 archer skill book and 1 rogue skill book. 3 skill books in total among the 3 individuals, yet only 1 was usable. Another archer skill book, he noted excitedly. Retrieving 2 tier skill books from the guild warehouse, Su Yu gleefully learned them. Simultaneously, Sun Yin looked once more at the random red gear. This time, he did not hesitate. Congratulations, you have obtained Wind Whisperer Helmet. Level 10. Effect 1, Attack 320. Effect 2, Movement Speed 25. Effect 3, Hit Rate 8. Effect 4, Critical Rate 5. Skill. Each of your attacks increases movement speed by 0.5, stacking up to 25 movement speed for 3 minutes, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. Sun Yin furrowed his brow. He refused to wear any red helmet that did not feature the attribute of restoring maximum health per second. The reason was simple. The purple helmet he currently donned provided him with over 700,000 health regeneration per second, making its value incomparable to ordinary red gear. It is worth noting that the attribute of restoring maximum health per second is one of the rarest. Thus, his war helmet, among all purple gear, could be deemed a 1 in 10,000 find. Of course, such exceedingly rare attributes can be refreshed with reforged stones, albeit with an extremely low probability, unless one employs a technique. Chapter 91. Can I wear it too? League Rules. Regarding techniques, Sun Yin was well versed. For instance, if the skill of this red gear pertains to a healer, the probability of obtaining the attribute of restoring maximum health per second through reforged stones would be higher compared to other red gear. However, the Wind Whisperer helmet was evidently related to archers. Thus, he would rather forego wearing this red equipment than gamble on reforged stones. Moreover, even if this red gear were associated with a healer, the cumulative reforged stones among himself, Su Yu, and Zhao Dezhu may not suffice to yield the ultra-rare attribute of restoring maximum health per second, especially since this red gear had no relation to healers. Instead, it perfectly aligns with my dear Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, what is it? A light and melodious voice resonated in my ears. Sun Yin, with one hand, retrieved the Wind Whisperer helmet, waving it before Su Yu. This red helmet is for you. Huh? Su Yu was momentarily taken aback. She quickly shook her head in refusal. No, it's a waste for me to have such a red piece. By the way, don't you still lack a red helmet? You should wear it yourself. Don't give it to me. She lacked both skill and awareness, relying solely on health and attack speed to endure. How could a fine item be deemed a waste when given to my future wife? Sun Yin remarked, glancing at the battle power ranking. You, my dear, have over 500,000 battle power now, surpassing everyone except your future husband. Come on, wear it. This red gear suits you perfectly. I would only diminish its effectiveness. Upon hearing the words future wife, Su Yu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Yet, when she caught the last remark from her future husband, she slightly parted her lips. Really? Feeling the warmth radiating from behind her, there was a noticeable rise in temperature. Sun Yin smirked. If I were to deceive you, I would immediately lose my power. Before he could finish, Su Yu playfully covered his mouth, pouting, don't say that. I will wear it. Won't I? This mischievous fellow actually threatened her happiness. How cruel and wicked. Su Yu took the Wind Whisperer helmet and donned it. At that moment, Sun Yin teased. Your future husband is set to grant you millions of health points this time. What reward do you desire? What kind of reward do you want? Sun Yin chuckled, his expression filled with affection. That depends on what my Little Yu wishes for. Su Yu's beautiful eyes sparkled. Then I grant you a kiss, you rascal. Thus, the battle power rankings displayed the Emperor in the slaughter of the world. The battle power had reached a terrifying 70,000. Once again, the same power surged forth, refreshed simultaneously. What does this signify? It is self-evident. It can be excused if there are 1 or 2 coincidences in the world. But how many coincidences have there been with the Emperor and the slaughter of the world? After this incident, a phrase began to circulate online. Sun Yin has become the son of the God Domain's owner. Upon their arrival in the main city, there were less than 20 minutes until 6 in the afternoon. Sun Yin exchanged greetings with Zhao, Dezuzu, and Yu Yurong before taking Su Yu offline. In the blink of an eye, After stepping out of the virtual pod, Su Nian held Su Yu's hand and led her to the sofa on the first floor. As soon as they sat down, Su Yu eagerly pulled out her phone, opened Douyin, and searched for the official account of the God domain. Leaning gently against Su Nian's shoulder, she scrolled through a promotional video for the Champion League released by the official account, her beautiful eyes sparkling. The official account of the God domain surpassed 10 million followers in just 1 hour. It's hard to imagine how many people will watch the live broadcast during the Champion League. I can't wait. Listening to the exclamations of the young Yu beside her, Su Nian playfully pinched her cheek and smiled. Do you really believe that whoever secures a spot in the top 3 of this league can amass over 1 million followers on Douyin within a day? 1 million is merely a conservative estimate. Su Nian recalled that in her previous life, during the peak of the Divine Realm's popularity, the official accounts of the 5 major clubs boasted tens of millions of followers. Some of the top-tier deities who ventured internationally had fan bases exceeding 100 million globally. Of course, I believe it. Su Yu nodded vigorously. According to the data released by the Divine Realm's officials, there are at least 20 to 30 million daily active users just within our dragon country. This figure is not exaggerated. You could say that everyone from teenagers under 18, who are limited to just 2 hours of gaming a day, to grandfathers in their 60s and 70s, are engaging with this game. This is the power of virtual online gaming. Ah, I remember when you used to resist games, Su Nian teased, and now you look like a gaming addict. Hearing the playful jibe from her superior, Su Yu's cheeks flushed. Previously, her perception of gaming mirrored that of most parents. Games were synonymous with decadence, idleness, and an escape from reality. However, after witnessing her superior earn over 1 million with just a single item, her perspective on gaming underwent a radical transformation. Ahem, I believe Uncle Long's earlier statement was quite accurate. Su Yu sat up straight, her expression earnest. What statement? Su Nian inquired with curiosity. Su Yu raised both hands, mimicking a gesture from the game. In the game, your strength is real, so indulge in it passionately. When playing, one should immerse themselves fully. Studying should be done in moderation. Overindulgence in study can also lead to fatigue, which is an unpleasant endeavor. If you enjoy studying, then rectify that quickly. Only with abundant energy can one engage in gaming healthily. Note, the above content is purely fictional. After speaking, Su Yu looked at Su Nian with pride. So, what do you think? I believe that was Uncle Long's exact words. Su Nian replied, indeed. Uncle Long, lawyer, prepare a legal letter. Lawyer, understood. Uncle Long, wait. Prepare 2 copies. Such cuteness, Su Nian remarked, pinching Su Yu's cheek again. Stop it. Su Yu puffed out her cheeks, adjusted her position, and then glanced at her phone. Oh, the official account of Divine Realm has released another video. It's about the League rules. Chapter 92. League rewards revealed in advance. Tiered skills, mysterious grand prizes. Su Yu's eyes widened in excitement as she quickly checked the League rules posted by the officials. The competition is set for noon tomorrow. At that time, all players will be transported to an aerial island named Sky City to participate in the league. The Championship League is divided into 3 formats. The first is a points acquisition battle. The rules are straightforward and fierce. At the start of the match, all participating players will be randomly teleported to a small island. Their task is simple: to engage in combat. Players earn points by eliminating others. Every 3 minutes, the outer perimeter of the island will collapse, similar to the toxic circle in certain battle royale games. Each island may collapse up to 10 times, ultimately leaving only the central portion. The surviving contestants will engage in a final 5-minute skirmish here. The top 100,000 players in terms of points will advance. Upon advancement, players will be randomly assigned to 100 groups, each comprising 1,024 individuals. Naturally, those who do not qualify in the points battle will have the opportunity to participate in a resurrection match. However, the slots for revival are limited to 28 groups, which amounts to nearly 30,000 players. Upon realizing this, Su Yu could not help but exclaim, if we do the math, only 128 groups, equating to 13,000 people, will progress to the next round, compared to the vast number of participants. The likelihood of advancing to the second round is less than 2%. Hearing this, Su Nian smiled indulgently and pinched the other's cheek. All right, let us continue reading. At this, Su Yu nestled closer to someone. The second round of the league is termed the group elimination match. As the name implies, within each group, players will engage in one-on-one elimination matches. Each battle lasts 3 minutes. After this period, both players will receive a 300-point boost in combat power, entering a berserk state until one emerges victorious. Ultimately, only the first-place contestant from each group will qualify for the third round, the final elimination match. In the third phase, each round will be broadcast live, allowing millions of viewers to enjoy the spectacle. The league rules provided by the Divine Domain officials appear quite ruthless. Yet when the reward list is unveiled, players watching the rules at that moment find them entirely reasonable. Wow. Just by qualifying for the group elimination match, each player is awarded 200 gold coins, and for each subsequent round in the elimination match, an additional 100 gold coins are awarded. Suyu's beautiful eyes widened. Having spent considerable time with her esteemed companion, she was well aware of the value of most items. Awarding 200 gold coins to each player advancing to the group elimination match equates to a staggering sum for 13,000 players. Is the Divine Domain not concerned about inflation? Suyu voiced her inner question. Nian chuckled. The devaluation of gold coins is only a matter of time. However, no matter how much they depreciate, they won't lose all their value. As long as top-tier equipment and skills retain their worth, and even appreciate, that is sufficient. In essence, gold coins are merely tools for players to purchase items from the in-game shop, such as guild establishment orders, petite treasure maps, and large healing potions. Most players still rely on currency for normal equipment transactions, with gold coins being rarely used. At this, Suyu nodded thoughtfully and continued reading. However, when she next glimpsed the reward list for those advancing to the final elimination match, her breath quickened. The rewards for the top 128 players include 1 purple equipment piece, 500 gold coins, and 1 advanced skill book. Goodness! Even players eliminated in the first round of the final elimination match receive purple equipment rewards. How generous! Suyu appeared somewhat astonished. This reward scheme is on par with the level leaderboard. In comparison to the power rankings, the rewards have become exceedingly generous. After all, this is the inaugural event for the entire server, so it is only natural for the rewards to be substantial. Nian pointed this out. He was well aware that, when juxtaposed with the ultimate rewards, this purple gear barely held any significance. Let us take a closer look, Suyu continued. The reward for the top 64 players include 1 purple gear, 1,000 gold coins, and 1 level skill book. For the top 32 players, the rewards are 1 purple gear, 2,000 gold coins, 1 level skill book, and 2 reforging stones. The top 16 players receive 1 purple gear, 3,500 gold coins, 2 level skill books, and 3 reforging stones. Up to this point, the league rewards have not been overly grand until we reach the next tier. For the top 8 players, the rewards are 2 purple gears, 6,000 gold coins, 2 level skill books, and 5 reforging stones. The 4th place reward includes 2 purple gears, 8,000 gold coins, 1 level skill book, and 5 reforging stones. However, this is merely the beginning. When Suyu laid eyes on the reward for the top 3, his breath became noticeably heavier. This was due to the fact that the rewards included, for the 3rd place, 1 red gear, 12,000 gold coins, 1 level skill book, 1 pocket treasure map, and 10 reforging stones. For the 2nd place, 1 red gear, 20,000 gold coins, 1 level skill book, 1 pocket treasure map, 15 reforging stones, and 1 random item. For the 1st place, 1 red gear, 30,000 gold coins, 1 level skill book, 1 pocket treasure map, 20 reforging stones, 1 random item, and 1 mysterious grand prize. So he was completely astonished. Not only did the top 3 receive red gear, but the 2nd place even had an additional item. And as for the 1st place, it included the sole level skill book available on the server, not to mention the mysterious grand prize. As for the contents of that mysterious grand prize, Nian was well aware of its nature. In short, that item is of ancient artifact caliber. The number of such items across the server could be counted on one hand. At this juncture, one might wonder. The game Divine Domain is accessible to over 100 countries worldwide, and logically, there should be hundreds of servers. If each server held a championship league, then the number of mysterious grand prizes would amount to over 100. However, that is not how it is calculated. Within the game, there are only 5 main servers corresponding to the 5 continents of the Divine Domain world. The players from the Dragon Kingdom predominantly occupy the central server, while the other hundreds of countries are allocated into the remaining 4 servers based on their geographical location and population. More details will be elaborated upon post-server merge. When players across the server witnessed the league rewards revealed early by the Divine Domain officials, a wave of excitement surged through them. Each individual was filled with determination. Even if they could not reach the top 3, merely advancing to the group elimination rounds to earn some gold coins would suffice. In contrast to the average players, the elite players were eagerly preparing, filled with immense anticipation. Their demeanor mirrored that of Suyu, who lay nestled in Nian's embrace at that moment. Isn't the champion just a matter of having the skill? Nian raised an eyebrow. Oh, do you truly believe that our mere 10 million health points guarantee us victory over the champion? Suyu? No, my dear brother. Please do not frighten me. Chapter 93. You understand rounding and approximation. Su Yu's small face was filled with astonishment. What does that even mean? Brother, please do not scare me. Observing the girl's bewildered expression, Su Nian adopted a serious demeanor. Do you think that in the vast realm of dragon, I am the only one to awaken a super talent? Su Yu furrowed her brow and tilted her head. But if there are other super players, they should be on par with us in the power rankings. Yet the strongest besides us is your apprentice, right? Su Nian shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps they are just modest, or their talents are of the slow-blooming variety. In any case, do not draw premature conclusions before we are truly invincible, understand? One must act with caution and never be arrogant. Seeing her esteemed leader's earnestness, Su Yu obediently nodded. Got it. Speaking of which, what do you think are our chances of seizing the championship? Su Nian. 99.9%, perhaps. However, rounding it, what difference does it make from 50-50? That remaining 0.01 chance could be due to an unexpected stomach upset tomorrow or some unforeseen excitement tonight. Such possibilities do exist. Su Yu's leaps twitched uncontrollably. You do understand rounding and approximation, right? We haven't yet completed that task. So tonight, we may need to head to the second floor. Su Yu's cheeks flushed, and she softly replied, What am I thinking? My body is so warm. There are even little pink hearts in my eyes. Absolutely not. Su Yu's mind cleared in an instant, and she attempted to escape someone's embrace. Just then, the doorbell rang. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yu hurriedly stood up. The nurse is here. You go answer the door while I head upstairs to rest. With that, she dashed up the stairs. Witnessing this, Su Nian could only shake his head in exasperation. During the day, she easily becomes shy, yet at night, when they are in the same bed, does she not willingly snuggle into his arms? Even in actions of touch and caress, she appears so compliant. Who could withstand that? If one can endure that, are they truly a man? They say desire is a double-edged sword, but remember, we are renowned for our steadfastness. The following day, at noon, 11:30, when Su Nian and Su Yu appear at the resurrection altar, they beheld the bustling main city filled with players. So many people. I have never seen such a crowd in reality. Su Yu looked around, and everywhere she gazed, there were players. Indeed, Su Nian nodded. At that moment, the surrounding players also took notice of the two. Look, isn't it the esteemed big shot? Wow, the esteemed big shot is strikingly handsome. And the female big shot beside him is exceptionally beautiful. What should I do if my heart races? If your heart races, then you must pursue her. Is this true? Shall I give it a try? Trying could lead to demise. Well, I suppose I am quite obedient. How can you suggest that the emperor and the one who slaughters the world are the same person? Could it be that some extraordinary talent is at play? Why not simply inquire? Esteemed one, may I interview you? Might I ask if you and the one who slaughters the world are indeed the same individual? Are you genuinely asking this? At this moment, Su Nian gazed at the woman before him, adorned with round spectacles and holding a microphone, his lips twitching slightly. Where on earth did you procure that microphone? Do they actually sell such items in the game? In his 2 lifetimes, he had never paid attention to such details. Madam, I implore you to speak with more precision. Su Yu pulled her esteemed companion's arm protectively, cautioning that notorious figure who slaughters the world is a wanted criminal. What connection does he have with my esteemed companion? We cannot assume they're the same merely because their combat prowess and levels align, nor because they both belong to the priest class, and certainly not because they have never appeared at the same time. You dare to malign my esteemed companion. Su Nian interjected, What nonsense about slaughtering the world? You, young lady, speak so freely that you even insult your own kin, do you not? However, upon closer inspection, Su Yu, with her little tiger teeth and fiercely protective demeanor, appeared quite adorable. Meanwhile, the onlookers surrounding them were no longer calm. My goddess referred to him as what? A monumental scoop. A monumental scoop. The game's top female overlord is actually in a relationship with the top male overlord. Indeed, in the game, it seems that the strongest pair with the third strongest. How could a mere impoverished fellow like me ever hope to match her nobility? Hearing the female overlord's words, I cannot shake the feeling that the emperor and the one who slaughters the world are indeed the same person. No need to speculate. It is a matter of fact. Have you all noticed how well-matched they are? One is strikingly handsome, and the other is astonishingly beautiful. Strangely, I do not feel a twinge of jealousy at their union. Rather, it seems entirely natural. Nonsense. The emperor is a figure so esteemed that even the owner of the moonlit pavilion must refer to him as grandfather. Are you truly envious of him? Go ahead and attempt to pursue the female overlord if you dare. I'll have your head. The chatter among the crowd continued unabated. The bespectacled woman, upon hearing Su Yu's words, revealed a characteristic smile. May I ask, sister-in-law, is your esteemed guild in search of new members? It appears that many players online are eager to join your guild alongside your esteemed companion. Upon hearing the term sister-in-law, Suyu's lips instantly curled into a sweet smile. Well, regarding that, she pointed at Su Nian beside her, is the one in charge at home. You should inquire with him. Ah. Chapter 94. Has Sister Rome been bullied? Two explosive news items. Su Yu's words sparked another wave of envy among the surrounding men. To possess such a stunningly beautiful, fiercely capable girlfriend is one thing, but for her to be so dependent and obedient is another. What did you do in your past life to deserve this? Sensing the envious gazes of those around him, Su Nian naturally relished the attention. However, gazing at the expectant expression of the bespectacled lady before him, he merely replied, the guild will undoubtedly be recruiting in the future. As for the specific requirements for membership, we shall discuss that at a later time. Having provided a general answer, Su Nian turned his attention to the elated Su Yu beside him, gently wrapping his arm around her slender waist and softly saying, let us go. De Zhu and the others are already waiting for us at the main city gate. With that, he decisively unfurled his wings of flight and, before the astonished eyes of the crowd, soared into the air with Su Yu in his embrace. The onlookers erupted in exclamations. Simultaneously, two sensational pieces of news swiftly spread throughout the realm of the divine domain. First, it was revealed that the two prominent figures in the game, Emperor and Mistlove, were in fact a couple. Second, the Divine Court Guild was set to welcome new members. In the air, Su Yu remarked, this position is a bit uncomfortable. Could we change our hold? Of course, Su Nian responded, adjusting his grip to cradle her in a princess carry. Much better. Su Yu nodded in approval. Suddenly, Su Nian recalled something and glanced at the guild panel. The contribution points acquired yesterday had yet to be utilized. The guild level had risen to 8. The guild level had risen to 9. The guild level had risen to 10. Insufficient contribution points required for the next upgrade, 200,000. Over 300,000 contribution points had only facilitated a 3-level increase. He looked again at the guild panel. Guild, Divine Court. Level 10. Guild Leader, Emperor. Vice Leader, Mistlove. Administrators, Ho Xiaoyu, Caribbean de Zhu. Regular members, none. Contribution points, 15,000. Warehouse, 126 purple items. Bonus, experience 15, damage 10, health 10, movement speed 10, mana 10, attack power 10. Current member limit, 2,000. At present, the additional benefits provided by the guild to players are undeniably significant. However, the next upgrade of the guild necessitates a contribution value of 200,000. It is evident that merely relying on their small group to upgrade the guild is becoming somewhat arduous. Thus, he had just announced before the public eye that the Divine Court would soon be recruiting members. In the future, as the guild wars commence, the greater the number of participants, the more contribution points they will accrue. As for the concern of admitting lesser players, he chuckled inwardly. What purpose does his alternate account serve? The name Slaughtering the World was not chosen lightly. Before long, the two arrived at the main city gate. Master, upon seeing them, the spirited Zhao Dezhu rushed forward to greet them. You seem to be in good spirits, Su Nian remarked, setting Su Yu down and playfully patting Zhao Dezhu on the shoulder. Hee, it's mainly because of today's league matches. I made a point to sleep early last night to ensure I wouldn't embarrass you, master. Zhao Dezhu scratched his head, displaying a humble demeanor. Su Nian replied, with a full set of top-tier purple gear and exceptional talents, if you were to embarrass us, it would be quite the feat. The excitement is palpable, my friend. With only 20 minutes remaining until the league commences, shall we not prepare ourselves? Hu Xiaoyu inquired eagerly. In response, Su Nian casually found a spot to sit and waved his hand dismissively, stating, as long as you all remain vigilant, we can use this time to rest and ready ourselves for the league. The city is too crowded. Entering the fray would only leave one feeling dazed. Zhao Dezhu's, filled with enthusiasm, joined him, saying, Master, did you see the content released by the official Xinyu yesterday? The rewards are simply extraordinary. Not only are there 3 pieces of red gear, but also items and advanced skills. It's hard to fathom just how powerful the first advanced skill in the entire server will be. However, I'm most curious about what that mysterious grand prize might be. At this, Zhao Dezhu's turned to Hu Xiaoyu, raising an eyebrow. What do you think it is, Xiaoyu? Hu Xiaoyu, looking exasperated, replied, how could I possibly guess? You should ask the officials. Besides, it's quite likely that the victory is already assured for the big boss. We'll know what's inside when the time comes. Zhao Dezhu nodded thoughtfully. True, perhaps I should find someone to inquire with the officials. But Xiaoyu could only respond with a resigned expression, realizing there was nothing more to say. Meanwhile, as Su Nian and the others engaged in their light-hearted banter, a different scene unfolded. "Sister Yurong, what troubles you?" Su Yu asked, noticing her furrowed brow and frequent sighs. Typically, Yurong was the most cheerful and talkative among them, so her current demeanor was concerning. "It's nothing," Yurong replied, shaking her head. Su Yu frowned. "Sister Yurong, your face betrays your unhappiness. What has transpired? Has someone bullied you?" She looked petite and innocent, and the thought of her truly being mistreated was disheartening. Upon hearing this, the trio, engaged in idle chatter, turned their attention toward her. Sighing, Yurong decided to share her troubles. The source of her discontent stemmed from the promising prospects of the game Xinyu, which had caught the attention of her younger brother, who now coveted the club's success. Just last night, her parents had called, criticizing her for spending her days playing games and insisting she pass over the management of the Xinyu club to her brother. Yurong's distress was not rooted in financial concerns. Rather, it stemmed from the years she had dedicated to nurturing and managing the club so successfully. Now, due to her parents' preference for their son, her efforts seemed invalidated. They placed their trust in a son who had failed 3 companies and lost millions, rather than in her, their daughter. This left her feeling not only disheartened, but also a bit resentful. After listening to Yurong's account, Su Nian narrowed his eyes. It appeared that the inevitable had indeed come to pass. Chapter 95. The Championship League begins. The Xinyu officials understand streaming. Su Nian remembered. In her past life, Yurong did not yield to her parents, yet she ultimately consented to allow her brother to join the company as part of the management. As previously mentioned, 3 years later, the game merged with reality. Due to a treasured artifact, Yurong was betrayed by one of her subordinates, and, astonishingly, the betrayer was none other than her own younger brother. However, in this life, with the presence of him and Xiaoyu, 2 butterflies incessantly flapping their wings. Whether the fate of the white-haired lowly diverges from her previous life remains uncertain. Yurong sighed after recounting her tale. Ho Xiaoyu remarked, "This plot is so classic. It feels eerily familiar." However, Yurong's parents seem relatively decent, albeit with a preference for sons over daughters. "You need not worry about me." Noticing Xiaoyu hesitating to speak, Yurong shrugged. "I merely feel a twinge of discontent, but since my parents raised me, what can I do? I must comply with their wishes. As for the Xinyu Club being managed by my foolish brother, its eventual collapse is merely a matter of time. At worst, I could sell my shares and live as a little wealthy woman. 10 Lolas are rich, and one is exceptionally affluent. That one is me. And not only am I wealthy, but also quite grand." Clearly, the appearance of Su Nian and the others has significantly altered Yurong's perspective. So you stepped forward, taking Yurong's hand gently, and said softly, "Sister Yurong, though I cannot interject in your family matters, I respect your thoughts. If you wish to leave Xinyu, you are most welcome to join our guild." Yurong raised her eyebrows and smiled mischievously. "Then I shall join right now, for as the boss, I will eventually resign. And in the game, no one else is likely to take me in." So you was taken aback. "Is it really that hasty?" Yurong spread her hands and sighed. "Given the circumstances, what other options do I have? Rather than watching Xinyu decline day by day, it would be better to leave quietly." As she spoke, Zhao Dizhu's slowly stepped forward, clearing his throat. "Hey, little sister, if you truly do not wish to leave the Xinyu Club, just let Brother Dizhu's know. Considering the favor of master and mistress, it could be resolved with a mere word." His words held truth, even if it meant the downfall of the Yu family. It could indeed be accomplished with a single statement. Upon hearing this, Yurong's face displayed shock as she hastily waved her hands. No, let us not go there." Upon further reflection, she squinted her beautiful eyes, revealing a smile reminiscent of an infatuated girl. Spending my days playing games, chatting, watching videos, eating, and joking feels quite pleasant." The others exchanged glances. "Well, look at that expression. Has the homebuddy trait awakened?" Meanwhile, upon receiving the guild application from the white-haired lowly, Su Nian did not hesitate to accept it and promptly granted her management privileges. Moments later, after what felt like an eternity of waiting, players across the server were finally greeted with the announcement. "The Championship League is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves." At this moment, the players were all in high spirits, some even excitedly rubbing their fists in anticipation. In the next instant, within the 12 major cities, nearly 10 million participants in the Championship League experienced a sudden blinding flash before their eyes. When they regained their composure, they were astonished to find that everything around them had undergone a radical transformation. Before them stood colossal structures, reminiscent of the bird's nest, towering several hundred meters high. Moreover, when their gazes shifted towards the sky city above, they were met with clusters of small islands. A cursory count revealed that these miniature islands numbered not in the thousands, but at least in the hundreds. Instantly, within this aerial city accommodating millions of players, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout. It was hard for anyone to fathom that within the realm of the divine, there existed a city even more breathtaking than the 12 major cities. Simultaneously, the official broadcasting of the divine realm commenced. The live stream showcased the floating sky city and the throngs of players within it. At the moment the broadcast began, the viewer count soared past 100,000. Among them were those who, due to real-life commitments, could not participate in the championship, as well as individuals who had merely heard whispers of the divine realm and had come to join the excitement. There were even users who had never heard of the divine realm, yet were drawn in by the algorithms of big data. What on earth? Is there such a place on Blue Star? A city in the sky? Brother, you've never heard of the Sky City? It's one of the 8 wonders of Blue Star. Hey, the person above, they clearly don't understand, and you're trying to mislead them? When does the competition start? I'm watching this secretly during class. I get that you're anxious, but please hold on. As a flurry of comments streamed in, the Divine Realm officials did not keep the audience waiting for long. An announcement echoed. The score battle is about to commence. All players, please prepare. Countdown, 30 seconds. In an instant, the players were eager to engage. Time ticked away. When the countdown concluded, all players within the Sky City vanished from their locations in an instant. The live stream shifted to a view on the 51st small island. A figure materialized beside a great tree, and the audience focused intently. Wow, they're giving us a view from the perspective of the great player right away? The Divine Realm officials truly understand live streaming. Wait, look behind the great player. Someone just appeared out of nowhere. Come on, let me see the prowess of the great player. In the footage, a burly man wielding a massive sword, upon spotting Nian, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, the next second, a cruel smile crept across his face as he swung his enormous sword down towards Nian. Who cares about great players? Under the sword, everyone is equal. Nian furrowed his brow, instinctively sidestepping just before the giant's sword could descend upon him. Boom! The massive sword struck the ground with a thunderous crash. At the same time, Nian turned, his thunderous staff materializing in his grasp. Is that all? Nian tilted his head. Observing this, the burly contestant lost his composure. What the hell? Do you have the observation hockey? He raised his colossal sword and brought it down. The entire process barely took 2 seconds. Yet how could one evade such an onslaught? Your words are excessive. Nian lifted the thunderstaff in his hand. And then, chapter 96. If you don't die, who will? In the presence of all, Nian swung the thunderstaff. In just a second, swish, swish, swish. Over 20 azure energy spheres descended simultaneously, akin to a torrential downpour upon one's body. 1,078. 1,129. The burly contestant had no time to react. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Witnessing this spectacle, the barrage of comments in the live stream erupted with a flurry of question marks. What is happening? Where did that fellow go? What astonishing speed is this? Good heavens. Is this truly a priest? If I did not misjudge, did the esteemed player just deal over 1,000 damage with a single strike? Is this the confidence of 700,000 combat power? Ordinary players cannot endure even a second before such a formidable presence. Allow me a moment. Is this not a cheat? At this moment, the emotions of the audience transcended mere astonishment. They were utterly incredulous. Is such speed achievable by a mere human? Can a player inflict such damage? Surely, this cannot be a human being. You have slain the player. Second 8-blade bro. Points gained, 1. Upon seeing the system notification before him, Nian opened the map to ascertain his direction and headed straight towards the island center. There was no need for further elaboration on his part. Even with eyes closed, he could level up effortlessly. The entire process was akin to apprehending and defeating anyone in his path. As Nian regained his tranquility, the audience witnessed a thrilling contest of equals, wherein blows were exchanged with palpable intensity. They also observed how the top 100 in combat power effortlessly crushed ordinary players. Some players, eager to advance, even allied with others to specifically target those who were isolated. However, not all of the team players were so fortunate. At this moment, within the live stream, as the first wave of collapse on the island's periphery occurred, a group of 5 men and 1 woman had just escaped the crumbling area, with a bottomless abyss mere 3 meters behind them. Yet approximately 7 or 8 meters ahead, behind a tree, a graceful figure emerged. Nian? How could it be her? This is it. We encountered the #1 female powerhouse in the game. Surely, we won't be eliminated, will we? Observing the bewildered faces of the opposing group, Su Yu's lips curled into an enchanting smile, her eyes narrowing slightly as she said, I didn't expect to encounter 6 of you at once. If I eliminate you, I should be able to advance, right? How effortless this is. With that, a longbow materialized in Su Yu's hand. Her icy demeanor starkly contrasted with the one displayed before Sun Yan. The 6 individuals across from her shivered involuntarily. Sister, please don't be agitated. Yes, we can discuss this amicably. Esteemed one, there are a total of 130,000 advancement slots. Our few numbers one team matter. How about you take us with you? We can each offer you 500 or perhaps 1,000. Indeed, I can contribute 2,000. At this moment, the appearance of Su Yu, along with the scene displayed by a few individuals, stirred quite a tempest among the viewers in the live stream. Is this truly the first female overlord of the Divine Realm? Her beauty and grace epitomize the ideal of every man's ethereal muse. How envious I am. Who does she remind one of? Not only can one person compel 6 to plead for mercy, but if she carries on like this, she could effortlessly earn a fortune. Those upstairs clearly have no experience in the Divine Realm. Her combat power exceeds an astounding 500,000, and even combined, the strength of those 6 would scarcely match a fraction of hers. It seems the combat dynamics of this game are somewhat exaggerated, does it not? How could such a vast disparity exist among players in the early stages of the game? Who knows? Perhaps this female overlord possesses exceptional skills? If her beauty is already breathtaking, one can only imagine if she possesses extraordinary prowess. Those upstairs are mistaken. Even if the female overlord has skills, she still benefits from the advantages of the male overlord, does she not? I am genuinely curious whether she can resist the temptation of over $10,000. I doubt anyone could withstand such a lure. As the audience engaged in fervent discussion, the live stream revealed Su Yu, who upon hearing the chatter, slowly raised her longbow. With her other hand, she pulled back the bowstring, and an arrow, composed of ethereal blue energy, materialized from the bow. My apologies, but my esteemed overlord does not permit me to engage in leveling up on her behalf. With that, a flurry of arrows, exceeding 20 per second, suddenly erupted from the bow. 651 in the brief span of 3 seconds. The 6 individuals, filled with resentment and fury, vanished under the merciless rain of arrows. You have slain the player. Thick Gift Crab, you have slain the player. Wang Defa, you have slain the player. Points, 6 as these players fell. She turned and departed with grace. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were still reeling from the shock. It was not until Su Yu's enchanting silhouette completely faded from view that the barrage of comments surged forth like a tidal wave. What the heck? Am I hallucinating? Can anyone tell me how many arrows she fired in the blink of an eye? Is it possible this sister has awakened a hidden profession as a gunslinger? If memory serves, the attack speed of that previous overlord was also incredibly fierce, was it not? Could it be that the attack speed is what renders these 2 overlords so formidable? Could enhancing attack speed be the answer in the current version? I must log in and try it out. The era of universal attack speed is about to descend. As time passed, the island continued to collapse repeatedly, shrinking ever more. The number of eliminated players steadily rose. During this period, Zhao Dizhu's Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Yorong showcased the formidable strength of the Divine Court Guild to the vast audience in a live stream. For instance, in Chapter 97, the universe is not yet tamed. You and I are both. Zhao Dizhu's wielded an oversized fairy wand. With his terrifying, omnipotent vampirism, complemented by a complete set of purple gear that grants unparalleled health and formidable attack power, Zhao Dizhu's single-handedly took on 7 opponents. After just a few minutes of battle, he emerged unscathed, while 6 of his adversaries perished and 1 managed to flee. This confrontation unveiled the might of the middle-aged man. Wielding a fairy wand and sporting a center-parted hairstyle, to the astonishment of the online community. His peculiar appearance and the comical scene of him wielding the wand earned him the affectionate nickname of Fairy Pillar among netizens. On the other hand, Ho Xiaoyu captured the attention of fans who affectionately dubbed him the instant kill specialist. This was due to the fact that in every scene featuring him, no one could survive his seamless combination of attacks. His agile maneuvers, coupled with unpredictable talents, ensured that every target he focused on met their demise without exception. The audience was left curious about how this elite assassin, skilled at eliminating foes in the blink of an eye, would perform in the upcoming elimination rounds. After all, the assassin class thrives on surprise and ambush, yet struggles in one-on-one duels. Among the trio, it was undoubtedly Yu Yorong who left a lasting impression on the audience. This seemingly unassuming white-haired lowly, through sheer determination, faced 8 foes, and exhausted them with her exceptional defense and health. However, during this period, the official live broadcast faced multiple scrutiny alerts from Douyin. Each time the camera returned to the lowly, the official staff promptly cast a radiant shield of holy light before her, ensuring a sense of security. Following this battle, Yu Yurong was affectionately referred to as Holy Light Lowly by the online community. Modern netizens are indeed adept at coining nicknames. In addition to this moniker, she was also labeled as possessing an innate giant something holy body, a reference understood by those in the know. Of course, aside from Zhao Dizhu's and the other two, several gifted players showcased their exceptional skills, each demonstrating their unique talents. The audience eagerly anticipated whether any of these players could challenge Zhao Dizhu's and his companions, or if a formidable dark horse might emerge to utterly defeat them. Before the outcome was revealed, anything was possible. At this moment, on the small island numbered 51, an imminent scene was about to unfold that captured the attention of numerous viewers. From their divine perspective, they anticipated a fateful encounter between the 7th-ranked player, Grandfather, and the formidable Zhao Dizhu's, the #1 contender. Even before their confrontation, the live chat was abuzz with excitement. They are about to meet. How long do you think this 7th-ranked powerhouse can withstand the might of the great Zhao? Even if he falters, surely he won't be defeated in an instant, right? Boldly guessing, I believe he can endure a few seconds against the onslaught of Zhao. Is there truly no one who believes that this venerable gentleman could triumph over the emperor? To the individual above, were you conceived by close kin? The person above retorts, I was born of my mother. Until now, has the emperor not instantaneously vanquished every adversary? Others have not even had the chance to encounter him. The disparity is indeed terrifying. Amidst the discussions among netizens, at the center of a small island, atop a slope, Sun Yan observed someone appearing below and promptly summoned the thunderstaff. Simultaneously, a seemingly ordinary elderly gentleman with squinting eyes also took notice of Sun Yan above. Esteemed Emperor, I have long admired your illustrious name. I never anticipated sharing an island with such a remarkable figure. It is indeed an honor. Upon hearing this tone, Sun Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. Yet, before he could respond, the other party continued. As the saying goes, meeting is fate. My original name is Owen. Shall we become friends? The intention could not be more transparent. The esteemed one seeks companionship. Owen's overtures, regardless of whom they encounter, would invariably portray him as a modest and amiable individual. However, upon discerning the other's nickname, Sun Yan's perception shifted. In his previous life, he had a significant impression of this individual. One of the future god-tier archers, a newly affluent player with familial ties to dubious industries, raised on the blood of the innocent. While he was unaware of this person's current demeanor, character, or proclivities, he knew that once the game fused with reality, this squinting-eyed figure, leveraging his overwhelming strength to dominate the majority, would metamorphose overnight into a tyrant, having persecuted countless innocent girls. In summary, the malevolence of certain individuals is ingrained in their very essence. He spoke candidly. If the esteemed one would take me under your wing for advancement, I would gladly join your guild. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Sun Yan raised an eyebrow. Not only did he desire advancement, but he also sought to join the guild? With a combat ranking of 7th? Was he attempting to have his cake and eat it too? However, as the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Sun Yan gazed at Mo1 below and replied with a smile, Brother Mo1, do you sincerely wish to join my divine court guild? Upon hearing this, Mo1's lips curled into a slight arc. It appears this so-called emperor is not all that impressive. Judging solely by appearances, one might perceive him as arrogant and lacking in intelligence. It seems the earlier whispers that the Moonlight Champion referred to him as grandfather likely stem from his background. However, such a person could be effortlessly manipulated to one's advantage, could they not? With this thought, Mo1 nodded eagerly. Indeed, the only guild with such a high level in the entire server, and since I do not intend to join a club, joining your esteemed guild is most fitting. Oh, is that so? Sun Yan's smile widened. Since Brother Mo wishes to join the guild, as the president, it is only reasonable to give you a small assessment. Montakveen, upon hearing this, found no fault in it. Seeing the other nod, Sun Yan's smile grew even more pronounced. Chapter 98. Capable of charm, affection, and whimsy. Seeing Mo1 nod, Sun Yan smiled and said, since Brother Mo1 agrees to the assessment, then my objective for you is quite reasonable, to emerge from the resurrection match and ultimately secure the league championship. Upon hearing this, Mo1 was momentarily taken aback. Yet, before he could utter a word, the skill instant teleportation activated, and in the blink of an eye, Su Nian appeared right before him, leaving no room for response. With a swift execution of the skill Inferno, countless flames engulfed Mo1 in an instant. The damage soared to over 5,000 per second, instantly depleting his health bar. "You have slain the player, Grandpa." "Points, 62. Exclaimed Su Nian. A haul of over 60 points is quite impressive. As he spoke, he glanced at the time. 20 minutes had already elapsed since the commencement of the contention. The final collapse of the island was imminent. With this thought in mind, Su Nian decisively activated his wings of flight and ascended into the air, gazing down below. The time for harvesting had arrived. Meanwhile, as Su Nian played his game of cat and mouse, the official live chat of the Divine Realm exploded with comments. He was killed in an instant? This must be a cheat. How can such an extraordinary being exist? A single skill dealing over 5,000 damage. And you tell me this is a priest? Goodness, this kind of power, ranking in the top 10, can easily overpower ordinary players. Yet before the Emperor, they are no different from regular players, being eliminated in a heartbeat. I can't even take down a small monster in mere seconds, while the Emperor can effortlessly dispatch a top 10 powerhouse. Is it possible that the Emperor's weakness lies in their health? I believe that could very well be the case. As time ticked away, when the island's final collapse occurred, the majority of participants could only move within a limited area. Su Nian transformed into a harvester of points, eliminating anyone in sight, striking down those who dared to show themselves, and even those who tried to hide were not spared. Of course, he was not a bloodthirsty individual. He was merely aware that after the conclusion of the point contention, players ranked in the top 100 would receive an additional 10 gold coins for every point earned. Thus, he sought merely to test the limits of his scoring potential. In that moment, the players on the diminutive Island 51 had abandoned their attempts to steal points from one another. Upon spotting Su Nian soaring in the air, they scurried to hide, wishing they could bury themselves in the ground. Fortunately, following the island's final collapse, only a brief 5 minutes were left for players to engage in battle. As the countdown reached its conclusion, an announcement echoed throughout the server. The point contention has ended. The advancement leaderboard will be revealed in 1 minute. "Ah, you have indeed been fortunate," Su Nian remarked, observing the disheveled player before him, whose eyes were filled with terror. He felt a sense of helplessness. Had the contention ended just 1 second later, this chubby fellow, Qin Shou, would have been eliminated. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou was initially stunned. When he realized that the individual before him was unable to inflict any harm, he was taken aback. Qin Shou's pair of mischievous little eyes widened slightly, and he suddenly exclaimed, "Is this all there is, big shot?" Su Nian. She barely had time to express her confusion with 3 question marks. Before Su Nian could respond, he added, "All right, Qin Shou. Damn it, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll leave you in tatters." What a beast. At that moment, a waft of delicate fragrance enveloped the air. When Su Nian regained her composure, she was astonished to find her little Yu had unexpectedly leaped into her arms. The small face nuzzled against her chest, displaying an expression of longing as if they hadn't seen each other in half an hour. "It's nothing." She gently stroked little Yu's delicate face, her expression swiftly transforming into one of affection. However, unbeknownst to them at that moment, as the live stream captured the two of them, among the most popular contestants in the Divine Realm, the online audience collectively lost their composure. Wait, what did I just see? The esteemed Big Shot has always maintained a cool and aloof demeanor during competitions, right? What's going on? Just moments ago on the island, she seemed ready to rip her opponent's head off, and now she has transformed completely? Oh, how I envy this. My goddess just nuzzled twice and nearly transmitted that affection through the screen. It turns out my goddess enjoys nuzzling too. I adore it as well. She can be both regal and tender, and I can only imagine how delightful it must be for the esteemed Big Shot at night. Absolutely blissful. Just as the viewers in the stream drooled in envy, Su Nian looked at Su Yu and softly asked, "How is it going? Is everything smooth during the competition?" Su Yu nodded her little head, beaming with pride. "I've earned over 400 points. How about you? You'll find out shortly." She playfully pinched Su Yu's delicate nose and turned to Zhao Di's Hu's and the others. Since they had been together in the main city, they were now teleported nearby. "What about you? How did your battles go?" Ko Xiaoyu and Yu Rong both nodded in agreement, speaking in unison, "Me too." Just then, as their words faded, the official live stream of the Divine Realm revealed the list of advancing contestants. First place, D 1,033 points. Second place, Xin Yin for 166 points. Third place, Ko Xiaoyu 135 points. Fourth place, Caribbean D's Who's 123 points. Fifth place, Yu Rong 104 points. Sixth place, Shadow 52 points. All players, viewers in the stream, What the heck? Over 1,000 points. Did you have a blast during the competition? No way. Guys, did the people from the Divine Court go all out? The top 5, all from their guild? Goodness, even you Rome, the lowest ranked member, has points exceeding the 6th by more than double. This guild is simply monstrous. Wait, I just realized something terrifying. Chapter 99, Cold Sweat? You may not be anxious, but I certainly am. Enough chit-chat, just say it. I suddenly realized, ISN-TU Rome a top-tier talent? This matter is known by the entire Star Rain community. It was conveyed to me by a friend. How? Then, could she perform so remarkably in the competition? Amassing over 100 points? Could it be due to guild bonuses? That is absolutely implausible. Although the enhancements from the Divine Court Guild are formidable, they alone would not suffice to elevate a mere player above the multitude of skilled competitors, let alone dominate them. Yet there lies a possibility. Does this imply that anyone who joins the esteemed guild of the Emperor could soar to great heights? Oh, Emperor, might you consider me as a humble participant? After all, they possess unparalleled skills in certain aspects. The individual above is 1,000 points? At least 2,000. As soon as the promotion list was unveiled, the official domain of the Divine Realm acted without delay. An announcement echoed throughout the server. The group elimination matches shall commence in 1 hour, during which a resurrection match will take place. The advancing players may roam within the Sky City to adjust their states. A notification indicated that the system has begun to assign groups to the promoted players. At the moment the server-wide announcement concluded, all advancing competitors received 2 messages simultaneously. One detailed the group assignments, while the other conveyed the rewards for advancement. Your assigned group, 66. Congratulations, you have received a promotion reward of 530 gold coins. Over 10,000 coins in hand. Wow, for 1,000 plus gold coins, what is going on? Suyu also stared at the 2 messages before her, her beautiful eyes widening. Over 4,000 gold coins. How much could this sell for? Isn't the advancement reward only 200 coins? Why have I received 1,200 coins? Yu Yurong was equally perplexed. Mine has also increased, Ho Xiaoyu chimed in. At that moment, Zhao Dizhosen remarked pointedly, Goodness gracious, the officials are secretly providing benefits, aren't they? Master, how many gold coins did you receive? As the gazes of the others turned toward him, Sun Yin candidly stated, over 10,000. It seems that for every point earned, 10 additional gold coins are granted. As for whether all players receive this, I cannot say. Just as he finished speaking, Suyu raised an eyebrow, implying, You must be aware of this, right? In an instant, Sun Yin felt a cold sweat break out. This girl, could it be? His pupils dilated slightly as he endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor, asking in a puzzled tone, What do you mean by that? Suyu shook her head and softly replied, I mean no offense. It's just that you have a knack for uncovering rules in the game that we are unaware of, so I thought you might have known about this in advance. At this point, Suyu emphasized, Of course, I'm merely speculating. Do not read too much into it. Is that so? Sun Yan cast a glance at Suyu, then turned to Zhao Dizhosen and the others. To which groups have you been assigned? I am in group 66. Zhao Dizhosen spoke first. Master, I have been assigned to group 25. There should be no overlap, right? Ho Xiaoyu, I'm in group 88. Yu Yurong, group 2. And you? Sun Yan looked at Suyu. Upon hearing this, Suyu joyfully wrapped her arms around her esteemed leader's arm and cheerfully declared, I'm in group 1. Sun Yan nodded. As it stands, they did not encounter each other in the same group. Thus, the earliest chance for them to meet would be in the final knockout stages, and how far each could progress would depend on fortune. At this moment, Suyu lifted her little head and inquired, What shall we do during the hour-long break? Sun Yan replied, Do? You're thinking too far. She dismissed the inappropriate thoughts swirling in her mind. Sun Yin pinched Suyu's little face and suggested, How about we find a place to watch the live broadcast? Or perhaps stroll around this Sky City? However, as she spoke, Sun Yin's tone slightly faltered before she continued. It seems one cannot engage in combat within Sky City. It should be similar to the revival altar in the main city. So if you find a game dull, you can log off and rest, as long as you return before the group stage begins. In any case, don't even think about tackling dungeons during this time. Listening to the elder's words, Yu Yurong raised her hand, exclaiming, Perfect! I haven't had breakfast yet. I'll log off and grab something to eat. With that, she waved goodbye to the others and exited the game. Upon seeing Yu Yurong vanish, Zhao Daiju and Ho Xiaoyu also chose to log off and watch the live broadcast. Although Sky City was magnificent, the 2 young men had little interest in appreciating the scenery. Moreover, watching a live broadcast in the game could not compare to lounging in bed with snacks in reality. Once the 3 had logged off, Suyu turned to her esteemed companion, suggesting, Shall we log off too? It will be delightful to watch the broadcast while lying in bed and nibbling on some fruits. Hiv hiv. In response, Su Nian placed a hand on Su Yu's waist, playfully pinching her and teasing. Is it just the fruits you desire? Su Yu's cheeks flushed. What else would it be? I've never even tasted such things. Observing her reaction, Su Nian chuckled and shrugged. I meant, do you wish to indulge in something else, perhaps? Su Yu promptly refused. No way. That sort of thing requires some mental preparation, right? Besides, it's only an hour. Can this guy even manage it? Well then, I suppose the snacks I had delivered yesterday will have to be enjoyed alone, Su Nian remarked. Su Yu was taken aback. Ah, no way. I was just joking. Let us eat together. I knew you cared for me the most. Soon, after the two exited the game and left the virtual pod, Su Yu dashed into her bedroom on the second floor and immediately flopped onto the big bed, her face radiating sheer delight. What fruits should we have? Or should we cut a bit of everything? Listening to Su Nian's gentle words, Su Yu's sparkling eyes twinkled. In the next moment, she sat up, wrapping her delicate arms around her esteemed companion's neck, and with a playful smile said, no rush on that. With that, she leaned forward, their lips meeting. Su Nian felt the soft touch of her lips and the fragrance wafting into his nostrils. As their lips parted, he wrapped one arm around the slender waist of the lovely figure before him, while his other hand grew restless, softly saying, you may not be in a hurry, but I have something quite urgent at the moment. What shall we do? Chapter 100. The group stage commences. Prepare for the consequences. In a fleeting moment, as the two logged back into the game, less than 5 minutes remained until the commencement of the group elimination matches. At this juncture, in the plaza of the Sky City, Su Yu pouted her lips, casting a mournful gaze at Su Nian, occasionally letting out a delicate hum of discontent. Those who understood the situation would certainly empathize. All right, my dear, Su Nian said, noticing Su Yu's sulky demeanor resembling that of a jilted lover. He approached her and gently pinched her cheek, soothingly adding, I promise I won't act like this again. Please don't be angry. Upon hearing Su Nian affectionately refer to her as my dear, a wave of joy surged within Su Yu. A kiss, and I shall forgive you, she thought, unable to resist his charm. Ultimately, he was her man, deserving of her affection. It was time to offer him a reprieve. Noticing Su Yu's response, Su Nian smiled, lifting her delicate chin with his hand, disregarding the presence of others around them. In an instant, the surrounding players took notice of their intimate interaction, their expressions turning sour. What did this young couple? They muttered, incredulous at the public display of affection. Is this how the youth behave nowadays? Completely unashamed. Who are they? Publicly flaunting their affection? Oh, it's the esteemed emperor. Well, that changes everything. Bro, can you at least pretend to be discreet? I didn't see anything. Right? Nothing at all. Yet here we are, stuffed with dog food, looking like fools. As the whispers of the crowd reached her ears, Su Yu shyly pulled away from Su Nian. Her cheeks flushed. Let us find a different spot. In response, Su Nian teased her in a voice only they could hear. What is this? Is my little Yu shy? Shouldn't we be making them envious? Su Yu shot him a playful glare, revealing her small canines as she retorted. Mind your own business. All right, let us go, Su Nian said, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. He then activated his flight ability, soaring towards a colossal structure resembling a bird's nest. Upon reaching the top of the grand arena, they could feel the pressure of the wind intensifying. Standing there, Su Nian gazed down, able to survey a significant portion of the Sky City, with throngs of people below. At that moment, an idea struck him. He opened the resurrection match leaderboard. First place, Grandpa, 93 points. Second place, Divine Path Walker, 90 points. Third place, she said it was Fishy, 62 points. Fourth place, the one who stabs from behind, ISNT, necessarily using a knife, 62 points. Fifth place, Moonlit Conquest, 41 points. Indeed, the top position was held by MO1. However, he was surprised that Moonlit Conquest had not advanced in the point competition and had opted for the resurrection match. What are you looking at? Su Yu inquired curiously. Oh, this Moonlit Conquest also made it through? Su Nian raised an eyebrow. What is this? Have you encountered him? Su Yu nodded her head. Yes, I met him during the final collapse on the island. In a matter of moments, he was shot down by me, yet unexpectedly, he still managed to rank within the top 5 in the revival match. Upon hearing this, Su Nian's lips twitched. It's your prowess that is formidable. But that doesn't imply that others lack skill. Su Yu displayed a charming smile, linking her arm with her esteemed partner S, and affectionately remarked, no matter how strong I am, it is ultimately your merit, dear. Su Nian instantly adopted a serious demeanor. Merit is of little consequence. I believe in rewarding generously. Su Yu rolled her eyes. What a naive thought. Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the server. The group elimination match will commence in 1 minute. Players who have advanced, please prepare. Glancing at the server-wide announcement, Su Nian turned to the side where Xiao Yu stood, Alright, the group elimination match is about to begin. You should have no issues. So shall we meet again in the final elimination? Suyu nodded. If we happen to cross paths in the final elimination, do take it easy on me. Hearing this, Nian affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling. Rest assured, how could I bear to strike my future wife? Except, of course, in other circumstances. A faint blush crept on Suyu's cheeks. This fellow, what outrageous words. Always flirting with double entendres. In such a situation, it's uncertain who would best whom. Just joking, don't take offense. Who has offended? If you're not, how about a kiss? Nonsense, I wouldn't tea. As she spoke, Suyu glanced at the time in the upper right corner, sticking out her tongue. Dare you to hit me? Oh, Sun Yen raised an eyebrow. However, at that moment, the server-wide announcement chimed. Countdown finished. The group elimination match officially begins. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Along with him, over 130,000 players who had advanced to the group elimination also disappeared. You have received a message from a friend. D, are you teasing me? Girl, later tonight, you'll regret it. So you can't handle it, can you? Chapter 101. Enemies on a narrow path? Advancing to the final elimination. Inside Arena 66, all competitors of Group 66 appeared simultaneously. As the contestants entered, a multitude of non-qualifying players swiftly flocked to the official live broadcast of the Divine Domain. In no time, the viewership surged past 20 million and continued to rise. At that very moment, a prompt appeared. Group elimination match, round 1, 1024 to 512 is about to commence. Your opponent has been assigned. Transporting to the virtual arena. In the next instant, all players in the arena vanished from their positions once again. A sensation akin to an earthquake swept through. When Sun Yin regained his composure, he found himself in a virtual arena the size of half a football field. Steadying his mind, he turned to face his opponent. Yet, upon looking, he was greeted by a rather rotund figure with mischievous little eyes. Raising his gaze, he read the name above. Qin Shou. In that moment, Sun Yin smiled, a grin that was undeniably sincere. Sunze, you have quite the fortune. At the opposite end of the arena, Qin Shou naturally caught sight of his adversary, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Just at that moment, the live stream shifted its focus to this very scene. What surprise! The camera zoomed in on the esteemed emperor. The officials of the Divine Domain truly understand the dynamics of viewership. Let me see which unfortunate soul has crossed paths with our esteemed emperor. Just look at Qin Shou's expression. It is more ferocious than old Ba devouring an Oreo. Indeed, such vivid metaphors. Fear not, young Qin Shou. For the esteemed one merely wishes to eliminate you. Deep breaths are entirely normal amidst the tension. Meanwhile, the multitude of viewers in the live stream exhibited an extraordinary level of excitement. In contrast, Qin Shou revealed a smile more grotesque than tears. Ah, esteemed one. What a coincidence. I was just about to concede, but it seems there's still time. However, before he could finish his words, the match commenced. The moment the system's announcement echoed, Sun Yin wasted no time granting the opponent a chance to surrender. With the skill of teleportation, she appeared before Qin Shou in the blink of an eye. Sun Yin, disinterested in drawing her weapon, charged her right leg for a mere half a second and aimed between the little chubby fellow's legs. Here goes. Boom. 1,233. Oh, he didn't perish in one blow. Quite resilient, aren't we? Without hesitation, Sun Yin increased her charge to a full second. Boom. 1,255. A chilling scream erupted, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered during the new year, reverberating throughout the arena. At that moment, Qin Shou's complexion turned a ghastly shade of purple. Yet, before he could collapse to the ground, he was declared eliminated, vanishing instantaneously. Congratulations on your successful advancement. Reward, 100 gold coins. As the first player to advance in the group elimination round, the system grants an additional reward, 1,000 gold coins. What a revelation. The league rewards are quite discreet, aren't they? Nonetheless, vengeance is best served promptly. This feels rather satisfying. Simultaneously, the many male viewers in the live stream gasped in unison upon witnessing Sun Yin's ruthless elimination technique. Goodness gracious! Did the esteemed emperor just deliver a kick that sent Qin Shou's 2 jewels into his stomach? Do not speak of it. Those 2 kicks from the esteemed emperor made me clench in sympathy. Surely, getting hurt in the game can't be that painful, can it? Not at all. Did you not see that Qin Shou's face turned purple? Perhaps you should try the Divine Domain yourself? A hyper-realistic virtual online game, you think? Have you heard the tale of the wealthy gentleman and the tavern keeper? It is said that the gentleman has yet to dare enter the game. Is the esteemed emperor being a bit excessive? Poor Qin Shou must be enduring great torment. Perhaps he harbors a vendetta. If the esteemed one has such inclinations, I could ensure he enjoys himself thoroughly with a piece of purple gear. I could facilitate his pleasure. Meanwhile, Sun Yin's battle concluded effortlessly. Similarly, under the overwhelming advantage of their purple gear and levels, Zhao Dizhu's and his companions triumphed in the first round with ease. As for Su Yu, there is no need for elaboration. Among these four, she is certainly the swiftest at dispatching foes. After all, following the conclusion of the competition, Su Yu was hailed by numerous netizens as a Valkyrie, a figure who displays decisiveness in battle, yet exudes a delicate charm in the embrace of the esteemed emperor. Subsequently, time seemed to accelerate, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. During this interval, players, eager to advance, exerted themselves to the utmost, showcasing their myriad skills, resulting in an intensely fierce competition. The audience could hardly contain their excitement, exclaiming in delight. Given that each round of the elimination matches involved all participating players competing simultaneously in the virtual arena, nearly every 3 minutes would witness the conclusion of a round. Consequently, within just 1 hour, the group elimination reached its 9th round. The final battle for the Group S top position. Notification. The 9th round of the group elimination, a 2-1 group final, is about to commence. Opponents have been assigned to you. At that moment, a system prompt appeared before the remaining 256 contestants across the server. Following this, amidst the palpable tension, they were evenly transported to 128 arenas. In each arena, only one could advance. How fortuitous! In the arena, Sun Yin regarded a familiar figure not far away and raised an eyebrow. Upon hearing this, the divine figure of Haofeng twitched at the corner of his mouth, about to utter a response when, suddenly, the match began. Skills blink. Skills inferno. Without granting the opponent a moment to speak, Sun Yin, disinterested in any dialogue, executed a seamless combination of moves, swiftly concluding the battle. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player D for securing the first position in Group 66 and advancing to the final elimination round. In the next instant, Sun Yin blinked, and upon regaining his senses, he found himself in a vast, open arena, completely deserted. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player Sun Yin for securing the first position in Group 1 and advancing to the final elimination round. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player Ho Xiaoyu for securing the first position in Group 88 and advancing to the final elimination round. Server announcement. Congratulations to Player Ning. As these announcements echoed throughout the server, a humble rogue was online, seeking favors. Chapter 102. Malicious Gazes. I am the only disciple of the Master. One by one, the advancing players began to materialize within the arena. Wow! At that moment, a graceful figure suddenly leaped into Sun Yin's embrace, the familiar fragrance enveloping him. Su Yu, with arms tightly wrapped around her esteemed companion, lifted her small head and inquired, "Did you miss me?" Sun Yin's lips twitched as he replied, in a straightforward manner, "It's not like we Haven T shared a bed for days. What is there to miss? Just an hour ago, she had been assisting him, and if he were to miss her now, wouldn't that simply make him a mere tool? Perhaps it wasn't the thought he intended." Su Yu puffed out her cheeks, releasing him. "Fine then. Oh, you little one, you're becoming increasingly clingy," Sun Yin remarked as he playfully tugged at her delicate cheek. "So soft and tender. Hey, don't pull so hard, it hurts." Su Yu forcefully swatted away a certain someone's inappropriate hand, yet did not deny the words spoken by that individual. Over the past few days, through the care bestowed upon her by this person, she gradually realized that she seemed unable to live without him. As long as she could remain by his side, she would willingly do anything for him. It could only be described as a pure, romantic infatuation, a rather alarming predicament. At that moment, with the continuous emergence of advanced players, Sun Yin encountered several familiar faces from her past life, or at least players she had only heard whispers of. However, despite her impressive memory, she still did not recognize most of them. Suddenly, in the crowd, Sun Yin sensed several gazes laced with malice. She furrowed her brow and casually glanced around, quickly pinpointing the sources of the hostility. One was Mo1, whom she had ruthlessly eliminated on the island, and the other was a player from the Haoyue contest, though the latter's gaze seemed fleeting and elusive. As for the last, it was a long-lost figure, boasting an air of bravado. It was evident that, despite Sun Yin never having declared herself a formidable force, anyone with keen insight could discern her prowess from previous encounters. Nevertheless, she paid little heed to these three individuals. Her goal was the championship, and this group would eventually face their reckoning. "Master," a familiar voice called out. Sun Yin turned to see Zhao Dizhu's and his companions. "How'd it go? Was the process smooth?" She inquired knowingly. The three nodded in unison. That said, during the final elimination round, it would be wise not to lay your guard down, Su Nian cautioned. This statement, while seemingly absurd, carried weight. After all, Zhao Dizhus and his team were at level 23 and donned full sets of purple gear, in a field where most opponents were only at levels of 17 or 18. Even without any inherent talent, they could easily overpower many. However, Su Nian was aware that among these players, there were indeed some whose talents could pose a threat to the trio. Rest assured, Master, I Zhao Dizhus pride myself on being cautious and never engage in battles without confidence, he asserted. Heed the advice of the experts. They all chimed in agreement. Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the server. The group elimination round has concluded. Congratulations to the 128 players who ranked first in their groups and advanced to the final elimination round, which will commence in 1 hour. During this time, players may recuperate in the exclusive lounge of the arena. Upon hearing this announcement, the audience in the live stream buzzed with anticipation. With a full hour of rest, many exited the stream, some choosing to indulge in other entertainments. The advancing players, too, logged off or took a moment to rest. However, a group of admirers exclaimed, "Wow, seeing the Emperor in person is far more impressive than mere hearsay. With such exceptional talent, and as an ice mage, shall we befriend one another? Brother, let me know when your guild is recruiting. I'll be the first to join. Does the Emperor take on apprentices? Scram, I am the sole disciple of the Master." Clearly, in reality, unlike certain novels, where rivals engage in baseless provocations, mockery, and animosity, the elite players within the game maintain a different demeanor. Although their relationships may not be exceptionally close, the majority are eager to become familiar faces. Similarly, Zhao Dizhus and his companions quickly became acquainted with one another. At that moment, a figure unexpectedly squeezed into the scene. "Brother D, we meet again," the newcomer cheerfully declared. It was none other than MO1. With a smile that suggested a carefree attitude, he jested before the crowd. "I never expected Brother D's damage to be so high. You eliminated me on the island in an instant." MO1's feigned ignorance nearly amused Su Nian. Look at him, a seasoned performer. However, before Su Nian could respond, MO1's gaze fixated on Suyu. A flicker of admiration and intensity passed through his eyes as he promptly extended his hand towards her, smilingly greeting. "You must be the sister-in-law, correct?" "Hello, I am MO1, a friend of Brother D from the point competition." Feeling the weight of his gaze, Suyu instinctively shrank behind her esteemed leader, her expression radiating resistance. The way this man looked at her felt peculiar, almost predatory. "Haha, there's no need for introductions." Su Nian interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of MO1, her eyes narrowing slightly. "After all, we are merely acquaintances, are we not?" MO1's expression faltered momentarily. Yet, in the next instant, he quickly regained his smile, his voice rising slightly. "Indeed, we are merely acquaintances. However, the guild assessment content that Brother D provided me is rather challenging." Upon hearing this, several individuals who had approached to greet him immediately seized upon the key phrase. "Guild assessment? Is that true? I heard the esteemed guild was looking to recruit, but now we have the assessment details. What exactly is the assessment content of the Shunting Guild? I have long wished to join Brother D's guild. Brother D, could you share the assessment details?" Seeing their eager inquiries, MO1 subtly curved his lips into a smirk, taking the lead in the conversation. "Oh, it's nothing too daunting. The assessment simply requires me to start from the resurrection match and secure the championship in the league." Upon hearing this, the group fell into stunned silence. Observing their reaction, MO1's smile deepened. "You think you can play games with me? What level are you even at? Perhaps in another 800 years. Chapter 103. Slander? MO1 was thoroughly flustered, having stepped on a nuclear bomb. The words that slipped from MO1's lips left the questioning individuals bewildered. What kind of assessment was this? Starting from the resurrection match was one thing, but securing first place in the league? Was this genuinely a sincere recruitment or merely a deliberate challenge? Is this for real, esteemed one? Noting the inquiries, Su Nian remained composed and unhurried, stating, "This is merely the assessment content for Brother MO1. After all, for someone exceptional, it is quite normal for the assessment criteria to be somewhat unique, wouldn't you agree?" Even MO1 himself appeared utterly bewildered by the circumstances at hand. However, once he regained his composure, a glimmer of silver flashed in his eyes as he resolutely stated, "Then please, Imperial Brother, enlighten me on what makes me so exceptional. If you cannot articulate a reasonable explanation, it would be most unjust and intentionally torturous toward your younger brother." As several gazes turned toward him, Su Nian, with a smile that bordered on enigmatic, looked at Mo1 and calmly remarked, Mo1, your identity and background are extraordinarily unique. Taken aback, Mo1 stammered. What do you mean by that? I am merely an ordinary person. Sun Yin met his gaze directly, each word he uttered resonating clearly in the ears of those present. Mo1, are you truly ordinary? You hail from the Mo family of Magic City. Your father, originally named Mo Tian, ostensibly manages the Mo Corporation. Yet, behind the scenes, both you and your father have conspired with local gangs to engage in unscrupulous activities that harm the populace. You have established illicit establishments, trafficked in contraband, and colluded with officials to embezzle funds intended for the citizens' relocation. These, I presume, are transgressions you and your father have clandestinely committed, are they not? Should you find yourselves apprehended, would 100 heads suffice as recompense? Each of Sun Yin's statements pierced Mo1's heart like a thorn. The onlookers, upon hearing this revelation, were left in a state of disbelief and shock. In a previous life, the myriad crimes committed by the Mo family and father-son duo had been exposed by the authorities, making international headlines and shocking the world, an event that resonated universally. Furthermore, Sun Yin vaguely recalled that it was Zhao Dizhu who had led the team to apprehend Mo1. Yet, at that time, due to Mo1's formidable strength, Zhao Dizhu and his men had not only failed to capture him, but had also allowed him to flee abroad. Observing Mo1's countenance darkening to an extreme, Sun Yin merely smiled and said, so, based on what I have just articulated, does Mo Xiong not recognize himself as a remarkably unique individual, colluding with corrupt officials to harm the populace? Does this reflect the actions of an ordinary person? Thus, I am indeed intentionally putting you in a difficult position. What of it? Our divine court simply will not accept a morally bankrupt individual, such as yourself. Is that so wrong? Mo1's pupils constricted, instinctively causing him to take a step back. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend it all. Are you jesting on an international scale? Merely encountering someone in a game, and now you're scrutinizing what color underwear I wore today? What in the world is this identity? What background? This must be some kind of cheat. Oh, does Mo Xiong believe that my master is slandering you? Zhao Dizhu grinned as he approached. Although Zhao Dizhu was equally perplexed about how his master knew such details, it was not his concern. Even if it were indeed slander, who would dare offend his master? Apologies, but even if my master's words are not true, from this moment forward, they shall become the truth. Slander? He is indeed slandering. Mo1's mind was in disarray, his panic reaching unprecedented heights. Very well then, the Mo Corporation of Magic City. Is it? I shall make a call to have it investigated. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Zhao Dizhu, am from the capital. You should be somewhat familiar with that name, should you not? Montakvin. Zhao Dizhu from the capital? Regarding this name, the average person might perceive it as rather ordinary and unfamiliar. However, Mo1 does not share this sentiment. The weight of the 5 characters, Zhao Dizhu, resonates profoundly. Even the most formidable overseer of the Mo family's protective umbrella will be drenched in cold sweat upon hearing it. Let alone him. It is only at this moment that Mo1 suddenly realizes the magnitude of the entity he has provoked. This is no mere encounter with an iron wall. Rather, it is akin to colliding with a nuclear bomb, one that detonates upon impact. Upon this realization, a singular thought occupies Mo1's mind: to flee, to run as far as possible, having entangled himself with such a colossal force. The Mo family is likely to face catastrophic repercussions. With this in mind, Mo1 wasted no time and exited the game without hesitation. As his figure vanished, those around him finally emerged from their shock. The transformation of Mo1's expression and his subsequent panicked exit spoke volumes. Well, he certainly ran swiftly, Zhao Dizhu remarked. Glancing at the time, the Dragon Nation does not tolerate such corrupt elements. I shall take my leave. The outcome will be evident before the competition begins. Indeed. You may go, Sun Yin responded, watching as Zhao Dizhu disappeared from sight, a faint smile gradually appearing on her lips. In truth, had he deemed it bothersome, Mo1 would never have had the chance to ingratiate himself. He would have been dispatched instantly upon their initial encounter. However, if that had been the case, would Mo1 have approached him so boldly and made such declarations before the crowd? Even if he were to attend, it would likely be merely to exchange pleasantries, without the opportunity to clarify his intentions. Had he sought trouble at that moment, it would have painted him as somewhat petty. Thus, for one of such caliber, to entertain duplicitous schemes? Not even after 80,000 years would he grasp the intricacies. Boss, I shall take my leave as well. Me too. I find myself rather fatigued. Ho Xiaoyu and Yu Yurong, like Zhao Dizhu, refrained from questioning how the boss was aware of Wen's affairs, recognizing that it was a matter of personal concern for him. Ultimately, standing in solidarity with the boss sufficed. All right, shall we also log off? Su Yin turned to the petite figure of Xiao Yu, who had been nestled behind her. Indeed. Su Yu nodded her little head. Consequently, as the four logged off, the remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances. Is this not surreal? Indeed, the esteemed figure merely relied on his appearance in the game to trace Wen's entire lineage. Zhao Di's whose? That name seems familiar, yes. Is he not the son of Zhao Guomin? What? Zhao Guomin? The official one? In an instant, the group shuddered, as a realization struck them.